In today's story, the teacher makes the biggest mistake of their life by leaving their mic on. Enjoy. So the subscriber who sent this in, let's call him Jimmy, right? So Jimmy, good kid. He's in this English class, and this English class is happening over Zoom. I'm not 100% sure when this happened. Maybe he's still in a Zoom class. Maybe this was like over a year ago. But anyways, he's in this English class, and he's doing it over Zoom. And Jimmy's teacher, let's call him Mr. Savage, right? Let's call this guy Mr. Savage. Anyway, so Mr. Savage, English teacher, man, right? He's a cool dude, I guess. I mean, the kids thought that until, what happened in the story, which I'll tell you in a second. But anyways, right? They thought he's a pretty cool dude. I mean, like, he wasn't like, he wasn't like, you guys, you seem stressed out. I'll give you less homework. But he also wasn't like, you guys seem stressed out. 3 tests tomorrow, 2 quizzes, final project due tomorrow as well, and yeah, we'll probably have a pop quiz, and all your homework is due for the rest of the year. It's due tomorrow as well. He wasn't one of those teachers, so he was fine enough. Anyways, on this day, this soon-to-be very notorious day, but Jimmy didn't think that going in. This would just seem like a normal English class to him. He gets in, he logs in on a Zoom, and it's going to be a good day in his mind because, a couple minutes in, when everyone joins the Zoom meeting, everyone in his class is there. Mr. Savage, he announces that, you know what? We're watching a movie today, which, everyone's ecstatic. I think it's pretty universal that whenever it's a movie being watched in class, even if the movie is boring, even if you couldn't care less, even if part of you might have wanted to actually do the actual work in class and the movie isn't the greatest option, if you hear that there's a movie, you're ecstatic. And the class has this GroupMe group chat. I don't know if you guys use GroupMe, but for some reason in the last 3 years, literally every communication with a group of people, for me, I've used GroupMe, and why that app specifically, it doesn't even matter, right? So the class is a GroupMe, and you see a couple of people be like, let's go, baby, and just oh man, this is gonna be good. And they didn't even care what they were watching. Because the thing is, especially in Zoom classes, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's pretty common that, the attention levels were not at 100,000%, right? And especially if he's going to put on a movie that no one was really going to care about, right? And then all of a sudden, all the Zoom, you turned off your camera, you turned off your mic, you're watching the movie, right? Huge quotes. You're watching it, you're just going to mess around for the 45 minutes or an hour or whatever, right? Anyway, so Mr. Savage is not the most, technically proficient teacher ever, which is fine. I mean, I'm not the most, technically proficient when it comes to Zoom anyways. What? I've definitely, been I don't know what I'm doing on here. It's fair enough, right? It is what it is. These things happen. But anyways, right, Mr. Savage, sets up another window. Somehow he, logs in on another account to screen share the movie. I don't know why he didn't just screen share it on his own account. Maybe he was planning on being busy doing something else. Wink. Not going to spoil it. I always say I'm not going to spoil it, and this is the first time I didn't actually spoil it. In the last 3 videos, I said the crucial detail. I'm not going to spoil it, guys. But this time, I just gave you a hint. I didn't spoil it. Are you proud? Are you proud of me? Anyways, right, so Mr. Savage, he sets up another window somehow. He has another account log into Zoom, and on that other account, maybe he has dual monitors. I don't know, maybe he's a big gamer guy. I don't even know, man. But he has he logs in with another account, screen shares the movie, and yeah, he starts letting it play. He turns off his camera on his main account, and he does not mute his microphone on his main account. This guy was technically proficient enough to add another person to another one of his computers to the Zoom class, screen share, but man, just he got sloppy. He got sloppy towards the end, and he just didn't mute his mic. And unfortunately, man, when it comes to Zoom, the details, it's all in the details. If you forget to mute your mic, you forget to turn off your camera, you just forget to screen share the fact that you're live streaming, cheating all the answers, right? The small little failures like that will completely, they'll get you. Right, so everyone's in class, everyone's just having a good time. The movie starts to play, no one is paying attention to the movie. As expected, right? This isn't some kind of crazy revelation or something. And they're in the GroupMe, and everyone's dude, this is great, this is sick, I really wasn't feeling it anyways. The fact that we get to come in and kind of do nothing for an hour is pretty cool. And one person was like, oh, dude, like, I'm going to actually go leave for like 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to have my phone on me, so please text the group chat if he starts asking us questions. Or for some reason, I just got to be back, man. But, I'm going to take advantage of, the blessed opportunity I've been given by this movie being played and just go and like, I'm just going to go mess around for a little bit. Like, I'll see you guys around, guys. And everyone was all, in this group me was all just like, feeling very good, just having a very nice, cordial time. But then someone in the group me was like, LOL, like Mr. Savage, he didn't mute his mic. Ahaha, let's hope nothing weird happens. That kid jinxed it. I really hope they went and beat up that kid. I'm joking. I am joking. But yeah, that kid jinxed it. It's 100% his fault, actually. Like, if we're putting blame on anyone, don't put it on poor Mr. Savage. He doesn't know, he can't, like, decipher the difference between a rock and a computer. It's not his fault, man. It's this kid. It's this kid for setting him up. Anyways, things are pretty normal, right? And, Jimmy, the subscriber, I really hope I named him Jimmy earlier on because I have in my notes that I'm going to call the subscriber Jimmy. So if I didn't, his name is Jimmy now. Get over it. Get over yourself. Like, just deal with it is what I'm trying to say. Anyways, right, Jimmy, the subscriber, the guy who sent this in, you can send this. You can send in stories to my Instagram. It's in the description of the video. Anyways, right, things are pretty normal, but then, he does notice, right? He does notice a little rustling sound, like some movement is coming from Mr. Savage, right? Mr. Savage himself, like just a little rustling, a little movement is coming from, like, you can just hear, like, him moving around. Totally normal, like unlucky he left his mic on, like that's unlucky, right? But he just thought it'd end there, and he's like, Mr. Savage, like, starts, like, if he gets on the phone or something, or I don't know, something embarrassing like that, like, or just a little embarrassing, right? Where maybe it's just the right call to, like, go in and tell him his mic isn't muted. But right now, like, no harm, no foul. Like, dude, it doesn't really matter, right? It is what it is. Like, I don't want to interrupt the movie because maybe if I interrupt it, maybe, I don't know, he'll start asking me questions and, oh my God, I've not been paying attention. It's only been 7 minutes, but I've not been paying attention. But all of a sudden, right, instead of rustling sounds, because the microphone went mute for a while, right? And the sound of the volume of the movie was like took over again. You start hearing the subscriber, Jimmy, is just like, he doesn't really believe what he hears at first, but he starts hearing like the sounds of like anime or something. He's like, what? And yeah, no, it's like the sounds of anime coming from, Mr. Savage's computer. And then everyone in the group me lights up, man. The group me just goes insane. It's like, Mr. Savage watches anime. That's so funny. Like, I could totally hang with this guy. Like, all this kind of stuff. Because, you just, I mean, anime is cool. I have not gotten into it personally. I think it's cool. Like, I definitely could. If actually leave your suggestions in the comment section down below, because I might unironically watch something you suggest. Anyways, right? Everyone's like, oh, that's so funny. Like, like, that's cool. That's cool. Like, Mr. Savage, he's on the cool list now. He gets the thumbs up. He gets the plus. He gets the big, like, yes, he's the cool. Let me just say, it turns south. It goes bad. It goes bad so fast. It was so good for a second. It was so good, man. It was so good. Before I get into the downfall of Mr. Savage, basically, secret word of the day is anime. So if you made it this far into the video, comment anime down below. I'm going to try and heart as many of those as I can, but I just can't get to them all, unfortunately. I do my best, and I really do want to show my appreciation for you guys giving me that wonderful, wonderful watch time, So I'll do my best, but unfortunately no guarantees. It is what it is. But yeah, comment anime down below. And while I have your attention, right, every couple videos I'll shout out a random channel member. So yeah, just to this guy on screen or gal or whoever, right? I appreciate it. Appreciate you being a channel member. If you want to join the channel, you can hit that join button. Also, I just did a whole channel member only ask me anything type thing. I'll do those occasionally. To answer those, you have to be a channel member. I just don't use Discord. That thing's kind of toxic. So it's the closest thing I can do. Anyways, back to the story. Anyways, so at first everyone thinks it's cool. Mr. Savage, right? He watches anime. He's one of them. He's one of the cool kids or whatever. I don't know, man. And they're just all like, haha, that's so funny, right? But here's the thing. This is a very special type of anime. A very, very special type. a type that, yeah, because like with a lot of anime, right, maybe you can like watch it with a younger brother or sister, or maybe you can watch your parents, maybe you could even have your grandparents join in on the action. Let me just say that, this special type of anime, you probably do not want to watch it with your parents. You probably do not want to watch it with your grandparents. You probably do not want to watch it with your younger siblings, right? It's probably something that if you are going to watch it, you're going to watch it by yourself in a place where no one knows that you're watching this. Do you catch my drift? Do I need to be clearer? I'm trying to be paid for this video. I can't make it. I don't want to be demonetized, please. I can't get any clearer, guys, please. Yeah, let's just call it a very special anime. And you might be thinking like, Connor, like how would you know, right? Like how would someone know if it's this very special anime? Let me just say something, right? So while the anime, it was in, I probably like Japanese or something, right? You can't understand unless you know Japanese, right? If you don't know Japanese, you can't understand what they're saying. But let me just say that there are some sounds that are there are some sounds that are just universal, man. You don't need to know the language to know exactly what is going on. Like, these people could be speaking in French, they could be speaking in Japanese, they could be speaking the native language of Kazakhstan for all I care. It doesn't matter. There's some noises that go beyond language. You don't even need to know any language to know what these are. You catch my drift. You catch my drift. And yeah, so that's when everything started going south. The whole group me was like, am I hearing this wrong? Like, oh my God, like no shot. And everyone's like, no, this can't be happening. This honestly can't be happening. Dude, this can't be happening to me, of all people. This can't happen. This can't be happening, man. It just can't. Everyone's like, what the fuck? What? Oh my, what? Why? What? The whole chat's like, oh my God. Do we say something? Like, because at this point, right, his mic's been unmuted for a while. And he's been watching anime, but the anime went south very fast. If you know, you know, right? And everyone's like, oh my, who's gonna say it? Like, and I was like, dude, I'm not saying anything. I'm not gonna be that guy. And everyone's like, someone has to be that guy. And the problem was, right, no one wanted to be that guy saying, hey, Mr. Savage, right, you're watching Actually, hold up, I don't want to be demonetized. No one wanted to be like, hey, Mr. Savage, you're watching some very, very special anime. A very special genre, right? No one wanted to say that, man. That's awkward. But here's the thing. It's even worse every second that goes by. It is even worse every single second that goes by, right? Because the longer they don't say anything, the longer that, when Mr. Savage actually figures out that he forgot to mute his mic because he doesn't know it, he can't tell a computer and a rock apart from each other, right? He's gonna realize that, every second that no one said anything, they were just sitting there listening to what was going on. So every second that goes by, it gets worse. But no one wants to do it. Everyone in the chat's like, dude, I'm not doing it. I'm not saying anything, man. I'm not saying anything. I'm just not gonna be that guy, man. I'm not gonna say anything. Everyone in the chat is like, okay, someone has to do it, man. Someone has to brave up. Someone has to be like our true king, our true savior, and just really stand up for the common folk over here and just say to Mr. Savage, please mute your mic, dude. Oh my God. As everyone is just kind of squawking in the group me, just like, I don't want to do it, man, but someone's got to do it. Someone's got to man up. Someone's got to do it right. The situation gets worse. It escalates. I don't know how to say it, but let me just say that, in this very, very special anime, right? The very, very, very special anime, the sounds that kind of alerted them to the fact that it was a very, very special brand of anime and not your standard family-friendly watch it with your grandparents anime. Those sounds, the ones that you don't even need to know Japanese to understand what's going on, those get louder, and everyone's like, no. And everyone's like, dude, it's getting worse, man. Someone has to do it. Someone has to say something. Someone has to man up. And at this point, it has been like 4 or 5 minutes since, the special anime started. Actually, right, this kid in his class, let's call him Jackson, right? Jackson was just kind of like this, like, he's very nice, but he's kind of like, big football kid. I don't know, was probably wearing his hat backwards, was probably like totally into trading stocks or something. I don't know, like, I'm just trying to build some random kid. I don't know why I made him a football backward hat wearing stock trader, but yeah, that's Jackson, right? Anyways, right, so Jackson, very nice kid, very good guy. But you know what? He was having enough of this. He unmuted his mic, and he said, hey, Mr. Savage, your mic is not muted. Please mute it. And all of a sudden, like, everyone goes quiet. The whole group me is like, no one starts typing because everyone's just like, oh my God, he just did a Jackson. You're both our savior, but also you've exposed us to the cringe that, and, everyone goes silent for a second. Everyone is waiting. Jimmy, the subscriber, is sitting there in the Zoom call in anticipation. The group me starts going off like, Jackson, we love you, bro, but oh my God, this is so awkward. And, you see Mr. Savage's mic. It mutes, right? And he sits there for a second. And then Mr. Savage leaves the Zoom call. The movie's still playing because he has like another monitor or something, playing it on a different computer or device or something. But Mr. Savage, he just left the Zoom call entirely and everyone's sitting. The whole chat is like, like, what do we do now, dude? Like, what do we do? Like, he left the call. Oh my God. And then someone said, hey, everyone check your email. Turns out Mr. Savage sent them an email saying, sorry guys, technical difficulties. He left it at technical difficulties. All right, nice try, bro. Nice try. Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go watch another story video. Peace. In today's story, the subscriber has a crazy substitute teacher who literally does the unthinkable, and, I'm just not going to spoil it. Enjoy the story. So the subscriber's in 6th grade, and he's in a history class. In this history class, it's kind of like a world history class. It's kind of like an everything history class, but they're currently on a unit on Europe. That'll be important later on, not just like random useless details, I promise. So one day, the subscriber, and let's just call him Jimmy. I have not been giving the subscriber like a name recently. I've been calling him the subscriber. Let's call him Jimmy. Who doesn't love a good old Jimmy, right? So Jimmy came into class one day, and he thinks history class is okay. He likes the teacher. He thinks the subject is okay. It's not his favorite class. It's not Jimmy's favorite class, right? But he still enjoys it. It's a decent class. Teacher's nice enough. It's not too hard. It's just kind of like a chill class with some okay people in it, some of his friends, some people he's kind of boys with. It's a decent enough class. So one day, Jimmy walks into his history class, right? And, he gets in there, and normally the teacher's the first one in the class. Normally the teacher's there like, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes early, just because it's the first class of the day. They get there early anyways, and the kids have to do like a morning meeting or something, or they have to do like meet up with their advisors. I don't know what they're doing, but basically just know that the teacher gets there before the students. So anyways, right, Jimmy just walks into his history class one day, and he gets there like, right as he's supposed to, which, you're normally supposed to get there honestly a couple minutes before when you're quote unquote supposed to. But Jimmy always kind of rode the line, but he was never really late by more than like 30 seconds or a minute. It worked out for him, and the teacher never complained. So he gets there at his normal time of basically being a second away from being late. And yeah, as always, everyone in the class is there, except this time, his normal teacher isn't there. So he kind of just like, he thinks it's a little weird, as this is the first time he's been here before the teacher, and he just kind of sits down, and, he starts talking to one of his friends who he normally sits next to. It's as always, the beautiful, the wonderful, the glorious, the fabulous, unassigned assigned seats. So much better than assigned seats. Ugh. Just shivers run down my spine when I hear someone say that. Anyways, right, he's sitting there, he's talking with his friend, and they're looking at the clock, and it's like 1 minute passed, and then it's 2 minutes passed, and as time goes on, minute by minute, right, they're just like, guys, why is the teacher not here? And then all of a sudden, 7 minutes past when the class is actually supposed to happen, the door slams open, and this woman walks in. And they're all just kind of like, hello? The woman walks in and says, hi, I'm your substitute teacher. And they're like, oh, shoot, our teacher's out for the day. And they're like, welcome, like, hope you enjoy your stay or whatever. Whatever kids say, I don't know. Anyway, so the substitute teacher walks in. She explains, that she's the sub for the day. And, she says, okay, so what are we guys learning? And they just kind of look at her like, okay, teacher. We're learning about European history right now. And she says, oh, yeah, I know a thing about Europe or whatever. And they're kind of just looking at her because she's really, like, weirdly unprofessional. And I'm not saying you have to have, like, some, like, some kind of, like, a British accent and speak like the Queen or something to, like, teach a class. But, she was kind of, like, holding herself not like a teacher would. And she was kind of, like, acting kind of sloppily. I don't mean it, like, weirdly like that. You guys are weird. But anyways, right, so she's like, okay, European history or whatever. Like, sure, we can do that. Everyone's just totally weirded out by the way she's acting. Like, she's acting really weird. But she's like, yeah, okay, we can do European history. Anyone know where we start? And the class is like, oh my God, like this substitute teacher knows nothing. Like, and they were feeling bad at first, man. Like they thought that like it was actually, it was like, it wasn't her fault, right? They thought that like it was so last minute that their teacher canceled so last minute that the substitute was kind of just thrown in there and had no idea what to do. Jimmy, the subscriber, the one who sent in this story, you can send in stories too to my Instagram, linked in the description, or the app is in the description. Jimmy, such a wonderful kid, right? Such a good guy. He decides, he says, hey, substitute, here's my textbook. We're probably today, I looked on the syllabus the day before, we're learning from page, like, I don't know, like 50 to 60 or whatever, or 50 to 55, doesn't really matter. She's like, oh, thanks, like, appreciate it. Can I see that? And Jimmy's like, yeah, sure. Comes up to the front of the class, hands her the textbook, goes to sit back down. And they're all just like, they're sitting down, and some of them were kind of giving Jimmy the side eye because they kind of thought that they would be able to get away with not doing anything today. So yeah, not everyone was a fan of Jimmy being, the angel child of the class. But honestly, man, he did the right thing. They were going to have to learn it eventually, and it was either like, they were either going to learn it like in the normal time they were supposed to, or they'd have to learn it crammed into one day, and then they wouldn't be, whatever, right? Either way, Jimmy did what he did. And they're all sitting there, and Jimmy's like being like, oh, maybe that wasn't the greatest idea. I could have gotten away with doing nothing today, but whatever, man. Like, whatever. It is what it is. Like, I did the right thing. Teacher will be so proud, or whatever. I don't know. And the thing is, like, right, the teacher looks at the textbook. She gives it she's kind of like squinting, and she's kind of like, and she kind of looks up at the class, and they all kind of look back at her like, do you have any questions, substitute? Like, do you have any questions about this? The substitute teacher was just like looking at the text so intensely. And then she looks up at the class and says, I thought Europe was a country. And everyone's like, what? Jimmy said that he thought at first that she was joking, right? That she was just like having some laughs, having some goofs. Like, okay, she's the funny guy here, right? Nah, she was like, everyone kind of at first, like some people did really think that she was joking around, having a little bit of a jest, right? Just goofs, whatever, all for the good laughs. But she looks at them with a very sincere face. She's looking at them like, guys, I thought Europe was a country. And they all just look back at her like, oh, ma'am, like, you're mistaken. I don't think you're qualified to teach this class. But anyways, right, nevertheless, she plows along. She starts reading through the textbook, and normally where the history teacher would have been like looking at the textbook briefly for reference and then teaching the history, the substitute was just reading from the textbook, which, at the end of the day, she's a substitute. Maybe she was like studying math or whatever. Maybe she's better at, I don't know, like other fields of study and not European history, which if she thought Europe was a country, then I really hope she did not major in European history. But anyways, she keeps going until she hits another point in the history textbook that she's very confused about, because the United States of America comes up. And at this point, they were looking at history in Europe when the United States of America was founded, right? And she looks at it and she's like, wait a minute, this is wrong. And they're like, oh, you found an error in the textbook. Like maybe there's a grammatical error, maybe there's a date that's wrong, maybe the photo is supposed to be of George Washington, but they put Daffy Duck instead. Who knows? She says, it says here that America wasn't America founded in 1945? Yeah, America was founded in 1945. And the whole class just looks at her with their mouths like dropped on the floor. They're just like, dude, there's no way. There's literally no way. There's no shot. There's no shot, guys. No, she didn't just say that. No shot did she just say. They'll look at her like, nope, sorry. United States of America was not founded in, what did you say, 1945? No, that was not the case, substitute. That was, Miss Substitute Teacher. Nope, not the case. The secret phrase of the day is, you guessed it, 1945. So if you made it this far into the video, comment 1945 down below. I just like to see how many people made it this far into the video, because we gotta pay some homage to to the founders of the United States in 1945 when the United States was obviously founded. So make sure to comment that down below. And yeah, while you're at it, subscribe and leave a like and you'll receive literally nothing. I'm feeling generous today, boys. Feeling extra generous. So yeah, do that. Yeah, so 1 like on this video equals 1 cool history fact, such as the United States was founded in 1945 or Europe is a country. Anyways, yeah, back to the story, because it gets worse. It literally gets worse. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it gets, just listen to the story. So at this point, the kids are just completely shocked. Everyone in the class, including Jimmy, right, is just like, dude, what? Why? Right? And then all of a sudden, right, when you thought that the teacher, like the substitute teacher was bad, right, she says, all right, I need to take a break. What? It's a 45-minute class. You came in 7 minutes late. Why do you need to take a break? Why do you need a break? Bro, you're being paid to teach a class and you miss like 20% of it already. That math was probably wrong, but 15% of it or whatever, right? And you're only here for like 40, 35 more minutes or total. You're probably at that point only had like 20 minutes left. You're like, dude, I need a break. No, this is too much work for me. So anyways, right, she whips out her phone and starts calling someone. The whole class is like, what? Okay, so when she takes out her phone, right, she's like, hey, babe. When someone, like, picks up, she's like, hey, baby. And the whole class is like, hey, yo, like, what? What? And they're just like, please don't be weird. Please do not be weird. They're all just sitting there, and she's looking at the phone, and she's like, kind of like twisting her hair, and then she bites her lip a little bit. And everyone's like, yo, what? And she's like, yeah, I've been bad. And the whole class is like, yo, dude, what? And she's like, I'm ready to be punished. And the whole class is like, yo. Right, so Jimmy. Good old Jimmy, just solid kid Jimmy, right? 10 out of 10, outstanding guy. 10 out of 10, 3 stars. 3 out of 3 stars, by the way. He's like, he raises his hand, because he's just done with this. He's just done, right? He raises his hand, and he's like, can I go to the bathroom? And she looks at him quickly like, yeah, whatever. And then goes back to, like, her moan fest or whatever with her boyfriend on the phone, while the entire class is just completely pale-faced and in shock anyways, right? So Jimmy, he makes his escape plan. And by the way, a little tip, little hint for you guys, he has no plans on going to the bathroom at all. Yeah, Jimmy was not about to go to the bathroom on this one. Jimmy instead walks right by the bathroom, right up the hallway, and right to the principal's office. And he goes up and he knocks on the door. And the principal kind of like, you know, says, come on in, like, and then he looks and he's like, oh, Jimmy, I didn't really expect you to be here, because it wasn't the biggest school. And the principal kind of knew, you know, he kind of knew the people, right? He had some good, he made an effort to make conversations with people. And he also knew, like, who, you know, frequently was sent to the principal's office. And Jimmy was not one of these kids. He just wasn't, right? So he's like, oh, Jimmy, like, why are you here? Like, I don't normally see you here. I think the principal assumed that, like, Jimmy got in trouble or something, and he's just not used to that. And Jimmy says, I don't really know how to explain this, so I'm just going to tell you everything. And I'm not gonna, I just told you guys everything, right? I'm not gonna tell you it all again. Jimmy basically just tells you the story that I just told you guys, right? And the principal, his face, like, throughout the entire story, it just got, like, from, like, some kind of, like, a nice, like, kind of, like, smile, friendly, whatever, to, like, a straight face, to, like, do you know that Mr. Incredible meme where his face just gets, like, darker and darker and just, like, more and more just, like he's seen something terrible, like, again and again, it got worse and worse. So basically, the principal's face started out, like, on the left, and by the end of the story, it was, like, the face on the right, basically. And, yeah, then Jimmy eventually finishes his story. He's like, and then I decided to, you know, obviously not go to the bathroom, man. Like, I don't even have to go pee. Like, I couldn't even go if I wanted to, right? But instead, I decided to come see you. And that's where we are now. And the principal just looks at him. He's like, we're going to your classroom right now. You're coming with me. So they get back to the classroom, right? They're walking down the hallway. You know, Jimmy is, like, kind of, like, falling behind a little bit. This principal's a big guy, and he's having a very, very firm pace. So Jimmy has to even jog a little bit, man. Like, he's trying to catch up. They get to the classroom, and it's just a bunch of kids sitting there. and there's no substitute teacher to be found. And the principal's like, yo, Jimmy, like, why is no one here? And Jimmy's like, what? And the class is like, yeah, the substitute teacher actually just left. And some kid in the class, let's call him Arthur, right? He was kind of a bit of a quiet kid. He also had a side business of selling illegal test answers. He was actually a criminal warlord. Anyways, right? So Arthur, right? This kid. He didn't do any of that, by the way. But anyways, right? He pipes up and he says, yeah, on the way, she just like got up and said, bye, kids. Like, by the way, not even a substitute, lol. And then she just left. I don't know if she said like lol, but that'd be pretty funny if she did. And the principal's face was like, she said, what? And he checks his phone and he opens up his email and he's like, I gotta go. Class dismissed early. And everyone's like, yay, class is out. It was only like 5 minutes early or whatever, right? And, Jimmy's just confused at this point. So I'm not totally sure how Jimmy figured this out, but later on, like a couple days later, I don't think a week later, but at least a couple days later, right, he figures out that, or he learned somehow, I think like maybe got leaked to a parent and then his mom told him, or somehow he learned that like the substitute teacher that was there that day was not their substitute teacher. And apparently, right, the principal, when he checked his email, what he saw was an email from the substitute teacher agency that like gives them subs, saying like, oh, I'm so sorry, like the sub that we had ready for you just called out sick like a couple minutes ago and we don't have anyone ready. We're so sorry, you might have to cancel the class. So apparently, right, some random woman just walked into the class and no one like, she was just apparently like just looking around for like an empty classroom, assuming that like maybe someone needed a substitute or something. And yeah, she just walked right in and no one questioned anything. And let me just say that, after that day, the Jimmy, right, he started seeing like guards in the school. He started seeing like, actual guards and stuff. And there's actual like protocol after that moment. Apparently it was like a major breach in safety. Obviously, like the only like damage that was done was one kid in that class, probably that Arthur kid, probably now thought the United States was founded in like 1945 or something. But yeah. Subscribe if you haven't already, and now go watch another story video, unless you're bad, I don't know. In today's subscriber story, the crazy math teacher gets caught by a student doing, well, I'm not gonna spoil it, enjoy the story. So the subscriber who sent this in was in a math class, and the teacher who, was the teacher of the math class, her name was, let's call her Miss Davenport, right? Don't wanna actually use the real names here. By the way, if you wanna send in a story, Instagram's in the description. Anyways, right, this was a math class that was pretty difficult in general. It was like an advanced or like an accelerated math class. So it was already at first like pretty difficult. But Miss Davenport was new to the school, so people didn't really know like what her reputation was, how she was going to teach, how difficult she was going to be. But she was incredibly brutal. So, on the first day, some teachers will be like, welcome to the class, this is what we're going to do, and kind of just have like trying to have a good first impression. Well, Miss Davenport was new to the school, so she was really, like, this was really her first impression, like everyone's first impression of her. And then the first day of class, she was like, most of you will not succeed in this class. Like, that was like her ominous tale in the beginning. Like, a lot of teachers will be like, so this is what we're going over, my office hours or whenever, feel free to reach out to me. Nah, bro, she was like, most of you will not succeed. So everyone in the class was like, okay. So 3 weeks into the school year is their first, like, official test. And the test is like 45 minutes because the class period is 45 minutes. And it was on the first unit, which was somewhat review, but there was some new stuff. And they just, they knew it was the accelerated class, so they expected the test to be pretty difficult. Subscriber and his classmates, they were in class, they were sitting there, they were waiting, right? They get there like 5 minutes early to prepare. And people are kind of like talking to each other, and the subscriber's like, hey, do you feel prepared for this? And someone's like, well, this is all kind of like review stuff, but I have no idea what to expect. When you get into a class, the first test is always a pretty good gauge of how difficult the teacher will be, even though sometimes teachers get easier throughout the semester just because they want to make sure people, don't, coast into the midterm, right? Anyway, so they're waiting there, and it's 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, and then the class is supposed to be starting. And they're looking at the door, and, Miss Davenport's not there. They normally would expect a teacher to get there kind of like a little bit before, especially if there's a test. Miss Davenport was always like on time or a minute late, Like, she was one of the last people to enter the classroom normally, which isn't good looks for a teacher, but whatever. But they kind of just assumed on a test day that, she would at least take things a bit more serious and, show up 10 minutes, 15 minutes early to make sure all the copies have been printed out. And, a couple minutes go by, it's like 3 minutes past, and people are starting to, like, look at each other like, hey, like, we only have 45 minutes for this test. Like, do you think she's not coming? 5 minutes have passed, and people are like, dude, she might not be coming. And then on the 9th minute, Miss Davenport comes through the door and like has a bunch of tests in her hand, and she's like, all right, guys, test time. And they're just looking at each other like, hey, yo, we only have 45 minutes and you've already lost 10 minutes? We only have 35 minutes left. She starts handing out copies of the test, and everyone's like, one person eventually like spoke up like and said, not to like be disrespectful or anything, but can we maybe take this test another time as it's already pretty far into the class time? She said, no, you'll be fine. And so everyone's like, okay, maybe this test is like super easy and she like knows that it doesn't matter and that's why she was like late and doesn't think that we should redo it at a different time. No, the material was basically impossible. It even included some stuff that apparently she had not even gone over at that time, and it was like stuff for the next unit. And when someone asked about it, she said, oh, you should be able to figure this out. And yeah, so no one was able to figure it out, and having a little less than 25% less time than they were told that they would have really didn't help, but the test was already pretty impossible by itself. So, they went home that weekend, and on Sunday they checked Canvas, and yeah, most everyone failed that test. And on Canvas, the app that a lot of people use, you can actually see what the average is for a lot of tests. The average was a 50. And, Miss Davenport sent out an email saying, I'm satisfied with how the first set of tests went. There will be no curve. And everyone's like, you're satisfied? So that was the first test of the year. So they already knew that this was not going to be a fun class. So a couple weeks in, they have a quiz. And a quiz isn't as big of a deal of a test, but quizzes add up, right? So the subscriber, he does the quiz, he hands it in, and Miss Davenport says, oh, you didn't put your name on it. He says, oh, my fault. Let me just put my name on it. And she says, nope, you already handed it in. And the guy's like, I'm right here. You caught it, right? I just handed in a second ago. I can easily put my name on it. Subscriber was a little bit worried because of the way that she was like, you didn't put your name on it. And then she was like ominously like, it's too late now. You can't put your name on it now. Where he literally could have just like gotten the paper handed back. He even had his pencil in his hand when he was walking up. So he could have easily just like scribbled in his name. And yeah, he checked Canvas like in a couple days and he got a 0. He didn't even fail it. He got a 0 because he didn't put his name on the test. He got a 0. So he's not doing well in this class, but he's pretty unhappy with how it's being taught. And she's also just not very nice or friendly at all, and also a bad teacher. It's just a mess, a complete mess. The entire class is a complete mess. So he starts asking around, like this is about a month in, he starts asking around to other people, like, how was your experience in this class? And they're telling him similar, like, horror stories. Like, everyone kind of knew about the tests that were brutal and the fact she was late, but, like, no one really knew, like, who was, like, getting, like, individually screwed over by this teacher. For example, people were shocked to hear that he handed in the story I just told you about the quiz with no name and how he got a 0, even though he said, I'll happily put my name on it. And there were other kind of stories similar to that, but I don't want to have this story go on too much of a tangent as it gets pretty juicy pretty soon, and I don't want to like lead away from that. All you need to know is she's been doing similar stuff to other people, and the class overall was starting to feel like she was screwing them over on purpose, and they weren't so happy about it. Pause, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. All right, back to the story. Anyways, right, so the subscriber and a couple people he's talking to in the class, they decide that like, okay, let's actually get like a group chat together where we can like discuss and see if everyone else is on the same page here, because the subscriber was so caught off guard that other stuff had been happening to other people as well. He thought she just like didn't like him specifically and was overall mean, but no, she'd been individually screwing over other people, and apparently some of the other things were worse, but I wasn't even like told what they were. But anyways, right, so they decide to get a group chat together, and that night, you know, they add basically everyone to the class. They don't add a few people because there's some people that are, I don't want to say suspicious, but some people that seem to like always be answering in the front of the class, and that's good. I actually encourage that. But the subscriber basically said they added almost everyone, but they didn't want someone to snitch on it, so they didn't add a few people, but they actually ended up adding them later because they talked to them later and they were on the same page as well. They were just try-harding really hard because the class was really hard and everyone was practically failing. So they get this whole group chat together, and everyone is just coming out with horror stories about this teacher, things that are just like somehow twice as bad or three times as bad as what happened to this guy individually. And for not writing your name on a piece of on your quiz and like getting a 0 for that, even when you could have easily done it, it's that's pretty bad. But there are things like two, three times as bad apparently, and the whole class came together saying basically like this can't continue. So the following I'm going to say I do not condone. I do not condone spying on anyone, sneaking around, or anything like that. But it's a very interesting story, and it gets pretty exciting and dramatic and all that. So I thought I'd tell it on the channel. Just wanted to give that little tiny disclaimer before I move on. So someone in the group had been saying something about how he found he saw the principal and this new teacher, hanging out a lot, and said that like the principal and Miss Davenport are suspiciously close with each other. If you don't know, like unless like someone comes in already married, you're not allowed to like date within like a supervisor cannot date some kind of subordinate because the principal apparently like has influence on I don't know like the salaries of the teacher, and unless they like disclose that or they come in married already, like that's a pretty big no-no. So then someone in the class was like, okay, well there's a decent shot that they're just friends, but on the slight occasion that they happen to be more than friends and we can catch them, like Miss Davenport will just no longer be teaching the class. And honestly, like if I'm gonna slip in here for a second, it would be better to go to Miss Davenport directly with your concerns instead of trying to get her fired. But once again, disclaimer out of the way, I'm just telling the story. Don't come after the messenger. This is just for entertainment purposes. But anyways, so what they decide to do is they decide to delegate a few people in the group as kind of spies to kind of snoop around and see if they can catch Miss Davenport and the teacher doing anything they shouldn't be doing. Today's secret word of the day is spy. So if you made it this far into the video, I want you to go down the comment section and comment spy down below. I'll try and heart as many as I can, but there's just been so many comments, which I do appreciate, but it just means I can't heart all of them. But comment spy and you'll probably get a heart, and maybe you'll get top commenter or whatever. Anyways, back to the story. So the subscriber and a few of his other classmates, they kind of agreed to be the spies, including the one that said that he had the initial suspicion. So it was the subscriber and three other people were, delegated to, kind of just keep an extra eye, like just kind of like not even keep an extra eye, but honestly go on reconnaissance missions to try and find it, just to try and prove that they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. I don't even want to underplay it. It was like a super spy operation. Anyway, so the subscriber and the three other people, it's a Friday, and they decide to just, wait around after school. Wait around after school to see, where the principal and or Miss Davenport end up going. And obviously, right, they have some boundaries. They're not going to go back to their, places of residence. I mean, spying on people in general and sneaking around, like, that's not good. I do not endorse that. But once again, I'm just telling the story. Anyways, but they do have some limitations. They're not going to go to their place of residence. They're not going to, like, intentionally, like, stalk them too hard. I don't know what that means. But anyways, right, they see Miss Davenport, and she is walking down the street. And, like, about a 5-minute walk away is this kind of, like, part of the town that they're near that has a lot of shops and, like, food places. So if she's just going down there, they're going to follow along just like a little bit behind. Anyways, so, they start walking down the street, and Miss Davenport is very, very clearly going to this kind of like section of town where all the food shops are. And they decide to, they go and kind of follow her down there. And they notice that she goes to this really popular cafe. So she walks in there, and unfortunately, right, the windows, they aren't tinted, but it's like at the right time of day, and the windows are cloudy enough that they can't really see clearly in there. But they know that she went in there. So they kind of like looked at each other, and they're like, we need one of you guys to go in there and kind of see like what she's doing, right? We want to know if she's like actually like, if she's meeting up with the principal or not. And if she isn't, then maybe this was all for nothing. But there's a chance she is. And if our suspicion is right, then like, I don't know, we could have an actual normal year in math potentially. So, they look around at each other. No one really wants to do it. But the subscriber pipes up and says, you know what? I'll do it. So would like a little bit of video proof so that people will actually believe him and that they might, begin to build a case in a sense. So what he does is he turns on his phone camera.
And while it's very obvious if you're like recording someone, what he did was he just had it on like the whole time. So he didn't like turn it on and start recording. So he would kind of naturally walk in there, look like he's checking his phone. And then if he wanted to get a really clear video of them, he would make it look like he was taking a snap to someone. So it almost looked like he was like moving his phone up to like take a Snapchat photo in their direction, but then he would continue doing it and make it look like he was just passing time, right? So he went into the coffee shop. So he goes into the coffee shop, and at first he can't really find Miss Davenport. So he's kind of just like looking around a little bit, and then, you know, he decides, okay, I'm just gonna sit down. I'm just gonna try and like check things out. So he decides, he sits down at one of the window seats, and he's looking out, and he's just kind of waiting. He's like, you know, did she just stop in here quickly? Did she like exit out the back or something? And as he's about to like get up and leave and be like, guys, this was like a dead end. Like there was like, it's whatever, it's over, right? He kind of feels like he wants to like, you know, stop by the bathroom. I don't know, he had to go pee or something. And he's walking down to the bathroom, and he still has his phone out, and his phone is still recording. And as he's walking to the bathroom, he sees in the very seat at the very, very back, Miss Davenport, and who else would it be sitting with her but yes, the principal. So anyways, he kind of like perks up, and he looks down at his phone, and he does get it. He catches it on camera. He's like, okay. And he rushes over to the bathroom, slips in there really quickly, and is just like chilling on his phone for a second. And he stops the recording, he looks at it, and yes, he gets them. He gets them on camera. It's not the greatest recording of all time, but it's good enough to like prove to his friends that, yeah, they were there. So he kind of like collects his stuff, puts his phone away, opens the bathroom door, and since like the table was far enough in the corner that like he could open the door enough to kind of like cover his identity, and he kind of just like quickly power walked out of there, out of the cafe to his friends. He explained what happened, showed them the video, and then that night they went on the group chat. He told everyone what happened. He sent the video, and everyone's like, okay, that's really suspicious. Like and the dude was like, I told you guys, right? And then one person kind of like piped up and said, hey, like, we cannot go to them with a case if this is the only thing we have, because this can be explained away. And everyone's like, but dude, it's so suspicious. It's so weird. And the guy's like, I know, but they could just be friends. They could be talking about work. And even if they're not, even if they actually are up to something, if we just go to them with this, they'll explain it away. We'll get in more trouble. She'll probably be worse to us in class. And then afterwards, they'll be much more careful, and we'll never be able to form another case again. And then someone's like, okay, you kind of got a point. So the subscriber and the three other kind of like spies or messengers, or, you know, whatever we want to call them, right, say, you know what, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going with the case. So the subscriber and the three other people who were like the spies were a little like not totally sure what they were going to do next. So someone just suggested to them saying, how about you just kind of like camp out the classroom and just see if like either of them go in there and like, or leave from it. Like just camp outside the classroom for the next like week or so, and be like, you know, careful about it. You don't want to get caught or anything, but that's kind of like our only chance. Subscriber and the other guys that were doing the thing with them, right? After class, you know, after school, I should say, right as like her last class ends, they kind of camp outside her classroom, and they kind of like, there's like behind the hall, there's like another classroom that's kind of like empty and open. So what they do is they camp out there, and they have their laptops, and they're pretending to do work, but they also have a very clear view of the classroom without having the classroom, anyone like walking into it, having a clear view of them. So the first day of camping out, they look out there, nothing's really happening for like an hour, and then eventually, you know, the teacher leaves, right? You know, Miss Davenport just leaves, and nothing happens, and they're kind of bummed out because they're like, we camped all this time for nothing. And the subscriber's like, all right, we're coming back tomorrow. And the other guys were like, dude, this might just be nothing. And he's like, okay, well, we'll do this for a week, and if it doesn't pay off after a week, then the case is just closed, and we're just gonna have to fail this math class. Again, I'm gonna step in here for a second. Guys, if you have problems with your teachers, don't do this. Talk to them, but whatever, this is an interesting story. Anyways, they come back the next day, and they're sitting there, and they're sitting there again, and the other guys are like, dude, this is gonna be the same thing as it was yesterday. She's gonna like grade stuff in our classroom and then leave, and it's gonna be a total waste of time. And the subscriber's like, we just gotta hold out. We gotta do this. We said we'd do it, we're gonna do it. And it was like 45 minutes in, and one of the guys was like, okay, I'm gonna leave in 10. Like, I'm very bored. And as he said that, he sees who else, right? Who else would it be? The principal walks into that classroom and shuts the door. And they're like, oh my God, what do we do? like, what are we going to do? Can't necessarily walk in right away because they won't catch them doing anything right away, but they also don't want to wait too long. So what they decide is someone who, not the subscriber, one of the other guys decides to quickly walk by the classroom in about 2 minutes, right? He waits 2 minutes and then he quickly walks by the classroom. And then once he walks by, he's going to give them either a thumbs up, which means go in there recording, right? That this is the big sting operation, or a thumbs down, it's not worth it. So the guy walks by the classroom, he looks into the door briefly and like sprints by. Like once he's done, he just sprints by. He turns around with this face of shock and like a little bit of a smile and has 2 big thumbs up. And the subscriber like is feeling super nervous to do this, but what he does, he turns on his camera, he does it in kind of like an incognito way, so it's not super obvious he's recording, and the other 2 people who are in the class as well go up to the door and just open it. It's not locked, which is a big mistake on their part, and what do they see? They see Miss Davenport and the principal doing some things they should not be doing. And their cover was they were coming in to like ask, Miss Davenport for like help on the math or whatever, and Miss Davenport just looks at them. The principal just looks at them. And they're like, oh, can we have help on math? Oh. And they're like, oh, so sorry, we should have knocked, like, bye. And they just run out of there. They just run out of there, and they run to, like, down the hall, and they go around, and then they exit the school. They're all panting. They're like, did you get that on camera? Did you get that on camera? And the subscriber's like, I don't know. And they check the camera. They look through the feed. It's a little shaky, but there we go. A very clear image/video of exactly what they needed. So they quickly sent, the video and the whole story to the group chat. And within like a day, they sent a report in because that was like a Friday or something. So, they had the weekend to send in the report. And by the time everyone came into class on Monday, there was kind of no teacher right away, which they assumed Ms. Davenport was this late again. But then a substitute came in and they said, hey, I'm going to be filling in for your teacher for the week. After that week was over, Ms. Davenport, believe it or not, did not come back. And it was a new math teacher. And she came in, she said, hey, I'm Miss, whatever, right? I'm going to be your new math teacher. Help me out, get me caught up where you guys were left off. And I think we're going to have a great year together. And this teacher was actually great. And by the way, they also got a new principal within 2 weeks as well. And that was not how I expected the story to go when I was reading it, but I thought I had to tell it. Subscribe if you haven't already, and watch another story if you're bored. Subscriber story. The friend of the subscriber seems to be really close with the TA, who's the one grading all their work. And at one point, the subscriber actually accidentally walks in on his friend and the TA I don't want to spoil it. Enjoy the story. The subscriber told me that the story took place during college, and in his college, he had a really difficult math class. It was like a higher level math, and like it was probably the one class that was like taking up the most of his time. A lot of times in college or even in high school, right, you'll be taking a bunch of classes, a bunch of different courses, but there will be like one course or class that ends up taking like 90% of your time when you're doing homework, or just your stress is like 90% devoted to this one class. This math class was that class. The subscriber also had a friend in the class, and her name was Claire. Claire was also trying to do the same major as him. It was either like I think it was like, maybe it was like a computer science or maybe some kind of like STEM related major, right? And it required this math class. So they ended up becoming friends because they were both, struggling a bit in the class, and they both went to an extra help session so that they together to like answer some questions, and they just kind of like started hanging out after that. It was 100% platonic. They were just like on the same level when it came to math, so that it was just like a lifeline in the class. And they ended up studying a lot together so they can try and like help each other succeed. One day there was a particularly hard topic, and they were studying together, and they just honestly weren't making any ground when it came to the topic. It was just, they couldn't really understand conceptually what was going on. They were able to do some of the intro level practice problems, but the harder, like the intermediate and the advanced practice problems, because the teacher before a quiz gave them like a review sheet as well as some example problems. They couldn't figure out the intermediate or the hard ones, and unfortunately, the quizzes and tests usually started at the intermediate problems and only would go up in the difficulty. So they were like, okay, yeah, we're kind of screwed here. This is not great, right? So they went into that test that day, both really feeling like, oh my God, no idea what's going on, or at least the subscriber felt that way. Because the subscriber was like studying with Claire, and Claire really didn't know much more than him when it came to this, right? But a week goes by and they get the results back. And unfortunately, right, the subscriber bombed the quiz, probably got like 60 something on it, right? Not a great showing. It was a difficult quiz. The median was like a, I don't know, a 75 or an 80. So it was definitely a difficult quiz, but he definitely didn't get the concept and it was apparent, right? But when he asked Claire what she got an 85, which, right, that doesn't sound like it's incredibly good, but the median was about a 75, and Claire was coming in with his assumption that she wasn't understanding it to the same level as him. So he just kind of assumed that she maybe talked to someone last minute who really explained the concept, or maybe she was even holding back when they were having their study session. At the same time, it just felt a little weird because he felt that they were on the same page for so long, and that whenever they both felt like they were, like, whenever he did a study session with Claire, whenever he felt like, they were both on top of it, they would both do well. And in the past, when he felt like she wasn't really getting it as well, she also did about as well as he did. He kind of felt like they were on the same page. So all of a sudden, it was just a little weird, but he just assumed that, like, last minute she figured it out, which happens all the time, honestly, in math, and it's not that rare. Spoiler, it was not for that reason, though. Pause. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Thanks. Play. So just so you know, in a lot of college classes, the teacher or the professor isn't actually the one who grades the work. Teacher assistants are like recent graduates or PhDs or whatever in that subject or in teaching. It depends, right? And they're the one who will end up doing the grunt work as kind of like an entry level to the teaching profession. So for this math class, the work was graded by a TA. Maybe the final exam was graded by the professor because that was like a huge percentage of their grade, and he really wanted to make sure he was the one grading that. But, either way, the majority of the stuff is graded by a TA in the class, and the subscriber knew this. The subscriber also was aware of, like, the TA, didn't know his name, but he knew what the guy looked like as he would be in class sometimes, and he would collect the papers at the end of quizzes. So a couple days after he talked to Claire about how the test went, he went to a coffee shop that was off campus and wasn't the most popular one for students, but was one that students went to occasionally, and happened to be one that the subscriber liked to go to a lot because not a lot of students went there all the time, and sometimes he just liked, not having to see people that he knows and go up to them, be like, sometimes you just want to go places and not be forced to talk to people, and that's totally valid. I understand that, right? But anyways, right, so he walks over to the coffee shop, and he's about to enter in, and it's a pretty small coffee shop, but there's a window that you can see inside. And he looks inside the window, just glances in just to see, like, oh, how many people are in there? If there's someone I know, maybe I don't want to go in, right? And he sees Claire in there, and he sees Claire sitting at the same table as the TA. And he was like, that's really weird. Like, that's not a normal thing that normally happens, right? I mean, maybe. I mean, getting, like, with your professor, right, getting coffee or whatever, it doesn't happen as often with the TA, and that's not necessarily to say that it was super suspicious, but the subscriber decided not to go in. And instead, next time he saw Claire at one of the study sessions that they planned, he kind of briefly asked, like, hey, I saw you with the TA, like, are you guys, like, friends or whatever? Because he didn't really expect anything, right? The subscriber wasn't really expecting anything, but he was just kind of curious. And Claire was a little defensive. She's like, oh, how did you see us? And he said, oh, I just went to the same coffee shop as you guys were at. And the subscriber lied and said he went in and grabbed coffee quickly, even though he really didn't go. He just didn't feel like explaining that he saw them and ran away, right? He didn't want to make it sound weird. And Claire was acting a little bit weird and dodging the question, kind of being a little more evasive than probably what she needed to be, since he wasn't really beforehand expecting anything. So a little bit of time passes, and they cover another topic in class, and it's really hard. It's somehow harder and more complex than the last topic they covered. So the subscriber and Claire decide to meet up and, go over what they know. And this time, which is interesting, the night before doesn't work for them, but they have a little bit of time, like, free beforehand, like about an hour, right? So they prepare, like, a little bit, they do some studying and such, and it's to no avail, right? The subscriber has no idea what's going on. And he gets to, like, he meets up with Claire. He's like, hey, do you have any idea what's happening? And she said, no, I'm really lost on this unit. Like, I was hoping you would know something. He's like, shoot, I don't know either. And she's like, all right, let's just go through it, see what we can do, honestly. Like, there's no guarantees here, but let's at least just see what's up. Claire and the subscriber are sitting there for the entire hour period before the class and, the test as well. It's a quiz, but it's like a quiz on each topic, and the quizzes sometimes quizzes don't have a lot of weight, but quizzes in this class were like worth doing well on, and it's bad if you did poorly on too many, right? So they're there for the entire hour before class, going over review questions, rereading the textbook, really trying to understand what's going on. And honestly, it's to no avail. And this time, like, the subscriber is pretty convinced. Like, at this point, like, Claire really doesn't know anything. Like, she doesn't, like, unless she's hiding knowledge, like, she's pretending to not know as much as she does. There's no way, like, beforehand that she could have, like, talked to someone. The only way she, like, figures it all out on the test day, which is so uncommon. I think that's happened to me once. Like, I've gone into a math test not really getting it, and then I just barely get it on the day of the test. But that never actually happens, right? That happens once in a blue moon. So the subscriber was going in like, okay, Claire and I are screwed. Like, this is not going to be great. This is going to be a bloodbath. This is going to be so tough. An absolute shellacking for a day. Like, it's going to be in the history books of tough moments of subscriber, right? Of the subscriber. It's in his history books now. So the subscriber gets in the class, and he just looks to the test and is like, was this written in Arabic? Is this written in Japanese? Like, I have no idea what any of this says, man. Like, what are these letters? What are these characters? What does this even mean? Like, it's just one of those days. And he knew that, like, he's not going to pass this. Unless there's like a 90% curve, he's just not going to pass this exam. And he looks over at Claire, and she just barely has anything written down. She's at kind of like the same stage as him. Like, you can kind of tell, like, how people are doing is if they leave, like, a ton of questions blank, yeah, maybe they're just, like, saving them, which, you know, I normally skip questions I don't get and go back to them later. But if they're skipping, like, most of the questions, you know it's not going to be a good day for them, right? Because if you're skipping a question, there's a decent shot you're not going to get it entirely, right? So he looks over at Claire, and she's skipped, like, 75% of the questions. It's only like a quiz, so there's only like 8 questions on one sheet or 2 sheets. I don't even know. I have to guess at this point, right? But she skips like 6 of the 8 questions, at least in the very beginning. So he's feeling okay. He's like, okay, at least I got a fail partner. You know, sometimes you just feel better when someone you know in the class fails as well. I know that sounds bad, but you just feel better about yourself, at least a little bit. So, you know, a couple of days, about a week goes by, and they get their test grades back. And yeah, the subscriber flunked it again. The median on this was like a 70, so like it was definitely much harder. And it was a bit of a struggle, right, for basically all the class. And then he asked Claire, like, oh, how did she do? And she said, I got an 85. And he's like, and he kind of said, like, how? Like, and he said, like, in the beginning of class, you had no idea what was going on. She's like, I don't know. I guess I just kind of figured it out on the test. And he's like, okay, I guess. Like, I guess that makes sense. But this time he was just like, he wasn't necessarily suspicious. Yeah, he was suspicious. Never mind. It just felt weird. Like, she had no idea going in, and then she does well above the average of people who probably did know at least a thing or two. But he said, okay, this happens. I'm not going to rule it out. Like, it's a little weird, but this happens, I guess, right? So anyways, he decides to come in the next day early for class. He's going to come in early. He's going to study the notes before. This is the time when he turns around his experience in class. It's a class like 30 minutes early just to get like a seat, sit down, to start like reading up on what they're going to start talking about in the lecture, you know, just to kind of like get a sense of what's going on. You know, so he opens the door is unlocked, right, for some reason. He was kind of expecting that there's a chance it would have been locked and then he would have went like sat outside or something. But the door was mysteriously unlocked, right? And he just walks right in there, and right in front of him, Claire and the TA are just hooking up. Yeah, so the subscribers are completely blown away because he didn't even think of that as like he thought Claire was maybe cheating, maybe, right? But he didn't see this coming for like a mile away, right? So he's standing there kind of shocked, and Claire and the TA right away are like realize someone's in there. Claire's like, shoot. But then she kind of realizes it's like her friend. So she's not 100% screwed, but still has a lot of explaining to do. So Claire walks up, locks the door, and says, hey, all right, let's talk for a sec. And the subscriber's like, yeah, let's talk for a sec. Like, you got a thing or two to tell me. She was like, look, we met on a dating app, and we weren't 100%. We didn't know that, like, he was a TA, and he didn't know that I was in, like, his class. And it was only until, like, we met in person, and, like, he realized, he was like, oh, my God, I think I've seen you in the class I grade for. Because it's a lecture class. There's a lot of people in the class. And she's like, shoot, like, is this going to ruin anything? I really like what we had. And he said, it doesn't have to, but we got to keep it on the down low, right? And also part of the whole deal of the relationship was the TA knew her name, right? So whenever he saw the test or the quiz that she was like, that she handed in, he would always grade it much nicer than he graded any of the other ones, which is obviously an unfair advantage. And the subscriber was not too happy about that. Subscriber didn't really care about the fact that, Claire had a relationship with the TA because they were both like adults and he didn't really care, right? But what he did care about was the fact that, she was getting an unfair advantage and he was studying probably just as hard, if not maybe harder, he didn't know, and was getting, demolished in the class. So he was like, okay, guys, like, Claire, I like you, but obviously, like, you're getting an unfair advantage. And he's like, just let me think for a second. And the TA is like, yeah, no, of course, bro. Like, just sit down. Like, think about it. If you want anything, let me know. He's like, yeah, okay. So the subscriber sits down, and he's like, shoot, like, I'm kind of mad that Claire's getting an unfair advantage, but I like Claire. We've had only good interactions together. And, like, I don't want to just, like, I don't want to ruin, I just don't want to mess things up, but I'm also upset. If you made it this far into the video, comment math in the comment section down below. Math is the secret word. Almost forgot to say it. I just like to see you made it this far, and if you want a free heart, comment math. I just want to say I don't necessarily condone the actions of what the subscriber's about to do, but it was just such an interesting story. I had to tell it on the channel. So the subscriber goes up to the TA and Claire and says, hey, I'm not going to tell anyone under one condition. They're like, yeah, sure, what's up? Like, well, what's the condition? And the subscriber's like, hey, TA, my name is, and then he says his name. I'm not actually going to say it, right? He said, whenever you see a test or a quiz with my name on it, I'm the only guy in the class with my name. Make sure you grade it as nicely as you grade Claire's, and there will be no issues. And the TA was like, at first he was like, I don't know if I can do that. And then the subscriber kind of looks at him. And the TA is like, actually, no, I totally got you. Like, yeah, no, like, just forget this ever happened and you will have some pretty good grades in this class. Just keep trying so it's not obvious. And the subscriber's like, yeah, I got you. Subscribe and now go watch an old story video. Easiest way to do that, Storytime playlist. Top link in description.
In today's subscriber story, the teacher's out for the day, so they get the class a substitute teacher. However, this substitute teacher turns out to be pretty evil, bro. She probably does her worst act at the end, so make sure to stick around. And with that being said, enjoy the story. So the subscriber who sent this in, he's pretty old now. He's like in high school or whatever, which makes me as a college man saying that is old feel like a really old man. But anyways, right? So this subscriber, this story actually took place back when he was in 7th grade. So he was in a math class in 7th grade and he had some friends in it. And it was a relatively hard class, but it was also pretty fun. And they really liked the teacher. But one day they get to class, right? And they're kind of waiting around. And the thing is, the teacher is like one of those dudes who like wakes up at 5:30 a.m., goes to bed at like 8:30 at night, right? He's definitely on the early side of the early riders. I've tried to do that myself a few times and this has absolutely failed. I just sleep in every time. But anyways, right? So he normally gets there like 5 or 10 minutes before anyone else. So whenever the first person walks into the math class, they're always greeted by the math teacher, and no one has ever been in the class before he's been there. There hasn't even been one occasion, right? So they get there, and the subscriber walks into math class and looks to the desk where the teacher normally is, and he notices that the desk is empty. And he's like, oh, wow. It startles him because he has never been in the class when the teacher's not been there. He's even gotten there like 5 minutes early. That's how I know the dude gets there early too, because the subscriber once got there early and the teacher was already there. And he's also explained to the class how he gets up at like 5:30 in the morning to go do like his workout or whatever, right? So they kind of like realize that something is off today. So he goes to the back of the class and, he sits next to one of his friends that he always sits next to. Because while they don't have assigned seats, they definitely have assigned seats. If you know, you know, right? And he asks, like, bro, like, where's the teacher? He's never been late. Saying that, like, as they're sitting down, this woman walks into the room, and she's probably like 22, 23. She can't be, like, that far out of college, right? Maybe she's even, like, last year, potentially. But most likely she's out of college. So the woman introduces herself as Miss Jones. She says, hi, everyone. My name is Miss Jones, and I will be your substitute teacher today. Mr. I don't know, like the teacher you normally have. I'm just not going to come up with a name because he's not going to be referenced again, and I get confused way too easily with these names. Your teacher, basically, he's out sick and was really last minute. He caught, like, he ate something he shouldn't have ate last night, apparently, and it really has not been settling well with him, and we had to call in a substitute really last minute, so that's why you guys didn't know beforehand. But hi, my name is Miss Jones. I also know that you guys will be, you have a quiz to cover and also some new material to go over. So we'll be doing the quiz first, and then I will be teaching you guys the new material.
as I did a lot of math in high school. I'm pretty sure I can cover this. So everyone was like, okay, that's fine. And the first impressions of Miss Jones were like, oh, she seems cool. Like, she's fresh out of college. Like, whatever. Like, she seems pretty cool. She seems like she'll be a good substitute. My God, were they wrong. First impressions don't always equal, like, who someone actually is. First impressions, a lot of people will, like, judge you off of, so have good first impressions. But wow, this first impression apparently was, like, polar opposite of what would happen in literally, like, 3 minutes after. It's pretty funny. So the substitute hands out the first quiz, and she says, it looks like you guys will be given 15 minutes to finish this. She looks over the quiz, and she's like, yeah, you guys should be fine, right? So she hands it out, and everyone's, begins. And everyone, like, starts out by taking out their calculators and their pencils, and the teacher's like, whoa, you don't need a calculator for this. And then one of the, the students pipes up and says, Mr. Whatever, like, our teacher normally lets us use a calculator. And she starts looking at the quiz. And the subscriber can only assume that she's looking at the math problems and seeing how relatively easy they would be for her, even though obviously she's done years and years of math in college. And she's just like, no, you guys obviously don't need a calculator for this. And the subscriber looks down at the quiz, and for his level of math, man, he was in 7th grade at the time. Yeah, when telling me the story, because now he's in high school, he could probably do it without a calculator. But at the time, he remembers seeing it and being like, yeah, I need a calculator to do this. I've never done it without a calculator. Like, the teacher, my, professor, or not professor, it's middle school, bro, or high school. My teachers also, like, never taught me how to do it without a calculator. I honestly can't do this without a calculator. And she's just looking at all of them like, well, okay, I know your teacher, who's normally in class, has you do that, but, who's teaching you now? And then they all kind of look at her like, wow, I thought she was chill. It's only been 3 minutes, and she's already saying, like, we can't use our calculators just because she says so. And even when we explain that, like, we always use our calculators, she says no just because who's teaching the class, quote unquote. Like, wow, okay. Right, so everyone kind of just doesn't question her because, like, they don't want to fight with the substitute. Like, they're like, okay, like, this is really annoying, and we'll probably just explain to the teacher, like, our actual teacher. They just think this to themselves. They don't say this, by the way, but they basically say to themselves, like, okay, we'll just explain to our actual teacher that, like, we were forced to do this quiz without a calculator, and we really think he'll understand. Because the dude was apparently super awesome. Like, he was a great teacher, and he just, like, understood. Like, he just, sometimes teachers will not understand, or they'll choose not to understand. This dude was a bro, and he just understood. Like, he had been in college before. He had been doing all of this before. This wasn't anything new. Like, he had been there, and he, like, he kept his perspective. Sometimes teachers, man, like, they just, like, the second they're out of, like, being, like, school, it's like, and they become a teacher, it's like they instantly assume, like, the rules have changed. It's different now. Like, I know I experienced this, but these kids, nah. They must be different, right? No, everyone faces, like, the same stuff. Anyways, right, bit of a tangent. Anyway, so they're just going ahead, they're doing the test, and the subscriber's just like, I'm gonna actually fail this because he couldn't finish a single problem without the calculator. And yeah, maybe he should have been able to do that, and he was a little reliant on the calculator, to be fair. But at the same time, they had not learned how to do it without one yet. So he's sitting there, and it's like 7 minutes in. And he's like, okay, I bet I could get a little bit farther into these problems because I still have half the time. As she said in the very beginning, you guys have 15 minutes to finish this quiz, right? Real quick, if you enjoy storytime videos, make sure you do go ahead and subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to hit 400K by the time New Year's rolls around. That's a pretty big stretch if it's actually going to happen, so every subscription helps. And with that being said, back to the story. I'm making those promos really short, guys. Are you proud of me? Anyway, so this teacher kind of looks around at the class, and she looks at the clock, and she looks down at the copy that she has, because she actually still has a copy of the test. I think, like, someone wasn't there that day, so there was, like, 1 or 2 extra copies. So she was looking over at it, and she was just looking at everyone. Then she's looking back at the test, and she started to get, like, annoyed. So the subscriber is working pretty hard, and he's getting through it, and he's feeling pretty good about himself. But then, all of a sudden, the teacher, like, he hears the teacher say something. The substitute, I should say. And he looks up, and Ms. Jones is like, guys, okay, I know it's only been 7 minutes, but I'm going to collect the quizzes. You guys should really be done by now. And everyone's like, what? What? There's like chatter and stuff. She's like, I don't want to hear it. I'm collecting quizzes. Like, this material, I'm looking at it. You guys should definitely be done with this. I don't know why you're given 15 minutes, so I'm going to actually collect these early because you guys should be done with this. And the subscriber's like, what? Like, I barely had a chance without my calculator with 15 minutes, but only 7 minutes? Like, I haven't finished any of these problems. I'm sure I'd get done with them in 15 minutes, but I'm definitely not done with them now. So, like, people are kind of complaining and, like, whining a little bit, and she says, I don't want to hear it. I'm going to take your quizzes. So she starts going around collecting quizzes, and, like, the subscriber, like, is frantically, like, writing something down because he's about to finish one problem. Like, he was super slow without the calculator and wasn't able to get any other problem fully done, just a little bit, but he was just finishing up one problem, and he looks up, and the substitute teacher is just looking down at him, and she's like, erase that. And he's like, what do you mean? She said, erase that. Like, I said I was collecting it and we're done. And he said, yeah, but you didn't collect mine. I did this before you collected it. She said, I was watching you. You were doing it while I was collecting. He's like, yeah, but you didn't collect it. She said, nope, that's cheating. Erase that. So reluctantly, he just looks down at his paper and is kind of like angrily like erases it and hands it up really jerkily. And she kind of like smiles at him. And he's so thrown off by this. She's like, and he's just like, why are you smiling at me? He doesn't say this, but he thinks like, why? Like, why is she smiling at me? Guys, if you made it this far into the video, I want you to comment evil teacher down in the comment section down below. Yes, evil teacher. That's the secret word of the day. I forgot to do in the last 2 videos because I got too into the stories, but I wrote down in my notes like, remember to ask for the secret phrase. So don't worry, guys. Secret phrase. You'll get a bunch of free hearts. I'm going to heart as many of those comments as I can. If you want to get top commenter on the channel, easiest way to farm hearts. So yeah, comment evil teacher in the comment section down below. With that being said, back to the story and a little preview. It only gets worse from here. Anyway, so she collects all the papers and everyone's kind of like grumpy at this point. So she's like, okay, time to like teach the new material. And so she goes up to the board, and instead of like following the instructions that were left by the teacher or were given by the teacher of the previous class to the substitute, she just completely ignores that. Like, they notice her open like the guide and then close it immediately, just enough so she could know what the topic was. And she starts going on and explaining the math topic, but like almost on purpose, like using like phrases and words that she knew that they would never be able to know. And she started using concepts from like really late math, like algebra 2, pre-calculus, to explain some really basic fundamental math stuff you learn in 7th grade, honestly just to confuse the class. Okay, the subscriber can't be certain of that fact, but it was very apparent by the way that she acted before and the stuff she's about to do. So while she's quote-unquote explaining, the math and like really not explaining it in terms any 7th grader could ever understand, right? One of the kids in the subscriber's class ends up raising their hand to ask a question. And when this person asks a question, the substitute teacher looks at them, smiles, and laughs. And the subscriber's mouth is like dropped. He's like, I knew the substitute teacher was evil, bro, but like, what? She's laughing at a question? She's a teacher. She's supposed to be like, yes, a question, of course, let me explain it, not, haha, you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, she was legitimately evil. It was kind of crazy, right? Anyways, though, so she just keeps teaching. She doesn't even address the question. She just laughs, and at this point, the subscriber's like, okay, this class is a wash. I'm just trying to get through it. I'm not even going to pay attention because there's nothing to pay attention to. My God, do I pray for my teacher's recovery? Like, I would be praying for his recovery either way because he's a good dude, but like, my God, I need him to come back. This can't go on anymore. Thankfully, this was not a super long class. It was only like 45 minutes or something. It's not like she was like a homeroom teacher and they had her for like half the day or whatever, right? So the class eventually ends and the subscriber is just ecstatic, right? And then she says on the way out, she says, oh, don't forget to hand in your homework to me, as you're leaving, right? And the subscriber honestly thought nothing about it because, yeah, he's just handing in homework. And also, he was in such a good mood because the class was over, and this was hopefully the last time he'd ever have to interact with her, right? So he was like, like a big old smile, like, thank you, even though he didn't mean it. He was just in such a good mood that the class was over. He hands in his homework, and everyone is kind of like filing out the door, handing in their homework, right? So they're all walking down the hall, and the substitute teacher looks at them, and like walks out the door and kind of like makes a noise like, "Hey guys," and they all turn around and she looks at them with this big smile on her face. And they all look back at her and she's holding all their homework in one hand together. And the thing was, the homework was on one single piece of paper and there was like 25 like kids in the class, so it wasn't a very thick stack. She looks at them, holds up their homework, tears all of them down the middle, tears it in half, looks at all of them, smiles, and says, "Have a good life," slams the door. Everyone's mouths drop. They just stand there in like shock for a minute. And they're just, the subscriber eventually, who's pissed at this point, he's so mad after being shocked. He was in a state of shock for like a good like 30 seconds. Eventually, after being, out of the shock, right, he turns to all of them, he says, "Okay, we got to go to the principal's right now. We have like 15 minutes before the next class. We explain everything. We're going to get like the quizzes back. We have to go to the principal." So they all run up to the principal's office and they go in and they explain what happened. And the dude was really mad. The principal was like, "If what you're saying is true, like, that's a serious violation of whatever code of conduct or whatever the temp agency we went to or the substitute teacher agency, like, we're going to get her fired. She'll never come back. Let's confront her now." So they all, like, run down to the classroom because he's like, "I got to have an actual conversation to see what happened." I'll rush down to the classroom, and by the time they get there, she was gone. And she was gone from the classroom. And apparently, like, she never was, like a substitute teacher again. She was never seen back at the school. And the subscriber doesn't actually know what happened to her. Like, he just never followed her origin story. Storytime playlist, top link in the description. Go watch that piece.
In today's story, the substitute teacher, they forgot to clear their search history, and it got pretty bad. It actually got extremely awkward. Anyways, enjoy the story. Anyways, right, so the subscriber who sent this in, let's just call him PJ, right? I know a lot of really good PJs, so this guy's a good kid, too. I can just tell from his, like, profile pic. He's a good kid. Anyways, right, so PJ, we'll call him PJ, he sent me this story of when, he was in history class, right? It was just a normal day in history class, or so he thought, right? He gets to history class, gets there a couple minutes early, he sits next to his friend. He says having a pretty good time. I mean, not really. He's about to go to history class. I mean, how exciting can that be? Unless it's, I don't know, history of Bitcoin mining or something. I don't know, man. Anyways, right, so he's sitting in history class, and he's waiting for the teacher. And the teacher normally is there, like, before most of the students. I mean, that's normally the case with a lot of classes. Teacher just happens to be there, either on time or a little bit before. I've definitely had classes where teachers were, like, the last ones there, but, like, unlucky for us, I guess. Like, just tough, like, deal with it. But anyways, right, so, PJ, he's sitting there, and, he's with his friends. He's just like, "Oh, I mean, where's the teacher? Like, I've been sitting here for a while. I'm just a little confused." And, so, the teacher never shows. And it's like 2 or 3 minutes later, and some random guy walks in. And this is like a younger guy. Let's say he's probably like 24, 25, probably fresh out of grad school or something for, I don't know, being a teacher. I don't really know how the education system works when it comes to being a teacher, man. That's not my forte. If you want to ask me about the education system when it comes to, like, specializing in Bitcoin. Okay, I'm going to shut up now. Anyway, so the substitute teacher walks in and says, "Hey, guys, I'm Mr. Let's call him Mr. Steven. Yeah, Mr. Steven." Anyways, right, Mr. Steven, he comes in, and he's just like, "Hey, guys, like, I'm going to be your substitute teacher. Your teacher's sick today, so, I'm coming in for, like, the class. And I'm looking at the class notes, and it looks like we have a movie to watch." That's a good feeling, right? When you're in class and it's like, okay, it's movie time, even if the movie kind of sucks, like the movie isn't that great, for some reason it is always so much better than actually doing, like, actual work. Even if for some reason the actual work might have been, like, legitimately more entertaining, for some reason it actually doesn't matter. As long as you're watching a movie, it's going to be a good day. Anyways, he said, "Okay, your teacher sent me in the lesson plan. Today we're watching a movie, and I got a download link for it, so just give me a second." So, Mr. Steven, right? Mr. Steven, he goes on his computer, he downloads the movie. All the people are kind of talking with each other because, he's just downloading the movie, so it's kind of a free period for people to talk. People are like, "All right, like, movie time, baby, let's go." Because I don't know about you, but whenever class was like, a movie class, it was always a good day. It was legitimately always a good day when that was the case. So everyone was pretty hyped, everyone was pretty excited. And eventually, Mr. Steven, he actually gets the movie to download. He figures out how to use technology. But the thing is, right, Mr. Steven wasn't totally sure how to, use the AirPlay feature. He wasn't totally sure how to link up his computer with, the screen share type thing. So, he's like, okay, he's fiddling around with it for a little bit, and it's not working. So he says, hey, does anyone know how to use, anyone know how to, like screen share or use the AirPlay or whatever? I don't even know. Like, somehow get his computer to, like, play on, the screen so that everyone could watch it. And this kid raised his hand. He said, hey, I can help you. And this kid, we'll call him Benny. Benny was kind of known as like a Bitcoin miner. That was kind of his thing. Like, everyone knew him as the guy who mined Bitcoin.
Connor, the joke wasn't funny the first time. It definitely wasn't funny the second time. It isn't funny the 500th time you said the joke. Can you shut the fuck?
Oh my God. Okay, I get it. I'm not funny. Whatever. I have an obsession with Bitcoin mining for some reason, even though I'm much more of a fan of proof of stake blockchains like Tezos or... Anyways, right. So this kid was kind of known as, being a little bit... No, I don't want to call him a bully or... No, maybe he was a little bit, but he definitely had a very strong personality. This kid, Benny, right? He definitely would... He didn't really... how do I put this? Like, he was a good kid, right? He was a decent guy, but he definitely was very... you'll see. He definitely had, like... He didn't really care when it came to other people's feelings. I know that sounds harsh, but you'll know what I mean. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that, like, Benny didn't really care. If something was funny and it negatively impacted someone, he didn't care because it was funny. Like, he didn't care that it negatively impacted someone. If something was funny, he'd do it for comedy, no matter how bad it was on the other person. So anyways, right, so Benny, he goes up to Mr. Stevens' computer. He, kind of syncs it up with the AirPlay or the screenplay or whatever. I don't even know, man. And, he gets it to work. And, so, the screen, it pops on screen, and there's multiple tabs open. And this is where things start to go really downhill. This is where things start to fall off an absolute cliff. This is where everyone's day goes from, I'm watching a chill movie with my classmates to, oh my God. Right, so while the thing's screen sharing, while it's on the screen, right, if you don't know, of course you guys know, but on Google Chrome or Safari or whatever, when you have tabs open, there's a little bit of what you typed into the search bar or what was on, the website title. That is kind of present. You can see the first 50 or 70 characters of whatever you searched. And let me just say that was not good for poor Mr. Stevens. And this is where things start to go downhill pretty quick. This is where things for Mr. Stevens started to go really, really downhill. Because he had a lot of tabs open. And for some reason, he just thought that, he didn't need to close them. If he didn't click into the tabs, he didn't need to close them, right? And people were kind of they started to look at them because you're going to look at the tabs, right? You're going to look at what it says. You're going to glance at it. And people just started to see hottest Minecraft anime, and then it cut off. Sexiest Minecraft anime, and they're just what? Huh? And everyone's there's a little bit of a slight murmur because people are all reading this at the same time, and they're just wait a minute, what the fuck, what? You just preface this by saying, I literally don't care what you watch in your free time, right? If your thing is, a popcorn getting popped in a microwave, if that's really your thing, man, I don't care. I honestly do not care. But the thing is, if your substitute teacher is looking up, most delectable Minecraft animations, bro, that's weird. If that's something you look up on your own, I literally do not care. But if your substitute teacher comes into class, does not close his tabs, and that gets revealed to you, bro, I'm sorry. I'm literally so sorry. I'm so sorry. Someone's gonna say something. No one's gonna let that slip. And you know who definitely does not let that slip? You know who definitely does not? Benny. Benny's not going to let that slip. And because here's the thing, Benny's setting up the computer, he's setting up the AirPlay, and everyone else can see it on screen, right? It's pretty obvious. And yeah, Benny, out of all the kids who's going to do something about it, out of all the kids, yeah, Benny's going to be the one to do something. And unfortunately, he was the one, he was still manning the AirPlay because he was still getting it set up. It was and when Benny saw the tabs, he was yo, Mr. Steven, what's this? And he clicks on one of them, and it's just a Steve. It's just an animated Minecraft Steve. And it was a very zoomed up photo of his face. And actually, on second thought, on a closer review, on a peer-reviewed study of research and data, I've come to the conclusions that I'm not going to meticulously depict the hottest Minecraft anime.
I'm not going to meticulously depict the hottest Minecraft animations of 2021. Leave that to your vile imaginations. Anyways, right? So the whole class, because at this point, right, you have to remember, Benny has clicked into one of these tabs. And at this point, Mr. Steven, bro, he was new on the job. He was just a sub. He was coming in. All he wanted to do was, you know, get some credit hours or whatever. Because I think, like, a lot of, like, teachers, like, they get... I think there's something about, like, getting hours as, like, a substitute that, like, that goes towards something. Maybe you get paid a little bit. He just wanted to come in, get his hours, get a little bit of bread, right? Get paid a little bit. Just, like, sit back, watch one of these movies about, you know, I don't know, 1960 Europe Reconstruction era, whatever. You know, I don't know, the United States going off the gold dollar, the gold standard. I don't know, man. Like, it was one of those history videos. He just wanted to sit back, watch that with the kids. Like, it doesn't even matter. He didn't want his search history and his, like, videos and the stuff he was watching the night before to be plastered all over the screen and potentially, you know, disrupt his career at least a little bit. Today's secret word is Minecraft. So if you made it this far into the video, I would like you to go in the comment section down below and comment Minecraft. I can't heart all of them. I've tried my best to heart a lot of them, but I just can't get to all of them. But if you want a good chance of getting a heart and maybe getting top commenter on the channel, comment Minecraft. I'll heart a bunch of those. This is a way to say thank you for the wonderful, wonderful watch time. And also a thing I started a couple of videos ago is, like, if you guys send me, you know, any kind of, like, fan art or cool kind of art like that to my Instagram, I'll try and put some of it, like, in some of my videos. Instagram is on screen right now. That's where you can send me the stuff, as well as send me the stories, which you guys have been doing and sending me a lot, and I do appreciate them. But yeah, I'm just going to show you some fan art on screen right now, as well as the Instagrams to the correlated accounts, so you can go say, like, that it's cool. Go send them some good messages or something. And today is your lucky day, because every single person who leaves a like on today's video will receive their very own nothing. I know, it's a wonderful deal. Back to the story. Anyways, right, so Mr. Steven regains control of his laptop, like, shuts it disconnects the AirPlay or whatever, right? And he's like, guys, I'm so sorry, like, you weren't supposed to see that. And, like, the kids in class, right, this is a high school class. Like, this isn't some, like, middle school class where this would be a really serious issue. Like, it's bad in any case. But, like, the kids just thought it was pretty funny. And, like, the subscriber, PJ, was, like, he kind of spoke up. He's like, dude, like, Mr. Steven, don't worry about it. We actually, like, I think, like, whatever, dude. Like, we don't care. We just found it was, like, funny that, like, I don't know. Like, it's like, we're sorry. Like, we're sorry that we're laughing at you, but, like, we really don't care. Don't worry about it. Mr. Steven's like, yeah, I'm just sorry again. He's like, also, guys, if you could just, like, not tell anyone about this. I know that sounds weird or whatever, but just, like, it honestly was a mistake, and it'll just get me in a lot of trouble. And, I mean, it seems like you guys don't really care, so it would just really help me out if, you know, you just didn't tell anyone. They were like, yeah, dude, like, don't worry about it. And, like, PJ's like, yeah, you're good, bro. Like, we get it. Like, could kind of mess up your career or whatever, and it's honestly not a big deal, so it's totally chill. Let me just, and PJ offered himself, he's like, yeah, let me just get back up here. If you want to close those tabs for me, big guy, I'd appreciate that. But I'll get the movie set up, and we'll just sit here and watch it, and you're chill. And Mr. Steven was obviously a little bit shaken up. I think I'd be a little shaken up too. Thankfully, I would never be in that position for many reasons. But Mr. Steven seemed a little shaken up, and he was like, yeah, thanks, I'm just going to sit down. He was defeated, bro. He was done. So you might be thinking to yourself, like, okay, well, this is a decent end to the story. Why is there still, like, 3 to 4 minutes of runtime on the video? Like, they obviously, everyone in the class was like, they thought they'd be chill about it, and they're just gonna go ahead and watch a movie and definitely not get this, like, decent teacher in trouble who just, like, forgot to close his tabs, right? No one's gonna mess this up. No one's gonna make this unnecessarily awkward and unfortunate for no one's gonna do that, right? There's just 3 minutes of, like, extra blank space. Unfortunate to say, the story does not end here. You guys remember Benny, the kid who was called up to, you know, to actually, the first one who, you know, clicked on the tab and showed the whole class, basically. And as I said earlier, Benny basically would do anything for a laugh, for a good funny, like a good haha moment. And in Benny's mind, he was thinking to himself, you know what would be a super funny reaction? If I told the principal and the principal came in and, like, talked about it, like, that would be hilarious. And Benny didn't really, because I said this earlier, right? He didn't really think of, like, ramifications or his actions having effects on other people. That whole thing, he wasn't really thinking about that. He just thought it would be super funny if he did this. So
So what Benny did is he was like, hey, Mr. Steven, can I go to the bathroom? And Mr. Steven's like, yeah, sure, it's fine. He was still a little shaken up, but he was kind of warming up to the class again. Things were good. The movie was playing, by the way. PJ got up there, successfully got the whole thing all set up. Things were looking pretty good, right? Things were just going smooth. The class was enjoying their movie. But what Benny did was he walked down the hallway and he walked right past the bathroom. And he walked right to the principal's office. And what he did is he said, hey, Mr. Whatever, Mr. Principal or whatever his name would be. Let's just call him Mr. Principal. I don't want to come up with another name. I'm gonna mix up the names if I have too many. So he's like, hey, Mr. Principal, right? Do I have a story for you? And let me just say that the principal did not find it as humorous as the class did. And the reaction was not as humorous as Benny expected it to be. Aha. So PJ's sitting in class. He's there with like a friend or two, and they're just chilling watching the movie when they hear a banging on the door. They hear bump, bump, bump. And then all of a sudden the door opens. And you know who walks in? Benny. And you know who walks in right after him? The principal. So Benny, he was a little, he didn't understand stuff like that. He really didn't like think ahead. But even, Benny was at least competent enough to realize that as he was standing there that, oh my God, he messed up at least a little bit. And the principal is like, Mr. Stevens, is what Benny told me that just happened, is that true? And the whole class is looking at Benny like, dude, why? Like, legitimate, why? We don't care. It was an act, like, why? And the substitute teacher, Mr. Steven, is just looking at the principal like, and here's the thing. The class would have totally gone along with, like, no, Benny made it up. Because, they were okay with Benny, but, Benny had pulled a few, like, something like this before. Not exactly like this, obviously. But he's been a jerk to these kids for comedy in the past. And, they definitely wouldn't side with him over this, like, okay guy that, like, seems like he just, like, made a mistake, right? But no, Mr. Steven is just like, yeah, it's true. And, principal looks at Mr. Steven like, yo, come with me. And then he looks at the class, he's like, hey, guys, like, you get class off, like, you can go just, like, chill till next period or whatever. Like, go, or just, like, stay here and study, or just, like, go somewhere. I don't really care. You can't leave, obviously, but you get class off. Do what you want. And yeah, the principal and Mr. Stevens, the substitute teacher, they leave the classroom, and the whole class is just chilling there like, and they all look at Benny, and they're just like, and then PJ's like, dude, why? And he's like, dude, I thought it'd be funny. And they're all just like, what part of that was funny? He was like, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it would do that. And they're like, dude, you didn't realize he'd get in trouble? It was very clear he'd get in trouble. He's like, dude, I thought it'd be so funny when the principal came in. I thought the principal would have more of a sense of humor. And they're all just like, dude, why would the principal have a sense of humor? He has to run the place. So this was like an old guy, like the principal was like an old guy known for not having a sense of humor, known for like taking stuff very seriously. So everyone's like, Benny, why would you think this? And eventually Benny's like, I messed up. I messed up. And they're like, yeah, dude. Yeah, you did. Subscribe if you haven't already, and then go watch another video. There's a bunch on screen. Also, 5,000 likes, and yeah, it's good stuff. Today I got a story for you guys about this couple that really pushed the boundaries in class. And when I mean really push the boundaries, I mean, well, dude, you can read the title, man. But anyways, yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy. So the subscriber who sent in today's story, we're just going to call him Liam. And by the way, you can send in stories and be featured on the channel to my Instagram. It's in the description, or it's just at Connor Pugs. But anyways, right, so the subscriber who sent in today's story, we're going to call this guy Liam. And I got this name selection, I chose this name because you guys left a comment. Someone left a comment saying use the name. So if you want me to use a name, go comment it down below. But anyways, right, Liam, so Liam goes to the school. I mean, he's a kid. You have to go to school. I mean, don't skip class, go to school, do well, guys, yada, yada. You already know. But anyways, right, there was this couple in Liam's class. There was this couple. And I don't know if I want to give them a name because that sounds like a lot of name. I'm just going to call it the girlfriend and the boyfriend. So if you hear me say the boyfriend or the girlfriend, I'm referring to the girlfriend and the boyfriend of the couple in Liam's class. But anyways, right, so Liam kind of sat towards the back of the class, and he told me that, like,
Okay, yeah, he did try, but sometimes he did goof off in class a little bit. He wasn't like a top student. He wasn't like, a super he wasn't the top student, but he also like wasn't failing the class. He wasn't about to fail out of school. Like he did care still a little bit, but he couldn't really be bothered to be like 100% focused all the time. So he sat in the back of the class just so you could just kind of like mess around a little bit and kind of get away with it a little bit more, even though he still did try a little bit. But in the back of the class, there's a whole host of people, right? Personally, I like the back of the class, even though I'm kind of a hardo in school sometimes. Like, I mean, I'm just being honest, man. Like, I do, if I enjoy the subject or even if I don't, I'll try and grind it out. I kind of see it like a video game sometimes. It's kind of fun like that. But I like the back of the class just because it's kind of like I like the positioning. I get to see everyone. If I do want to like go on my computer and I don't know, check the stock market or something, like I won't have people looking at me like, what's this kid doing? LOL. Like, I can do it, no problem. But for Liam, the back of the class was kind of where all the kids that were trying to get away with something would sit. And there's this couple, and I mentioned them briefly. I'm just going to call them the boyfriend and the girlfriend. But the boyfriend and the girlfriend, right, or the couple. If I'm going to refer to them individually, I'll say their name, like boyfriend or girlfriend. But I'm just going to call them the couple for most of this, right? So the couple, right, they were like, they didn't really pay attention in class. They were definitely like, I don't think that they were failing, but they were always being called to the front office. Like, it was, they were just kind of like, they had other priorities than this class, which, dude, do well in class. I know it's not always fun, but trust me, like, treat it like a video game if you can enjoy it. Like, treat it as like getting points and doing quests. Like, you grind out stuff you don't want to do in video games because it's like you want to get the achievement. Just try and do that same thing. It's like the best advice I can give. And obviously, if you're interested, put your 100% in it. But anyways, right, these kids were not, the couple, these two kids, they were not trying to like, they had no intention of, doing well in school. But all they wanted to do was basically just suck each other's faces off in class. Yeah, but yeah, so obviously, right, kind of unfortunate for Liam because, like, he liked the back of the classroom. He just liked the position, obviously, as I explained earlier. But the problem was, like, the couple would always sit back there as well in this one class. I don't know what class it was, could have been, like, math, history or something. But in this one class, the couple would always sit back there with Liam. And he was just like, bro, you cannot be serious, dude. Because they'd always be back there. And obviously, right, it was a pretty big class. There was a lot of people in there. And the way that the classroom was, like, formatted was the way back was really hard to see. Like, it wasn't impossible. Obviously, the teacher wasn't, like, blind to what was going on back there. But there's, like, just the way it was distributed, there was, like, enough kids and, like, it was dense enough that, like, you could definitely get away with a little bit back there. Like, there's also another kid, and he's not really a main focus of the story at all, but just kind of like a side story in a sense. There's another kid who I'm not going to bother giving a name that Liam was telling me about that basically would, he would hit his vape device. Guys, don't do that stuff. It's just it's so dumb. Don't do it. Like, you're gonna mess up your lungs. It's not even like that. It's not worth it, dude. Trust me. Like, that was like always all the rage in my high school. I never really did it. Like, that was never my thing. But like, I have a lot of friends that are still like hooked on it to this day, and they're like, dude, never start this. Just don't do it. Anyways, though, right? So this couple, right, kind of annoying to Liam because like at first they would just kind of like hold hands, but they would do it really weird. Like, here's the thing, dude. Obviously, right, I like women. They look nice, right? That's cool. I feel so weird saying that, but like, here's the thing. PDA is gross at the end of the, at least for me, and I'm sure for a lot of guys and you guys or whatever, right? People are just like, enjoying each other. That sounds so weird. I'm sorry. People enjoying each other, right, in public. It's just uncomfortable, man. So, like, at first, this couple, right, the boyfriend and the girlfriend, they'd be holding each other's hands, but they'd be, like, rubbing each other's hands, which is just, like, an extra layer of just, like, what the fuck? Like, what? But it was just, like, a little extra layer of, like, uncomfortable for Liam. He's just like, bro, that's weird. Put that away. But eventually, right, when you can kind of, like, there's definitely, like, people that will always ride the line. Like, if you can get away with something, you're just going to be like, oh, can I just, like, do something a little bit worse, or can I be a little bit edgier, or can I ride the line just a little bit more? And this couple was definitely that couple, right? They were like, oh, we can get away with basically like fingering each other's hands. That was a very weird way of putting it, but basically rubbing each other's hands, massaging each other's hands, right? Gross, kind of weird and uncomfortable. But can we get away with, like, I don't know, like giving each other like a back massage or something in class? And right, Liam, unfortunately, he likes the back of the room. He likes, occasionally going on playing some games online, maybe like looking stuff up. So he really does not want to move to the front of the room. But he is noticing that this couple is getting progressively worse and worse. So this couple really does just trying the next big thing. So Liam gets there and he just notices another day. So this is like another day in class. Liam's just kind of chilling and he notices like the boyfriend like giving the girlfriend like a back massage. And he's like, okay, how is this kid getting away with it, right? And he notices, and they're just kind of out of view of the teacher. They're just kind of like tucked away. And they're not obviously like grunting or doing like weird noises or anything, right? So they're chilling, like they're like no one knows. And like Liam is just like, that's weird, dude. Like that's gross. Can you just not do that like here? But he doesn't say anything because the boyfriend is actually kind of scary. Like the boyfriend like definitely is like messing with the wrong crowd, and Liam just doesn't want to he just doesn't want to deal with it. He doesn't want to have to like have a fight with someone or anything. So he's just like, these guys suck and I hate them, but I'm not going to say anything about it because I don't want to get beat up, So as like gross and annoying as that was, it was like, Liam's like, dude, okay, whatever. Like, I'm just not going to pay attention to this. But a couple days later, right, Liam's sitting in class and he hears this sucking sound. He's like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. And he looks over, and sure enough, right, this couple is just like sucking each other's faces off, just in front of everyone. And the other kids looking around are just like, there's like a couple other kids just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, you're in class, man. But once again, they were far enough back, and they were here's the thing. They weren't like out of sight of the teacher. They were just getting lucky. A lot of things in life, man, are totally up to luck. And a lot of times, like, it's like, there's a saying. It's like, use what you have, or like take advantage of what you have, but respect that you have it. I think I butchered it a little bit, but like, I think luck plays a huge role in like a lot of things in life. And in this situation, these kids definitely weren't like in the front of the class where they'd be caught right away. But they were kind of getting lucky because they were just in the back, the teacher was distracted doing like, I don't know, the math or whatever on the board, not looking back there specifically. But once again, they were getting lucky. But the thing is, right, the problem is this couple, they conflated the fact that they were getting lucky with the fact that they were like completely in the clear. Like those were not the same thing, right? The fact that the teacher happened to not like find them doesn't mean that they were like completely incognito and the teacher would never find them. Anyways, right, the next day rolls around, or just another day, just either way, another day rolls around. And this is where this is where it really hits the fan, dude. This is where it gets really bad. And this is where
What
the couple
is up,
got
chat?
so cocky
Oh, yeah.
and so reckless from the fact that they've been getting away with so much that they decided to
Yo,
say,
comment one if
screw
you
it,
hear
we can
this.
do literally whatever we want. And they took screw it a little bit too literally, if you know what I mean.
Hey,
But anyways,
yo,
right,
why am I
just
always being
during
so
this day,
sus?
Liam is just chilling in class. He's looking at his, his computer, whatever. The teacher's teaching some math. Liam's not totally paying attention. I don't know how to say this without getting absolutely thunderbolted by YouTube. Well, let me just say that, they did a lot in that classroom. And the thing was, though,
You're not
well, they
funny,
were,
bro.
Like, I don't know all the details, and I'm also not going to try and figure out all the details. But let me just say that, I'm going to leave it to your imagination, but they did something in class that they honestly should not have done. That's definitely not a thing you should do in class or in public, or like, yeah, just don't do it. And let me just say that their cockiness and their kind of feeling of invincibility definitely got the worst of them, because at this point, Liam is sitting there, and look, okay, there were definitely like, it was like, there was like jackets. It wasn't like on a desk or something. It wasn't crazy, but it was like, either way, like, I'm not going to say exactly. So there's like a couple different things it could be. But like, I'm not going to say exactly, but let me just say that you should not do that in class. Let me just say though, their luck ran out here. I mean, obviously they pushed the line way too far, but yeah, their luck ran out. And Liam was sitting there like, no shot the teacher doesn't realize, like, they were kind of loud. It was like it was ridiculous. Like the fact that they got away with just a little bit. It's almost like that like experiment of like, you put the like, there's like, I don't know, like if you put the like a frog in water and you slowly turn up the temperature, it won't realize like it's being boiled. It's like they got away with it bit by bit that they didn't realize how extreme and crazy they're being, like how loud and like ridiculous they are. So obviously, right, Liam looks up and the teacher is just like, you know, he's like on the board, like X plus Y equals whatever. And then he's like, he turns around because obviously he's kind of like, here's a disturbance in the back of the classroom, quote unquote disturbance, right? And he turns around and Liam just notices his face just go from like kind of like normal whatever expression to a little bit of confusion to just absolute fury. Speaking of teachers, today's word is teacher, so comment teacher down below. I'll try and heart as many of those comments as I can, but just don't take it personally if I don't, because, you know, I am a full-time college student while doing 2 videos a day and also trying to have a bit of a social life. So yeah, I'll try and heart as many as I can, but don't take it personally if I don't. Also, today's your lucky day, because for every single person who leaves a like on today's video will receive nothing. I'm not even kidding, man. Also, shout out to the channel member on screen right here. Every once in a while, I'll shout out a random channel member who comments, so consider hitting that join button, but honestly, no pressure to do it. But yeah, thank you to the person on screen. I really do appreciate it, and all the other channel members. I can't speak, dude. But anyways, back to the story, where we left off. Yeah, dude, so the teacher who was just, you know, minding his own business, you know, doing, you know, some problems on the board, turns around, looks all confused, and then, you know, Liam is just sitting here like, oh my God, like this couple, dude, these kids, bro, they have no idea what they just, like, they're just so blatant. And he's like, there's no shot this doesn't like completely hit the fan. And yeah, Liam was right, dude. Like it completely hit the fan, because the teacher turns around, he's like, what are you doing in my class? And like, so there's like a lot of like articles of clothing and jackets like covering these, like the couple, right? So it's like it's not like super blatant, but it's pretty clear, right? You kind of know what's going on. And every kid, they just like turn around. Everyone looks to the back of the room to this couple, and this couple's like quickly pulling up stuff and getting buttons buttoned or whatever, right? And they're just like, nothing, we're studying. And the teacher's like, you think I'm an idiot? So obviously the teacher was livid, which, you know, if I was a teacher, I'd be extremely upset as well. And he's just like, principal's office now, and he points to them, and they're just like getting all their stuff. They're like, we weren't doing anything. He said, don't lie to my face. Don't lie to my face. And, you know, at this point, right, they're just like, you know, we messed. They just can't lie at this point. Like, there's no way to hide it. They're just being so blatant and ridiculous. And the teacher at this point is just like, I can't believe you're doing that in my class. I can't believe you did that in my class. This teacher's shell-shocked, dude. Because understandably, man, like, he's just like, you thought you could get away with that in my class? Like, you thought you could get away with that anywhere? Like, I don't care if the teacher's blind and deaf, dude. And Liam was just sitting there, just like, well, I mean, I guess I'm entertained for the day. You know, it's like, okay, man, like, this is gonna be kind of awkward when they leave, but yeah, and everyone like turns to look at them, and they make this like walk of shame. And, you know, the teacher's like, I'm coming with you. I'm not letting you get away with this. And because, like, you know, the teacher wanted to make sure that, like, every detail was, like, this explained to the principal. So the teacher and the couple, they walk out of the classroom. And every other kid in the class, as they walk out, just bursts into, like, conversation. Just like, what the fuck? Like, oh, my God, dude. Like, what? Like, what is going on, man? Like, oh, my God. Like, that, like, everyone was just like obviously very shocked, because like that's not what you expect to happen on a typical day. But anyways, right, so apparently word got out, or like a couple days later, one of Liam's friends, who was like more in on, like, or at least was a little bit closer with friends of those guys, told Liam that, yeah, because Liam like asked him, like, do you know anything about what happened? Because he was telling his friend about what happened in class, and his friend's like, dude, I know. And he's like, Liam's like, oh, do you know what happened to them? So yeah, both of them got expelled from the school, obviously. And there was no like kind of like there's no real trial or anything. There was no like a strike system or anything, because those kids were both kind of on a little bit of thin ice in the first place. And I honestly think even if they weren't in thin ice, that could have been an instant expulsion anyways. But yeah, so they got expelled, and Liam really never saw them again. I think he said that he saw them like once again like a movie theater like years later on, but he never saw them again at school. So yeah, moral of the story, just do your work in class, kids, or at least play a video game. Just don't do that, okay? Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go click on another video. There's some on screen or in the sidebar. Yeah, Dude, go watch one,
Another
please.
day, another story about a spoiled kid, but this time he actually attacks his teacher while like spewing a bunch of nonsense at. Anyways, this is probably one of the funniest ones we've had in a second. So yeah, sit back, relax, grab something to drink, grab something to eat, grab something to mine your Bitcoin on, grab something to do your math homework on, and yeah, let's just get right into the story. This one's something else, dude. So anyways, the subscriber who sent in the story, and you can send in stories too to my Instagram and get featured on the channel, link in description. Anyways, we're gonna call this guy Ben, and I know it's kind of a meme on the channel because I use Ben for like every other name, but I was looking through the comment section for suggestions for names to use, and someone says use Ben because haha, use Ben all the time. So I'm actually taking your suggestions for names, and I'll be using Ben. Anyways, right, so Ben, he's a subscriber, he sent in the story. Anyways, he's in class and he's in 6th grade. And in the 6th grade class, he has someone in his class, and we're going to call this guy Brandon. And Brandon is the spoiled kid, right? So Brandon, like, okay, so the other spoiled kids that we've had, like, the parents have done, like, extremely well. Like, they come from a ton of money, right? Brandon, right, came from a pretty standard family, and look, there's like that's like everyone else at his school. Like, he was legitimately like everyone else in his school, but for some reason, right, he just always had in his mind that he was significantly better and had significantly more money and was just like super powerful, and his family could smite you with, like, I don't know, a court case or a lawsuit if you did anything. So this kid was not just like, you know, entitled and spoiled, he was also delusional. So that kind of just brings like quite the scramble of ingredients to make an interesting turn of events, especially when he actually just goes ballistic and attacks his teacher. But we'll get into that in a second, guys. Give me a second. Let me draw out the backstory a little bit. Let me give you some background. Let's flavor up the story. Anyways, right, so Brandon has been in Ben's class for a very long time, so everyone kind of knows about Brandon. And Brandon really didn't have that many friends, and, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, like, poor kid doesn't have that many friends. Nah, bro. He did this to himself. He played himself. Like, normally, you know, I'd agree, I'd feel bad or whatever. No. This kid definitely did it to himself. He had been, like, known for, you know, he was kind of known as someone who had, like, an attitude without really having a reason to have an attitude. And there's no real reason ever to have an attitude, but in the past, like, the spoiled kids have been, like, you know, they had been acting entitled because, like, they had always gotten something more and they knew, like, their parents made a lot of money or whatever. First of all, not a good reason to be a complete jackass, right? That's not an excuse. But Brandon, dude, there was literally no reason. Like, there was no base that this was on. He just imagined that his parents had, like, infinite money glitch when that just was not the case. They were just normal, which is totally normal. It's cool. Like, that's what everyone else was. He could have been easily boys with them, but no. Anyways, right, so one day in class, you know, Ben and Brandon, they're both in some history class together. This is a standard 6th grade history class. I don't know what they're learning about, but one day they're just kind of sitting there, and they're getting their test back, right? So they had a relatively big test, and, you know, Brandon, you know, obviously was bragging to everyone about how he was just, like, inherently smarter than all of them. I think this was, like, similar behavior to another girl way back in the day. I think I did a story about her, like, a long time ago. But anyways, Brandon also did the same thing, where he basically bragged to everyone about how he was gonna crush it and how he's gonna absolutely ace this test 100%. Like, just absolutely slam it without even having to try, dude. I'm not even kidding you. Like, he went into class and he's like, I am just smarter. I am just better than all of you guys inherently, which is a little weird. And he's like, I don't even have to study. And obviously, right, this test was like a history test. It wasn't like an interpretive one. It was a, what date did this thing happen? What is the name of the 4th king of England? Like, it was one of those, like you gotta memorize stuff tests. It's not even something, if you were genuinely like a really smart dude, you couldn't just figure it out. Like, you couldn't do the math. You couldn't figure it out, man. So obviously, right, you know, the teacher's handing back all the tests, and Ben, the subscriber, bro, he studied. He got like an 85. He did very solid on the test. The average was probably like 88, 89, so he felt very he was satisfied with his result. And the teacher put every test face up on everyone's desks until she got to Brandon, and she just, like, she put it face down. You know for a fact, right? You just know for a fact. Some teachers, they put all the tests face down. But if teachers put tests face up and then they come to you and the test is face down, dude, you're absolutely boned. It's GG, it's just unlucky right now. GG unlucky. Like, you got, it's just not going to work, bro. You're screwed. You failed. I don't know how else to say it. And, so Brandon, you know, was still pretty confident because he's also a little bit delusional, if you could already pick up on that.
he flipped over his test, and Ben kind of like saw his test grade right away, and he was just looking at Brandon. And Brandon had a smug expression on his face, and then when he turned around the test grade, like his face dropped because he had like, I don't know, 62 or something. So right, Ben was watching Brandon as Brandon's face like kept like contorting it, like started like it got all scrunched up, and then it was like all like, and then he started to get angry, then shocked, confused. He went through like all 5 stages of grief within like 10 seconds in his facial expressions. But then of course he raises his hand. He's like, teacher, there must be a mistake. And the teacher's like, Brandon, like, I'm sorry, I know this one didn't go as well as you wanted, but like, there was no mistake. And he's like, no, that's impossible. And Brandon and the teacher, they start having a back and forth. Brandon's like, no, I'm very, very certain you made a mistake here. And the teacher's like, Brandon, all right, what do you think the mistake is? He's like, I don't know, but it's very clear. Like, obviously, right, I'm just inherently really smart, and I wouldn't make mistakes like this. And the teacher's like, Brandon, come on, man. Like, I'm sorry. If you want to like study with me, like if you want to like go over future assessments, so I don't know, like so that like I don't know, you do better, like that's totally fine, man. And Brandon's like, no, I don't think you understand. I'm just inherently smart, so I should have done well. At this point, the teacher's like, Brandon, come on now. Like, I'm sorry you didn't do well on this. Next time it'll go better, and I can also help you make it go better if you just want to study with me. At this point, right, Ben, the subscriber, is sitting there like, oh boy. Because like they were kind of recently new into this history class. Yes, it was a pretty major assessment, but it was just like a major assessment on the first kind of unit they did. So the teacher didn't really know Brandon. And all the other kids are kind of looking around like, oh boy, Brandon's about to have another one of his meltdowns, his epic meltdowns. Except this one went a little bit farther than anyone would have expected. I mean, normally you don't expect a kid to, attack his teacher, but anyways. And then Brandon begins his breakdown, right? Brandon looks at the teacher, he's like, I'm gonna count to 5, and if you don't revert the grade, you're gonna regret it. And the teacher's like, dude, what are you like, what? The teacher's like, Brandon, I'm not gonna change the grade. And Brandon's like, 4, because he said 5. He's like, 5, 4. Teacher's like, dude, I don't. The teacher's like, I'm just not gonna change it. 3, and he just looks at him, and he has a stare down. 2, and Brandon's like, you're gonna regret this. And the teacher's like, regret what? And then Brandon says, 1. And he starts like, he like looks down and makes this really angry face, goes, and at this point, all the other kids are like, dude, what the huh? Like, are you okay? Like, excuse me? Are you good? Huh? Is everything okay? Are you like, what? All the other kids are just watching in just complete astonishment at this point. Because this kid is actually just like melting down right in front of them. He's like, "Grr." And what he does is he goes up, walks up to the teacher's desk. And at this point, the teacher was like stood up and was like passing around grades. So Brandon walks right by the teacher and goes right up to the teacher's desk. And at this point, right, Brandon goes up to the desk of the teacher and is like, you've made a mistake. You've underestimated me. And he takes both of his hands and he just like clean swipes the entire desk. So the teacher had like a bunch of papers, like a cup of coffee, like a bunch of stuff on the desk, all flies onto the floor. At this point, the teacher's just like, mouth is wide open because, right, and the entire class too. Because here's the thing. They know that like Brandon has had like breakdowns and like goes on rants and rampages, but dude, this was a whole nother level. Like, this kid must have seriously cracked at this point. And then Brandon starts to say, you poor, you filthy, you destitute vermin. And at this point, like, the teacher's like, what? Huh? He's like, you scum, you slime, you are beneath me. And he goes around just like, he picks up some chair, he throws it across the room. Barely, right? He's like, secret word of the day is chair. Speaking of chairs, right? So comment chair down below. I'll try and heart as many of those as I can. And also, today's your lucky day, because if you leave a like on the video right now, you'll receive literally nothing. Anyways, right, Brandon picking up a chair, throws it across the room, is like, and the teacher's just like, dude, what the At this point, right, the teacher's like kind of like assessing the situation, because he's still kind of like shocked by just what is going on. He's just like, oh my god, like, are you serious? And then Brandon goes over to the whiteboard, right? There's a whiteboard, there's whiteboard markers, and there's erasers. And he picks up a big jar of whiteboard markers, and he's like, you shall feel my wrath. And he starts just chucking them at the teacher. The teacher's like starts to like dodge. He's like, "Oh, stop it, Brandon!" And Brandon like takes the whiteboard markers and throws them. And the whiteboard markers are like foam. They're like styrofoam, dude. So they like daintily float over and like bounce off the teacher. And the teacher's like, "That's it." The teacher goes up to Brandon, who's just kind of like shocked at this point. So the teacher basically runs up on him, grabs him by the collar, and says, "You're coming with me," and just like pulls him out of the class. At this point, Ben and all the other classmates are just sitting in class, watching as the teacher drags him out. And Brandon's like, "You'll regret this. You'll pay. You filthy poor slime." And he's just like the most goofiest stuff anyone has ever heard. And once they leave, after like 10 seconds of pure silence, Ben just starts laughing, dude. Because at this point, right, Ben has just watched this thing and just like, what just happened? And the whole class is like talking, laughing a little bit, just like completely shell-shocked at like, because they always knew Brandon was kind of like a weird kid and like would always be like, was kind of like weirdly entitled and delusional, but he'd never had like a crazy meltdown like this, right? This is at a whole new level. And so anyways, right, Brandon, apparently he gets like about a week of suspension in school. And the teacher comes back after dropping at the principal's office and explaining what happened. And the teacher's like, he looks at the clock. He's like, there's 10 minutes left. He's like, you know what? I did have a lesson planned for today, but I think the lesson that, we all learned today was just don't be that guy. And then everyone starts laughing, bro. They're all like, okay. And the teacher's like, all right, this is a weird day. Just get out of here. Like, have a good day. I don't know. Like, I need to think about this. And the teacher's just like, yeah, class is done. You guys are good. And everyone's just like, okay. And they're just all leaving class like, oh my God, like, what just happened? Anyways, a week later, Brandon is not just, he isn't just suspended, he's also removed from the class. But like a couple weeks later, Ben like bumps into Brandon and it's like, hey, what's up? And Brandon looks at him and just like keeps walking, dude. And that's like the last time Ben ever saw Brandon. I don't know if he transferred schools or he just like wasn't like in class with him anymore. But yeah, interesting, right? Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go click another video. There's some on screen, some on the sidebar. Click it or I'll cry. Today we have a story of a substitute teacher that does a pretty big oopsie, and maybe oopsie's an understatement, but does a bit of an uh-oh in front of a lot of people. And yeah, that's all I want to say. I don't want to spoil it too much. So yeah, let's get right into the story. Sit back, relax, grab something to drink, grab something to eat, and yeah, let's get into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who sent in today's story, we're going to call him Nate. By the way, I just got that from a comment someone left. As always, I do my best to try and just take names from comment suggestions you guys leave. So if you want to see your name or something used in the story. Anyways, right, Nate contacted me on Instagram, which is the best way to submit stories, in the description, or it says Connor Pugs. And, he told me about this time where, he was in class, and he's just kind of chilling, and he had the same this teacher, I don't know, this was like a math class or something. Doesn't really matter. But anyways, right, he always kind of had the same teacher every single day. What am I talking about? The teacher came in around the same time every single day. That's what I tried to say. And the teacher was always like 5-10 minutes early. He was an older teacher. He was probably like 70, 75. He was getting up there in years. Or I guess maybe this was a professor. I think Nate was older. Maybe this was like college or maybe very late high school. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, the professor normally like gets up really early, goes to bed really early. So he's always in class like at least 10 minutes early. So when Nate gets there, he goes in there and, 2 minutes before the bell rings for class to start, and the professor's nowhere to be found, which is pretty unusual. And he's kind of like looking around and he's like, oh, I guess maybe there's traffic today or the professor slept in, but that still seemed pretty unusual. So Nate opened up his phone, was checking his inbox, and he got an email from the professor saying, hey guys, or hey class, I'm sick today. You'll have a replacement. Like, obviously don't mess around, pay good attention, and treat them well. Anyways, right, so Nate's like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. And he's sitting around and people are waiting for a couple minutes. And then the substitute teacher walks through the door. He says, hey guys, my name is, I'm just going to call him the substitute teacher. Whenever I have too many names in a video, I just mix them up. And you guys are like, dude, you called the wrong person for like the 100th time. And, I'm just trying to keep this simple. I'm trying to keep you guys happy. So we're just going to call him the substitute teacher, just going to call him the sub. Anyway, so the sub comes in, introduces himself. Hi guys, I'm the sub. My name is the sub. It's not actually his name, but you get the point. Anyways, right, everyone was kind of chilling. They're like, okay. And today was going to be an easier day in class. The substitute teacher was just kind of instructed to put on a movie, put on a presentation, and also tell everyone to like take notes because
I don't know, like pay attention in class, man. But the substitute teacher wasn't really required to do anything that taxing, like actually teach the class. He's just supposed to set it up and then sit back, relax and watch the movie too. So anyways, right, Nate's pretty hyped because, like, I don't know about you, but personally, whenever it's a movie day, like, even if the movie kind of sucks, like, in any class, even if the movie's bad, even if I don't care about it, it's always nice because you can kind of just zone out, you can kind of just veg out a little bit, just kind of sit back and chill. It's a little tough when they say, oh, you're going to have a quiz on the movie afterwards, because that means you actually have to pay attention, and 9 out of 10 times the movie being played is not actually that interesting. Anyways, right, the substitute teacher goes up there, puts on the movie, and it's pretty boring or whatever. He's like, guys, take notes. There's no quiz or anything, but your professor would like you to take notes. So, as always, nobody take notes, or nobody took notes, or, paid any attention. Let me just say that they were all about to pay attention. So about 15 minutes into the movie, this is like an hour, 15-minute long period. It's a longer period. The substitute teacher, who was just kind of like chilling there, he's like, okay, guys, like, he just kind of said, hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom. If anyone needs me, like, I don't know, like, if you need anything, like, feel free to do it yourself, basically. Like, I'm going to be gone for a little bit. Yeah, so that's where I'm going. So the substitute teacher, the sub, leaves the classroom, and the kids are kind of just there. And basically what happens, the second he leaves the classroom, everyone whips out their phone, is just, like, on it, not paying attention to the movie, somehow even less than they were before, which is pretty impressive. But things were going pretty normally up until about 2 minutes after the substitute teacher left. So this is where things start to go downhill really, 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 really quickly. You guys will see what I mean in just a second. But anyways, right, they're chilling, they're on their phones, and then they notice something. They notice that, that the whole, like, the movie or whatever, it was kind of, like, glitching out for a second, and they're kind of confused why it was glitching out. And they notice something, that, when the... this is kind of goofy, but when the substitute teacher left, right, when he left to go to the bathroom, for some reason he brought his backpack with him, which was a little strange, people were thinking. And they noticed that, like, the screen was kind of, like, flickering a little bit. It was just kind of weird, and they were like, okay, whatever, like, if this thing goes out, no one really cares, they're just on their phones. So they noticed that, the whatever is screen sharing the device, like, the mouse has become active again, which is really strange, because you know how, like, when someone moves the mouse, it becomes active again, and it, like, kind of, like, brings up the pause button or whatever. And they noticed that, like, for some reason, right, the screen, like, it minimizes. The video that's playing minimizes. And you know how, like, at least on a Mac, I don't know how you can do this on, like, a Windows computer. I'm pretty sure this was a Mac computer, because I don't really know other computers that can do this. If you do, like, a 3-finger swipe, you can, like, get an entire new desktop window. So whatever is playing on the other side will continue to play as normal, but it's like you have an entirely new window open. So at this point, right, the class was starting to realize, like, oh my god, like, the substitute teacher, who's, like, airplaying the movie that we're all supposed to be watching, either knows this or, like, either knowingly or unknowingly is on his computer that's still airplaying. And they're like, okay, maybe he just has to do some work emails. Like, hopefully we don't see any confidential work emails. Let me just say that they would have wished that these were work emails that he was about to do. They would have wished that he was looking up work emails or how to, like, shortcuts in Excel documents. They would have wished. Honestly, man, they would have begged for that. But unfortunately, life is cruel. They just got super unlucky, and no, the substitute teacher was not looking up Excel shortcuts or replying to his boss. He was not doing that even in the slightest. And people in the class are starting to realize that, like, this guy's screen sharing, he's on his computer, and it's pretty apparent that he doesn't know that he's still screen sharing, or he, like, knows that it's, like, or he thought that, like, moving to another window. Honestly, like, the details I got through the DMs were kind of murky, but all I know is, like, the substitute teacher who was playing the movie left to go to the bathroom, brought his computer, and was still screen sharing. I don't know the exact details, but those are the facts I know. So everyone in the class is like, oh my god, like, do we tell him? And then they realize that, like, he went off to some random bathroom. They have no idea where he is, and if he is in a bathroom, they don't want to go knocking in on some guy that they met 20 minutes ago saying, hey man, like, I know you're, like, taking a dump right now, but, like, can we talk? Like, no one wants to do that, bro. But anyways, right, they're all just kind of in class, and, at this point, Nate is just like, oh my god, dude, like, oh my god, what is about to happen? And everyone in the class is starting to talk. They're just like, okay, we can't do anything at this point. But at the moment, nothing that bad is happening. Like, the guy's just on his computer. Like, how bad could it get? And oh my God, those words, honestly, that was kind of karma for literally saying out loud. Nate said in the DM that, like, someone actually said verbatim, how bad could it get? And honestly, when you put those words out into the universe was listening, and the universe was listening extremely close this day. They had very fine-tuned ears today, and they picked up on those words exactly. And let me just say that, unfortunately, Nate's classmates, they paid the price for saying that. Anyway, so I know a lot of you guys like anime. I don't personally watch it. It's not because I have like a dislike against it. It's just I don't know where to start. And I got a couple cartoons I'm watching right now, specifically rewatching some Adventure Time and regular show. And I don't really have a lot of time to watch TV anyways, so I personally haven't gotten into it. But I know a lot of you guys do enjoy some anime. And let me just say that this substitute teacher also very much enjoyed some anime. But he wasn't just watching, a classic. He wasn't just pulling out some like Attack on Titan. He wasn't just pulling out some like online sword art or whatever that one's called, right? He wasn't doing, your typical whatever, like standard anime like stuff. He was going to a specific genre. And I don't know if you guys can guess the specific genre. I know I certainly can't tell you verbatim, or YouTube will thunderbolt this video. Speaking of anime, today's secret word is anime, so if you made it this far, comment anime down below. I'm gonna do my best to try and heart at least some comments that say anime, but currently, I'm in college, first of all, and also, I'm working on a lot of really big, exciting projects for the channel that you guys will enjoy, so I've been really busy with that. So don't feel bad if I haven't been able to heart your comment. I haven't really been able to heart any comments in the last couple days, but it's for good reasons and good, exciting things are coming. Just watch. By the way, leave a like in the video. You'll receive nothing in return. Fantastic deal. Anyways, right, back to the story. So basically, right, the substitute teacher, he was looking up a certain genre of anime that would basically get my YouTube channel thunderbolted if I said anything too specifically. And if you can only imagine, the whole class was like, no, dude, no, because, right, they're watching this in real time, man. They're watching this as it's being typed into the private Chrome browser, and they're just like, no, like, this cannot be happening, and everyone's just looking at each other like, oh my God, dude, no, do we say something, do we do something? Everyone's like, half the class is turning away, the other half is on their phone, the third half, because that's definitely math right there, they're just panicking, they're freaking out, everyone's just like, no shot. And let me just say that the next 15 minutes were the most awkward and uncomfortable moments of that class's life. Some people say that through like pain and suffering, a group of individuals can bond, almost like certain rituals that people go through if they're to join a fraternity, right? Well, I 100% disagree, and let me just say that this is a case study. No one here bonded. No one here bonded over this shared experience of pure trauma, right? It was this bad. So I'm going to be a good guy and spare you the details, but eventually, right, the 15 minutes or so ended, and the class noticed that, he quit out of the private tab, and then he went back to, like, flipping, like, turning everything back. He did the 3-finger swipe and went back to the movie, and it had been playing the whole time, and assuming, supposedly he thought that, like, it was playing on the screen, and the only screen that was airplayed or screen shared or whatever was that screen. It's a little murky on the details I got in the DMs about how that whole thing happened, but let me just say it happened. I don't know how exactly. But anyways, right, it was pretty clear that the professor was coming back to the class. Or not the professor, the substitute, right? So Nate kind of, like, got up and he's like, guys, okay, this was a horrible experience we all had, but let's just all come together and promise each other that no one says a word. We can get away from it. Like, this is awkward enough already, but if we don't say anything when the guy comes back in and not even mention it, don't even, like, imply it, we can have a totally normal 30 minutes that are left in the class. We'll have a totally, like, let's just, like, say nothing and we'll all be okay. Whole class was in total agreement. They're like, yeah, let's actually never speak about this again, ever. And so, yeah, the substitute teacher came back in, and he was like, sorry for taking so long, like, haha, had, like, Chipotle, haha. Everyone was like, And let me just say that, yeah, it was an incredibly awkward 30 minutes. Even though no one said anything directly, everyone in that classroom kind of, like, knew, that, they all had a shared experience. And it's like everyone knew something, and they all knew that, like, the substitute teacher didn't know that they know. because he was coming in so confident, so normal, so whatever, right? Which is really ballsy in my opinion to even like, if you're screen sharing, even if you're confident, right, that it's not going to appear, bro, like even when I'm on a Zoom class, if I need to like go on my phone, like I make sure it's out of camera, even when my camera's turned off. Like I just don't trust that stuff, dude. Anyways, right, so the class eventually ended, and the substitute teacher said, oh, thanks guys for being so good. Like, I'm pretty sure the professor will be back tomorrow. And if not, it'll probably be me again. And everyone kind of just quickly looked at each other. And yeah, so anyways, the next day rolls around and the normal professor is back in class. And Nate just has a sigh of relief. And he really hasn't really talked about this with anyone before he DM'd me about it. Apparently it's happened 1 or 2 years ago or a couple years ago or something. But yeah, moral of the story is don't be that guy. Subscribe if you haven't already, and go watch another video. There's some on screen, there's some on the sidebar. Watch it, or I don't know, I'll be very, very sad.
Today we got a story of a girl who really thought she could get away with anything, and unfortunately reality said otherwise. The story was sent in by a subscriber. You can send in stories too to the Discord or Instagram. Both those links will be in the description. Anyways, we're gonna call this subscriber Ben, because man, I call everyone Ben, and that's okay. So Ben was just walking to his next class period, and this girl, who we're gonna call Amy, because I actually found that name in the comment section. I do use names from the comments, so leave a comment for any name you'd like, whether that be your name, your friend's name, your cat's name. I don't really care, man. Just leave a name in the comments. Anyways, so this girl, Amy. So Amy goes up to Ben as Ben is walking to his next class, and Amy's like, hey, Ben, like, you're gonna, like, want to see what happens in next period. Because basically, Ben had 2 more classes left for the entire day. The next class he was going to, and then the final class of the day he had with Amy. And Ben's like, oh, why? Like, because, like, him and Amy were, like, kind of friends. They weren't the closest, but they were friendly enough. But also, Amy was a little sketchy. But Ben was still friendly enough with her, and she wasn't, like, so, like, sketchy and whatever that Ben thought he was going to be jumped or something. But Ben was kind of excited. He was like, oh, okay, like, you have a surprise for me? And she's like, yeah, it's going to be a surprise for sure. You're not going to want to miss it. And so anyways, right, Ben goes off to his next class, and Amy goes off to hers. And Ben is sitting in his class, like, honestly waiting for the bell to ring so that he can go to his next class. Like, he's never sat in class and thought to himself, I can't wait for the bell to ring so that I can go to my next class. Normally, he'd wait for the bell to ring in his final period, so he'd be excited to go home. But yeah, so Ben was a pretty decent student, but, you know, class can be hard, man, especially if they're talking about stuff you just don't care about. Sometimes you just gotta grind through it, power through it, but bro, sometimes Ben was just like, nah, man, I can't pay attention to this. But anyways, right, after what kind of felt like an eternity, the bell rang, and Ben, you know, walked to his next class. So he goes into the classroom, and he finds Amy sitting all the way in the back, and there was a seat next to her. And so Ben decided to walk all the way to the back. He normally sat towards the front middle, not like the front row, but he sat in like the front middle, like the front of the middle section. But today he sat all the way back with Amy, and he's like, all right, Amy, let's see what it is. And Amy pulls something out of her backpack that, let me just say, that Ben was not expecting to see, and was quite shocked when he saw it. Amy must have been on some kind of like crazy confidence spree, because let me just say, yeah, I have no idea, like, why she even thought that, like, what she was about to do, she'd be able to get away with. But Ben looked at it, and he was like, Amy, put that thing away right now. And I'll try to explain to you what it was without YouTube thunderbolting this video. All right, let me try and explain it, right? So anyways, when you have a piece of paper, you can write on it with different writing instruments or utensils or whatever you want to say. The first one is a pencil. The second one is a pen. Amy took a pen out of her backpack, but it was not a pen in the sense of the one you write with. It's the one that if you have it and you have it on you, you can get in a lot of trouble, especially if you're at school or really just anywhere. I catch my drift? If you don't, just assume it's something you're not supposed to have. So, you know, Ben is just looking at Amy like, what are you doing? And he kind of leans over to Amy, whispers to her, Amy, you got to put that thing away. You could get in a lot of trouble just having that thing out. You don't even have to use it. Just the fact you have it on school property, like, you get really, like, messed up. You know the school has, like, really strict policies when it comes to that stuff. And the school really did. Like, if they caught Amy, they would most likely either, like,
suspend her for like 1 to 2 weeks, but they might even like expel her at that point. Like they have a really strict policy when it came to that. I mean, all schools do, but this one like specifically, especially did, just because I think they had like incidents in the past and they just wanted to like really crack down on it. But anyways, like Amy kind of just looked back at Ben and was kind of like smiled or smirked and be like, "All right, I'll put it away," or whatever. At this point, right, Ben was thinking to himself like, dude, she cannot take that out, right? No shot. Like he's like this was a bad idea sitting next to her. Because right now for Ben, right, it was kind of a bad idea because like if she took it out and he was right there, like he might get roped in as well, and it would be kind of hard to prove that he had nothing to do with it. I mean, he could probably prove it. He would probably be okay, but it would just be such a hassle if like the teacher caught Amy with anything, and just because of his proximity and like he was talking with her, that he'd probably get roped in as well. But anyways, right, Amy eventually puts it away. The lesson starts, and Ben is kind of sitting there nervously. But eventually, right, Ben kind of lets down his guard because he kind of just thinks to himself, oh, well, it's chill now. Like, things are okay. Things are all good because, oh, what could possibly go wrong? She definitely has common sense. And after I told Amy how bad it could be, she definitely isn't going to do anything super stupid that would completely get her and potentially me in trouble. Of course, she's going to, whip out, the good old comment. Nope. Spoiler. Little tiny spoiler for you guys. Her common sense was, I don't know, she must have left it somewhere. Must have like dropped it off somewhere and forgot to pick it up because, oh my God, I don't know how else to say this, but she made a pretty bad call. Here's the thing, guys. I don't want to like interrupt like the flow of the next like 5-6 minutes of the story because it gets really interesting. So I'm just gonna do the secret word now. Comment pen down below, like PEN, the thing you write with. If you made it this far into the video, I'll try and heart a bunch of those comments. No guarantees, as I'm running a bunch of stuff right now, and I got schoolwork. But also, while you're down there, leave a like in the video. You'll actually receive nothing at all. It is a fantastic deal, if I do say so myself. But anyways, right, so Ben is just sitting there, and he's starting to let his guard down. Ben has kind of let his guard down. He kind of thinks to himself, Amy, if that girl has a good, good head on her shoulders, right, she knows what to do. She's got some common sense. But just as Ben was thinking that, just a little piece of information, Amy had the window seat. So basically the seat that was like next to the window. And because it was like early enough in the school year or either close to the end of the school year, either way, it was warm enough so that the window was open already. Ben is just like sitting there. Things are pretty good until he hears a sucking sound. Nope, not like how you think. Kind of like an inhale sound. There we go. That makes it better. Of course, I had to say it like that. But anyways, he hears like an inhale sound. He's like, please, when I turn around, do not be what I think it is. And yep, he turned around, or kind of like turned to the left of him to look over and see Amy sucking into this device. And he's like, no, bro, why? And at this point, right, Ben is just like, he's a little upset too, because he did say put it away, not literally use it and like ignore everything I said. But anyways, right, so he doesn't put it away. And he starts, she starts using it, and then she like exhales by blowing the smoke out of the window. And at this point, he is just completely lost for words. Like Amy, he hasn't talked to Amy in like a couple weeks. Apparently she completely went off the deep end and has gotten completely cocky enough to do this. So Ben has no idea why Amy, is like so confident and so cocky, but Ben is sitting there just like, oh my God, because the teacher, he looks up, the teacher is facing the whiteboard. Some of the kids like turn around and are like, oh my God. But most of the class has not noticed at this point. But Ben 100% knows, because it's one of those classrooms, like the standard one where everyone's in desks facing forward. So most people honestly wouldn't notice it. Some people just did because they kind of heard a noise and they turned around. But the second the teacher turns around, the teacher has a full view of what's going on. And Amy must have just tried to time it when the teacher turned. And Ben just like turns around and she goes back to her seat. I mean, she doesn't go back to her seat because she's sitting in the seat the whole time, but she goes kind of like back to her desk and is no longer blowing anything out the window and kind of just sits there. And Ben just looks at her like, what are you doing? And he whispers to Amy, he's like, Amy, what are you doing? And she's like, relax, Ben. He was turned the other way. I'm not going to mess it up. Famous last words. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, right, so Ben kind of turns back around and is like, okay, whatever. She's not going to do it again. I'm going to make it through class. It's going to be all good. And then, because the teacher's turned around and is talking to them, he's like, okay, things are good. Things are okay. Don't
don't worry about it, Ben. You're doing fine. You're doing good. And then the teacher turns back around to write something on the board, and Ben's like, okay, it's fine. We're good. No way Amy is going to be. Then he hears the sound again. He's like, Amy, you are an idiot. And the problem is, someone doesn't raise their hand to ask a question. Someone just blurts out a question. And the teacher, who is attentive and likes to respond to questions and do a good job as a teacher, turns around a little prematurely so that he can answer the question. And you know who didn't expect this turnaround to be so premature? Yeah, Amy. You know what Amy was doing? Her head was out the window. And the teacher who was about to answer the question, the random person who asked the question, instead decides, oh, look, what's going on back there? Yeah, but anyways, as you might expect, the teacher's like, Amy, what are you doing? And Amy kind of like, she pulls her head in, right? But the thing is, she kind of like pulled her head in by instinct, so she wasn't able to blow all the smoke that she needed to out of the window. So she opens her mouth to say nothing, and when she opens her mouth, like all this smoke comes out. And at this point, right, the teacher's like, all right, that's it, you're coming with me. And at this point, Ben is like, please don't get me by guilt by association. Please don't get me by guilt by association. And he's just sitting there in his seat, all frozen up, like, do not get me as well. And the teacher's coming straight at Ben. And Ben's like, dude, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I did nothing. And the teacher's just coming right at Ben, getting closer and closer, and passes him. He goes straight to Amy, says, you're coming with me. And Amy's like, okay, I'll come with you. He's like, you gotta come. And Amy, like, gets her stuff, or is about to get her stuff. And the teacher's like, no, you're leaving that here. And Amy and the teacher walk so quickly out of the room. And Ben is just sitting there, just like, oh, okay. I dodged a bullet there. That was a close one. And being like, yeah, that wasn't exactly what I was expecting Amy to show me as her surprise. Anyways, right, so Ben obviously did not go to the principal's office as well, and, thankfully so. He was kind of worried he was going to get, like, roped into the whole thing. But yeah, Amy did not get permanently expelled from the school, but she did end up getting a pretty long suspension of 1.5 weeks, with the first week being at home and the other half of the week being in school. But either way, it was a pretty, I mean, that was kind of what Ben expected, but it was still pretty harsh punishment, but obviously, right. Moral of the story is just don't do that stuff in class, and just don't do that stuff in general, man. Just, pay attention in school, do well, trust me, life will be better if you do. Subscribe if you haven't already, and now go watch one of the 4 videos on screen right now. I'll be very happy if you do. Today we have a story of probably one of the most spoiled kids on planet Earth that actually attacks his teacher after not getting what he wants. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. So yeah, sit back, relax, and let's get right into it. Today's subscriber story, which if you want to send in a story, you can do so to either my Instagram or the Discord server. Both are in the description of this video. We're gonna call the subscriber Tony. And by the way, all the names of this video were taken from the comment section, so if you have a name you want me to use, either someone you like, someone you don't like, your friend, your mom, your cat, doesn't matter, leave the comment down below of the name you want me to use. Anyways, so Tony's the subscriber, and he's in school, and he's in 6th grade at this point, so he's old enough that, like, the kids are responsible for their own actions, but also, like, young enough. He's still in 6th grade. It's kind of that in-between period. There is a new kid. This was about a week into 6th grade, so it's still very early on into the school year. But there's a kid who just moved into the neighborhood, and after about a week in, he, like, joined the class. So he didn't join them right away, but he joined them a week after they started. We're gonna call this kid Joey, right? And no one really knew anything about Joey, and, when he came in, he walked in, he walked in pretty confidently, especially for a new kid entering, 6th grade or whatever. He walked in fairly confidently. The teacher was like, hello, class, like, I know that we're all kind of new here, but Joey and his parents just moved here, and they signed up to the school system. So, yeah, welcome, everyone welcome Joey. He's new to the class. He'll be, joining us. And, yeah, so say hi, guys. So everyone in the class, including Tony, was like, hi, Joey. And the teacher's like, all right, Joey, if you want to, like, give us a little rundown of, who you are, all that kind of good stuff. And Joey's like, hi, my name is Joey. I'm new to the neighborhood, and my dad is a managing partner at Goldman Sachs. If you guys don't know, Goldman Sachs is a pretty big investment bank, and if you're a managing partner, you make a lot of money per year. And it was just kind of weird because, like, the teacher kind of gave him this look, kind of gave, Joey this look of, like, bro, your name
your age, where you live, your hobbies maybe. That's cool enough for like an introduction video, but I don't totally understand why you gave your dad's work position, but whatever. Teacher didn't say that, but the look kind of implied this. And everyone was kind of like, okay. And at this point, right, I think Joey expected everyone to be like, oh my God, MD at Goldman Sachs, that's crazy. But look, all these kids, bro, they were playing Roblox and Legos. They had no idea even what a Goldman or a Sachs was at this point. But the place that Joey came from, everyone was like, "Oh my God, you're an MBA Goldman. Oh my God, you're a private investment or a private wealth management at J.P. Morgan. Oh my God." But look, these kids are just like, "Bro, what does any of this mean?" So this kind of went under the radar of most of the people there, except the teacher who did know a thing or two when it came to that. But Joey sat down and they started class, and Joey was kind of just like he wasn't paying attention. He was very obviously on his phone, and the teacher wasn't going to say anything to him during class. Like normally the teacher would be like, "Hey, get off your phone." I think the teacher's plan would be to like pull him aside after class, be like, "Hey, like I know you're new here, but we'd appreciate if you weren't on your phone." The teacher didn't want to embarrass him in front of everyone, but it's pretty apparent that like Joey just was not paying attention and simply didn't care, which, dude, even if you don't care and even if you don't want to pay attention on the first day of class, bro, you gotta at least put a little of attention, and you gotta at least try. You gotta try a little bit, at least pretend to care, at least on the first day. That's just what I'm saying. But anyways, right, Tony was in class, just kind of like not really paying attention, but he was like looking at Joey, the new kid, kind of just like, oh, okay, new kid, whatever. He didn't know anything about the Goldman Sachs comment. He didn't really care that the kid was on his phone because, like, Tony, like, to be honest, Tony, the subscriber, he wasn't always paying a ton of attention either. But, like, anyways, there was kind of like a break period where the kids would kind of talk to each other because they all had, like, they had a class coming up, but it was in the same room. It was almost like they all had the same class in homeroom. There wasn't a lot of going in between buildings since they were just in 6th grade. Most of their classes were in the same place. But anyways, there was like a 10-minute break where they could kind of just go around and talk to each other. And during this 10-minute break, the kids would make an effort to go up to Tony and like, or not Tony, I'd go up to Joni. Guys, I need help. Kids made an effort to go up to Joey, including Tony, the subscriber. There we go. They made an effort to go up to Joey to like actually talk to him because, they were assuming it was pretty hard. Like, he was new. Maybe he was acting confident just because, that was like a front he wanted to put on. So they all went up to, or not all of them, but a decent number of them, including Tony, that's how he knows all this information for the story, went up to Joey. They're just like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And Joey was like, "What's up, guys? How's it going?" Not really showing a lot of interest at all. Like, maybe they just kind of like chalked it up to that being his tone of voice. Like, oh, whatever. Like me, sometimes, like, whenever I'm in a social situation, sometimes I don't show a ton of energy, but bro, I'm just tired, bro. Or maybe I'm just like zoned out. Like, don't take that personally. I probably do like you. Like, sometimes I come off like that I don't like you, and like I'm working on that because I just don't want that to be a thing. People, like, new people get to know me and they're like, "Oh, this kid doesn't like me." But so they're kind of thinking like, "Oh, maybe it was just, I don't know, maybe Joey just doesn't have a lot of energy today, or this is just who he is." But they all went around, and Joey's like, "All right, guys, what are your names?" And he kind of like points around at people, kind of like sitting back with his like feet kicked up, kind of like he's in charge. So the people were taken a little bit back by how like straight up he was, but they were like, "Okay, whatever." So people are like, "Hi, my name's Sarah. Hi, my name's Alex, whatever." And then of course the subscriber's like, "Hey, my name's Tony." And then, and then Joey's like, "All right, where do you guys live?" And they're like, "Oh, we all live around here." And he's like, "Okay, that's cool. What do your parents do?" And everyone was kind of like taken a little bit aback by that question, but they didn't realize like how somewhat rude and invasive that question was, like, or at least the way that he was framing it, because Joey wasn't genuinely interested. He just wanted to know if like any of their parents made a job that sounded like they made money. So everyone went around saying their jobs, and like Joey just had this look of like no interest or even a little bit of disgust or something when they said their jobs, which that's pretty rude, but they didn't totally pick up on it. They just thought he was just disinterested in general. And then Joey's like, "All right, whatever." But there was like a girl, and we're gonna call her Kate, right? So Kate was sitting with like her two other friends, and they were not, talking with Joey because I don't know, they just didn't feel like getting up. They just felt like kind of chilling there. And Joey pointed at Kate and was like, "Who's that?" And they're like, "Oh, that's Kate." And Joey immediately says, "She's single?" And they're all like, I think? Bro, they're in 6th grade. Like, like they were like, oh my God, guys, is holding hands fourth base? Is that what that is? Like, that's the point that they were at. So they were like, yeah, I mean, everyone here is single, I guess. And Joey was just like, bet, and gets up and walks away from everyone. And Tony kind of just looks around like, dude, what? Did he just leave? And Joey went over and he sat right next to Kate and was like, hey, my name's Joey. And Kate was like, oh, hi there. Like, my name's Kate. And Joey's like, yeah. So, how's it going? And Kate's like, good. Joey's like, all right, that's nice. You love to hear that. Yeah, you love to hear that. And, at this point, Tony was just like looking at them like, what is this kid doing, right? And Joey's just trying to talk her up, which, like, you know what? Hey, he's got confidence. He's got initiative. Kind of respect for that, but also no respect for everything else he's done so far. But this is where things start to get pretty juicy. And I'm going to say the word of the day so I don't interrupt the flow when things get juicy. Comment spoiled if you made it this far. I usually filter the comments by the keyword and then try and heart as many of those as I possibly can. So comment spoiled if you want a decent chance of getting a heart. No guarantees. I got a lot of things going on. And while you're down there, if you leave a like on today's video, you will literally receive nothing in return, which is a fantastic deal if I do say so myself. Anyways, right, so Joey is, talking Kate up. Like, Joey's talking to Kate a lot, really trying to make some progress, probably trying to slide in or something. But anyways, right, the 10 minutes are up, and the teacher's like, all right, class, it's time for us to start, we're going to start, like, history reading. Please get out your textbook, go to page, like, I don't know, 68. You thought you were going to get the funny number. Psych. And Joey, like, looks up and says, hey, can I have 5 minutes? And the teacher's, like, taken aback because, like, some kid legitimately just asked him, hey, I'm still doing something. Can you start class 5 minutes later? And the teacher's like, Joey, like, we start class pretty promptly. I can't just give you 5 minutes. And Joey's like, what do you mean you just can't give me 5? It's 5 minutes, man. Like, I'm having a good conversation with Kate over here. And Kate's just looking at him like, I want nothing to do with this. So the teacher's kind of just looking at Joey like, what is this kid on? Yeah, Joey's just like, oh, man, it's just 5 minutes. Like, is it really that big of a deal? And the teacher's like, Joey, we're starting class. Joey's like, what do you mean we're starting class? I just need 5 minutes. And at this point, Kate is just like, do not involve me, bro. Do not involve me. Like, I'm just not trying to get involved in this. At this point, Joey's like, what do you mean? And the teacher's like, Joey, we're starting. All right, class, turn your pages. And then all of a sudden, right, the class gasps. Because Joey has, like, in his hand, right, he was just holding on to a pencil, right? He takes the pencil and at full force chucks it at the teacher. He's like, come on, man, why do you have to be such a buzzkill? And the teacher's like, Joey, did you just throw that pencil at me? Joey's like, of course I just threw that pencil at you. And the teacher's like, Joey, that's a very serious offense. You can't throw stuff at me. And Joey then takes his whole textbook. Remember, this is not some little flimsy paperback textbook. This is a thick, hardcover history textbook. And chucks it at the teacher and says, all I wanted was 5 minutes, man. And the teacher says, Joey, I know you're new here, but it's very clear you can't throw stuff. Because, like, he chucked this heavy textbook. The teacher barely dodged it. And the teacher's like, Joey, I need you to go to the principal's office this second. And Joey's like, or what? No one knew this at the time, but in retrospect, it was pretty clear. So the teacher actually took out his phone and sent a text to the principal saying, come down here, a student is not cooperating, also bring, like, the guards or the school police or whatever. And, Joey's like, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Give me the 5 minutes. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And the teacher's like, Joey, you threw a pencil at me and then threw a heavy textbook at me, which if it hit me in the wrong angle, could have actually hurt me pretty seriously. Like, this is a very serious offense. Joey's like, come on, man, it's honestly not that big of a deal. Give me those 5 minutes. And everyone is just standing there just like, oh my God, this kid is a menace. Like, they knew this kid was, like, a little strange beforehand, but this kid is an outright menace at this point. So at this point, right, Joey and the teacher are having a standoff where the teacher is saying, I need you to go to the principal's office. You can't be in this room. And Joey's just looking at him like, what? What are you going to do, buddy? What are you going to do? And at this point, right, they're both just sitting there till the classroom opens. And the principal walks in and two big old security guards walk in. And Joey looks at them and kind of laughs a little bit and says, if you think you're dragging me out of here, you're going to have a massive lawsuit on your hands. Do you know who my dad is? He can pay the best lawyer and they'll come for you. And they won't just come for the school, they'll come for you personally. At this point, right, the principal was like, nah, this kid is out of here. So he says, yo, guards, get this kid out of here. So the 2 guards walk over. Joey's like, you can't do anything to me. And at this point, Joey starts like punching at the security guards, and the 2 security guards firmly grab on to like, the scruff of his like clothes. He's like, hey, don't rip that. These clothes are expensive. And they drag Joey out of the room. And at this point, the teacher's just sitting there. His like mouth is wide open. Tony and all the other kids are sitting there in shock as well. And the principal, after, Joey is dragged out of the room, just goes and he says, hi guys, sorry for any inconvenience. Please continue on with the class. And they leave. At this point, the teacher's just sitting there like, what is my life, bro? And the entire class has lost for words. So the teacher ends up talking to them for a second about like how some kids are just like on a completely different planet and how he's like grateful that he has the class that he has. Like the teacher literally goes on to say like, I appreciate that you guys are so level-headed, and like that just gives me more perspective. And the teacher says, you know what, I'm just gonna give you guys the rest of the class for the free period. I'll figure out a way for us to catch up on this later. I just gotta sit here and process what just happened. And so the whole class like erupts into like talking with each other. And I'll just skip to like the next day because like, did Joey actually sue? Well, the school actually did like receive a letter from like the lawyers or whatever, but it was pretty clear that because the school had a lawyer come in and read it, and the school's lawyer said, hey, this is pretty clear that this is just kind of like scare bait and nothing more. Like nothing is actually going to come of this. Like this is very much just like a lot of pomp and no actual like nothing. So you guys are fine. The teacher was fine. Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go watch another video. There's some on screen, some on the recommended. If you watch one, I'll be very happy. Today we got a story time of a psychopathic math teacher that basically tortures these kids, but the table completely flips when the kids catch this math teacher doing something that they shouldn't be doing. Anyways, yeah, sit back, relax, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, and let's get right into it. If you want to send in a story, Instagram, Discord, both in the description, and we're going to call the person who sent in this story, we're going to call him Mark. I got the name from the comments, by the way, so leave your names in the comments. But anyways, right, so Mark, he was in 7th grade, and this was a math class. Anyways, right, so, on the first day of class, he comes in, and on the first day of class, you can normally get a pretty good sense of, like, how difficult the class is going to be, if, like, the teacher is, like, a good teacher, if they're strict or whatever. And so on the first day, right, Mark got into class, and, like, the teacher was sitting there at the front of the desk, and, like, people were kind of filing in, and they were sitting down, and they were kind of, like, talking to each other. And then at, like, 2 o'clock on the dot, because that's when the class started, the teacher's like, all right, class, I just want to let you know that this will not be an easy A. If anything, most of you might not even make it past a B. I'm going to say the average of this class will be a C and potentially a D. And everyone was just like, bro, hold on, like, chill out. We've been here for 30 seconds, and you're already telling us that we're basically going to fail and there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, she didn't say that exactly, but, like, the teacher was just like, nah, bro, like, I just want to let you know that basically none of you guys are getting A's, and you're all going to have to work very hard to barely get a C. And everyone was just like, all right, bro, this is 7th grade, chill out. But anyways, right, the class did not get much better after that point. So a couple weeks in, they had their first test or whatever, and in class, the teacher was really just not good at explaining anything. And by not good at explaining, I don't mean the teacher wasn't, like, couldn't comprehend it, herself. Because, like, the teacher understood what was going on, right? She went to school, she's taking this math, and this math isn't hard relative to, like, what she's done. Because, like, bro, this is 7th grade, she went to college. But she was, like, almost, I mean, I can't say intentionally, because that means I know intent that I don't know. But it almost felt like she was intentionally wording things more difficult than they needed to be. You know how, like, sometimes people can kind of, like, spice up their language, but not in, like, a productive way. They honestly just try and, like, make, like, they use bigger words, or if in math, they say things almost to gatekeep you, or just make it harder to understand when it doesn't need to be harder at all. Like, yeah, being more precise with your language is good, but just adding fancy words to sound smart doesn't actually make you smart at all, bro. I'll be honest. But anyways, right, the first test comes around, and everyone's kind of feeling like, all right, bro, like, we don't really know what's going on. We tried studying in the book, but, like, let's just hope this teacher isn't, like, ridiculous with the test questions or whatever. So they come in, and they sit down, and, Mark is kind of, like, waiting there, a little bit worried, kind of just a little bit nervous, because if like, on the first test, you'll get a pretty good sense of, like, how hard the teacher is, / like, how difficult their questions are. And yeah, so the teacher starts walking around, handing out the tests, Mark looks at the test, kind of goes through all the questions. I don't know about you, but I definitely will sometimes just read through all the questions first before starting, just really quickly to get a sense. And Mark was looking at this stuff, and it wasn't anything he recognized from the homework, because like Mark was trying to do well in this class, and like it was just sucks like the teacher wasn't good and also was going to be strict. But Mark did all the homework questions, bro. He grinded, he went for it. But when he was on the test and he was looking through all the questions, dude, none of them were like anything related to the homework. I'm sure it was like somewhat related, because a lot of math is related, but it honestly looked like, you know, the teacher just like grabbed like a math like assessment from like a different class at this point. Yeah, it had the same, like they were doing the same kind of like operations, I guess, but it was asking stuff that they'd never been asked before. And sometimes, like, you know, teachers can be like, the tests are going to be challenging. They're going to ask you to like think beyond your normal comprehension. And I can understand that to an extent, but at a certain point, if the kids don't know how to do something, the kids don't know how to do something. A lot of times when teachers make tests, if they have like 45 minutes to give the test, they'll make the test length like, I don't know, 30 minutes, and or that's like the expected length, so then kids have more time to like if they need to like work more or they want to check over their answers. But this test was incredibly long. In fact, honestly, Mark said even if he knew how to do all the problems, he wasn't even sure if he'd be able to finish it, like if he knew the problems, you know, and he wasn't even in a situation where he knew the problems. So by the time the class ended, the teacher's like, all right, guys, we're out of time. I'm going to come around and collect the work. Mark was starting to panic a little bit because he only had like stuff scribbled down for half the questions, which basically meant an instant fail at that point. And then he also wasn't confident at any of his answers. So Mark looks around the room before like the teacher collects most of the work, and he sees kind of like a similar picture from everyone. Everyone is kind of at a point where they just like they have stuff written down, but like honestly, like there's only like half the questions are filled out. So Mark is like, oh bro, I'm gonna get a curve, like we're good, we're chilling. It was kind of early, but things start to get interesting pretty fast. So comment curve if you made it this far. So CURVE. I'm gonna filter the comments by curve and heart as many as I can. I'm pretty busy, but I'll do my best. Anyways, right, so Mark was looking around and he was like, okay, like we're definitely getting a curve on this assignment, bro, which if you guys don't know, because I don't know if you've ever had one, basically when everyone does bad on a test, the teacher will kind of like adjust all the scores. Like they'll move all the scores up, or sometimes they'll move them down, but normally they'll move all the scores up proportionally, or maybe not proportionally by like plus a certain amount, but it all fits on a certain curve so that like the average will be higher. Because like if everyone fails, right, the average is going to be like a fail, and the teacher's not trying to have a fail be the average. So like they'll be like, okay, we're gonna make the average a B and now adjust everyone's grade accordingly. So Mike was like, or Mark, sorry, not Mike. Mark was like, all right, bro, like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. Like, this will be fine. So the next day comes around, and you know, Mark goes into his class, and the teacher's like, all right, guys, the average was a 52, and Mark's like sitting there like, all right, so I failed, but so did everyone else, but that's okay, right? Like, I should get a curve. And the teacher says, I'm satisfied with these results. There will be no curve. And Mark's like jaw dropped to the floor, and everyone else was like, bro, you cannot be serious. So after that class ends, Mark like checks his phone and he notices that he's been added to a group chat. And he checks it and he opens up the group chat and he sees that all the other people in that group chat, some of the numbers like he didn't have saved, but some of the numbers he did have saved, and they were friends of his that also happened to be in that class. And he realized pretty quickly that this was a group chat of everyone who was in that class. And one person said, hey, I made this just because I feel like the treatment we're going through is pretty unfair. And everyone else is like, yeah, this kind of sucks. Like, I don't think this is okay. And someone was like, I don't know, should we like report this to someone? What should we do about this? And the person's like, yeah, I made this group chat just so we could kind of organize and figure out what we're going to do. And so right at this point, they had no idea what they were going to do, but they were considering, I don't know, reporting it to the dean, confronting the teacher or whatever. But also, they just weren't totally sure what to do. However, the following events would define what they would do in a very interesting way. A very interesting way. So anyways, right, Mark and one of his friends, we're just going to call this guy Ben, because, bro, if I don't have an idea for a name, I'm just going to say Ben, because it's a pretty good placeholder. Anyways, right, so Mark and Ben, they walk in, and, they're basically trying to, like, they talk to each other beforehand, and they're like, all right, we got to do well in this class. do you want to just like show up to class 20 minutes early and just like review the homework so we can like get questions? And Mark didn't totally want to do this because that was kind of infringing on his free time, but he also was like, I need to do well in this class. Like, sure, whatever, that makes sense. So anyways, right, on the first day that Mark and Ben were planning on doing that, they got to class. They felt the door handle and it was unlocked, so obviously they were like, oh, it's unlocked, like we can go in here. They open up the door, and what do they see, bro? Okay, I gotta figure out how to say this without being thunderbolted. What do they see? Well, they see their teacher. And they also see the principal. I don't know why I said that so ominously, but yeah, so basically the teacher and the principal were in that room, and let me just give you guys a hint. They were not going over like schoolwork, they were not going over staff work or something. I don't know how else to say this, but yeah, let me just say that they were having a very intimate relationship at that current moment. And yeah, Mark and his friend Ben, they walked in on that. And let me just say that this was not disclosed to HR, probably because the principal was already married, so it was pretty clearly not disclosed to HR. And if you don't know, that's a pretty big no-no, especially like the principal has a power imbalance, so like principal can't be doing that anyways. But if you're gonna have a relationship within some kind of corporate entity or a school or something, you gotta report it to HR, or there could be like a lot of issues. Obviously, right, I mean, Mark and Ben just caught these two in a pretty big scandal, and pretty soon, like the principal and the teacher realized that two students have just walked in on the class and know very well what was this going on. So the principal's like, oh shit, like, oh man, I can't have this get out, man. Like I've worked so hard for this position, like I can't let this happen. And the teacher's like, oh my god, this is really bad. And right, so Mark, he's not the type of kid to like blackmail anyone. That's just not his style. But here's the thing, Ben, he was sick and tired of this class. He just wanted a good grade. He wanted, like, there was a certain like high school that you had to apply to that like Ben really wanted to get into, and like this grade was really gonna help him get in or not get in. So Ben was like, all right guys, here's the deal, I'm not gonna say anything. And they're like, okay. He's like, on one condition, and this seems pretty fair. And he turns to the teacher. He's like, teacher, and he says like the actual name of the teacher, but I don't feel like coming up with one. The average of your last test was a 52%. And the principal looked at her like, what the fuck? Like, bro, what? Do you hate these kids? And, Ben is just like, that can't happen again. It's either the average has to naturally be an 85% or higher, or you have to curve it to an 85% or higher. And the teacher's like, that's it? That's your demands? And Ben's like, yeah, that's it. That's all I want. And the teacher's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And Ben's like, yeah, and if that does not happen, yeah, this little thing is getting out. Like, with all due respect, like, I'm just trying to do well in this class. I'm just trying to get out of here. You guys have something going on that obviously is a little immoral, but I don't care. Personally, I just don't care. What I do care about is having a fair chance at this class. Honestly, Mark was kind of surprised they didn't just say to the teacher, give me like a 90 on every test or else I'll tell. Mark didn't need like, or no, Ben, sorry. Mark was surprised that Ben like didn't say that. But yeah, instead Ben could have failed that class, bro. He just asked that the average was something reasonable. So Ben was kind of yeah, he was using blackmail to get what he wanted, which is like a little not great. But at the same time, bro, he kind of helped out all of his classmates. And yeah, the principal's like, yeah, I'm so sorry that didn't happen before. The teacher's like, of course, like if we can just keep this between us, that'd be much appreciated. I will definitely, revisit my grading policies. And Ben was like, all right, good. Then, Mark and I will leave. We'll come back in 15 minutes. We'll tell nobody. And you guys will be back in your normal positions and life will go on. So anyways, right, Ben and Mark leave the classroom. And Ben just turns to Mark like, dude, oh my God. And Mark's like, bro, you're kind of a legend, bro. And Mark's like, yeah, bro. And Ben's like, yeah, dude, I kind of know. Like, I kind of did that. I'm kind of that guy. And Ben's just like, oh, bro, what about the group chat? And Mark said, all right, I got this. So Mark goes into the group chat, and he sends a text saying, hey, like, let's see how the next test goes. Maybe the first test is just to, like, weed people out, right? If the next test is normal, let's not say anything unless it happens again. And everyone was like, because people were kind of on the fence of saying anything anyways, so people were like, okay, that's fair. And sure enough, the next test comes around, and the average is an 87. And after that point, the average never drops below an 85. I'm not even kidding you. Subscribe if you haven't already, and now go watch another video. There's some on screen, some the recommended. You'll make me happy. We got a story time of a Minecraft kid who actually tries to fight his teacher with one of those like stupid floppy like diamond sword toys you got as a kid. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. So yeah, sit back, relax, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, and let's get right into it. Enjoy. Anyway, so we're going to call the subscriber who sent in the story, which, by the way, if you want to send in stories, you can send them into my Instagram or Discord server. Jeez, I can't talk. Both are in the description of the video. We're going to call the subscriber Sophie, right? So anyways, Sophie is in 6th grade, and in this class, there's this kid that she's, like, not really friends with, but she's at least friendly with, and we're just going to call him Minecraft Kid. In every single video, I have to say this, I'm going to make it quick. If you play Minecraft, I don't hate you, bro. I mean, look at the gameplay in the background of this video. But if Minecraft Kid has a different connotation to the name, and if you've watched my videos enough, you'll know what I mean when I say Minecraft Kid. Anyway, so there's a pretty big test coming up, and this was a math class. So, you know, in some other classes, you know, it's a little bit more subjective, the grading, and this is going to be pretty important later on. But in some classes, such as English or history or maybe like some art class, you know, the teachers have a bit more say in how they grade it. However, when it comes to a lot of math classes, a lot of the times you either get the answer right or you get the answer wrong. Like maybe with an English like essay, the teacher likes how you wrote it. Sure, there's grammar and syntax that you could argue is important and will be kind of like you can't grade it, like you can't like say, oh, the syntax is right or wrong. It just is right or wrong. But at the end of the day, right, I feel like math and a lot of sciences are a lot more, you know, objective. You can't like give someone an A if they get all the answers wrong and give someone a B even if they got all the answers right. So this is like pretty important later on, but they're in a math class and there's a pretty big test coming up. And the kid in Sophie's class that we're calling the Minecraft Kid, you know, he wasn't doing a ton of studying because he was, you know, he was grinding those Bed Wars levels. He was grinding that Minecraft. He was on that Minecraft grind. I don't know how else to say it. But anyways, right, you know, he wasn't really, you know, studying or doing the homework or anything. And he was definitely unprepared for this test, or at least Sophie thought so. Yeah, I guess Sophie didn't follow him back to like back from school to his home and like watched him to see if he actually did, you know, just played Bed Wars or actually did his math homework, because that would be a little weird. And by little, that's a bit of an understatement. I mean, very, very weird. But Sophie, you know, she had her reason. She had her, you know, because of the Minecraft Kid, not paying attention in class, not getting any of the answers right, never handing in homework. And also some of her friends that were friends with his friends kind of confirmed that whole thing. So Sophie was pretty sure that the Minecraft Kid was probably not going to do well on this upcoming assessment. Anyways, right, so a day before the test, the teacher randomly assigned people into pairs to study with each other, as he thought it would be a kind of an interesting way to study before the test, as the day before that, he kind of had like a come in with any questions you want type session, and by the end of the class, the kids were kind of done asking questions, so we kind of felt as if having another one of those might not be, you know, might not yield the best results, but it was like, you know what, well, might as well like pair people up with random people and have them go through problems. Maybe they'll be exposed to different ways or different kind of like ways to see these math problems, different ways to solve these problems. Maybe they'll, you know, discover that they don't understand something and someone will be able to explain it on a micro level. I don't even know, but he was just like, this will be interesting. So he did the names kind of randomly. I don't think he like went ahead with like a random number generator. I think he just kind of paired people up randomly. But yeah, Sophie got paired up with the Minecraft Kid. And Sophie then got first-hand account of how behind the Minecraft Kid really was. They were sitting down, the Minecraft Kid and Sophie. They were going through some practice problems, and the Minecraft Kid would be like, how do you do this? And look, here's the thing. There's no issue with asking questions, especially like in a math class. And even if it's very simple, like that's totally fine. If you don't get something, even if you're at a point where you should probably get it, it's totally fair to just be like, you know what, I should, you know, ask someone. I mean, obviously, like look online is pretty good too, and you don't have to like worry about being embarrassed. Shout out the organic chemistry tutor and also Khan Academy. But at the end of the day, right, if you got to ask a question, you got to ask a question, man. But anyways, right, the Minecraft Kid basically asked a question about every basic component of every question they had for every single question. Like, he didn't even know how to start any of them. And at one point, right, about halfway through asking questions, he kind of just gave up and went to, like, doodling on a notepad. And Sophie was just looking at him like, bro, we have a test tomorrow. Because Sophie was pretty prepared. Sophie took the class pretty seriously, and she was at a point where she felt pretty confident because she had studied quite a bit for the weeks prior and had just been doing the homework and, did well in the quizzes, whatever. And she kind of thought to herself, like, hey, man, like, I'm willing to answer your questions, and you're in a position where you desperately need, some questions answered because we got a pretty major assessment coming up. Like, come on, like, I'm here to help. I'm literally just here to help you. But the Minecraft kid just decided to start doodling, and he was like drawing a creeper or something. And she's like, all right, bro, whatever. Like, it is what it is. I'll just do some projects I'll do some problems by myself. Whatever. Anyways, right, so the next day comes around, and it's the day of the test. And the night before, Sophie actually ended up studying quite a bit, and she was feeling pretty prepared. In fact, she felt like she was, if anything, a little bit over-prepared. And sure enough, when the day of the test came, she sat down, she saw the problems, and the studying paid off. She saw, like, all the problems that were on the test were basically stuff that she already had, had practiced many, many times, and she felt very confident going through it. However, she looked over towards the end of it, the Minecraft kid, and he was still on the first page, and he had not even started anything yet. He was kind of just, like, looking at the clock, kind of, like, scribbling on the side. Like, bro was not even trying to make any progress at this point. So after the Minecraft kid gets his tests back, things get really interesting as he gets really, really angry with the results. So I'm just going to have the secret word now. So if you made it this far into the video, comment test down below, T-E-S-T, what? T-E-S-T, sorry. My brain kind of malfunctioned for a second. I'm going to filter the comments by the special keyword and heart as many of those as I can. So if you'd like to get a free heart and maybe farm top commenter on the channel, go ahead and do that. But anyways, right, Sophie was looking over, and with like 20 minutes left of the test, the Minecraft kid was just like made no progress. He was not doing, like, understandably, if you don't study for a test, you don't do well in the quizzes, and you don't do the homework, bro, you're not going to be able to solve, like, math. You're not going to be able to be one of those, like, 1700s mathematicians being able to figure out how math works on the day of the test. It's just not going to happen. And yeah, with the Minecraft kid, it just didn't happen. So the next day rolls around, and the teacher had the test graded, as the teacher was... I've had a lot of teachers in high school and so far in college that, bro, they take so long to grade that stuff. Like, I get it. I procrastinate on stuff as well. I, want to have a life. Trust me, I understand. But, like, I get the grade for the test back, like, 3 weeks later. I'm like, bro, you only have 20 people in this one class, and you only teach one section. What are you doing? But this teacher was pretty good. This teacher was pretty proactive. And the teacher had the grades for the tests back the next day. So, the teacher's walking around, handing back tests, and the teacher was, like, handing, like, some of them face up and some of them face down, which, the thing is, the idea of, like, handing back a test face down on the surface makes sense because you're trying to, like, hide the bad grade from everyone. But the thing is, if you don't hand back every test face down, then people are going to know that anyone who got a test back hand down, like face down, maybe they don't know exactly what their grade is, but they know their grade is pretty bad. So it kind of defeats the purpose. But anyways, the teacher wasn't really thinking about that. As he went around, handed Sophie's test face up because she got a 95. Congrats, Sophie, the subscriber. Congratulations. Good work. If you want to send in the story, by the way, Discord server in the description. Go ahead and join it. I'm there sometimes. Anyways, good work, Sophie. And the teacher's going around handing out the test back and eventually gets to the Minecraft kid, and the test obviously face down. Sophie was sitting one row across from the Minecraft kid and like 1 or 2 seats back, so she was in the perfect position and the perfect angle to see when the Minecraft kid eventually picked up his paper, his test, flipped it over. She was able to see the big red circle with a 28 in it, and this wasn't like a 36 possible points and you only get 28 of them. This test was out of 100. The Minecraft kid got a 28%, which for the fact of not even trying at all, I think 28% might have even been generous, but hey man, I've been there, bro. I've definitely been in the trenches down bad in some of my classes, so I can definitely relate to that. But anyways, right, the Minecraft kid almost looked shocked and like, oh my God, this is impossible. I didn't study at all. Why didn't I get 100%? Like, bro, you gotta study for this. I don't know how else to say it. Oh my God, I didn't try and I failed? This is so upsetting. I can't understand it at all. I didn't put any effort in, and my actions have consequences. My favorite line from The Simpsons, one of my favorite childhood shows, is when Homer Simpson says, "Oh, why do my actions have consequences?" this is a perfect example of how beautiful that line is. But anyways, right, the Minecraft kid was not gonna have this. And today he wanted to show his friends his new, like, Minecraft creeper doll plush thing, as well as his new Minecraft diamond sword. And I don't know if you guys had one of those as a kid. I think I still have mine from way back in the day, but I'd have to, like, dig it up, and I'm not at home right now. But anyways, there's these kind of like foam diamond swords that you can play with, and I used to get one as a kid. Anyways, the Minecraft kid recently got a creeper stuffed animal thing, as well as a Minecraft diamond sword, and he brought both of them to school to show his friends. However, the Minecraft diamond sword was also still in his backpack that he brought to class. So he's looking at his paper, and he like raises his hand. He's like, "Teacher, there must be a mistake." And the teacher looks at the Minecraft kid, knowing very well that he, one, failed, and also, two, failed because all of his answers were wrong. Like, this wasn't some mistake on the teacher's part. This man failed because all of his answers were basically wrong. If anything, the teacher was generous with the amount of extra credit the teacher gave. So at this point, the Minecraft kid is starting to realize that there's no coming back from this. That, like, the teacher, he's not going to be like, "Oh, my mistake, you actually got 101%. Like, that's my fault. I just, like, my hand slipped. You actually did really well." Obviously, the teacher's not going to budge at this point, so the Minecraft kid says, "You have disrespected my honor." And everyone, like, was like, "Bro, what's going on?" Because the Minecraft kid didn't really talk much, and Sophie didn't have any other classes with the Minecraft kid, so she didn't really know, like, what he was like. But this was very weird because this kid who just failed the test, like, got up and is like, "You disrespected my honor." He reaches into his backpack, whips out his new, like, floppy Minecraft sword, starts waving it around, and is like, "We must duel for my honor." Apparently, he probably watched, like, some kind of, like, movie from, like, medieval fights or something, and now he was like, everything is about one's honor, and we must have a duel to, like, figure out whose honor is, I don't even know, bro. I can't follow the logic if there is none. I'm sorry. And the teacher at this point is just so startled and taken aback by the series of events that just occurred within, like, a 45-second window. First, the Minecraft kid says, "You made a mistake," when obviously he didn't. Second, he says, "You have disrespected my honor." Then he pulls out one of those floppy Minecraft diamond sword foam things. And then fourth, he said, "We must duel." All with it. This is, what did I say, 6th grade? This is like a 6th grade class. This is in kindergarten, bro. What is going on? So yeah, the Minecraft kid is like, "All right, the duel shall commence." And everyone is just looking at him like, "Dude, what?" What? And Sophie is so taken aback because she knew the Minecraft kid was maybe a little weird and he didn't study for the test, but she could not in a million years have predicted this at all. Like, even if someone said, "Yo, the Minecraft kid's about to fight his teacher PvP style with a fake Minecraft sword," she would have looked at them like, "All right, buddy, like, all right, bro, like, I know for a fact that's not happening." And then all of a sudden, the Minecraft kid shouts out, "For honor and glory!" And he starts running towards the teacher and is like, goes up to him and starts going, "Pop, pop, pop." So it's like whapping him with the side of, like, the foam sword, doing absolutely no actual damage except, like, plus 100 annoyance damage. Like, the annoyance meter is going up really, really quickly. The actual damage bar, nothing has changed. But the annoyance bar, that thing is shooting through the roof. And the teacher's like, "Hey, stop it. You can't do that." And the Minecraft kid is like, "This is for my honor." And starts, like, whapping him with, like, the little Minecraft sword. And the teacher must have had a bad day and also was just so shocked by the events going on because he grabs the sword, rips it out of his hand, and, like, throws it across the room, super angry. At this point, right, the Minecraft kid is kind of snapped out of his, like, weird, like, Minecraft headspace or whatever, and it's kind of snapped back to reality, realizing how stupid the thing he just did was. And he's, like, looking up at the teacher, and the teacher looks at him, super angry at this point, because the teacher is no longer in a state of shock where he just has no idea what's even going on. The teacher is looking at him like, "You messed up, kid." And he looks at the Minecraft kid and he says, "That's it. Principal's office, now!" Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go watch another video. There's some on screen, some that recommended. Go watch one. I'll be very happy. Today we got a story time of a Minecraft kid who bites his teacher after his teacher says Minecraft is stupid. Yeah, not even kidding. Sit back, relax, leave a like on the video, and let's get right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who sent in today's story, we're going to call him Charles, right? And I got the name from the comment section, so if you want me to use your name, your friend's name, or really any name you want, make sure to leave a comment with that name down below. But anyways, right, Charles was in class, and he was in class in 6th grade. And in this class, there's a kid who we're going to call the Minecraft kid. And by the way, I don't hate you if you like Minecraft. When I say Minecraft kid, I don't mean someone who plays Minecraft. I mean, bro, it's pretty obvious just by looking at the background of this video that I enjoy myself some good Minecraft as well. But anyways, right, one day in class, they were just like sitting there having a discussion, and the teacher brings up the fact that they have a pretty major assessment coming up. And this pretty major assessment happened to be a project which everyone in the class is pretty happy about because, you know, whenever I get a project in a class, I'm feeling pretty happy because you can kind of do it whenever at your own pace. You don't have to study a lot of stuff to like do it on a test. You can always kind of have someone double check your work. Even though projects can sometimes end up being more work than studying for a test, you just feel more secure in the outcome. So everyone loves themselves a good project. But anyways, right, the teacher announces that they had a project, and the subscriber, Charles, was pretty happy about this. And the teacher goes on to say that, go back home, think of an idea that you want to do, and come to me the next day and we'll talk about it. This class was a history class, but specifically a history class focused on like great battles or whatever, or important battles of history. And you were supposed to, you know, come up with an idea, choose a battle, and then go to class the next day and give like a mini 30-second presentation. The teacher's either gonna like okay it, or if they deny it, they'll hopefully like explain why. Be like, oh, you gotta be more specific. Oh, I've seen this one so often. Can you please choose a new one? Or, oh, I don't know, like, this isn't exactly like a battle, like, let me point you towards a better direction. I don't know exactly, but that was basically what was gonna happen. And so anyways, the teacher then says, all right, guys, we got 15 minutes left of class. How about you get into small groups and discuss what projects or what battles you might be choosing / researching for our mini presentation tomorrow, where I'll basically give you the okay to go ahead on like the 2-week project to do a big presentation about it. And so, you know, the groups are kind of randomized / who you're sitting near, and it was Charles, 2 other kids, and the Minecraft kid, because Charles and the Minecraft kid weren't like that friendly, but the Minecraft kid just happened to be sitting next to them. So one of Charles's friends was like, oh, went over to Charles pretty quickly to join a group with him. And then there's another kid who was nearby, and the Minecraft kid was also nearby. So they all came together at kind of the same table, and we're like, all right, let's just have a little discussion. So they go around talking about what battles they want to do. And they keep going around. So the Minecraft kid was like the last one to kind of like share. And they go around, they say what battles, they say kind of why or whatever. And then the Minecraft kid talks about how he is going to cover one of the most epic battles on his multiplayer server with his friends. At this point, right, Charles, I almost called him David. That was the name of the last guy 2 videos ago. And Charles kind of looks at the Minecraft kid like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, at first Charles thought the Minecraft kid was joking, that he was gonna like use his like Minecraft battle on his PvP server. He thought that was a joke because they're like, you know, that'd be kind of funny. Like, I mean, it's not like the greatest humor of all time, but to say, oh, I'm gonna go, my research project's gonna be on this video game battle I did, that's got some humor to it. That's funny enough. I'll give credit where credit is due. And but Charles kept looking at the Minecraft kid, and he started to realize that this kid wasn't joking, man. This kid was serious. And the other guys start to realize this too. And then the subscriber, Charles, says, hey, you know, like Minecraft kid. Obviously said his real name, but he's like, hey, Minecraft kid. You know you can't actually, like, you're joking, right? You know you can't actually cover the most epic PvP battle on your Minecraft server. And the Minecraft kid says, why not? Like, it's a battle. This is battle history class or whatever. I'm going to do a presentation on probably one of the most epic battles of all time. And the kids kind of respond to that like, bro, I think we means a real battle. And, you know, Minecraft kid's like, bro, what do you mean a real battle? Did the thing happen on my server? Yes, it did. Therefore, it is real. Therefore, I can do it. End of story. So everyone at this point is kind of like, all right, like, we're not changing this guy's mind. Like, the fact he didn't listen to us is kind of just like, okay, like, suffer then. Fair enough, you do you. Like, Charles, the subscriber, his conscience was clear, bro. Like, he didn't feel bad about anything that was gonna happen, and let me just say, quite a lot did happen, because he warned him. He warned the Minecraft kid, but the Minecraft kid didn't care, and, you know, the next day rolled around, and they all went up in front of the class. And by the way, like, the way that this was done was a little weird, but, like, they gave a mini presentation with, like, one night's worth of research in front of everyone, and then the teacher would like publicly be like, okay, you get the green light or no. If I was a teacher, the way I would have done it is like, had this been done private, or even have just like asked the kids to like give the like, just tell me about which battle they chose. I guess he wanted to give them an option to do some research, but it didn't make a ton of sense to me. But whatever, man, I'm not this teacher. I didn't go to school for teaching. Like, who knows, man. But anyways, right, so the next day rolls around, and Charles does his presentation about, like, I don't know, something in World War II, and his friends do a presentation about, I don't know, some ancient Roman battle that was consequential. Very standard stuff. I think they went up there with, like, a slideshow with, like, 4 or 5 bullet points on it. I mean, I think this was, like, 6th or 7th grade. I forgot what I said in the beginning. But this was, like, kind of like middle school, whatever, so there's not a lot expected. And the presentations were going well, and the teacher had actually greenlit every single one. Like, there was no presentation that he was like, oh, you can't do that. I think for one, he might have been like, oh, can you refine this a little bit? Or maybe can you expand this? Like, this is too small of a scope. But basically, right at this point, the teacher has, you know, greenlit every single project. And this is when the Minecraft kid walks up, all confidently. And Charles and his friends, or his one friend that joined him the day before, they're sitting next to each other, or they're sitting at the same table, however the classroom is arranged, I'm not totally sure. And Charles kind of leans over to his friend. He's like, all right, what are the odds this Minecraft kid is actually going through with presenting the fact that he's going to do, like, I don't know, a PvP server as, like, a battle for his presentation? Or do you think this kid chickened out? And the friend kind of, like, leaned back and said, bro, there's not a shot he's actually doing that. So things are about to go down, aka, you know, the Minecraft kid is gonna end up biting his teacher in front of everyone. But before we do that, I just don't want to interrupt the flow of the video. So just comment Minecraft. I know I said that like a couple videos ago, but just comment Minecraft. I'm gonna filter the comments by the word Minecraft. I'll try and give a lot of you guys a heart. I'm pretty busy, like life and I don't know, life. So I can't get to them all, but comment Minecraft down below. I'll heart as many of them as I can. Anyways, so right, the subscriber and his friend were just like, yeah, no way this kid's actually going to try and present Minecraft. Like, oh, I'm going to do, like, in his kind of, like, low-key serious, like, class about, like, histories of, like, battles and stuff, right? He's going to be like, yeah, so on my Minecraft server, I fought my friend, and it was really important, and I think it's important enough that I can do a presentation about it. Like, bro, it's just not going to fly. I don't know how else to say it. It's just not gonna work. Anyways, right, Minecraft kid goes up in front of everyone, and he opens up his, you know, his presentation, PowerPoint, I don't even know, Google Slides thing, and he opens it up, and it's actually like a slideshow instead of just like a list of bullet points. Yeah, so unlike all the other kids who just had bullet points, the Minecraft kid had like slides, and on his first slide it said, the biggest battle in history ever, period. Like a little period. I don't mean to be like, period. No, I mean like a period. And it just, he's like, all right, guys, this is my presentation. And the teacher was like, kind of intrigued, bro. He was like, oh man, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna do like D-Day? Is he like, what is he gonna do for this one? Goes to the next slide, and it's a screenshot of the Minecraft kid, like in his Minecraft avatar, standing over like a big pile of like swords, diamonds, like armor. Basically, when you kill someone in Minecraft, all their inventory like explodes all over the place. And it's a screenshot of him standing over a big pile of inventory from his friend. He's like, this is the biggest battle of all time. At this point, the teacher's like, hey, bro, what the fuck? And Charles, the subscriber, is just like, my boy did it. He actually did the Minecraft presentation. And the Minecraft kid goes on to present, basically saying like his reasons for why it's the biggest thing ever. And the reasons were awful. I mean, I don't know how you guys expected the reasons to be good, but yeah, the reasons were awful. And the teacher looked kind of annoyed because the teacher was having such a good streak of like perfect presentations. Everything had been greenlit, like everything was going so well. And then like the teacher was kind of insulted by this because he felt like the Minecraft kid was not taking his class seriously. The thing that he didn't understand is the Minecraft kid genuinely believed he wasn't like pulling a prank or wasn't trolling. Like, at least the subscriber, right, does believe that like the Minecraft kid wasn't trolling. There's a chance that he actually was just doing a big practical joke, but the subscriber thinks the Minecraft kid was legitimately, right? Legitimately thought that this was an okay thing to do. And yeah, so then he's like, all right, teacher, kind of looks at him, and the teacher looks back at him with this look of just like, bro. And the teacher looks at him and says, this assignment was supposed to be about important battles of history, not about a stupid game that you played with your friends. And it was just the class went silent because the teacher wasn't like, come on, man. Like, I mean, the teacher understandably was upset, but it was just like this weird silence afterwards because the Minecraft kid, who was looking at him all eagerly, like ready to be greenlit on his big presentation, right, is just absolutely destroyed. And the Minecraft kid then mumbles under his breath, what did you say? And the teacher's like, what I said was I didn't expect a presentation on a stupid game. And in the middle of saying game, the Minecraft kid ran up to him and like bit him on the arm. At this point, right, the subscriber and his friends are just completely blown away because they're like, dude, we're in 6th grade, bro. This is in kindergarten. What are you doing? And he's like, and the teacher's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? And he like, the Minecraft kid like, he didn't like draw blood or anything. This is like one of those like kids biting you or whatever. He's like, that's for disrespecting Minecraft. Yeah, the panting sounds were because the Minecraft kid was out of breath from running over to the teacher and biting him. Like that 2-foot jog was enough to completely send him out of breath, but whatever, bro. And he's like, yeah, that was for disrespecting Minecraft. It is not a stupid game. At this point, right, everyone's like, oh my God, this kid, bro. Oh my God, like, what? Is he okay, bro? Because at this point, right, yeah, this kid's going to the principal's office. He's probably getting some detention, if not getting suspended, because he did, like, attack the teacher, basically. Because if you bite someone, that's an attack. And the teacher just looks at him with this look of, like, horror, because he's, like, shocked. Not, like, scared of the kid, because, like, whatever, he did, like, a stupid bite. But, like, just a look of shock, because he just has, he doesn't understand why anyone would even do this. Like, he's like, oh, what are you doing, man? And then the teacher quickly composes himself after being shocked and is like, what you just did was unacceptable. Go to the principal's office immediately. I will be following you there to like give every single detail. And then he quickly like whisks the Minecraft kid away, is like, you're coming with me, and kind of grabs him by the shirt and walks him out of the door. At this point, right, the subscriber, his friend, and everyone else in the class is just sitting there in silence. And after like 2 to 3 seconds after, you know, the Minecraft kid and the teacher walk out of the classroom, everyone breaks out into discussion of like, what just happened? Subscribe if you haven't already, and now go watch another video. There's some on the screen, some that recommended. Yeah, go watch one. I'll be very happy. Bye. Today we have a story time of a very, very strange math teacher. To put it in the lightest terms possible, bro. Leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing. Subscribe, and let's just jump right into it. So today's subscriber, we're going to call him James, and I got that from the comment section down below. So leave any names you want me to use in the comments right now. But anyways, right, James. This happened when James was in 4th grade, and he had a math teacher. And it was the first day of 4th grade. You know, everyone was kind of excited to meet your new teachers. I know I'm always trying to size up my teachers when during my first day of classes to figure out, are they going to be chill? Are they going to make my life miserable? Because they literally have that power when you're in school, bro. But anyways, right, it was the first day of math class. And sure enough, right, James was, he got into class, he sat down, and he was kind of waiting to see what his new teacher was going to be like. And let me just say that he was not prepared for what his teacher was going to be like, bro. Just wait and see. So James, sat down, got into a seat, and everyone was kind of like, there's a bit of like a rumbling of like, talking, excited, nervous energy because it's the first day of class or whatever. And as soon as like the bell hit 2 or the clock hit 2, because that's when the class started, right? The teacher, I'm just going to call him Mr. Teacher, bro. I'm not trying to be creative today. Mr. Teacher was like, all right, class, like, welcome to our math class. We will be learning like, I don't know, advanced arithmetic and basic geometry in this year. I hope that you all will, get something from this, as you'll be using it for the rest of your academic careers. So I really do hope that you pay attention. Like, this class will be like somewhat difficult, but if you put in the work, I guarantee you will all pass. And like, this was kind of the first time someone was so formal in a math class. Because, like, the year before, James, like, the teacher he had was like, how's it going, guys? Like, welcome. Math's going to be a lot of fun. Like, I know it hasn't been fun for, like, all you guys, like, always, but I'm going to do my best to make sure you guys have a good time, right? Very different kind of, like, this guy was, like, mad formal, bro. And James was like, all right, so this teacher's going to be a little strict. Because the teacher he had the year before, like, he wanted you to do the homework, but if you came in and didn't do it, he was kind of like, oh, man, please do it next time. And, like, if you didn't understand it, the teacher the year before was always very chill about it. But anyways, right, this teacher was, like, Mr. Serious, because fourth grade math is so important and very serious and sophisticated or something like that, right? And sure enough, like, Mr. Teacher was like, the seats you're sitting in now, these are officially your assigned seats. Please do not come in, like, in the following days and sit into other seats. He's like, all right, we're going to start with our first lesson. At this point, James was like, hey, like, all right, like, we're kind of strict already, bro. Because, like, normally in these classes, they'd be like, oh, let's go around, say your name, say something fun about you. Like, dude, I always hated the fun fact. Because, like, I don't know what a fun fact about me is. Especially, like, now in college, I'm not telling people I have a YouTube channel. Nah, this is not happening, bro. So my fun fact is, like, I have a dog. It's so lame. But anyways, right, they just went straight into the lesson. And James was sitting there like, dang, like, Mr. Teacher, this guy is all business, no fun. It's like, I'm in fourth grade, man. Anyways, right, James, he was kind of spacing out a little bit, kind of just, looking out into this, like, looking outside. It was a nice day because, like, they started when summer was still going on, because that's when, the school year starts. And some other class, like, let his class out, like, decided to have an outdoor class to get to know them. And James was kind of longingly looking outside. And that's when he heard his name. He's like, James? James, that's your name, right? And he looks up and it's Mr. Teacher. And Mr. Teacher was like, all right, James, like, since it looks like you weren't paying attention, how about you help us figure out this question on the board? And James, in his head, was like, if it looks like I wasn't paying attention, how do you expect me to solve this problem, bro? But anyways, he was like, okay. And he looks up on the board, and it's like some complex long division. You know when it's like the long division, you have to do the little sign that isn't a square root but looks like one? I haven't done that since fourth grade, man, and that was like the worst. That was the worst. I can't even do it now. Like, I bet I could if I tried, but like, bro, that sucked back in the day. I would rather do like my calculus and probability class right now than that. Like, it honestly was so annoying. And anyways, right, Mr. Teacher's like, how about you walk us through this problem as I just did like 2 minutes ago? And James is like, really, bro? Like, on the first day, you're going to call me out for spacing out for just a second? Are you serious, dude? I always hated teachers that, like, when they knew that you weren't paying attention, that they would just, like, embarrass you. And I guess it's a tactic to get you to pay attention. But, man, if I don't pay attention, I'm going to be punished by my bad grades, bro. Like, I'm going to get a punishment either way. You don't have to rub it in. But anyways, right, so James is not able to do it. He's embarrassed in front of the whole class. So James already does not like this guy. But all of a sudden, right, this is where things start to get weird. This is where things start to get, as the title implies, a little suspect, if you know what I mean, bro. Mr. Serious, Mr. Teacher, right, like the professional math guy, his phone starts ringing. And he's like, class, I need to take this. Please give me a second. Like, I apologize for my absence. And Mr. Teacher, he walks outside and closes the door. However, Mr. Teacher wasn't aware of how transparent the door and like the wall. He didn't realize how thin the walls were. AKA, people could hear exactly what he was saying on the phone, which is where things just go completely downhill, dude. Which is where things just drastically fall off a cliff at like exponential speed. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video and you want some free hearts, on your comments, go ahead and comment teacher down below. I'm going to try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can, just to see how many people actually made it this far into the video. And while you're down there, turn on the notifications next to the subscribe. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Anyways, right, so, James and the rest of the classmates, they're sitting in class. James has just, like, gotten embarrassed by this teacher. So he's just like, wow, I don't like this guy already, right? And sure enough, they're all sitting there, and they're all sitting there in silence because they're all kind of afraid of the guy. Like, maybe afraid is the wrong word,
but they definitely just don't want to get on this guy's bad side, and it kind of seems like he's really uptight and really strict. And so the room is really silent. And also, the walls are really thin. And that kind of combination of a very quiet atmosphere and very thin walls has led to, basically this guy's phone call being very clear. Like, you can hear it very clearly on the other side. Like, everyone in the room, it was as if they were standing right next to Mr. Teacher when he was taking this call. This is where things get juicy. They hear Mr. Teacher, start to talk to this woman on the phone. And he says, "Hey, Amanda, like, how's it going?" Oh, you're around tonight? Yeah, no, my wife won't be here. At this point, like, look, these are fourth graders, but some of them are like, they know a thing or two about how the world works. So some of them are starting to go, "Hey, yo, wait a minute, pause, bro, pause. Like, hold up. My wife's not home, so this girl can have a whoa. At this point, right, everyone's like head is turned to the door. They're all looking around. They're listening in. And sure enough, Mr. Teacher is like, "Yeah, no, my wife's out for the weekend, so, if you wanted to come over tonight." It was a Friday night. The first day of school was on a Friday. I think they did that to give them kind of like a break after the first day. That's at least how my school used to do it back in the day. I don't know if it's very popular, but kind of to give them a break after the first day. But Mr. Teacher's like, "Yeah, my wife's gone for the weekend, Amanda. Like, if you want to stop by, like, I'm just saying, I cook a really nice steak, high season that, if you know what I mean." At this point, the whole class, their jaws have just dropped. This is their introduction to this teacher. They come in, he's really just like a massive tight ass, like he's grilling people, all this kind of stuff. He goes outside and is basically admitting to the class he's cheating on his wife right now, bro. Like, yeah, he doesn't know that the walls are super thin, but dude. So anyways, right, they hear Mr. Teacher kind of like say, "All right, I'll see you then," turn off the phone, and then walk back into class. And he has no idea, right? He has no idea that the walls are so thin. He has no idea that, like, everyone heard everything that was just said, right? But sure enough, everyone in the beginning, some of the kids didn't really know what was going on, and there might have still been a few that were confused, but it was just so blatant at that point that, like, when he walked back in, everyone was just staring at him intensely, like, just completely, like, in shock of what they heard. And Mr. Teacher even kind of picks up on it a little bit. And he's like, "You guys see a ghost or something?" Haha. He doesn't even think for a second that they heard his call, because he was certain that, like, he went behind the door, that no one was listening or anything like that. So then he goes on to teach. And it's as if nothing happened, right? But sure enough, a bunch of fourth grade kids hear a crazy story in class. What do you guys think that they did as soon as as soon as their parents picked them up after school? The mom's gonna be like, "Oh, honey, how was your first day of class? Your teacher said what?" So, that it spread basically, right? Spread like wildfire. As soon as that class day was over, right? Every, like, mom in, like, the neighborhood was, like, made aware. And as soon as that happened, like, it was everywhere. And within, like, a day, like, the teachers, like, I don't know about the teachers union, but, like, all the staff and all the faculty knew about what just happened. So the next day they go in, or not the next day, because it's like weekend. So a lot of stuff brews over the weekend, right? And when, James goes into class on Monday, there's a different teacher in his math class. And, she's actually pretty cool. She's a lot chiller than Mr. Teacher. She, like, the way she's teaching the material is a lot friendlier. She doesn't take it as seriously, but she does, like, want the kids to learn, as the material is important for their future. She was just overall a teacher they all kind of enjoyed a bit more. Anyways, right, so when James, goes back into his car, but when the day's over, he asks his mom, he's like, "Hey, Mom, like, do you know what happened?" Because, like, he told his mom all about what happened, like, with Mr. Teacher. And the next day, he's like, "Oh, like, Mom, like, why is Mr. Teacher, like, not in class? Like, we have a new teacher." And the mom kind of, like, thinks for a second before she responds. And she's like, "Oh, James, honey, like, Mr. Teacher is on sabbatical." And that's basically, sabbatical is when, like, a teacher is, like, allowed to take a year off or a trip or something like that. It's, like, paid by the school, and they're allowed to do it. I think it's paid by the school. I don't know. But they're allowed to take time off, essentially. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, he's just taking a little retreat. I heard him and his wife are they're solving their differences. Bro, keyword for man is getting like she is pissed, right? Now like everyone knows their business, and like he's in the doghouse for at least a year is what the the decoding of that is. So yeah, sure enough, right, James has this cool math teacher for the rest of the year, and Mr. Teacher actually never returns to the school because this happened many years ago, and James has no idea what happened to Mr. Teacher. Anyways, subscribe if you haven't already, drop a like in the video, and then click on one of the 4 videos on screen right now, or just simply watch another one of my videos to support the channel. Thank you. Bye. You might think that you've had the worst teacher. Maybe you received a bad grade unfairly. Maybe they hate you for no good reason. Maybe they make their tests unnecessarily hard because, I don't know, they hate their students. But let me just know that your stories have nothing on the story that graced my Instagram DMs just a couple days ago and that I am telling today. Let's call the subscriber in the story, let's call him Steven. Anyways, right, so this all happened when Steven was in his senior year of high school. It's almost time for him to go out. It's fall of senior year. It's a pretty stressful time as this is kind of college application seasons, if that's the path you choose to go, and that was the path that Steven chose to go. This is also, if you don't know, your senior grades, if you're applying to college, can be the most important along with your junior, spring, and fall, as a lot of colleges will just kind of ignore your freshman year or just not really care about them that much. So it did not help that when on the 3rd week of class, right, Steven, who's been turning in his homework every single day on time because he realizes how important these grades are, one day his teacher, says, hey, Steven, like, I didn't get the work. And Steven distinctly remembers doing the work, handing it in, and just doing the work and handing it in. Like, he distinctly remembers doing it, but he's thinking that it's either like, yeah, I don't know, maybe he really did forget and he's having some, I don't know, some hallucinations or something. Maybe the teacher just misplaced it. And instead of having a big fight with the teacher, Steven says, all right, I can do it again. It's not a big deal, even though I do believe I did hand it in, but it's fine. I'll do it again. It was kind of it was not that big of an assignment. I think it was just like writing notes on a chapter they were assigned to read. So Steven does the work again, hands it in, no big problem. The next homework assignment they have, and they don't have it every day, they have it every couple days. The next assignment they have, Steven does it, he hands it in, and the teacher says, hey, Steven, I didn't receive the work. And Steven says, all right, well, this time I actually do believe like I did turn it in. This happened before, and I don't think look, there's obviously something going on that isn't just me not doing the work and turning it in. And the teacher looks at Steven and says, Steven, you did do the work. Do it again, or you're getting an F on that assignment. Steven is understandably not a happy camper, but at this point there's only so much he can do, and he is, next time when he does the work and he goes to turn it in, he looks at the teacher, we're just going to call him Mr. Davenport. That's the last name I use for every teacher. I'm not that creative. He looks at Mr. Davenport straight in the eyes and hands it in and says, here is my work. Like, you see me handing it in. And Mr. Davenport says, yeah, Steven, why are you acting weird? And Steven's like, okay. So I turned it in. The next day rolls around, Mr. Davenport pulls up to Steven's desk, and he's like, Steven, this is the 3rd time in a row you've not turned in the homework. And Steven just looks at him like, yesterday, I came up to you, I looked you in the eyes, and I asked you if you noticed, like, this is the homework I'm turning in. And Mr. Davenport said, Steven, I don't recall this, like, don't lie to me, lying is it's a big offense at the school, you could get in a ton of trouble. Redo the work. At this point, Steven was like, all right, this is not malpractice, this is not just being an idiot on either side, on either party. This is like legitimately coming from my soul, right? Like, he's doing this on purpose. This is not a joke anymore. And Steven starts to realize, because this continues, Steven actually just when he does his homework, he does it twice. And he keeps a copy for himself. Because 70% of the time, sometimes Mr. Davenport just accepts it. 70% of the time, Mr. Davenport asks him to do it again because he didn't hand it in or whatever. So he just makes another copy every single time he does the work. And Steven is noticing that this guy is not a good teacher. In fact, it's not just Steven that he's messing with. He's messing with a lot of other kids in the class, and they're talking to Steven about it, and Steven's telling them about his experience. And this all kind of like starts to accumulate until one day they really do believe that Mr. Davenport went way too far with his like trolling slash being a jerk. So one day, a girl in Stephen's class and in Mr. Davenport's class, I guess, came in and went up to his kind of like to the front desk, but not to the front desk, but where he sat at his little desk. And it was she wasn't speaking super loud, but since Stephen sat kind of closer to the front of the class, he was able to overhear what happened, and also like most of the front row was able to overhear what happened. Basically, right, the girl explains to Mr. Davenport that recently her uncle just like passed away and that they were having a funeral and that she had to be gone Thursday and Friday to fly over and get to the funeral on Friday, but she'd be back Monday, and just asking what work are they going to need to do, what does she need to do to make up for this. A very reasonable request. I mean, someone in the family died and they have to go away for only 2 days. Sometimes you have to go, people go away for weeks at a time when this happens, understandably, right? And Mr. Davenport looks her straight in the eyes and says, this funeral, it's very convenient that it's not on a weekend. And Stephen just turns to the person next to him, because he thinks to himself, I must have something in my ears. Like, my ears must have some blockage in them, if that's just legitimately what I just heard. And, when Stephen looks at the person next to him, this guy, let's call him Ben, his mouth is just wide open because Ben also heard what Stephen just heard. Eventually, right, Mr. Davenport says, all right, fine, whatever. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, I'll give you the assignments. Like, just get them to me as soon as you come back Monday. And yeah, just goes back and sit down. And, the girl does. At this point, Stephen, he's beyond pissed at this point because he's been, like, his patience for Mr. Davenport, it's been zero for a while because Mr. Davenport has been intentionally trolling with them, which is pretty messed up. Because, this is senior year, this is where grades really matter, and you're making the kid do twice as much work, right? And he's been messing with other kids. And I wasn't given specific examples, but just assume other kind of like things along the lines of this messing with them because Mr. Davenport was like bored or something, right? But this kind of like goes a little bit too far because this girl, who's a pretty sensitive girl apparently, she had a family member die, and she had a request, just like, I need to go and like to the funeral. I'm going to be gone for 2 days. And the teacher says, that's suspicious that it's not on a weekend and you'd miss class. You really think she's going to fake missing 1 day of class while saying, hey, I'll do all the work to go for... It just makes no sense. Real quick comment, teacher, down below. That's going to be the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart some comments that say teacher. Anyways, right, Stephen has had enough. So he gathers, he talks to his other classmates. And after talking to about 2 or 3 other ones, he kind of gauges that the rest of the class is also really pissed off. So what he does, right, he goes and he gets together. He kind of like makes a big group chat on some messaging site, iMessage, Snapchat, it doesn't really matter. And more or less says, hey, so we've all had a lot of issues with Mr. Davenport. And recently after what happened to, let's call her Lucy, I don't really care, man, the girl who had like the uncle die and whatever, right? After what happened to Lucy today, I really just think we got to do something about this. Like, this teacher really just needs to be stopped. We already have enough on our plates. We're a pretty good class, and it just kind of seems like this guy is just a jerk to us because he's bored. So other people in the class who were added to the group chat start like talking and saying like, yeah, we 100% agree. Like, we need to do something about this guy. He's awful. But then a few people have actually said, hey, like, this guy's been kind of trolling with me recently. And, I reported him, and the reports have really gone nowhere, or at least nothing public has happened. Like, maybe he got a talking to or something behind the scenes, but it really seems like everything that's been going on has been a slap on the wrist. You guys, audience, might be thinking, Connor, this teacher sucks, but my teacher was worse. Well, the story isn't over, man. I'm about to explain why he is actually the worst teacher of all time. So Stephen was on his phone, kind of like reading the messages in the group chat and starting to feel a little bit discouraged because, he's reading the fact that other people have spoken up about this teacher before. And then he gets a private message from a girl, let's just call her Kate. I'm just thinking of random names at this point. So Kate, swipes up, or doesn't swipe up, but messages Stephen privately and says, hey, like, can I have your number? Like, okay, maybe this wasn't on iMessage because she asked him for his number. This was probably on Snapchat. So she says, hey, can I have your number? I need to call you about what's going on. Something pretty personal, pretty private, but I think might be really important to what we're talking about. So Stephen, who's now very interested because he's like, oh, wow, this, like, I have no idea what this could be,
gives Kate his number and, you know, receives a call from a random number, picks it up. He said, "Hey, is this Kate?" And Kate says, "Yes, this is me." And then Kate goes on to drop probably one of the biggest bombshells of all time. Steven was completely slack-jawed, emotionless, wide-eyed by the end of this story. Let me tell you what Kate told him. This girl explained to Steven that she, for the last like couple months, because, you know, she started this before the school year even began, she's been having an illegal relationship with Mr. Davenport. And she says that, you know, she's been noticing what's been going on, and, you know, she's realized that Mr. Davenport is pretty manipulative. He's like probably like a psychopath or whatever, and that she's also at the same time of realizing how much of like a butt, you know, this guy is, and, you know, all the stuff he's been doing to people. She's also realized how messed up the relationship she has with him, because it's obviously secret. It's obviously very secret, and Mr. Davenport has been like, "Oh my God, you need to keep this super secret. You can't tell it to anyone," which is like, if you're having a relationship with someone, unless you have like crazy protective parents or something like that, in most cases, keeping it super private is probably not like, the reasons probably aren't good. And in this situation, the reasons are obviously terrible. So Kate goes on to tell Steven that she wants to turn Mr. Davenport in, more or less. And Steven, you know, says, "Hey, like, just because he's a jerk to us, like, that shouldn't be your main motivation. Like, I want to make sure that you know that I am 100% behind you, but because you're in a messed up relationship, not because of what has been happening right now. Trust me, please." So anyways, right, you know, Steven, you know, hangs up the call and just kind of sits there for a second and is like, like, geez, like, I knew this guy was bad, but like, this is just beyond unacceptable. Like, the other stuff, right, was kind of just like, oh, he's toying with us, oh, like, whatever, right? Oh, he was kind of insensitive to that girl whose uncle passed away, right? But this is straight up like illegal stuff. So anyways, the next day rolls around and Steven finds Kate and he's like, "Hey, like, I'm so sorry." And Kate's like, "You know what? I'm okay. I'm personally fine, but I'm afraid this will happen to someone else. We need to tell someone about it." So Steven and Kate, you know, they kind of get together a case. Kate just has a slew of evidence from text messages and a bunch of stuff, right? They got him, basically. You know, they got him. It was some "ladies and gentlemen, we got him" type evidence. Like, there was no getting out of it. So Steven, you know, says, "Kate, dude, like, you can do this alone, but I'd be very happy to do this with you if you want someone to do it with you." Kate says, "Hey, can you actually do this with me? Like, I don't know if I want to go through this alone." Steven 100% obliges. He also says, "Hey, like, I don't, like, I'm assuming you don't want to tell everyone about this." And Kate said, "You know, right now, no, but I think at some point I wouldn't mind if, like, we told people about this. But for now, let's just focus on getting this done." Steven 100% agreed. Just, like, getting it out before they do anything would just probably make more issues happen. So they go to the principal's office, and yeah, it was a very uncomfortable conversation the entire time. The principal was kind of expecting, like, OMG, high school drama. Nope, this is like, this is, like, actually really serious illegal stuff. So all Steven knows is that Mr. Davenport did get fired from the school. Like, there was the school was mandatory. Like, they reported it to the police, as I think they either they felt like it was mandatory or they felt like a moral obligation to. Either way, they did report it, like, further up. However, Steven has literally no idea what happened to Mr. Davenport after the fact. No idea what happened, because Mr. Davenport, like, he didn't know him outside of class. And once he was out of the school, he was like, you know, Steven looked him up online on social media. Literally nothing came up about him. So Steven to this day has no idea. Now, can you understand why I said this teacher was the worst teacher of all time? Now, can you understand? Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today I got probably one of the craziest story times I've received in a while, so just sit back, relax, and let's get right into it. So we'll call the subscriber James, and James was in 5th grade, and James had a 5th grade teacher who was definitely going through the works, to say the least. James was only kind of aware that, you know, him and his, like, wife, or I guess maybe ex-wife, I'm not totally sure, were going through some issues because James's mom mentioned something about it very briefly. More or less, James's mom said, "Oh, be nice to Mr. Davenport." We're going to call the teacher that, by the way. For some reason, and James is like, "Oh, why?" And James's mom was like, "Oh, he's like, I don't know, he's having issues with his marriage or whatever." I don't know how James's mom knows, but moms kind of just know all the gossip, how it is. So James's mom, like, James was a little bit aware of this, but Mr. Davenport, up until this day, right, he hadn't said anything to the class about, his marriage or any of his issues. But I guess today, the fateful day, I guess Mr. Davenport really just had enough and he felt like he needed to tell someone about it. So anyways, on this specific day, James walks into class like it's a normal day, any other day, and he gets in there and he sits down. And Mr. Davenport is, he's not there. He's late, and this is kind of weird because like Mr. Davenport is never late. He's always like there 30 minutes before anyone else. So everyone's kind of like a little weirded out / concerned because they have no idea where Mr. Davenport is, and he's known for being super early all the time. Eventually, right, Mr. Davenport walks into class and he just looks like a mess. It looks like he hasn't slept for the last 48 hours. He's just not looking good. And even though this is a class of 5th graders, they all have enough, like, I don't know, social awareness to know that like something isn't right. But no, I mean, no one in that class is going to say anything. They're not going to be like, hey, Mr. Davenport, you look like you like garbage today. What's up? Like, no one's going to be that kid and say that. So they all kind of just sit there and wait for class to begin like normal. And Mr. Davenport sits at his desk and he just kind of like sits there and slumps down all defeated. And everyone there is kind of confused. I mean, half the kids were told by their parents, like, hey, just a heads up, your teacher's kind of going through it, so be extra nice. But the other half, the kids, like, weren't even told, and, like, the kids that were told were kind of, like, okay and probably didn't think anything of it. And Mr. Davenport is like, guys, we're going to have a very special lesson plan today. And, James in his head was like, oh, we going to watch a movie? Are we going to talk about, like, a really fun piece of history? Like, what do you mean, special plan? Mr. Davenport kind of throws them a curveball. He's just like, today we're not going to be talking about history because this was a history class, by the way. He's like, you know what? Today I'm going to teach you something about the real world. I'm going to teach you about, something you can actually use and not some stupid dates or whatever. Immediately, the entire class was totally thrown off by this because Mr. Davenport was always one of those, like, kind of very upbeat, very happy, very, yay, learning is fun, guys. But today he really just comes in and says, dude, everything I've been teaching you is, like, completely, like, useless. Let me actually teach you something that you're going to be able to use. So, James and the rest of the class kind of already realized that today was not going to be a normal day, but they did not necessarily expect it to go the way it did, which, I mean, I don't think anyone possibly could have. It was kind of a ridiculous day. But anyways, Mr. Davenport goes to the front of the class. He says, all right, guys, so marriage. A wonderful thing, right? I mean, when you load up a movie, you load up a TV show, and you think of marriage, you're just seeing, like, butterflies, rainbows, pots of gold, like wonderful, happy, smiling people. Wrong. False. I need you guys to take this preconceived notion that is in your mind and tear it to shreds. At this point, James is like, oh, God, like, this is not going to be good. Look, James was in 5th grade, but he was like, he was socially aware enough, as I was saying. He's socially aware enough to know that, like, something's not right here. And, yes, he could just tell that this class was not going to be a normal class. And Mr. Davenport was like, so, what did you guys take away from this so far? And he's asked one of the kids, he's like, Ben. And Ben's like, marriage isn't, like, good. And Mr. Davenport's like, Ben, perfect. Thank you for paying attention. So, why is marriage not perfect? And this is where things get pretty bad. This is where really it gets really bad after this point, so just a heads up. But he's like, Mr. Davenport's like, so why is marriage not good, right? Well, if you choose a wife, right, and she's unfaithful and sleeps with your neighbor, well, that would be a reason why marriages aren't great. The entire class goes silent. And Mr. Davenport kind of stops after that sentence. I think he started to realize that he just explained to the class of 5th graders that his marriage was failing because his wife slept with his neighbor. That's definitely not totally inappropriate for, a 5th grade class setting. But almost immediately, right, Mr. Davenport is kind of like, oh, shoot, like, what did I just say? Mr. Davenport, who was kind of in a mood of, like, I don't know. He was kind of like, he completely snaps out of it. And he's like, guys, I'm so like, he just starts like shaking his head. He's like, guys, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm really going through it. I'm really struggling. I'm really having a tough time. I should not have brought any of this information. Like, I should not have told you any of this. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, let's just have a fun movie day for the rest of class. James is just sitting there taking this all in because 1 second, right, he comes in, Mr. Davenport starts talking about how marriage is awful and your wife will literally sleep with your neighbor if you're not paying attention, right? And then a second later, he is like begging for their forgiveness and saying that they're going to have a fun movie day today. But I mean, James is not complaining. I mean, hey man, I love those movie days. Like, I wouldn't be complaining either, dude. Real quick, comment class down below if you made it this far into the video. I'll try and heart as many comments as possible that say that. This is the secret word of the day. I'll be able to heart more comments I have in the last couple days because I'm officially done with exams. I survived. You'll love to see it. But anyways, right, James is kind of just sitting there and, Mr. Davenport is going to put on a movie. He's like, all right, class, like, I got a really fun movie planned. I used to love this one as a kid. I'm sure you guys are going to love this movie too. Like, this is going to be so much fun, right? And he's like, you know what? Can we also just, like, all agree? Like, can we just all come in agreement? Just not to mention what happened today to anyone. Mr. Davenport, we're probably getting a lot of trouble for that, guys. And it was a genuine mistake, and he's really going through it and losing, if Mr. Davenport, he starts talking about himself in the third person, which is kind of weird, but he's like, and if Mr. Davenport was to lose his job, his only source of income, and have to go through, this BS with his wife, and he's like, all right, that would not be good. And at this point, James is starting to realize that Mr. Davenport kind of crossed the line when he over-explained about, the intimate parts of his life, and that he was starting to fear that if any kid like told the principal or staff or parent or anything that he could legitimately get fired. So that his plan was that he was going to have a really fun day with them, have a nice movie or whatever, and ask them very politely not to mention this to anyone. And James, he really did like mess with Mr. Davenport. Like, Mr. Davenport was a very fun teacher. He was very, he made learning fun. He was very chill. He was understanding. And obviously, Mr. Davenport kind of just had like a mini mental breakdown, and that's not really his fault in James's mind. So James was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to tell anyone. And the rest of the class was kind of in agreement, or at least it seemed like that, they just weren't going to tell anyone about this little incident. And the rest of the class was really fun. They watched a movie. Mr. Davenport was like having some fun activities. He's like, all right, you know what? I was planning to have homework today, but since today was kind of just like a weird day, we'll start normal class up tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Like, you guys have fun tomorrow, like fun tonight or whatever. Whole class is like, let's go, no homework. It's a good day. And they're walking out of class, and this one kid, we're gonna call him Ty, right? He comes up to James, and Ty and James are kind of friendly. James doesn't really go to a school with that big of a class, so he kind of knows everyone. Ty isn't like his best friend or anything, but he knows Ty on a pretty good basis. And Ty comes up to him and he's like, hey, James, like, what happened today? Like, Mr. Davenport really kind of like overshared. I was thinking of going to the principal and explaining everything that happened. And James is like, dude, no, like, yes, Mr. Davenport really did cross the line and he should not have said what he did. But at the same time, like, he's a really cool teacher. He was just like, it was a mistake. And if we tell anyone, he's most definitely going to lose his job, which is like his only source of income. And he's going through divorce, and he's a cool teacher. I'm not trying to get stuck with like a really terrible substitute. And, Ty's like, oh, I guess you got a point. Like, I guess I won't be telling anyone. Or so James thought, right? Because the next day, James comes in expecting, Mr. Davenport to be sitting there, one of his favorite teachers, but no, it is a substitute teacher. And the substitute teacher's like, all right, class, open up to page 58 of the textbook. We will be reading chapters 8 and 9. And James is just like, oh my God, like, whoa. At first, James is thinking, okay, well, whatever, right? Mr. Davenport probably had to take some days off to deal with like the situation with his wife. Like, this is probably no big deal. But James starts to soon realizes that is not the case at all. Because, the reason why, James realizes that, this is not going to be a temporary substitute teacher is when during the class, the substitute teacher makes a reference to how that, they'll like the sub will probably be their teacher for the rest of the year. And when James hears that, man, like his heart literally sinks because, you know, he loved Mr. Davenport, and Mr. Davenport was probably one of his favorite teachers and made him like excited to learn. And this substitute teacher really did just come in and is just like forcing them to read pages out of a textbook. Like the substitute teacher has no idea. It's not really the sub's fault. Like they probably were just thrown into this, but they're doing a terrible job teaching. They're really just making it like the most dull and bland teaching possible. And James is starting to realize that, you know, something happened to Mr. Davenport in which, you know, he probably was not going to be coming back to being a teacher, aka he probably got fired, aka probably someone mentioned what happened in like class the couple days ago. So sure enough, right, when class ends, James immediately finds Ty and he's like, bro. And Ty's like, what? And James like just kind of gives him a look, and Ty's like, fine, yeah, all right, I told the principal. And James is like, bro, why would you do it? And Ty's like, well, I don't think it was like super right of him to overshare like that. And James is like, dude, yeah, but the guy is fired now. Like that guy is definitely not coming back. Like, you know how like he was a good teacher, right? And Ty's like, yeah, I guess, but like it was weird what he said. And James is like, yeah, it was weird what he said, but you know, he also said it once, and he like it was obviously a mistake, and now we're stuck with this really crappy sub. And Ty's like, all right, man, like, whatever. It's like, it's not my fault. And James is like, it kind of is. The truth is, right, you know, Ty was totally in his right to report that because that was a weird thing for, you know, Mr. Davenport to say. But James, the subscriber who sent him the story, was specifically not very happy about that at all. And it doesn't end there because James, you know, at the end of the day, his mom comes and picks him up, and his mom's like, hey, James, like, why didn't you tell me about that class you had with Mr. Davenport yesterday? And James is like, oh, like, I didn't really think much of it. And, you know, James's mom was like, oh, well, I'm seeing this thing on Facebook of these moms of people in your class. You know, they're getting really mad and they're wanting to, like, take Mr. Davenport to court for, like, exposing such, you know, I don't know, secrets about his marriage and, like, how inappropriate what he said was and how angry they are. And, you know, James's mom is like, are you okay? And James is like, yes, Mom, I am fine. Actually, I'm kind of upset that, like, we have a new crappy sub. That was, like, one of my favorite teachers. And James's mom is like, yeah, I mean, I guess, but, like, you know, Mr. Davenport was weird for what he said. And, you know, James is like, yeah, I mean, fair, I guess. But, you know, I'm not trying, like, I didn't really care. The rest of class didn't really care. And James's mom's like, well, I think it's just good for you to know that, like, all the moms, like, that there's like a petition going on, and like the moms are forming a group that they're going to try and pursue Mr. Davenport out of school. And, you know, then James's mom goes on to say, oh yeah, by the way, like, Mr. Davenport is no longer a school. His contract was terminated. And James kind of is like James kind of knew that was the case, but he was kind of just sad to hear that. And James is like, why are you guys going after him? Like, he's lost everything, Mom. Like, you know, he's in a terrible spot in his marriage, which is definitely over. He just lost his only source of income. Do we really need to dogpile on him? And James's mom's like, yeah, I mean, it's not me who's doing it. Like, I'm just watching the group and, like, showing some support just because, I don't know, I don't want the moms to hate me. But, yeah, it's more Ty's mom. And James is like, dude, Ty was the one who turned them in. And James' mom's like, oh, well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Ty's mom is, like, the one who is really, like, leading the charge against, you know, Mr. Davenport. But yeah, so while Mr. Davenport is still fired and does not return to the school, the group of, like, moms does not end up suing him or anything. It was a lot of empty talk. Eventually, they weren't getting anywhere, so the group kind of just disbanded. But yeah, James apparently said that the substitute turned into the permanent teacher for the rest of the year. And James said that that was probably one of his worst experiences in a classroom ever. Like, not what Mr. Davenport said, but the substitute's teaching. It was so dry, it was so bland, they obviously had no passion about what they were doing. I mean, they were a sub being forced into the situation on last minute, so, like, what can you expect? But James was like, yeah, the rest of that year was terrible. Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today we have a story time of a spoiled kid who gets owned by his professor. Let's get into it. So sure enough, we're going to call the subscriber Alex who submitted this story. So anyways, Alex is a freshman in college. And when you enter college, it's really, I don't know, it's an interesting experience because there's all these new people, classes, events. It is like going into another phase of your life. So yeah, let's just jump into Alex's first class. So his first class is an 8 a.m. class. And as someone who's taken 8 a.m. classes in the past, let me just say that they're very difficult and they're hard to get up to at least.
especially if you do not have the best sleep hygiene / routines, which at the time I had 8 a.m.s, I did not. Alex, though, got up, for the 8 a.m. class, as you never want to miss your first class. It just sets a bad impression, especially if you intend to take the class. And he gets in there, and it is a calculus class. Calculus can be a pretty difficult subject matter, especially if you're not good at math. Trust me, as someone who's taking a major with a lot of math, and as someone who isn't good at math, it is difficult. So he gets in there, and it's a large auditorium, and there's a lot of seats and a lot of people. And the professor is down, sitting down at the whiteboard, and he waits for most people to get in, and he starts right at 8 a.m. on the dot. One thing that Alex notices right off the bat is that this professor is definitely not a no BS professor. This professor definitely is the type to just keep on going, to just not take any crap from the students, and to really stick by his rules. He's definitely older. He probably does it old school, remembers what it was like when he was in college way back in the day. So sure enough, one of the first things the professor says as people get on in is that, he has a set of rules. You will either follow them or you will not follow them. And whether you choose to follow them or not will not change the way that he basically what he's saying is, I have a set of rules and I'm not going to change unless there's extreme circumstance that makes it understandable. For example, you have a parent die, so you miss an exam. Okay, he might be a little bit more lenient than, hey man, I slept in. So yeah, right off the bat, this was the type of professor. So let's go a couple weeks in. So the professor was kind of more of a lecture-based professor. However, he decided that today they were going to do some group-based learning because, I don't know, maybe he just wanted to mix it up just a little bit. So yeah, anyways, Alex, the subscriber, is now put into a randomized group of other people in his class. And so there's one kid in this group that I want to introduce. So they don't really get to know each other besides this because, it's a lecture-based class. It's not a discussion-based class. And in lecture-based class, you normally don't see each other as much, or you don't get to know the other people in your class as much. But there's a kid who we're just going to call the spoiled kid. So the spoiled kid never showed up to class. I think he showed up maybe on the first day, as that is kind of the day that if you're going to show up one day of the year, you're going to show up either that day or the day of exams. So anyways, this kid never showed up to class, which I've actually known quite a few people that are just genuinely really good at the subject matter. So they just don't show up to lecture. They show up to the exams and they actually kill the class. However, I will say that sometimes that's not the case. And people who don't actually, quite often, a lot of times people who don't show up to class are the ones who aren't doing as well on the exams. So the spoiled kid definitely had a bit of entitlement. He definitely, at his local high school, he was the top dog, the #1 star, whatever. Everyone told him he was awesome for everything. He didn't need to show up and he was rewarded. He probably came from some background where he was given a lot and kind of just expected that as a baseline from here on out, which is just kind of how the reality for a lot of spoiled kids, right? So anyways, sure enough, he never really shows up. However, he shows up maybe once every 2 weeks because, to be fair, I've missed my 8 a.m. classes sometimes. Not because I just feel like sleeping through, but because I wake up and my alarm clock has been going off and I'm like, oh, shoot. Anyways, though, so in that little small group, this was a random day that the spoiled kid did show up. They're all sitting there and I don't know, they're just so they're going through some calculus problems. This is calculus 1, so it's a lot of derivatives. You're not really doing a lot of integration or Taylor series or anything like that yet. You're just mostly doing derivatives. So they're going through that. I think they're going through derivative techniques to solve the problems. And so for some reason, the spoiled kid is he's on his phone. He's not really paying attention. People were supposed to introduce each other in the very beginning, the very beginning of the groups. And the spoiled kid really just didn't. This kid would just be looking at people, kind of giving a little bit of a look at them. I don't really know how else to explain it other than he just wasn't really being the greatest kid ever. You could really tell that he had a bit of air of entitlement and definitely a lot of arrogance with everything he did. And from that point on, Alex just didn't really have a good, he just didn't really feel that good about that kid. He just got a bad vibe. So about a couple weeks later, they had a really major exam coming up. So in class, the professor was all right, so we have 2 major exams, and then we have a final exam. I don't have homework, or we have homework assignments, but they're not graded. We don't have quizzes, and I don't care if you show up to class or not. So really, your grade is comprised of this test, the next test, and the final exam, all that have equal weights. So basically what you guys need to know is that if you mess up one of these exams, you're screwed. Yeah, so it was kind of not I guess not a dark thing because a lot of classes are like this, but it was pretty brutal. I definitely enjoy classes that, you have a lot more opportunities, a lot more wiggle room. Maybe they even put a bit more emphasis on showing up, homework, stuff that you can check over. But some classes, like my calculus class, were really just exam based, and that was your grade. And I mean, that kind of just gave you more opportunity. I don't know. Some classes are just like that. However, the spoiled kid was not there on that day. And also, the teacher was like, look, if there's a reason why you're going to miss the exam, you need to tell me now. Unless some freak emergency shows up like the day of, and like you have no control over it, and we both are like, I need to believe that it is actually worth me giving you an absence. And the teacher outlined in the first day of class, like, death of something, insane illness. Okay, I don't know. Tornado blows up your room. Okay, there are specific examples where it would definitely make sense. Sorry. However, for the most part, like, he's not going to allow you unless you give a really good example or a good reason well in advance, which is true for most teachers. They'll give you deadlines, they'll let you take stuff, extend, whatever, as long as you have a good reason and as long as you tell them in advance. The spoiled kid was not there that day. So if you didn't know, the spoiled kid loved going on crazy vacations randomly. So Alex only kind of heard of this because he wasn't in the same social groups as the spoiled kid. However, word kind of got around because this kid genuinely carried such a reputation because of the way he acted that, people would just talk about his crazy, insane vacations all around or whatever. So, basically the spoiled kid, he would go on random vacations, like just to crazy exotic places. I don't know about you, but I can't relate just to being like, oh, I feel like going to, Switzerland. Bye, guys. Like, just on a whim, be like, I'm bored. Let me get on my private jet to Switzerland. Like, bro, I don't know about you, but that's just not something that happens to me ever, like, at all, bro. Anyways, though, so the spoiled kid must have completely forgot that they had an exam. I mean, when you don't show up to class again and again, that is something that is bound to happen. So, anyways, eventually, it's the day of the exam. So Alex has spent a lot of time preparing for it as he realizes how important it's going to be. And the exam is at the time of the class, 8 a.m., so everyone gets there about 10 minutes early. The teacher suggested you should get here about 10 minutes. You should get here about 10 minutes early. That's best practice. You'll probably feel the most comfortable and perhaps do the best if you do this. So everyone did, or everyone showed up at least, 5 or so minutes early. But one kid did not show up, and it was the spoiled kid. So Alex was like kind of thinking to himself, oh, he must have gotten an extension, must have told him he wasn't going to be here. This is totally fine. So the spoiled kid, anyways, they take their exams, and it takes about a week for the grades to come in. So during that entire week, the spoiled kid does not show up to class. However, on that Friday, exam grades come out. And Alex did all right. He didn't kill it, but he also didn't get killed. He did fine. He put in the effort, and he got a decent result out. He can't really complain. However, this grade must have also gone out to the spoiled kid, who now saw that he had a 0% in about a third of his grade, meaning that he is guaranteed to have a 66% or lower, because it is literally 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And if 1/3 is a 0, even if you score 100% on the next two exams, you cannot have greater than a 66%, which is roughly a fail. So the spoiled kid actually shows up in the class on Monday. And the only reason he showed up is because he got a notification. So he shows up in the class, but he doesn't even show up on time. So they're in class on Monday, and, Alex doesn't really think much of it. And that's when the door opens up 10 minutes late. Sure enough, the spoiled kid walks in. And the spoiled kid is kind of crazy, bro. He walks in and he's like, what's up with this man? Like, literally walks into class and basically just chews out the teacher, being like, what's up with this? And, like, is holding his phone and opening Canvas and shows the 0%. And the teacher, remember, guys, I've already told you, this is a very old school, professional type teacher who's really by the books and likes to keep things, you know what I mean? He's very, I don't know, he's not the type of teacher that would respond to this very well. So the teacher looks at him as kind of like taken aback, like, whoa. He's almost shocked for a second, but this is also a very old teacher. He's definitely has tenure. He's been around forever. And I'm sure he's seen kids just as bad, maybe worse, but this is probably on the worst side. So he's shocked because this is a pretty crazy thing to say. But then he kind of settles back into character and is like, looks at the spoiled kid and is like, don't interrupt my class like that. Like, you may sit down. So there's very obvious tension in the room right now because, the spoiled kid literally just burst into the room and just yelled at the teacher. And this teacher is definitely, first of all, no teacher really should take it, but I think maybe younger teachers might be a little bit more, I don't know, worried about responding to a student harshly. But this teacher has been through, he's been through it all, man. So he's like, sit down, don't interrupt my class. And the spoiled kid is like, I'm not sitting down till we figure this out. So now the spoiled kid is basically telling him that something's gonna go down, and it's like I'm not going anywhere until we resolve this. So he holds up his phone. Phone is the secret word of the day. So if you made it this far into the video, comment phone down below in the comment section. And also, while you're in the comment section, check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to the Spotify page in which I upload these as podcasts. So if you want to listen to the stories as podcasts, do so on my official Spotify page, and also rate 5 stars if you haven't already. And also, the second link in the pinned comment is a link to my second channel in which I do story times like these. However, they're from Reddit and not submitted from you. Please subscribe, as that channel is still growing and much smaller. Anyways, though, so it's a bit of a showdown between the teacher and the student at this point, and they're kind of duking it out. So, the student is like, I guess the teacher's like, okay, I do need to address this. I'm telling this kid to sit down, but he's not. And I guess the teacher's thinking like, okay, this is actually a pretty good opportunity to kind of make a point. So the teacher decided to play into the spoiled kid's nonsense. So he's like, yeah, like, what do you want to talk about? And the spoiled kid's like, I have a 66%, I have a 0% in this class, and I just checked Canvas, and is it really true? Is it really true that, I got a 0 on this exam? I didn't know we were having an exam. I demand a retake. And here's the thing. The teacher probably wasn't going to give him a retake, like a redo. However, I can guarantee you that the teacher would have been much, much, much more likely to give him a redo if he didn't show up in the class, barge in, interrupt class, be super disrespectful, and then demand a redo. Maybe if he said, hey, it's a genuine mistake, and is there any way I can do a redo? I'm fine if I lose a lot of points right off the bat. Please, can I take any opportunity? It was a genuine mistake. Not saying that that would guarantee it. In fact, I believe with this teacher, by the context that I've received, probably wouldn't even budge at that point. However, you're just better off doing that than doing what he's doing. Bro really thinks that he can demand something and get away with it. As I've said before, standard spoiled kid behavior. So yeah, the whole class is kind of astounded at this point, because they're just probably thinking, did this kid really just demand our teacher give him, did he really just demand it? Because they were probably thinking wow, this kid missed his exam, I feel kind of bad. They probably were thinking also oh, maybe he shouldn't be barging in like this, but maybe he's super stressed out and he really, I don't know, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but they really couldn't give him the benefit of the doubt after he starts basically demanding a redo. That was probably one of the most entitled and spoiled things I've ever heard. So sure enough, Alex is uncomfortably sitting in his chair because everyone in that room is extremely, extremely uncomfortable because just this weird tension. I honestly think the teacher was almost excited to have this go down because it was an easy smackdown, it was an easy dunk, and it was a very, very public dunk. The teacher now had an opportunity to smack down this kid and point it and basically prove a point in front of everybody, right? So the teacher's you missed an exam. One exam is a 30-year grade. You missed an exam, so you got a 0. Yeah, so basically the teacher goes on to say that, looks at, the spoiled kid and kind of questions him, I don't know why you're still taking this class. I would suggest you drop it at this point. Because he goes on to say that, or kind of remind the spoiled kid in front of everyone. Remember, this is in front of everyone, which is why I think the teacher is kind of enjoying this, that since he missed the class, and since he didn't give him a reason for it, that he was going to, get a 0 on a third of his grade, which means that he cannot do better than a fail in this class. The spoiled kid starts yelling back, you can't do this. Us students have rights. You can't do this to us. That's unfair and unjust treatment. And the teacher's well, if you actually showed up to class, you'd realize that I have a very lenient policy when it comes to making up tests. However, I'm only lenient if you inform me ahead of time. And the spoiled kid's you never told us that. And the teacher's well, actually, I did. If you showed up to class, which is highly encouraged because of the information that you would miss, you would have known that. And the spoiled kid's well, I wasn't even in this. I was gone. I was out in France. I couldn't be here. How could I take an exam while I'm in France? And the teacher's does that sound like my concern? Does that sound like my problem? And that's when the whole class is oh, damn, bro. Teacher's actually going in, bro.
that guy's kind of crazy. Yeah, so it starts to get a little heated as the spoiled kid's like, he kind of like admits a little bit like, oh my God, my parents are going to kill me. Yeah, so basically the spoiled kid is like, no, 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 like you need to change the grade right away. And like, I need to take calculus because basically they had like a business track program. It wasn't like an entire school, but they had a business track, but you had to like have a prerequisite to start the business track. So basically, business track students had to take had to take calculus first semester. And they also had to take one other class, I think it was like Econ 101 or something like that. And if you didn't take it first semester, you couldn't start the business track. You could do a bunch of other things. You could be an econ major. You could do a lot of other stuff like that. But you needed to have calc in the first semester if you wanted to be in the business school.
So that was probably one of the bigger reasons why this kid was so freaking out. I bet it's a situation where his dad was like really pushing for him to be in the business program. And if you did not take calculus, which if you drop out or you fail, that's the equivalent of just not taking the class to the school. So if you didn't take it in the first semester, you just couldn't be in the business program. Sure, you could have like econ program or math program or some kind of like adjacent program that would literally get you probably the same jobs and might even be a better degree for what you're doing. But this kid was really focused on the business program. And so this kid, the spoiled kid, was starting to have like, literally started to tear up in the middle of class. And he started screaming at the professor, like, if you don't give me, like, if you don't let me retake the exam, like, I'm gonna have the full force of the law, like, go after you. I'm gonna have my father and his company sue you. You don't even know do you know who my father is? Like, he has a law firm. He'll send every lawyer that he has against you. You'll be in litigation for years and have to spend all of your measly teacher salary. And remember, everyone is just watching this. And a few kids actually take out their phones and start recording this. And so anyways, the calc teacher is like, all right, bring it on then. Because the calc teacher, even though he knows, like, he doesn't want to get in a court case, but he also is kind of assuming that this kid is most likely bluffing, because if his dad actually did anything important, he would know that this would be a dead case from the start. And so what ended up happening was the spoiled kid, yeah, he failed the class and he dropped out and he couldn't be in the business program. But not only that, because yeah, he wasn't able to threaten the calc teacher into giving him a redo, which is kind of just like what I'd assume would be expected. But here's the thing, it actually continues and it actually gets worse for the spoiled kid, kind of proving that karma is actually real. Basically, this kid, like the video of this kid screaming at the professor that like he's gonna like sue him if he doesn't give him the free stuff or whatever, basically saying, my daddy's gonna sue you or whatever. That video goes viral internally. It's not like a million viewed video on the internet, but like people share it like wildfire. So like, you know, all the like the messaging apps for that school are sharing links to it. And he basically becomes known as the daddy will sue you kid. So he actually had a pretty decent reputation before. Like people kind of thought he was a D-bag a little bit, but they were like, oh, he's kind of cool and like an outlet, like an outsider, whatever. But now everyone's like, oh, it's daddy will sue you kid. Today we got a story time of a Karen who smacks a teacher for failing her son. Here's the thing though, this is a hybrid story because it's both a story of a spoiled kid who fails his test because he is super entitled, and also a story of his mom, who happens to be a Karen who overreacts in typical Karen fashion and smacks the teacher, and the whole story is crazy. I know you'll enjoy it, so let's just jump right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted today's story John. So anyways, John was in class, and he was a junior in high school. Yes, he was a junior in high school. So if you don't know, junior year is definitely the year where you really think about college, and college is a really, important thing for a lot of people, and it's the time where you will apply to college is senior fall. However, junior year, if you're trying to get into like a harder college, you'll probably spend a lot of time searching around for colleges, taking SAT exams, preparing. Like junior year is really when it starts to ramp up. And also, colleges pay the most attention to your junior year grades, and if you're trying to get into a really good college, the difference between an A and a B could actually be really big. So yeah, John and all of his friends went to a high school that definitely prioritized getting into a really good college. There was big emphasis on the college application process, and it was a kind of stressful environment. So anyways, right, John had this kid in his class who we're going to call the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid had a Karen mom. And they had just kind of been a notorious pair for a while.
So the high school that John went to just had a lot of kids that were from wealthier backgrounds, but not all of them were jerks. A lot of them were taught really well by their parents the difference between, being a good person and letting money that isn't even theirs go to their head. I'm not saying if they made that money, you should let it. I'm not saying if you make your own money, you should let it go to your head. But I just feel like it's a second layer of entitlement when the money that goes to your head isn't even yours. You just spawned into existence with it, right? It's like you didn't even earn that, right? But anyways, there's this kid we're going to call the spoiled kid, and him and his Karen mom had been notorious for a while. However, the Karen mom was in social circles that cared a ton about which college he got into. So the spoiled kid was put under a lot of pressure by his mom and dad to get into like the best university possible. Another thing I will say about the spoiled kid is he had like unlimited access to his parents' credit card. Look, if you guys ever become quadrillionaires or anything and you have kids, yeah, sure, don't let them like starve or anything, but one thing I will say is I don't think having unlimited access to a credit card is really going to be a good thing for their development, right? So the spoiled kid, what he would do is he would literally just go on random vacations. He would just go out partying, whatever, and all this kind of stuff on his parents' dime. And he did a lot of this to kind of cope with the stress of all the stress that was put on him because of the whole college application process and all of that stuff. However, I will say that, I get it that he's like coping with the stress or whatever. However, he was also partying and coping with the stress, quote unquote, a lot during the time where he had to put in the most work. So, like his, whatever, his SATs were not coming out the greatest. He probably paid someone to write his college essay, so it probably wasn't that bad, actually. But just like he wasn't showing up to class as much, all of this kind of stuff. So this story really takes place in a calculus class. So, calculus is like more of an advanced subject that is taught in high school. I took it in college. Like, I didn't take it in high school. A lot of people do, but I took it in college. Now I'm taking like crazy discrete math, linear algebra. I'm going through the mud right now. But in high school, it's not a bad thing to have in your transcript. Colleges might actually appreciate, oh, wow, he's taking a pretty difficult class. So the spoiled kid was put into that class. But also John, the subscriber, was in that class too because he just genuinely was a good student, right? However, the Karen mom of the spoiled kid demanded that the spoiled kid be put into the calc class, right? Even if the advisors were like, or not the advisors, I think the college advisors would be like, yeah, that's great. I think the academic deans or whatever were like, I don't know, he didn't really perform that well. He didn't take pre-calculus. There's a billion reasons why it'd be difficult. I took calculus without taking pre-calc. You don't really need to take pre-calc, if I'm being honest. It's useful, and you'll probably do better than I did if you do, but it's not necessary. However, the Karen mom was super, super, demanding. He must be in calculus, or I'm going to make a big fuss or whatever, right? And the Karen mom was notorious for kind of being one of those, entitled moms who would just be so crazy about that stuff and would just be like, oh, whatever, right? Like, I'm going to make a fit. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to go in the parents meeting board or whatever. Like, the parents council is going to come for your jobs or whatever. She was just one of those moms. So I guess, they were like, whatever, sure. Put him in a class he's not going to succeed in. Not my fault at this point. I've already tried to warn you. At this point, not my fault. Yeah, so all throughout we're just going to jump to the fall semester. So for most of the fall semester, one thing that John would notice would be that the spoiled kid kind of wouldn't show up to class a lot. And in a lot of high schools, it's a really big deal if you don't show up to class. Like, they take attendance. Attendance is a big part of the grade. They'll really penalize you. But at this high school, I guess it was a little bit more lenient because a lot of kids, this high school was a private high school, and a lot of the kids had really rich parents that would randomly take them on insane vacations throughout the week or whatever. But these kids were all really pushed super hard by their parents to perform academically. So I think the high school literally just thought, okay, well, if they're going to take a week off, then we know that they will be grinding over that vacation, or they will grind to make up. No one's falling behind at this high school, or at least most of them wouldn't be. So attendance wasn't as necessary, or it wasn't as, important in the grade, kind of like in college, how a lot of classes, there are some classes I did pretty well in that I didn't always show up to, man. Sometimes it would be better for me to just learn it by myself, especially if it's a lecture-based class, and if there's no attendance grade. Sometimes that's better. However, John was noticing how the spoiled kid would just not be showing up to class. And part of the reason was because it was an early morning class, 9 a.m., which is actually not that early in the morning, especially in high school. I sometimes think back to high school and be like, wow, I really got up at 7 every single morning to go to my 8 a.m. class at high school, and I had no problems with it. But the second I get to college, an 8 a.m. class is one I could barely show up to. But yeah, so one thing that John was noticing was this kid was skipping a lot because he was either coping with the stress by partying way too much or way too late and not being able to wake up on time, or deciding to go on some crazy vacation to Las Vegas to gamble away like $500,000, or I don't even know, or something like that. So this kid was not showing up to class, and he also wasn't the type of kid to be like, I'm not going to show up to class, but I'm going to study twice as hard and actually do better than anyone else in the class because I'll just teach the material to myself better. Even though I will say calculus as a subject is taught really, really well online. There are some people that make YouTube videos that teach it so well that part of me thinks like, I don't even need to go to class sometimes. Like, my professor isn't going to teach it good. Like, no offense to him. He's more a math guy than a teaching guy. And this guy on YouTube is going to explain it perfectly. However, this was not the mindset of the spoiled kid at all. So in this calculus class, they were having their first really big exam. So, homework was a part of your grade. A lot of things were part of your grade. But the exams were a really big part of your grade. This isn't like the college story I told a couple days ago or yesterday. I can't even remember this point. Where the spoiled kid, missed his exam and then, he failed the class. No, it's not something like that. The exams were not that big. However, remember, when you're applying to colleges, or at least these kids, when they're applying to extremely selective colleges, the difference between an A and a B, or even a C, especially a C, in a class is massive. So doing really poorly on an exam, not just missing it, but doing poorly on an exam could really alter the chances of you getting into the college that really your mom wants you to get into in the spoiled kid's case. So for 1 week before the exam, the teacher is going on about, look, guys, this is a really big test. It's going to be hard. It's covering everything we learned in the first chapter. So basically derivatives, derivative rules, limits, L'Hopital, I forgot. L'Hopital, is that his name? His rule is something with limits. Maybe they didn't learn that yet. I don't know. It's really important stuff. We need you to, look, I'm going to cover it extensively. Be thorough in your studying. Will not be an easy exam. The teacher was being straight up with the students, which I always appreciate. I sometimes feel like the teachers are like, guys, this test is a cakewalk, bro. And then they give out a practice exam, which is 1 + 1 = 2. And then when you get to the actual test, it's like, what is the 10th derivative of the 4th rule of Newton's? And you're like, what? Bro? What is this? Yeah, so at least this teacher is being straight up and being like, yo, you're all screwed if you don't study for this, haha, right? However, the spoiled kid, right, who wasn't showing up to class and was doing his homework and probably had 100% in the homework grade because he would pay a tutor to do it for him, because that was kind of a free grade, I guess, was not prepared for this exam. And, John was aware because he was kind of he kind of knew the spoiled kid and he kind of knew the pressure that was on him. So he was kind of keeping tabs on the spoiled kid. And John was like, dang, this kid is not showing up to class. This kid, when he does show up to class, is not paying attention, because even if you show up to class, if you're not paying attention, you might as well not even be there at some points. You know what I mean? And we have a really big exam, and John just knows how much pressure his Karen mom was putting on him. So John was like, oh, well, this kid is kind of asking for it. So yeah, let's skip ahead to one day before the exam. So the day before the big exam is kind of a super review period, where the whole week before was kind of review, but this was literally okay, we're going to do practice problems, exactly what we're going to look like on the exam. I'm going to go over in detail every single chapter that you need to cover, stuff like that. And at this point, the teacher was like, all right, if you guys haven't been studying for this entire week, not saying that you should give up and not study tonight if you haven't, but you're kind of screwed, lol. And guess who doesn't show up to this day? Yep, you're right, the spoiled kid. The spoiled kid literally doesn't even show up to this day. The most important day, if you're gonna, don't miss the day before the test. Even if you're feeling really good, maybe the teacher will be like, all right, so surprise, I'm also adding X or Y, right? Just a good idea to show up, right? At least in my opinion. So yeah, sure enough, the spoiled kid is not there, and John's like, well, this kid's not gonna do well. So let's skip ahead to the day of the test. John gets there like 10 minutes early. It's a 9 o'clock class. He had a class before at 8, from 8 to 8:45, but his teacher let him out early or something, or they got out early. So John was just waiting outside the door with everyone else. So it was a no calculator test. Because some TI calculators I think can do derivatives, or I don't know. And also, like, none of the numbers were going to be like, okay, well, to finalize your answer, divide 748 by 468.78. It's not like you need a calculator for the answers. If you know all the rules for derivatives and you can just solve the problems, it's not going to be really a calculator necessary type math exam, if that makes sense. So John is like sitting out there with his like number 2 pencil and nervous, as well as everyone else. Well, when I say everyone else, caveat to that, a little bit of an exception, because one kid was not there. That kid was the spoiled kid, which John was like, no way this kid misses an exam. The teacher was very strict about no retakes, no doing it later, mostly because that would really screw up his schedule, because he has like 50 exams to grade, and like if another kid doesn't take it, he has to worry about other kids who take the exam telling that kid the question, or the people who didn't take the exam the questions. So then the teacher would have to like make a new exam for that person. So the teacher's just like straight up, if you miss it, I'm giving you the lowest grade, right? I don't think the teacher would give a 0, because the teacher realizes that this is like, I don't know, it's like a high school where everyone wants to get into a good college, and he's just been informed, don't give 0s. So he's like, you're getting a C-. Basically, like the lowest grade you can get is a C if you take the exam, which is actually quite nice. I know a lot of high schools that dish out Fs like it's nothing, right? Sure enough, John is like, by the time the test starts and he's sat in his seat, the spoiled kid is not there. So John starts taking the exam, and it's difficult. And 5 minutes later, he hears the door open up, and guess who it is? Yes, if you guessed the spoiled kid, you are correct. The spoiled kid shows up 5 minutes late to a 50-minute class, right? When you only have 50 minutes to complete a very difficult exam, you're going to want every single minute that you get. So the fact that the spoiled kid was arrogant enough to just be like, oh, I'm going to show up whenever I want, it's just kind of funny, dude. Yeah, so let's skip ahead to the day or after the exam. So John finished up the exam, and it was very, very difficult. It was a difficult exam by his standards, and John is a very good student. So it took about a week for the teacher to end up grading these exams, just a lot of content, a lot of people, whatever. And so about a week later, they were in class, and the teacher's like, all right, guys, I have your exams. You all, on average, did fairly well. Like, you should be very proud of yourself. It seems like most of you put in the work, and if you put in the work, you probably got the result back. He also said, you know what, there will probably be a slight curve. This test was difficult. Don't expect, basically, your grade's going to be what your letter grade is, since they got letter grades. And this is one thing that's a little bit annoying to me, is like letter grades and your actual grades are sometimes totally different. Like, I just wish that we went by numbers, because like sometimes a 90 is a sometimes it's a B. And I'm like, dude, why can't it just be a 90? Like, can you maybe put the letter grade and the number grade, like, at a minimum? Like, I don't know, dude. Especially when you have GPA, which is a number. Like, shouldn't you just have numbers factor into numbers instead of letters that are very subjective, apparently? Like, whatever people want them to be factor into a number. That's always been a pet peeve of mine, but whatever. And so the teacher was walking back, handing the grades back. So the spoiled kid was right next to John. So, John got his test back, and he got like an 85, which is solid. He got a B, which is pretty good. It was a very difficult exam. The teacher said like only 5 students got A's, and there was like 40 kids in the class. However, the majority got B's, right? And at John's school, getting like a C was like a death sentence, which, look, in my discrete math class, when I got a C, and I ended up the class with a B, which is very lucky, but if I got a C on an exam, I'd be like, let's go! Let's go! I'm a genius, bro! Then again, discrete math is its own beast. You can look into it. I still can't tell you what it even means. But anyways, in John's school specifically, a C was basically a death sentence. A C was like bad. And especially if you wanted to apply to certain colleges from his school, a C did not look that good. Because the school also gave like the range of grades, and no one got C's. So colleges would be like, oh shoot, like that's actually real bad. So John looked over at the spoiled kid when he got his test back, and written in like red ink in the top right corner was like 72 circled. People never got below 70s. So this was basically like, you failed every answer. Because they didn't really fail students on this. This was like, you got every answer wrong, basically. Maybe you got one thing right, but you basically got every answer wrong. That is what a 72 meant at John's school. So the spoiled kid was looking at this, and you could see his face basically go white. You could basically see the color drain out of his face when he looked at the result from his exam. Yeah, so the spoiled kid took this pretty poorly. He didn't say, he's not the spoiled kid who would like blow up in class at the teacher or whatever, but he was like, oh God, right? Because the thing is, the grades were also not just like given to the students, they were also posted on like the students' information page at the school, and like parents had access to those pages. So you already know that the Karen mom has like notifications on for whenever there's a change, or if there's no notifications, you know for a fact that the Karen mom would be like checking his like grades every 5 seconds. Every new grade that comes in, she'd like hyper analyze it or whatever, because she is like, oh, my son needs to get into a certain college. My social group will reject me if he doesn't go to like the #1 school ever, right? A ton of pressure. So, John already knew that the spoiled kid was going to be in for a little bit of trouble, at least when it comes to his mom, right? So yeah, sure enough, the craziest thing would happen a couple days later. Such a ridiculous situation. In fact, where the Karen would go insane in class. If you made it this far into the video, comment class down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. And while you're down in the comment section commenting class, check out the pinned comment on this video, as there's a link to a Spotify page in which you can listen to these stories as podcasts, and also a link to my other channel, which I do story times like this, but instead of getting them from you guys like I do on this channel, I get them from Reddit. Make sure to subscribe to that channel as well, as it is very helpful in the very beginning stages to watch and subscribe. Anyways, let's get back to it. Also, leave a like if you haven't already, but I think you have. I think you're a good subscriber. You know what to do. But anyways, right, so about a couple days later, so next Tuesday, the spoiled kid doesn't show up to class right away, which kind of makes sense because the spoiled kid didn't show up to class quite often. So it's not as if the subscriber was like shocked or like, oh my God, the spoiled kid didn't show up to class. This is so different and weird, and how dare he not show up to class? Like this kid always didn't show up to class. So the spoiled kid didn't think anything of it. And during this day, on this very fateful Tuesday, the spoiled kid would not show up at all. However, someone else would show up in his place and go crazy. That person that would show up in his place was his Karen mom. Yes, the Karen is about to go crazy on the teacher for what she thinks is him sabotaging her son's chances of getting into a college that she wants him to get into. Not what he wants, because the Karen would never care about what he wants, just what she wants, right? So sure enough, 2 minutes into class, the teacher starts teaching something. Maybe it's like, okay, introduction to antiderivatives / integrals, right? Like, okay, guys, like now we're going to learn about area under the curve. I don't know. And that's when the door opens up. And John looks over, and he immediately recognizes it is the spoiled kid's Karen mother, who we're just going to call the Karen, right? And this lady has been known for being just difficult, for just being a whole situation for the longest time. She's had many stories told about her and all the terrible things that she's done. Well, terrible, just like standard Karen behavior, I should say. So the Karen mom bursts through the door. She basically kicks the door open. I don't know if she actually had the flexibility or strength to like karate kick the door open. Like that takes a little bit of something. That takes a little bit of oomph for sure. But the Karen basically bursts through the door and is like, we're gonna call him Mr. Davenport, because I don't know, I just use that name. You know what, actually, let's mix up the teacher name. Mr. Bird, because I'm just looking at a bird outside right now. Burst through the door, Mr. Bird, I need to speak with you this instant. And remember, this is in the middle of class, so obviously the teacher's a little taken aback by this and is like, ma'am, like, what? Like, I'm in the middle of class, but we can definitely schedule something. Just send an email to mbird at like thisschool.com or whatever, right? And she's like, no, I need to have a discussion with you right now. And, Mr. Bird's like, okay. I'd really prefer not to. But I think Mr. Bird was starting to realize that this was an angry mom and that she was not going to be persuaded otherwise. And that sometimes when Karen wants, Karen shall get no matter what. Even if it's at, the disadvantage of other people around her, Why would the Karen care about anyone else besides herself? So the Karen is like, I know that you must hate my family for some reason, but how dare you fail my son and ruin his chances at college? And, I think the teacher, Mr. Bird, realized whose, mom this was, because I think the spoiled kid did, a degree worse than anyone else. So, I think he was, very clearly the bottom of the curve here. So he's like, oh, ma'am, are you spoiled kid's mom? Says his actual name, but are you spoiled kid's mom? She's like, yes, that is my son, and you have ruined his chances of getting into college, giving him a C on his test. He definitely did not deserve a C. And the teacher's like, I don't know how to put this, but he got a C because he didn't answer most of the questions correctly. If he answered the questions more correctly, he'd get a better grade. Like, ma'am, I'm sorry, this is a math class. This is quite subjective. This isn't some English class where I can just say, oh, I didn't feel it and give you a D and be like, oh, this is so slay, yes, for another paper and give it an A, right? This isn't something subjective like this. This is math. He got the wrong answer. I gave him a grade accordingly. I'm actually very nice with my grades at the end of the day. And the Karen's mom's like, I don't want to hear that. You're definitely discriminating against my son because you're jealous of, the opportunities that I give him, that I've worked so hard. Which it was kind of funny because this Karen kind of just married in rich, which is totally fine. I have nothing against this. But it's kind of just like, bro. It's almost like the Karen mom and the son, the spoiled kid son, believed that the money that the dad earned was even more theirs. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But anyways, the teacher's kind of looks at her like, you think you're the only rich person at the school? Have you seen your other classmates? Because at this high school, it was kind of like the high school for the rich parents trying to send their kids to overachieve on purpose so that they can brag to their other rich friends that their son or their daughter goes to X university just to kind of have another kind of badge to flex to other people, which is I don't know, man, you should definitely focus on yourself and not worry about other people that much. But yeah, the teacher was kind of looking at her like, you really think I'm just discriminating against your son? You don't think I would necessarily apply that to a bunch of other kids in this class? But the Karen just kept going with it I will not stand for this. This is discrimination and you know it. And the teacher's like, ma'am, this is math. There is no discrimination. The answer is either right or wrong, which is kind of a fair statement, bro. It kind of is right or wrong, unless you go into some crazy parts of math that are scary and I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. But anyways, so the Karen's not taking no for an answer, basically. And she's like, I know what you're doing, all this kind of stuff. And the teacher's like, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. And the Karen's like, I'm going to count to 3 and you're going to change the grade. And which is kind of funny that the Karen would use the same kind of tactic that you'd use against an 8th grade, a 7-year-old kid. I'm going to count to 3 and you're going to go right to your room. You better go to your room before I get to 1. Which is always funny because I feel like the kids are like, I'm not gonna listen to you, and then the parents start doing a countdown and they're just terrified of whatever horrific thing will happen if they don't go do what their parents say after the countdown happens, which is just kind of funny to me, bro. But yeah, anyways, so the Karen's like 3, 2, and the teacher just kind of says, I'm not gonna change your son's grade, bro. I don't know how else to put it. That thing's set in stone. And the Karen's like, 1, you better change it right now. And the teacher's like, sorry, ma'am, I'm just not going to do that. I could help your son study a little harder. I actually know in the middle of saying I know some tutors, he stopped mid-sentence by a smack across the face. And then the Karen, it's like everyone goes silent, and the Karen looks at him and says, I'll be back tomorrow with another one of those if you don't change his grade. And the Karen must have thought that that would have been a fantastic intimidation technique and that she was really showing it to him, what's up. But you know what actually ended up happening? The spoiled kid's grade was not changed. And the Karen was banned from the school premises, was forced to write a letter of apology to the teacher, or that the school and the teacher were going to press charges. And the Karen was banned from the parent-teacher board, which she was spend all of her days being annoying on there. So in fact, the spoiled kid got what he deserved, and the Karen got owned. Today we have a story time of probably one of the worst teachers I've ever heard of. This teacher has an agenda and actually fails students because they're not overweight, and tries to sell her own books in class constantly.
This is a pretty crazy teacher story that I know you'll enjoy, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and let's jump into this story. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted today's story Nate. So anyways, this was the first day of 7th grade. And, on the first day of class, you go and you see all the new teachers and all the new classes and all the new students in your classes. It's a very exciting time, but it also is a little stressful, and it's also the time where you'll basically scout out and probably make a pretty good educated guess on how difficult your classes are going to be and which teachers are going to be the difficult teachers. So yeah, let's jump right into it. On the first day, Nate goes into his English class, and he sees the teacher, and she has short blue hair, right? She has a big flowery skirt on, and she's on the somewhat larger side. There's nothing necessarily wrong with this. In fact, I think larger people on the internet get way too much hate. However, if you're telling people that, obesity is extremely healthy and that you would fail them in class if they're skinny, like this teacher will, just stick around, then maybe that's not the greatest thing to say. Anyways, though, everyone sits down and the teacher's waiting for people, and she says, "All right, class, welcome to English 115 or whatever. Today we'll be in this class, we will be researching literature and having class discussions," and kind of goes through the very basic whatever. On the very first day, Nate didn't get any really obvious red flags except in the last 5 minutes of class. So the last 5 minutes of class, the teacher says, "Oh, and by the way, besides the required texts and readings that you have been assigned and will have to buy, let me point you to my personal store." Yeah, the teacher literally starts advertising her own personal store in the middle of class. So this teacher did a lot of her own research. And this isn't like an academic that does research at some school or institution, because normally academic research needs to be peer reviewed. It needs to be checked over by a lot of people. No, this was her own personal research. And on the store, because she went to the link, she said, "Okay, on our little class," because there was they used Canvas. I don't know if you guys know what Canvas is. It's basically a nice place to, or not a nice place. It's a terrible, scary place. But it's a place that organizes classes really well. And she said, "On our Canvas page, here's a link to my store." And sure enough, there was a link to the store. So the teacher goes on the projector and clicks the link, or airplays or whatever, clicks the link to her store and starts browsing and showing off all the stuff that they could buy. First of all, I'm pretty sure this has to go against some kind of terms of service, some kind of rule for a teacher. And it definitely was a little bit unethical, because while she didn't explicitly say students who buy stuff from my store will receive better grades, she somewhat kind of alluded to it. And one of the most, the number one bestseller, according to her, maybe it sold 0 books, but, number one place at 0, I don't know, was a book or a research paper book type thing that was talking about how obesity is actually the healthiest standard for your body, and that everything else is not just unhealthy, but unethical. And it was a quote-unquote research paper, but she didn't do research, so it was peer-reviewed basically by herself and her one Twitter follower. Yeah, so look, I'm not a scientist, and I definitely have not done research, but I will say that probably most people can agree that, obesity is not the healthiest state to be in. I will say that, different bodies can handle different, levels of weight and still be healthy. Just because you have more weight on you than another person doesn't necessarily mean that you're less healthy. It really is a case-by-case situation. However, I think we can all agree, or at least in my opinion, we should all agree, that obesity is definitely not associated with peak and ideal health, and that you should definitely not be telling people that they should be obese, and not being obese is unethical. I think we can all agree to this. But basically, Nate was thinking that this class was going to be totally normal until the last 5 minutes, when the teacher shows off and basically highly and strongly encourages them to buy from her store. And her store, it's not just the fact that she wants, her students to buy from her store. It's the fact that she was basically alluding that you would receive a better grade if you did buy from her store. That's definitely where things got really messed up. Anyways, though, let's go a couple weeks into class. So the teacher would have a few more red flags, a few more really strange things, and Nate and his friends took a deep dive into her store.
And apparently it was like one of the craziest things ever. Like, not just a paper saying that obesity is healthy and not being obese was unethical, but there was a whole thing, right? It was a rabbit hole. You know, like, she literally made a book, like a book that you could purchase, which was just a compilation of her tweets. Like, she literally said you can buy a book that is just like going on twitter.com and printing out every single one of her tweets as a new page in the book. Probably this was not a great selling one. Like, this one probably didn't receive Amazon's #1 most sold book of all time ever award. And if it did, it was probably issued by the teacher herself. But for a little while, there were only a few red flags, a few weird things that she would say. For example, she would for some reason, there was text that she had them read, and it was describing, it was like describing a character, and it was like a novel or whatever. So it was describing a character. And the whole point of reading this was to look at, like, okay, look how this author uses words well or is known for being a good writer. How does he describe whatever, right? And I think the character, like, that was being described happened to be like, muscular or something. I think they were describing some lumberjack. And in the text, it was like, and in walks like I'm not going to do a good job, but basically describes his physical appearance. And that's when the teacher drops a little bit like, this guy must be extremely unhealthy by the way he's being described. Only healthy people are like 400 pounds or up. And everyone's like, bro, what? Everyone kind of like pauses for a second. But this teacher doesn't miss a beat. She keeps going, and she keeps talking as if she didn't just say one of the craziest things ever. But other than a few small things like this, nothing too bad for Nate. However, it's about to get really, really bad. Yeah, so anyways, let's go about a couple weeks later after this point. So the first couple weeks were really just reading text and understanding what makes good writing. And this teacher actually was quite good at English. She was quite a good writer. She, understood what made good writing. I'm not trying to completely discredit the teacher, at least in those professional manners. However, I think the rest is pretty damning. Anyways, so this was their first time to have an actual writing assignment. And so they write up a paper, and there are certain requirements. Like, there were certain, you had to follow certain grammatical rules. You would be judged on how well you describe the characters, all this kind of stuff, because you were tasked to write your very own little short story. And so, Nate and other people in the class wrote their stories, whatever, they submitted it. And the thing about Canvas is you're allowed to see the spread of your grades. Basically, what I mean by this is if you click on your grade in Canvas, at least on the mobile version that I found, you can see the high, the low, and the average. So you can see what the average score on the test is. You can also see what the highest score and the lowest score. So anyways, grades come out, and Nate gets a notification on his phone. He was fairly confident in his, his test or his paper or whatever. I'm not saying that Nate expected to get an A+ on his first paper in a class. In fact, I found a lot of English teachers will almost lowball you on the first paper so that there's like really clear room for you to improve, because they just love to see a student improve, which I understand. Every teacher wants to see a student improve. But even if a student comes in and gives A work, I feel like on the first paper, quite often teachers will just give you a lower grade and just so you can get a higher grade later on, which whatever, right? But Nate receives a very scary score. Nate receives a 54%. So Nate was kind of expecting this teacher, to maybe have higher standards, maybe to be a tough grader, but not this, man. Like, this is insane. So Nate immediately checks Canvas and sees that the average was like a 62. So he feels a little bit better, knowing that everyone did really poorly, but he starts texting his friends because, his friends in his class, because this is a pretty alarming grade to get. At least for Nate, he was definitely used to getting B's and A's in his English classes because he was at least a decent writer. He wasn't the greatest writer ever, but you kind of didn't need to be the greatest, right? You didn't have to be Shakespeare to get an A in like high school English or middle school English, right? You don't need to be a perfect writer to do that. So he was talking with his other friends, and they were all like, yeah, it's really strange. She's like super strict. We don't totally know why. So they get into class, and the teacher says, hello, class, like, welcome back. I hope you had a good time, whatever. I understand that some of you may or may not be disappointed with the grades that you received, which, yeah, obviously, bro, you gave people like 40%, 50%. People are not going to be happy with a fail. oh, I'm really happy with my fail. I thought I was going to get a fail, but instead I got a fail. So I'm really happy about that. Like, said nobody ever. So yeah, yeah, no S, Sherlock. People aren't happy. So anyway, she's like, so I've decided to make little write-ups for each of you, just to say how you can improve, and you can improve your scores. So the teacher started walking around handing the stuff out. And you know, in most cases, what would you expect to see on this? Maybe grammar, right? Your grammar was really bad. I care a lot about grammar. I will help you improve, and if you improve your grammar, your grade will increase dramatically, right? Maybe the storytelling wasn't that good. Read these stories and try and emulate their style until you come up with your own style, and then your grade will improve. You may not expect to see, you are kind of like ignoring my, you are being offensive. Okay, this is like, how did she say it exactly? The story time I received from Nate, basically he said that she said, you know, it is less about your writing and more about you as a writer. You got a grade because of you as a writer and not because of your writing. And Nate, when he saw this, was a little bit confused, so he went on to read the next line. Yeah, so after the line saying that, you know, you received the grade not for your writing, but because who you are as a writer, the next line basically said, as a writer, you must embody, you know, good values and good health. So when Nate read this, he was like really just taken aback. Obviously, maybe he should have seen this coming, knowing the published work that this teacher was selling on their website. But then the note went on to go on to say that until you become like you physically embody good morals and ethics, like I cannot justify a good grade on your writing, as I think being a writer and your writing is really connected. She then goes on to specify that basically Nate will have to become obese. This is like this is so weird, bro. This is so weird. I'm glad that I had normal teachers in high school, bro. I'm glad I had normal teachers. Today's secret word of the day is teacher. Not that creative, I know, but whatever. So comment teacher down below if you made it this far into the video. And while you're down there, check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to my Spotify page in which you can listen to these stories as podcasts on Spotify and help me out doing that. And also, there's a link to my second channel, which I read stories like this. However, instead of reading stories that you guys submit, I read stories from across the web and mostly from Reddit. So go subscribe to that channel, as it's a lot smaller, and it would help out a lot if you did subscribe. Anyways, though, so Nate, when he reads this, is just like, what? Like, Nate assumes that he must have, like, okay, I must have misread something. There's no way that I read this correctly. Maybe she's speaking about, how to, Nate's trying to justify what he just read. He's like, no, I'm just going to read it again. He reads it again, and sure enough, it says basically along the lines of, I'm grading you as a writer, not just your writing, and if you aren't obese, then I can't justify giving you a good grade, because not only is it not healthy, but it goes against, you know, my moral and ethics system. So Nate was not the only one to get this as a response, and about like a minute after, like, the teacher went around handing back these responses, so many hands went up, right? I think people read it in like 30 seconds, but they needed to wait at least a minute to 2 minutes before they actually said anything, because they needed to reread it to make sure that they didn't read it wrong and embarrass themselves by saying something completely ridiculous. So after everyone actually realized that what they read was what they read, a lot of, like, half the class's hands shoot up immediately. And the teacher's like, oh, looks like we have a lot of questions. So Nate doesn't raise his hand because Nate has a feeling that other people had similar issues and that they would probably cover the issues that he had. So sure enough, this kid is like, what do you mean by I need to become obese to get a good grade? Like, is this a joke? So the teacher looks and is like, thank you, Ben. We're going to call the guy who raised his hand and said that. We're going to call him Ben. So she's like, thank you, Ben, for bringing that up. No, in fact, like, you guys have been followed. Like, society would make you think that that's a crazy thing to say. Yes, dude, let me just say something. A little side tangent. If you ever find yourself saying society in a sentence, please check yourself. Maybe it is, like, the right thing to say in that sentence. But whenever someone is like, blah, 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 because society, dude, I don't know. I just can't take the sentences seriously.
But anyway, she's like, yes, Nate or Ben, I totally understand why you'd say that, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault, Ben. It's not your fault. She was trying to have that, oh, what's that movie called that's really good that has Robin Williams in it? He's like, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's trying to do like one of those moments, but instead of like an actual good situation where that would make sense, it's not your fault that you believe that me saying that I won't give you a good grade unless you're literally clinically obese is bad. It's not your fault. It's society's fault. She then goes on to kind of elaborate what she was trying to say. She was trying to say that she believes that writing something very like floofy. She said something like kind of like one of these kind of like dumb writer English teacher things that just don't make a lot of sense. She basically said, you know, the writer and their writing, it's not two separate entities. It's interconnected. I like don't see them separately. Like I attach the writer to the writing. I think they flow between each other. Which yeah, dude, technically right, like yes, the writer wrote the piece that you're reading. Yes, that is true, I guess. But basically she's like, and I can't give out a grade like my grades are holistic combinations of both. And I can't give out a good grade if it's a bad writer, even if the writing is good. She's really trying to justify one of the craziest, goofiest things ever. But anyway, she's like, yeah, I can't give out a good grade if the writer isn't good. And the thing is, guys, if you read my work, and then she starts to get a little snappy with them, which is pretty bold in my opinion, but she starts to get a little snappy being like, if you actually read my work or bought my books, you would realize that I hold this position very dearly and that I have plenty of research to back it up. If you guys remember, earlier I said that her research was literally just, peer-reviewed by her, which means it's not even research at all, sourced by her, written by her, etc., right? So she was like, yeah, if you guys actually bother to read my research, aka buy my stuff from my personal store, you would realize I had this, like, conviction, right? So obviously, all the kids were not really happy with this. And after class, because they didn't want to fight with her in class, because they kind of realized, you know, there's just like some people in life where it's just not worth fighting with them, because you know that they will never, and I mean never, change their mind about anything. And you know what? Some people, unfortunately, just be lost causes, bro. Like that's just kind of how it is. And sometimes you gotta like you just can't fight it out with them. So I think most people in the class realized that it would be a lost cause to try and fight with a teacher on this. So after class, all the people in the class kind of stop outside the classroom, and like Nate and all the other guys are like, "Look, we need to do something about this." So they all get together and they all make sure that they have the pieces of paper that, you know, it's written down like exact reasons for why they did poorly. They basically got like, you know, she got caught red-handed. Not even caught red-handed. She literally painted her hands red and like, look, catch me, guys. Like she made this really easy, which is kind of funny. But anyways, so they gather all their papers and they head all the way up to the principal's office. And, you know, it's a huge group of kids show up to the principal's office. So it obviously gets, you know, the principal's attention. So the principal's like, okay, guys, come on in. What's the problem? What seems to be the issue here? And one of the kids explains the situation. And the principal, I think understandably, kind of questions this because, you know, kids aren't always the most truthful. And sometimes even when kids are trying to be truthful, their interpretation of what is actually happening is skewed because they don't have the right context. However, they had all the right context here, and in fact, their interpretations were not skewed at all. And that's when they showed the principal the evidence, which was pretty damning. It kind of got her. And the principal's like, wow, I don't know how to react to this. And they also made sure to add in that in the very beginning of class, that she was like selling stuff on her store and that she linked it on the Canvas page, and that she basically encouraged kids, if they wanted a better grade, to go buy her stuff. So obviously the principal factored that in. It's like, whoa, this is like really serious. If you're lying to me, this is a big deal. And they're like, no, we're not lying to you. And some of them were kind of afraid that the teacher would have completely denied it, as maybe the teacher was starting to realize, oh, maybe I'm in the wrong here, right? And I might get fired for this, even if I don't think I'm in the wrong here. So the kids were a little bit nervous, but the principal went and interviewed the teacher. And what must have happened was that the teacher assumed that her logic was correct, because here's the thing. A couple days later, kids come in, because the weekend, they come in from the weekend, and they have a substitute teacher in English class. And they obviously ask the substitute teacher, where's our normal teacher? And the substitute teacher's like, I don't know, I'm just a sub. So what happened was the teacher never came back. They got a permanent substitute after a little while, and what must have happened was that the teacher must have been like confronted by the principal. The principal was probably like, oh, there's obviously a misunderstanding here. Ha ha ha, can you just help me clear this up? And the teacher must have been like, nope, no misunderstanding. I failed these students because they weren't clinically obese. And the principal was probably just like,
So the teacher demands my girlfriend breaks up with me because I'm not overweight. Today we got a pretty crazy story, so let's jump into it and subscribe if you're new. So anyways, we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Adrian. So anyways, Adrian met this girl who we're going to call Clara, right? And they got along really well off the bat. So they were mutual friends of like mutual friends, so they each had friends that knew each other. And I think Adrian and Clara were both looking to find someone new at the time, or just looking for someone to date. And I think the friends of friends kind of figured out that they would be a good pair, so they decided to set each other up, and things have been great ever since. So Clara and Adrian have been dating for a couple months at this point. Clara had a teacher who we're just going to call, I don't know, we're just going to call Miss, no, it's a Miss. We're going to call her Miss Tree. I don't know why, but it's just the first thing that came into my head, so you guys are going to have to deal with it. Anyways, Miss Tree was Clara's English teacher, and, she was very nice to Clara, and turned out to be Clara asked Miss Tree to be her advisor, and they became somewhat close. They weren't, like, best friends or anything, but they were definitely pretty close. And so this all happened, right, when Clara decides that she wants to introduce Adrian, her boyfriend, to Miss Tree. So another little piece of information which seems super irrelevant but is actually really relevant to this story is that Clara is like slightly overweight, but like not even that big of it, like not really. And the thing is, you guys might be thinking, why am I even saying this? Normally I wouldn't say this. However, Adrian said it was an extremely important part of the story. And the thing is, Adrian really doesn't care. Some people might have more preferences when it comes to this, but Adrian didn't see it as a negative or positive. He just saw it as what it was. So anyways, Clara and Miss Tree had a really good relationship. And so one day, Clara was, I think she wasn't, I don't think Miss Tree was, Clara's teacher at this point, but like advisor, whatever. And like at this high school, there was like a really close like advisor type of environment. So they really wanted to match teachers with kids that they thought would get along really well. So anyways, Clara was sitting there with Miss Tree, and she was like, oh, I've had a boyfriend for a little bit, and, I want you to meet him. Almost like a kind of a junior version of Meet the Parents. If you don't know, in a relationship, when, the significant other meets the parents, it's usually a really big deal. In some cultures, it is like the biggest deal ever. But I guess like meeting your advisor at this school was kind of like the junior version of Meet the Parents. So it's like Meet the Advisor. So you don't have to be incredibly serious, but it's still, I guess, it's a step in the right direction, if you know what I mean. So anyways, Miss Tree seems very excited, or at least Clara says Miss Tree seems very excited at first. I don't know what Miss Tree's expectations were, but they must have been pretty high, or not pretty high, but pretty specific, as you guys will see. So anyways, Adrian walks into the room, as Clara was like, oh, well, he's actually outside. I just wanted to let you know, beforehand, give you a heads up so I didn't jump scare you and be like, oh, this is my boyfriend who's standing right here. And so Adrian walks in, and now from Adrian's perspective, he looks and he sees Miss Tree, and Miss Tree's face, at least Miss Tree didn't have much of a poker face, because from a very kind of open, excited looking face, her face kind of drops when she sees Adrian. And here's the thing. Adrian's not like okay, first of all, you shouldn't be disappointed if someone that you like is dating someone that you don't find attractive. Like, that's a messed up thing in the first place. But second of all, Adrian wasn't even that bad of a looking guy. Like, he was pretty decent looking, and Adrian and Clara, it seemed like a normal couple. It wasn't like one of these couples where it's some, like, 20-year-old supermodel dates some 80-year-old rich guy who's super, like, not super attractive and probably a bad guy as well, but just because he has a lot of money. This was a very normal relationship. And Adrian picked up right away that, Miss Tree not only seemed disappointed, but in fact seemed offended by him, which was very, very strange. Miss Tree then, didn't say anything, was like, oh, nice to meet you, what's your name? Kind of said it in a bit of a patronizing way, but Adrian kind of ignored this and was like, hey, my name's Adrian, it's very nice to meet you. My girlfriend Clara says a lot of really great things about you. I'm so happy that you guys have such a nice relationship. So anyways, they continue on with an interaction. They speak a little bit. Miss Tree is obviously almost like pretending to be nice. Like, it's very clear that she is holding back her true feelings, but obviously if it's pretty clear, she's not doing a great job masking it.
So, anyways, Adrian leaves, and Clara and Miss Tree continue on having their conversation. And afterwards, Adrian and Clara are together, and Adrian's like, "Hey, like, I don't know, maybe I was just being really like, maybe I was looking into it too much, but I kind of felt like your teacher or your advisor, Miss Tree, didn't really like me. Like, I don't know." And Clara's like, "Why do you say that?" He's like, "I don't know. It's kind of just a feeling," which I know sounds really stupid, but I just kind of have a feeling that she doesn't like me. Like, it seemed like when she looked at me when we first made eye contact, she almost seemed extremely disappointed. And I don't know how to explain it. It's just how a look I got. And Clara looks at him and says, "Look, Adrian, you're probably just like, overreacting," which, I think is cute, right? I want you, like, you want to seem like good in front of the people that I care about. That's why I like you, and like, whatever. They have a little relationship moment right there. But she's like, "Look, Miss Tree thinks you're fine. Like, she didn't say anything to me about it." Side note from me, hasn't said anything yet. Adrian sounds a little crazy here, but the truth is sometimes crazier than what most people would think, because Adrian is actually right here. So Clara doesn't know this yet. So Clara goes on to be like, "Oh, you're just overreacting. You're thinking too much about it. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm sure she loves you, right? I'm sure she thinks you're great." And so Adrian and Clara kind of go on about their day. So this is a day later. Adrian and Clara go get lunch. They usually get lunch in the school cafeteria at least a couple times a week. Adrian's really good about, or really works pretty hard to make sure that he has time for his friends and also time for his girlfriend. It's a full-time commitment, right, to have a relationship. So he's definitely, he tries to balance the both of them. But every couple days out of the week, they'll get lunch together, and they'll do other stuff. But it's kind of like that's how the lunch is split up. So when they sit down for lunch, Clara looks like she has something on her mind. So Adrian asks, like, "Is everything okay?" And she looks at him and says, "I don't know, like, I just had a really weird conversation with Miss Tree." And Adrian's like, "Oh boy." So he's like, "What was your weird conversation?" She's like, "I don't know, you might be onto something. I'm not totally sure. It's weird. And Adrian's like, "Okay, well, spill, like, what's going on?" Yeah, so Adrian is kind of like, "Okay, I kind of knew that something like this would come up one day. Like, I knew that she didn't like me or whatever." But yeah, so Clara goes on to explain the conversation that she just had with Miss Tree. So throughout the week, they have a lot of slots where, students can meet with their advisors. And obviously, if you have a better relationship with your advisor, you'll take more advantage, as only some of the slots are mandatory and some are just if you want to. But since Clara and Miss Tree, up to this point at least, had such a good relationship, Clara would always take the most advantage, or the highest advantage, of all these slots. So today was, another time that they met. And Miss Tree was starting to talk about something, a kind of a theory that she had. So this was when the conversation started to get really weird. So Miss Tree was talking about, how she does a lot of studying of like large individuals. It's like fat studies or something. Look, I'm a STEM major. I don't know anything about that kind of field. I really don't know. I can't comment. But anyway, she says she does a lot of that in her free time and a lot of research or whatever. And she started to tell Clara about this theory that she had about how, larger individuals needed to stick together, and they need to stick to their kind, since their kind are the only ones who understand them. Yeah, take that out of context, and that is a really messed up thing to say. Even take that in context, and that's a really messed up thing to say. With or without context, that's a not great thing to say, in my opinion. But anyways, right, so Clara was like, in her head, she's probably thinking, why on earth is Miss Tree telling me this? It just so happened to be the day after Miss Tree got a physical view of her boyfriend. Because Miss Tree has known about Adrian for a really long time, but didn't know who he was, because, there's a lot of kids at this school, and Miss Tree never had him as a student. So it's really weird that Miss Tree happens to bring up her theory that, fat individuals should stick together and should stay away from non-large individuals, like, at all, like, the day after she sees her boyfriend for, like, in person for the first time. So this is kind of a disturbing revelation. The thing is, though, Clara felt a little uncomfortable in this conversation, yet Miss Tree did not directly or explicitly say, you need to break up with your boyfriend because he's a skinny individual. Yet. Keyword. Very important word, or very important thing I just said, yet. She did not say explicitly to break up with her boyfriend because he's not a large individual, yet. Stick around, guys. It gets really weird. So, Clara said that Miss Tree kind of, like, continued on with the conversation. And after that point, it was very, very normal. And it was kind of like the more normal stuff they talked about, which is like, I don't know. They had like a lot of shared ground on like, oh, women's rights, what's going on in the news, how can I like be more of an activist, or how can I help out other people, kind of like stuff that, that was normally their conversation. So it kind of made sense to put in this kind of like fat studies thing, I think, but it also was really weird and really targeted. At least Clara felt targeted by this. So Clara tells Adrian that, okay, well, maybe I'm just overreacting, maybe because you said yesterday that you felt like that she didn't like you, that I'm now kind of looking for that. And I don't know, but I can totally agree with this idea that, like, if you are looking for something, your brain will kind of find a way to find it, such as how we're programmed to find faces in the environment, because when I can only assume evolutionarily, when we were, a lot like hunter-gatherers and we were not the apex predator as we are right now, that if we saw a face kind of hidden in like the brush or something, that would be dangerous. So kind of the same way that we will see faces where faces don't exist, Clara was kind of thinking, well, maybe I'm seeing her not liking you when she's actually not saying that, but I'm seeing it because I'm looking out for it. However, Adrian only became more convinced, because yesterday he wasn't completely convinced that he was right, but he kind of knew he was right. I don't even know if you guys have experienced this, where it's like, you can't prove it, but you know it. Now he basically feels like he knows it and can prove it. So Adrian's like, okay, I don't think your advisor likes me very much. I think she's probably going to try and push you to break up with me. I don't know why, but I feel like that's like what's going to happen. And Clara's like, I don't know why she would. I've told her all the stuff you've done for me. So Clara had gone through a lot of rough things in her life. And for that reason, she's, had a lot of difficult, like, emotional unpacking and response from the whole thing. I mean, when you go through difficult things in life, it isn't like once you're done with a difficult thing, all the problems go away. A lot of like emotional damage and work that needs to be done happens months, years, decades after. So Clara is not like the easiest person to be in a relationship with, but relationships aren't supposed to be easy. And, Adrian has been really great in this regard. And Clara has, told Miss Tree in great detail of all the things Adrian has done for her. So she almost feels a little bit thrown off guard that, Miss Tree is starting to like be like, oh, well, because you guys are different sizes, then you shouldn't be dating, right? Like, that seems like a very backwards ideology. But Clara tells Adrian, look, she's not going to change my mind. And also, I don't think she said anything explicitly yet, which is true. To this point, she's not blatantly said, break up with your boyfriend because he's smaller than you. Anyways, the next meeting, the next day that Clara and Miss Tree have goes really poorly. It goes really bad. By the way, a secret word of the day is tree, so if you made it this far into the video, comment tree down below. And while you're commenting tree in the comment section, check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to the Spotify page in which you can listen to these stories as podcasts, as well as a link to my second channel in which I tell stories just like this, but instead of from you guys, they're from Reddit. So subscribe to that channel to help me out. Anyways, in this meeting, Clara goes into it really hoping that, her and Miss Tree can talk about things that they normally talk about. Miss Tree and her have a lot of in common on like, politics and talking about like women's issues and stuff like that. And she's really bonded with her over that content, right? Clara is really hoping that when she goes into this, that she doesn't have to hear anything about Miss Tree's theories about how, small individuals should not be with large individuals, which is pretty messed up, or anything about her boyfriend at all. So Clara walks into the room and is like, Miss Tree, did you see this thing, like, on the news? Like, this new thing just got passed. Like, how can we repeal it? How can we fight back? Did you see it? And Miss Tree looks at her and says, oh, Clara, I did see this, and it's an important conversation, but the fact of the matter is we have an even more important conversation for you and I to have right now. And Clara didn't know explicitly that this was going to be about her boyfriend, but she knew that this was going to be about her boyfriend. Yeah, so anyways, Miss Tree goes on to say, like, Clara, I think this chat is super important, and you know that I want the best for you, and you know that everything I do is for your favor. As your advisor, I do everything for your betterment. And you also know that I've dedicated my life to research and learning and really seeking truth. Clara, you cannot be with Adrian anymore. He does not understand your struggles as a larger individual. Here's the thing. I've done the research, and the skinny people, the small people, Those people, the one who focus extremely hard on their physical appearance. They are so wrapped up in the physical that they've completely neglected and put the emotional aside. They have not spent the time that we have really focusing on ourselves, really focusing on embracing what is beyond the physical, beyond the materialistic. We have gone to a new level. And for that reason, there is no way that Adrian and you can stay together. So Clara's like eyes almost gloss over. She is like, just like, how do I respond to this? Like, how? And Clara tries to respond like, but my boyfriend is really emotionally intelligent. Like, he's really helped me through things that I haven't been able to figure out. And Miss Tree is like, Clara, look, he might seem emotionally intelligent, but no one who spends that much time on their appearance has any like depth that we do. Like, if you want a partner who truly understands your struggles and truly has put his emotions first, then you must find someone of your own size. And Clara's just like so taken aback by this, because up until this point, she really saw Miss Tree as a level-headed, trusted individual that she would go seek advice from. And now she doesn't know what to think, because let me just say that Claire is 100% right. This is not a normal thing to say. This is not a normal, level-headed, smart individual thing to say. If you're saying this, you're probably not spending that much time thinking, at least not in a positive and or productive manner. So Clara's like, okay, haha, and Miss Tree's like, no, like, I need to see you pull up your phone and say that you're gonna like text Adrian that we're breaking up. And Clara's like, well, I don't know if I can do that. And Miss Tree's like, Clara, I'm really staking my reputation on this. I've done the research. I know that this is correct. Like, you're wrong here. I need you to do this or our advisorship is over. Yeah. Miss Tree literally threatened Clara that they were no longer going to be the advisor pairing that Clara liked so much and benefited so much from unless she texts him right now that they're breaking up. Even if Clara did agree with Miss Tree that it's a good idea to break up, which she doesn't, by the way, because the reasoning's ridiculous and she's in a good relationship, even if she did, let's say hypothetically she did, maybe she doesn't believe that the best way to go about it is over an offhanded text message, right? So Clara's like, well, I mean, even if I do want to break up, maybe I don't want to over text message. And Miss Tree says, well, I need proof that you did it. Anyways, so Clara is like kind of feeling forced into doing this. So she kind of sheepishly takes out her phone and, pulls up Adrian's contact. And they just had some really good conversation over text or whatever, right? They're just like, oh, do you want to meet up like tonight or whatever? And she sends them a text message like, I'm sorry, we're breaking up. Obviously, Clara's going to go meet with Adrian afterwards and, I don't know, like, be like, hey, we're not breaking up, by the way, lol, but here's a funny story. So she sends the message, and almost immediately Adrian is just kind of like text back like question mark, because it feels out of place. Like he knows that that Clara would definitely like pull him aside and be like, hey, let's talk for a second. Like, this is how I'm feeling. She wouldn't be like, we're breaking up randomly out of a text message. So let's flip to Adrian's POV. Adrian gets his text message, and obviously he's a little nervous. I mean, his heart's racing a little bit. He's a little sketched out. But he also kind of feels like that there's a lot more to this story, and that he doesn't feel like she actually is breaking up with him. He doesn't know the exact situation. I mean, he knows that Miss Tree's a little weird, but he has no idea. Like, why would you imagine that someone's advisor would force them to send a text message saying that we're breaking up? So Adrian, after gets another text from Clara saying, I just don't think we're right for each other. And Adrian is like, okay, this is really weird. So he sends a text message back being like, okay, well, let's meet up and talk about this at least. Flipping back to Clara's POV. And Miss Tree's like, see, look at that. He's clingy. He's trying to say, he refuses your answer. He doesn't accept what you're saying. And Clara looks at Miss Tree and is like, he just wants to meet in person. Like, I broke up with him over text message saying so little. We've been together for long enough. I feel like he at least deserves an answer. And Miss Tree's like, no. You're trying to see the best in him. I'm seeing what is actually happening. You must trust me. So Clara realizes now that Miss Tree is completely unhinged. And eventually their session ends. Miss Tree's like, all right, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. I know this might be hard, but I'm sure when you sleep on it, you'll wake up tomorrow and realize that I did the right thing for you and that you did the right thing by breaking up with your boyfriend. I knew he was toxic the second he walked in. So Clara looks at Miss Tree, is like, haha, thank you. And she walks out and she's like, whoa. So she calls up Adrian, and Adrian picks up the phone, now switched to Adrian's POV. So Adrian is just kind of pacing around because he's like, oh my God, like, did she actually break up with me? Because Adrian kind of feels like, okay, this seems a little weird. I don't actually believe that this is true. However, he's a little weirded out by it. He's worried that, maybe she actually does feel this way. So when he gets a message, like a call from her, he's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He picks it up. He's like, hey, is everything okay? And she's like, so I'm not breaking up with you. And he's like, oh, literally sigh of relief. He's like, oh, thank God. And she's like, so I was kind of forced to send those text messages by Miss Tree. And Adrian is like, oh my God. And she's like, look, let's meet for a second. So they go to the cafeteria. Even though it wasn't lunchtime, kids could still go in there and sit in there during the free periods if they wanted to. So they went in there, they sat down, and Clara's like, look, you were totally right about Miss Tree. She literally just said that, like, she was forcing me to break up with you, or that she wouldn't be my advisor anymore. Adrian's like, oh my God, she's actually insane. Like, Jesus. She's like, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Like, I should have listened to you before. And he's like, no, like, I honestly wasn't convinced of myself either. I thought I was just overreacting. And she's like, look, Miss Tree's not going to be my advisor from this point on. She was saying some really, really hurtful stuff about how you could never understand me because we're different sizes. And Adrian's like, what? And she's like, yeah, some pretty loopy stuff. And also the fact that she, like, threatened to no longer be my advisor unless I break up with you. I don't know. That's just not what I want in an advisor. So yeah, the next day, Clara does not show up to her appointment, and she formally submits an advisor change. And so a couple weeks later, after the advisor change goes through, Miss Tree runs into Clara and Adrian in the hallway. And Clara, like, kind of whispers, oh God. Because at this point, Clara and Miss Tree had not seen each other since, like, the whole incident and then her switching. And Miss Tree walks by and stops and is like, looks at Adrian and is like, I hope you know what you're doing, and then, like, storms off, basically trying to blame the whole thing on Adrian. And Clara kind of just looks at Adrian and is like, ignore that, please. Today we got a story of a teacher who actually tries to sue their 13-year-old student for bullying them online. Like, imagine that as a teacher, you get so mad that some kid says something mean about you that you actually try and sue them. This is a pretty crazy story time, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's jump into it. So we're going to call a subscriber who submitted this story Colin. So Colin was in 6th grade, and in one of his classes, he had this teacher who we're going to call her Miss Sensitive because, bro, if you're actually out here trying to sue a 13-year-old kid for calling you mean names online, then you deserve the name of Miss Sensitive. So we're going to call the teacher Miss Sensitive, bro. Yeah, so anyways, Colin, the subscriber, had a friend, and we're going to call this friend Ben. So anyways, Ben kind of self-identified as a roast god. Ben was definitely the type of guy to have no chill, as some people might say, and go after literally anyone. He was still, like, a cool dude to be around. I don't know. I feel like definitely in, like, middle school, like, a lot more kids are ruthless, but they're not bad people. They just think, like, to be cool, they gotta be ruthless or whatever. But the thing is, right, Ben was, like, at least he wasn't going up to kids and roasting them, being like, damn, bro, those shoes look terrible, bro. Or, wow, man, like, you should invest in some deodorant. That'd be the best investment for you, bro. Like, he's not doing stuff like that. But anyways, they all have a class together, and they have it with Miss Sensitive. So anyways, Miss Sensitive was a slightly larger woman. There's literally nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, you lived your life, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. So on this fateful day, Miss Sensitive was going around and decided to give out a pop quiz. I've never actually received a quote-unquote pop quiz before. I've always been informed before I have an assessment. I just think it makes a lot more sense if you're gonna assess someone, like if you're gonna give them a quiz or a test, at least give them an opportunity to study for it. Like, I get that you're trying to check if they've been doing the work, but at least give them a heads up. I just think pop quizzes are kind of dumb. But anyways, Miss Sensitive decided that today was the day that she was gonna give out a pop quiz. And this also happened to be the day that Ben just didn't do the reading. I know for a lot of classes, like English-type classes where you have to do a lot of reading or whatever, that, look, man, you're not going to do the reading every single day. I know that I don't do the reading every single day. And it's kind of like you got to do, like, a little risk-reward. Like, if you don't do the reading, you have more time, but then again, you also have a chance of going in and getting absolutely owned by the test or quiz or whatever, right? Or just, like, I don't know, she'll, like, call in you to be like, oh, so, Jimmy, what happened in Chapter 7? You're like, I think Chapter 7 happened in Chapter 7. Like, I get it, right? But, Ben kind of took the risk and he kind of got owned. So sure enough, like, you know, Ben got probably like an F on the quiz or a 0 or just didn't like get good points on the quiz. He definitely knew that he didn't do well. And Colin was sitting next to him, and Ben was like very visibly like angry. Like he was just like really like PO'd by the whole situation. So Colin is kind of like, yo, dude, like, you good? Ben's like, bro, Miss Sensitive is literally the worst. And Colin's like, yeah, that pop quiz was pretty unfair. So Colin did kind of feel like, okay, that pop quiz was kind of out of left field. I don't know why she did it, but I mean, hey man, it is something. She did say that like she will sometimes pull out pop quizzes on the reading, especially if she feels like people were not or had not been doing enough of the reading, right? Like, or, you know, so she said it was something that she might do. So in all fairness, bro, like, Ben didn't do the reading and he kind of just paid the consequences, but bro was still pretty upset. Yeah, so, you know, Ben was like, no, dude, like, Miss Sensitive is literally the worst teacher ever. Like, she sucks. And Colin's like, yeah, whatever, right? Like, yeah, I kind of agree with you. Miss Sensitive overall was kind of a mid teacher. Like, she just, I don't know, dude. Like, she would always, like, have these kind of, like, she would be, like, one of those English teachers that was, like, kind of, like, super arrogant in everything that she said. Kind of had this weird, pretentious entitlement about it. Like, she's like, oh, and what the author really meant here was insert something that just never happened. Like, I swear to God, like, English teachers will read a sentence, the book is read, and they'll be like, well, what the author meant by this is that the book has depth and perspective. Like, no, dude, maybe the book was just read. I swear to God, if you actually were able to bring back these authors from the grave and bring them back and be like, hey, man, so what did you mean by this? They'd be like, oh, well, can you not read, dummy? Like, the book is read. I said the book is read because the book is read. And the English teacher would be like, no, but I thought it meant that, like, yeah. So, this teacher was kind of like that anyways, but Colin also just was like, okay, that's like all English teachers. However, when they got home from school, they had this really big grade group chat. So people had little group chats with each other, maybe Discord messages, be along the lines of that. But they also had a really big group chat that had basically everyone in the class. So they had like a class-wide group chat. I think I said grade-wise, I meant to say class-wide. So Colin got back home. He was just kind of chilling, doing his thing. And he like picks up his phone and looks at it. And he sees that there's a new message in the class-wide group chat. So they made that a while ago when they started the class, just, because they're like, okay, if we have any issues or if someone forgets the homework or whatever, it's probably just a good idea to have everyone together in communication. But it wasn't used casually. Like, this group chat wasn't a group chat that you would go in and just, like, I don't know, drop, like, anyone want to play duos on, like, Fortnite or something. Like, no one was going to go and chat and say something like that. However, Ben used this chat to vent his anger. Yeah, but however, so Colin checks his phone and he sees a message from Ben. He opens it up and he's like, he gets the message. It basically reads something along the lines of like, Miss Sensitive is annoying and fat. Like, it's just, I don't know. I think Ben was just really just PO'd that day. I think Ben was just genuinely annoyed, just so, like, annoyed by the fact that, like, he got called out for not doing the reading, which he's like, everyone doesn't do the reading. The one day I don't do it, we have a quiz, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So he's like, yeah, Miss Davenport. Miss Sensitive is lame and fat and sucks. So, like, very childish insults, like whenever you insult someone just based on their appearance, normally that means you really just can't, you have nothing better to, like, insult them on. Like, if you go for the appearance, bro, I don't know, kind of just like, oh, so you're not creative, or maybe you just don't have anything actually bad against them. But, Ben was just mad, and, like, someone replied with, like, the skull emoji, like, bro. Another person's like, yo, chill out. Like, people were like, all right, bro, like, calm down. But, like, not a lot of people chatted. It wasn't like, oh my God, he called her fat. It's like, okay, it's a sixth grader, aka also the kid who was known, or not was known, but was the self-proclaimed roast god, so it wasn't as if this was out of left field for him. So most of the kids were like, all right, bro, chill out, whatever. And, yeah, Colin and Ben and everyone else in the class kind of thought that it was going to end there. However, somehow the chats got leaked. You know that meme where it's like me and the boys of the gamer chat got leaked and it's like all the people walking into the courtroom? Yeah, that's basically Ben here. Yeah, so somehow the chats got leaked because, and they got leaked within a day. So someone must have snitched real heavy or real quick, because the next day they come in and Miss Sensitive is looking all angry at all of them. Even though she knew who sent it, she was somehow, like, found a way to be mad at literally everybody and was like, guys, we need to have a little talk before we start class. And at this point, Colin didn't realize that, you know, Ben's message got leaked to her. So, like, Colin was, like, really confused. He was like, oh, did, like, everybody cheat or something? And then everyone got exposed for cheating? Or what's the word? Like, what's going on here? I'm just really confused. So Colin sits down, and everyone else sits down. And she's like, guys, I want to let you know that words have impact and that everybody is a person. So at first, Colin's like, oh, did someone, like, is there like a bullying issue? Like, I don't know, stuff like in middle school and high school, there will be a lot of like, I don't know, a lot of like internal scuffles and bullying. And sometimes teachers will make, I don't know, this happened to me actually. I didn't bully anyone and I wasn't bullied, but I had to sit in on big meetings with the entire grade because one person was mean to another person, so I need to hear about it. Like, dude, I'm just a good individual. I'm just like a good little boy, you know. I'm doing what I need to do, and I need to waste my time listening to, oh, don't be mean. Yeah, no, no, number two, Sherlock, bro. Like, of course you should be nice. Like, are you serious right now? This is how we're spending my time? Yeah, so, everyone was kind of just super confused because, you know, Miss Sensitive was like, yeah, you know, words hurt, whatever. And then she's like, and also, just so you know, your actions online and out of school can still get you in trouble in school. And at that point, Colin almost immediately realized what the situation was about. He was super confused, and still to this day, he doesn't know who leaked the group chat. But he was like super confused, like, oh, wait, I'm like 90% sure that Miss Sensitive is talking about what like Ben said because like Ben dropped in the group chat that she's fat, lol, or whatever, because he was mad at her. But how on earth, like, did this happen? So Miss Sensitive continues to go on to be all like, your actions out of school can have consequences in school, and like if, you know, all this type of stuff, and says like, you guys should learn to be nicer to other people. And while this was like kind of like a weird, awkward interaction, like, I don't know about you, but it's always just so awkward when, like, the teachers would just, like, scold you in front of everyone, especially if it was, like, a group punishment. Like, I remember this one time back in 8th grade, like, some kid had, like, peeped into another kid's, like, stall while they're taking a number 2, and they, like, got mad about it or whatever. And this guy, like, this guy's, I'm sure he was just doing his job, but he brought the entire grade together, and he's like, guys, I'm so disappointed in everyone. I'm like, dude, I wasn't there. I was doing my math homework. I don't care if someone's being a little bit too curious and mega sus. Like, that's not on me, bro. Like, why are you disappointing in me? I'm doing what I need to do. Anyway, so yeah, while that whole interaction was a little bit weird, Colin just kind of assumed that the whole thing was going to end here. Like, Miss Sensitive was going to have a whole, like I'm mightier than thou, be nice to people speech or whatever, and it was going to end there. He would have never assumed that things were going to escalate, which they did. Yeah, so basically what ended up happening was Miss Sensitive was pretty upset about this, which, I mean, look, if someone is calling you insults, and maybe it's something that you are personally sensitive about, like, I can understand why you take that personally. However, also one thing, these are 6th graders. These are little kids. They don't, okay, not little kids, but these are kids that are still growing up. They're going to be mean. They're going to be cruel. And yeah, sure, reprimand them, whatever, right? But also realize you shouldn't take it that deep. Like when I read my comment section and someone's like, yeah, your videos are trash. And then I see their profile pic of some like anime profile pic. I go in their account and they're making like Roblox shorts. I'm like, bro, they're just a kid. Like, I don't really care, man. Like, you shouldn't care. However, Miss Sensitive was like really upset about this. So Miss Sensitive takes this whole issue to like, you know, the principal's office or whatever. And she was trying to get this kid like expelled. Like, apparently she was asking for some crazy punishment. Like, she was going for something really insane. I think the principal's office like, oh, well, okay, this kid said something pretty mean about you outside of school. There's not a lot we can do about that, but if you want to have like him come in and we force him to apologize to you, or make him do some report about how, you know, bullying is bad and saying bad things is bad, or I don't even know. And, you know, the teacher must have been Miss Sensitive, was like, no, he needs to be expelled. This is unacceptable. There's no redemption. Which, like, no redemption, bro. Dude is like 13. What do you mean? He's got all of his life ahead of him. Like, what do you mean there's no redemption? Oh, a dude says something mean when he's 13? Nope, there's no going back. He's officially a bad individual. Nope, that's done. He's done for. Yeah, but apparently Miss Sensitive was really gunning for him to have a really, really bad punishment. And she was really upset by how she didn't get what she wanted. So I guess Miss Davenport decided to take the law into her own hands, or take the punishment into her own hands. This is where the title of the video becomes kind of integral to the story. Miss Davenport decides that she wants to try and open up an actual legal case against this kid for emotional damage. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard, by the way. So the way that they all learn this is probably one of the most inappropriate way. Okay, I don't mean like sus inappropriate. I mean like inappropriate, like just to do it. Just like it's just so ridiculous. So the way that Colin and Ben and everyone else learns, and the way that Ben learns that there's a court case going to be against him, well, doesn't get that far, as you guys will see, is in class. Basically, Miss Sensitive's like, you know what, guys, this is like a couple days later, guys, I want to teach you a little something. Sometimes the systems of law and governance, they don't do what needs to be done. So sometimes you need to take it into your own hands. And she then goes on to say, Ben, I know about the comment that you said to me. And Ben's like, what? Because I don't think Ben put two and two together. I think so. Colin was able to put two and two together, and he was able to realize that, okay, well, you know, I don't know, like, yeah, it was probably Ben's comment. That would make the most sense in the context, yada, yada, stuff like that. But I think Ben just was, like, completely oblivious. He's like, what? So when she literally calls him out in front of all of his classmates, he was just so stunned, he was barely able to speak. Speak will be the secret word of the day. So if you made it this far into the video, comment speak in the comment section. And while you're in the comment section, check out the pinned comment on this video. There's a link to my Spotify page in which I upload all these stories as podcasts. And if you do listen to them, if you do listen to these stories on Spotify as podcasts, it actually does help me out. And also, the second link in the pinned comment is to my second channel. I upload daily stories on there, but those are from Reddit, where these are from you. So if you just want more stories and you want to help me out, subscribe to that channel and check out some videos after this one. Anyways, let's get right back to it. So yeah, the teacher is legitimately like calling this kid out right now, like putting him on the spot. And yeah, it's pretty awkward to read. Like Colin is like super like this is so awkward. He's just like, oh, this is so cringe. But Ben is like, oh my God. So she's like, yeah, I know what you said about me, Ben. She said, you called me fat and I'm super insecure about my weight. Like, okay, that's totally valid. Like, I know that like weight-based insults are pretty low blows because a lot of people deal with that stuff. Totally fair. But also, is the right context to do this? Like, is the right context to call this kid out in front of all of his classmates? Is that really the best way to go about this, Miss Sensitive? Are you serious right now? Like, yeah, sure. Pull this kid aside, be like, I know what you said, and just so you know, like, this could affect a lot of people if you use these insults about other people and they hear about it, it could really affect them. But no, let's call him out in front of the entire class. But it gets even worse. It gets even worse, man. It literally gets even worse. Because then she goes on to say, and I went to the administration and, you know, I wanted a fair punishment, but they were taking your side. They were just saying that you should apologize to me, or you should do like learning about, you know, harassment and bullying. And that is just simply not enough for what you did. The entire class is like frozen right now because they knew that Miss Sensitive was well, it's in the name, man, a little sensitive and a little weird and a little strange, but they were just like, oh my God, the overreaction on this is just insane. Yeah, so that's when Miss Sensitive decides to drop the bomb that, you know, she's like, you know what, what you did to me was actually personal harassment and it caused mental damage. And like, okay, like it's kind of on you how you take this comment, especially remember, this is some kid and you're an adult, but whatever, right? And she's like, so I've decided that I will be opening up an official lawsuit against you for a mental, I forgot what I said earlier. It was what I said earlier. I don't think it was mental damage. It was like emotional stress or something like that. Like people actually have lawsuits about that. And maybe they're like legitimate circumstances, but I just feel like so many people could try and use quote unquote emotional trauma, emotional stress. Like, is that even something you can actually sue someone on? Like, I think the teacher didn't even do their research on this. So the whole class is like silent, but even more silent than before. Because at least before they were like, okay, whatever, this teacher's pretty weird. But now they're like, oh my God, like, wait, pause. You're gonna sue a kid? Huh? Like, did I hear you correct right now? Are my ears jammed? Is there something, am I hearing things wrong? Do I need to get my ears checked? Do I need to go to the doctor? Is there like a secret animal living inside my ears blocking the noise going to my eardrums? Like, am I actually hearing this? So yeah, obviously Ben was like, what? Which I mean, I totally get. And Colin, even though he was kind of saw some of this coming,
did not for a millisecond ever see this coming. Not even the slightest possibility. You know how you guys kind of like think about stuff really hard and you think, oh, well, there's like a 1% chance that this will happen. Like, you know, I don't know, you know this girl, and there's like, oh, there's a 1% chance that she would actually, you know, like me. And you know it's so ridiculous that it never happened. But this is like a 0% chance of happening. This wasn't even on the books. This wasn't even on the possibility list. This wasn't even like, I don't know, man, like, how could you come up with this? Even some random number generator or some random idea generator couldn't come up with something this random and insane. So obviously, everyone's like, whoa. And then Miss Sensitive's like, all right, well, we're going to go back to teaching class because enough of class time has been used to talk about this. It's like, bro, huh? Yeah, so this was pretty crazy. And I love how, like, Miss Sensitive literally is like, oh, well, we've been wasting so much class time on this. Bro, you set the class schedule. You choose what we do. You brought this up. You're suing the kid. Like, why are you blaming everyone else, bro? Like, this is 100% on you, and it's pretty obvious. But yeah, then she tries to go back to teaching just like nothing just happened. And obviously Ben is like, just like, his face is white, like all the, like he's freaking out. Which like, look, I think like now if like a teacher said, I'm gonna sue you for being mean to me, I at least have, I would be like a little freaked out, but at least a lot of me would know, okay, well this has zero merit. This is like grounded in literally nothing. However, I would still be like, okay, this is at a minimum going to be a headache to deal with. And the fact that they're my teacher and control my grade is pretty annoying. But if I was in 6th grade and a teacher like heard me being like, oh, this person sucks, and then she's like, I'm gonna sue you, I would actually freak out because I was pretty gullible. And also, it's a 6th grader, bro. Like, you don't think that they're gonna like overreact on this? So obviously, he's pretty upset. And they all go back home. And when Colin gets back home, his mom's like, oh my God, like Colin, like did you weren't gonna tell me about like what happened with Ben today? And Colin's like, relax, I just got back. Whoa. He's like, okay, yeah. The teacher, is she actually serious about this? So basically, all the parents had been abuzz. Like they had just been talking with each other about this because I mean, understandably, bro, like this is a crazy situation. Like this is insane. Like a teacher actually says that she's gonna sue one of her students for being a mean comment. So yeah, Colin's mom's like, well, yeah, all the moms have been talking and like, we're not gonna let this slide, basically. Yeah, so basically the parents all came together and said, okay, if anything happens, we're gonna band together and make sure that, Ben is fine. Like they agree that maybe Ben shouldn't have called the teacher fat. Like, yeah, that's not a good thing to do, but obviously what the teacher is doing is so like unacceptable and a billion times worse, right? So at this point, they were kind of thinking, okay, what the teacher said is pretty crazy, and if nothing else happens, we might just approach the school administration to reprimand the teacher for just really stepping out of line. But for the minute, let's hold and wait to see what the teacher does. Because they were kind of thinking, okay, the teacher says, I'm going to sue this student. It was probably a scare tactic to like show other students like, oh, you should, I don't know, like, oh, you should fear me, you should be a good person, whatever. Terrible way to go about it, right? That is the most like ridiculous teaching method I've ever heard. Like I've heard of a lot of some kind of like stranger teaching methods that are a bit more obscure. Like, there's the flipped classroom where you learn at home and do work at school. Like, bro, that sounds like the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. There's teachers that refuse to teach the subject matter. My 9th grade geometry class, the teacher would refuse to answer any questions, but that was on purpose. Like their idea was, they're gonna have to learn it themselves. I'm like, dude, I'm not some like it's 15th century mathematician genius who can just figure out like the Pythagorean theorem by myself. I'm not Pythagoras, bro. Well, I'm just some kid. But anyways, right, this is a crazy teaching. So they were like, you know what, we're just gonna hold back and wait. So the next day in school, the teacher wasn't bluffing because in class, Miss Sensitive, like, and when class starts, walks up to Ben and hands him basically an official court order or whatever. I don't think it was like an official court order. I think it was like she typed up a statement pretending to be a lawyer or whatever, being like, you're being sued for being mean or something. But she tried to make it as official as possible to give off the vibe to everyone that she was actually going through with this, which is just actually so insane. Imagine being so sensitive that that your student says something mean about you, so you threaten to sue them and try and sue them and like show off. Like she's literally trying to have a power play to 6th graders. Dude, these are 6th graders. You're already in the position of power. You're the teacher. You don't need to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna sue you, so you better do what I see. Dude, they're gonna do what you say because you can get them in trouble. They don't want detention. They don't want a bad grade. Like, what?
Yeah, so anyways, Colin gets back, and Colin's mom's like, hey, little update. The group of parents who are tonight, we have demanded a meeting with the school administration because of what happened today in class. So, yeah, apparently the parents all got together, and basically what happened was that they all got together. They demanded a meeting with the school administration. The school administration's like, sure. The school administration had no idea what was going on. So, even when they just said, oh, the teacher was like calling Ben out in front of everyone else, they're like, oh, that's a little tough. And then they're like, oh, you didn't hear the best part. She's saying that she's suing him and gave him an official lawyer letter today. And the school administration's like, come again? Like, whoa, come again? Yeah, so the school administration is like, whoa, like, that's really unacceptable. So, let me just say that Miss Sensitive was no longer a teacher at that school, which some of you guys might be thinking, oh, that's an overreaction. They can't fire her over that. Yeah, dude, they totally can fire her over that. That is like a breach of like teacher-student trust. You're going to sue a teacher? And also, you might be thinking, okay, well, she might have been fired from the school, but that doesn't mean that there's no, like, the lawsuit won't continue. Dude, there was no lawsuit the whole time. She made up the lawyer. She made a fake lawyer name. She made up the whole thing, and it was literally just a scare tactic to try and, like, prove how alpha she was and how, oh, I'm going to get my bullies back. Dude, they're not bullies. They're your students, dummy. Like, you could have just been like, look, you should be a good person. You don't have to pretend to sue them. So, yeah, not only did Miss Sensitive lose, like, her job, she also lost the fake court case that she started by herself. Like, bro's taking infinite L's right now. Today, we have a story time of a teacher who purposefully fails a student again and again because they go to the gym. And later on, the teacher gets exposed for doing this and gets the karma that they deserve. So make sure to stick around till the end. Leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's jump immediately into the story. And we're going to call the kid who submitted the story Brian. So anyways, Brian is in 8th grade, and this story all starts on the first day of school. So the first day of school, a lot of times teachers will ask kids in their class to go around the room, and a very common thing is your name, you know, where you live, maybe if you have a pet or something, and also a very common thing to be asked is, you know, tell me a fun fact about yourself. So Brian, over the summer, decided that he really wanted to get his life together a bit. Even though he was only in 8th grade, and I don't know if you necessarily need to get your life together, quote unquote, but Brian was a fairly unhealthy kid, 6th grade, 7th grade, didn't really excel in sports, ate a lot of junk food, and that had a negative effect on his life. So over the summer, him and his dad kind of came together with a kind of a resolution to go to the gym together, and nice little father-son bonding activity right there, but also to just, you know, eat better. And that was kind of a house-wide effort, because a lot of times kids who are, you know, overweight or whatever, a lot of times it's not their fault, as they're really limited to what they can choose in the foods that they eat. So a lot of times it's just the parents not being able to, or not educated, or a lot of times just not having the money to get the healthier food options. So over the last 3 months or so, over the summer, Brian had actually pulled it off. And when you're a child and when you're younger, you have a much faster metabolism. So Brian was able to get into shape really quickly. It was very difficult, but it was a very kind of character building experience. So when Brian was asked by the teacher a fun fact about himself, he said that over the summer, he basically lost 30 pounds and is now, you know, he's going to try out for some varsity level sports, which was never even a thing that he was considering beforehand. So the whole class starts like clapping or whatever. And I don't know, I think I'd clap too. That's a very big achievement, and Brian should be proud of himself. So while the entire class is clapping and very happy for Brian, Brian kind of notices that the teacher does not look as happy. The teacher almost has a somewhat resentful look on their face. So the teacher was a somewhat larger woman, and that's just, I don't know if that's the most important detail, but it is a detail that Brian gave me, and Mike gave a little bit of context to the rest of the story. But it wasn't super obvious by anything she said after this point that she was initially upset by this. She was like, oh, well, that's very interesting, Brian, and then moved on to the next person. Brian was a little bit embarrassed by the reaction he got because, you know, I don't know. On the first day, I know that I definitely don't like to be singled out for anything. I always give the most boring responses. Like, I have never said ever for any of my classes, oh, the fun fact is that I run a couple YouTube channels. Like, no, I will never say that. My fun fact is sometimes I have a dog. I'm that bland and vanilla, and I try and keep it that way because that's just how I like it, man. Anyways, though, so sure enough, Brian feels a little uncomfortable, but he's also pretty, you know, feels good. You know, he got a standing ovation, basically. I don't think anyone stood, but quite a bit of applause and attention, which was nice. The teacher didn't seem to be that visibly upset. Brian thought that had this kind of weird look on her face, but kind of thought to himself, well, Brian, I think you're just overreacting here, like it's probably nothing. Turns out it was something, it wasn't nothing, but Brian wouldn't notice this for a while. So it had been about 2 to 3 weeks into school before they had their first kind of real graded type assessment. They had reading homework that, wasn't graded because you just read it. They had, your class discussion is important, your participation is important, but you don't get immediate feedback on that. You don't get daily participation grades. You kind of get a sense of what's going on in the midterm, and then you get a final grade for that at the end of the year. So Brian's first piece of graded work was a short kind of response type writing piece. It was very easy. It was very straightforward, and Brian failed it. So Brian was really taken aback by this because Brian wasn't necessarily a bad writer. This man wasn't William Shakespeare or anything like that, but he also just wasn't a bad writer and could not fathom why he got an F on this. It just made no sense. So Brian was really confused by this, and I just want to clarify that this was a very simple assignment, kind of an assignment where you'd write out a few lines, kind of doing a little bit of analysis, and you'd probably get an A or a B, not an F. An F was normally out of question for something like this. So, Brian decided to stay after class and asked his teacher to meet for a couple minutes. And she was really weird when Brian was asking her stuff like, why did I get an F on this? What can I do better? What are the exact reasons? And she was kind of, I don't exactly know verbatim what she said, but she was kind of like going or beating around the bush. It was as if, and it turns out to be that she actually just was failing him because she was super mad that he was in the gym, which we will learn later on in the story, but Brian doesn't know it at this point. She was kind of giving no real good reason, as if she had ulterior motives that she was hiding. Turns out that was indeed the case. I know a lot of times for me in college and high school, sometimes I'll get a grade and I'll be like, oh my God, this makes no sense. Like, the teacher's just a harsh grader. The teacher hates me individually, right? I'm going to be honest, most of the time there is a reason. The teacher might, in fact, be a harsh grader relative to their colleagues, but there's normally a reason why I got the grade that I got. And normally they're not discriminating against me because they hate me as an individual. Most of the time it's just my work wasn't up to par with a certain grade that I wanted, and we had a discrepancy in that idea, right? But in this case, Brian was actually correct that he was kind of being singled out. So, he left that conversation feeling really weird, and he was talking with his parent or his mom on the way back home, and he's like, Mom, I really don't know what to do here. And his mom's like, that's like really unfortunate, Brian. Like, we've always thought that you're a pretty good writer. And Brian had a pretty good, successful A streak for all of his other English classes. Of course, those were lower level English classes, 7, 6, and now he's in 8th grade or whatever. So, Brian's mom's like, well, Brian, maybe there's just certain standards for 8th graders that, it's much higher than for 7th graders. And Brian's like, yeah, I guess, but maybe I'd expect maybe a C would represent that. But I really don't think I did subpar work, and I got an F. Like, that's a really big deal. And an F is a really big deal, especially, at Brian's school. It was very difficult to get anything below a B. Like, almost at Brian's school, a B minus was almost seen like an F. Like, it was that extreme. So an F was, like, unheard of, right? So Brian was really confused by this, but he was thinking, okay, well, sometimes, here's the thing that English teachers do sometimes, and this is really true for me, sometimes, or at least in my experience, sometimes English teachers, because they want to give a lot of room for students to quote-unquote improve, they will give them a really bad grade on the first assignment and then give them feedback and then give them a much better grade, like a really good grade on the next assignment, as long as they've met the criteria for the feedback. As long as they've improved based on the feedback, they will essentially give them a much better grade. So anyways, this was really weird, and they just decide, okay, we're going to continue on, we're going to go to the teacher beforehand, and we will just, take this L, but assume that's a one-time thing. So sure enough, there was another writing assignment. This one was a little bit bigger. The good thing about the first assignment was that it was a kind of a quick response post, so it was like a very small part of your grade, like it wouldn't really affect you. I mean, failing anything is going to leave a bit of a mark for sure, but at least that wasn't too big of an assignment. This was the first kind of big writing assignment. So sure enough, Brian does a pretty good job, and he shows it to his parents and his mom and his dad. His dad is like an English professor at like a local university. Like, this guy understands what is good writing or not. And, he teaches college students, so he has to adjust the standards a bit for 8th graders, but, his dad reads it over and is like, well, okay, I'd suggest you do this, this, and this, but otherwise, like, I think that's pretty solid. I mean, at a minimum for an 8th grade level, like, if I got this essay for my college students, I probably would, go over it with them, but it wouldn't raise any red flags for me, so this should be pretty good. And Brian even decides to meet up with the teacher beforehand. And the teacher, gets the paper and it's like, all right, give me a couple minutes. And the teacher reads over it and says, all right, well, I got some feedback. And the teacher gives the most vague and sparse feedback imaginable. The teacher's like, well, I think you should consider, rewording some of this, and literally like points to the first page and like circles the whole thing. And Brian's like, what? She's like, yeah, I don't know. Just go through over it again. Thanks. Bye. Like, literally just kicks this guy out. I mean, look, sometimes teacher feedback is not that great, and I don't know, it's frustrating, but this is like the lowest level of feedback you could possibly give. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like this kid is trying to show that he wants to improve, and this teacher's not giving him an opportunity. So there was a secret reason that Brian will learn in a very interesting manner in just a second. But at this point, Brian is kind of really confused. So Brian goes back to his parents, and he's like, look, I went to the teacher, and I'll tell you exactly what she said because it was so short. Brian says, this is exactly what she said, and Brian basically repeats, like, trying to do word for word exactly what she said because she was like, redo all this, blah, blah, whatever, right? And, Brian's mom's like, wow, that was really, if that's actually what she said, she really kind of just avoided giving you any feedback. And Brian's dad's like, you know what? I'll go over this with you. I'll give you the feedback that you need. So Brian's dad, as an English professor, went through and very rigorously was like, you should do this, you should change that, this spelling's wrong, or I guess spelling wouldn't be that big of an issue with word check, but this grammar's wrong, this sentence is not strong enough, like really went through it for hours and hours. And Brian's like, all right. By the end of it, Brian felt really good, and his parents were like, all right, this is a very solid finished product. Brian's dad was even like, you know what, if I received this as from a college student, I would probably give them a B, which college student will be graded a lot more harshly than an 8th grader, one would imagine. So sure enough, the day comes along, and Brian submits his paper. And about a week later, the teacher this time, instead of getting the grade back on Canvas, the teacher hands these papers back. This is a bigger assignment. She marked it up or whatever, and so the teacher walks around and hands the paper back to Brian. He flips it over, and there is a 48 with a red circle. Yeah, you heard me correctly. A 48%. Completely ridiculous, because Brian goes on Canvas on his phone a little while later to see what the average is, and the median or average, I don't know. I mean, the average would be a lot different if you had a 48 versus like the median. But like the average score, I think minus the outliers, which his definitely was like a 89. So Brian was like, okay, something is really up here. So, at the end of class, he walks up, he's like, hey, like, what happened? Brian basically straight up says to this teacher what happened. And she's like, oh, I wasn't satisfied with the work, so the grade reflects it. Giving like the most I don't really care to give you a full response, you don't really deserve my full attention type answer you could ever imagine. And Brian was starting to get a little bit angry, which is very understandable. So Brian takes us home to his parents, and his parents are really upset because his dad, who's an English teacher, is like, okay, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, I would have given this at least a B to my college students, and I'm an English professor. So the fact that you got a 48 when the average is an 89 is ridiculous. I'm sure if I read through all of your peers' essays that they probably wouldn't even be as good as this. Maybe one, maybe two, but after the work that we did, this is very clearly a material. Like, maybe we'd settle for a B, but at a minimum, like, this is ridiculous. A 48%, like, that's unheard of. So yeah, Brian is starting to realize that something is up. So Brian sends an email to his teacher like, hey, can we meet? Like, is there a good time? So the teacher's like, yeah, sure. After class, I'll be there. Wait an extra 5 minutes, whatever. So next class period, Brian waits there, or class ends, and he sits there and he sees the teacher get up and walk out. And Brian's like, okay, whatever. Like, the teacher obviously saw me because Brian walked up and sat down in the chair next to the teacher's desk, and the teacher acknowledges him by like looking at him, right? So the teacher gets up and leaves. And after about like 10 minutes, Brian starts to realize that the teacher dipped on him. The teacher literally said, oh, wait there, and then gets up and leaves. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment teacher down below in the comment section. And while you're in the comment section, check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to my Spotify page in which you can listen to all of these stories as podcasts, and it does help me out. And then 2 more links to my 2 other YouTube channels. I have a commentary channel and another storytime channel. That one, I get the stories from Reddit instead of you guys. So subscribe to those to help me out, as those channels are smaller too. Anyways, let's get back to it. So, yeah, at this point, Brian, sorry, forgot, I was going to call him Ryan for a second. Brian is pretty upset because, you know, he feels extremely disrespected, all of this stuff, and he's waiting in an empty classroom for 10 plus minutes before he decides, you know what, I'm just going to get up and leave. Like, the teacher says, wait here, and then leaves. Like, I don't know, this is kind of disrespecting my time, which, you know, is valuable. Like, disrespecting someone's time by being late, or like basically telling them to do one thing and doing the other and not showing up. Like, that's pretty disrespectful. So Brian gets up and he's about ready to leave. And that's when he sees a book on the teacher's desk. And look, Brian agrees that it's not really a good thing to pry. It's not really a good thing to look into people's belongings and to go through them. And Brian was curious and angry, so he kind of went against his normal system of morals. So Brian picks up the book and opens it up. It is a teacher's diary. Yeah, guys, don't read someone's personal thoughts. It's not a good habit. It's not a good thing to do. You'll probably, you know, find some stuff that maybe you're not supposed to know, and it would have been no harm if you didn't know. So be careful with this. However, I can understand Brian in the situation. He's angry. I don't think this is necessarily the most justified, but what he finds is extremely interesting. So basically, Brian opens up the diary, and he just starts reading through it. He starts on day 1. So day 1, remember all the way back in the beginning of the story, when Brian was like asked, oh, tell me something interesting about yourself. And Brian went on to talk about, oh, well, I lost weight over the summer and I exercised, and that was really fun, right? And basically what happened is Brian's reading this diary, and it's barely a diary entry and more of a hate blog about Brian. I'm not even kidding you. The teacher goes on and on for paragraphs and paragraphs about how Brian, this new kid, is smug, has an attitude, loves the gym, hates fat people, is celebrated, and is promoting, glorifying eating disorders, which is ridiculous. Man just started eating healthy and working out. But the teacher believes this, right? And she's like, you know, I'm going to make sure that this kid gets humbled. I'm going to humble him throughout the year. I'm going to make sure that he's off his high horse. And remember, this is a crazy exaggeration of the events that actually transpired, because all that happened was that Brian just said a fun fact about him, which, I mean, Brian was a little bit, like, taken aback by the response he got from his classmates of such applause and approval, right? However, Brian, he's taken aback by this, and he, didn't really think much of it. It's not like Brian stood up, bowed in front of the class as they were applauding, and said, I proclaim myself as your new leader. I'm your new king. You shall do what I say, right? None of that happened. Brian was just existing, bro. He was just existing. And the teacher kind of twisted it into he is some crazy, narcissist who wants all the power and believes in some crazy stuff or whatever. And so Brian sits there for the next 10 minutes flipping through the pages. And I kid you not, every single journal entry is talking about how much she hates Brian. Eventually, he gets to the point where, goes to the day where he submitted his first assignment. The teacher remarks in her journal of, this was actually good writing. Brian's a pretty good student, but he must be humbled. If I have one thing I can do as a teacher, it's to humble this gym-loving, fat-phobic man. I will make sure that he goes into the world knocked down a few pegs. That is a direct quotation from this book, Brian tells me. So Brian is like, okay, I'm taking this, bro. So the English class was the last class of the day. Brian, walks outside, and his mom was going to come like 20 minutes later just because of the meeting, and Brian's like, it should be like 10-minute meeting, I'll tell you otherwise. So she's been waiting there for like 10 minutes, and she's like, what's up? Like, why did it take so long? Why was I basically have to be waiting here for as long as I did? And Brian's like, I'm sorry, but just hear me out. So Brian then, as they're driving away, pulls up the diary and says, so I know that I did something wrong here, but just hear me out. And Brian's like, I was snooping on my teacher's desk. I found her diary. And Brian's mom's like, Brian, you shouldn't be going through someone's diary. Like, that's really right? And then Brian's like, wait, I know, just let me continue. So Brian's mom's like, okay, I'll hear him out. And Brian goes through starts by reading the first journal entry. And Brian's mom is like flabbergasted. She cannot believe what she's hearing right now. And Brian starts just reading entry after entry after entry. And eventually they get to the entry where he submitted the essay. The teacher remarks, this is one of the best essays I've seen in a while, but once again, I must make sure I bring down this fat phobic man like a few pegs so that he leaves my classroom feeling demoralized because he's been pumped up by the world so much, which first of all, it's not true. Brian feels a lot better about himself, but he was having like a self-image, body image, whatever crisis right before the summer. Like it led to him making a change. Like he was not some confident person who believed in everything they did. He is a god or what. None of that was true. That was all the teacher's interpretations of one sentence. So they get home, and Brian's mom's like calls down Brian's dad. It's like, you need to hear this. Brian goes through the same routine of reading every single page. And Brian's dad is, so Brian's mom is pretty mad, but Brian's dad is like seething. Like he is so angry. So Brian's mom and dad are like, all right, well, we got to talk to the school about this. No use going through your teacher as she's obviously compromised, which is just funny. Like, bro's compromised. I don't know, man. That was just a funny statement for me to read. And so essentially, what ends up happening is Brian's mom and dad demand to have a meeting with the school saying that they have something like really incriminating about one of the teachers. And if the school gets an email from parents saying that they have something incriminating about one of their teachers, the school is going to respond. So sure enough, the next day, they have a meeting planned for right after school. And it's funny because Brian goes into his English class, the last class of the day, with the evil teacher, right? And she seems to be a little distraught. And at the very end of class, she says, hi, guys. Also, one last thing. If anyone has seen my purple little book, which was the diary, by the way, it was like a purple leather-bound book, if you could please let me know, or if you happen to pick it up by accident, that's totally okay. I'm sure it looks like a lot of your books. Just please return it to the front desk, right? So basically kind of freaking out because her hate logs of this kid have been, taken and they're somewhere else now. So yeah, Brian, okay, to say he had a sixth sense of satisfaction sounds a little dramatic, but Brian definitely had a little bit of a smug look on his face, just knowing, what this teacher put him through, and now knowing that, her actions were going to have consequences. I think one of my favorite lines from the TV show The Simpsons is when Homer, I think I've said this like a bunch of times before, but my favorite line is when Homer Simpson from The Simpsons is like, oh, why do my actions have consequences? It's funny too, because I feel like sometimes people genuinely, unironically, like think that in their head, like, man, why do my bad actions have bad consequences? Like, well, because that's how nature works. Every action has a equal reaction, and this action is about to have an equal reaction because, Brian, after this English class, is about to go to the front desk, not because he's in trouble, but because he's about to get his teacher in trouble. So sure enough, Brian's parents are waiting there, and all three of them, once he leaves the classroom, they're waiting towards the front office. Brian walks towards the front office, and they all go in. Brian presents, okay, so yeah, Brian goes through, shows the purple notebook, explains that he got it from the teacher, and as they're going page by page, it's very clearly in the teacher's handwriting and not Brian's. The details that are provided are things that Brian could not possibly know. I don't have examples for this, but I'm sure you guys can think of something like the teacher said some specific event that only she knew about and was verifiably true from the teachers or the administrator. I don't know. It was very clearly actually her purple book or whatever. So the teachers, or the principal and the staff, I should say, not the teachers, they're doing their job, and the principal and staff are handling this. They're able to send an email notification to the teacher to say, hey, are you still at school? The teacher says yes, and the principal's like, all right, I need you to come in. So Brian and his parents are asked to be in the waiting room, and so they're sitting in the waiting room, and they see the teacher walk through the waiting room and into the front office. She doesn't even look over to see them. She literally doesn't even notice that Brian and his family are all waiting there. So Brian doesn't know exactly what the principal says, but the principal basically confronts her, kind of puts her in a little bit of a trap, trying to basically make herself slip up so that she'd expose herself, and eventually confesses that everything in the notebook is completely true. Obviously, the teacher cannot continue to work there. The teacher is fired. However, the teacher, in a sense, is almost let off the hook as the principal says, this is insane, like this is absurd. We got to fire you, but because you've had otherwise a good track record, we're not going to put this on like a permanent record where other people know. We're just going to say that you decided to leave, not that we fired you. So Brian wasn't, that wasn't the most optimal outcome. I think Brian's parents were like trying to fight that or whatever, being like, other students deserve to know what this woman does or whatever. But eventually, you know, Brian just told their parents like, look, let's take the W here. And Brian got a new teacher who was very cool. And actually the principal did a really cool thing. He informed the new teacher to be like, hey, I know it's a bit more work, but can you please regrade these 2 assignments for Brian? And Brian got a B on the first one and actually an A on the second one, which he deserved. So at the end of the day, guys, moral of the story is don't be the worst person ever.
How's it going, everyone? Today we have a story time of a teacher who gets caught stealing from another student. And this teacher actually tries to blame it on another student and get them expelled. Thankfully, though, karma catches up to the teacher and the teacher gets exposed in an epic finale. I know you will enjoy this story, so sit back, relax, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, and let's jump right into it. So we're gonna call the subscriber who submitted this story Aaron. So anyways, right, Aaron was a senior in high school. So it was senior year, and it was about midway through high school when this whole thing went down. And Aaron had a teacher, and what should we call the teacher? We're gonna call her Miss Karma. We're gonna call her Miss Karma because karma happens to Miss Karma, and I thought that'd be pretty funny. So anyways, Miss Karma was a pretty normal teacher. She was on the younger side. I think she was in her early 30s, and for teachers, a lot of them are a lot older, right? So she was on the younger side, and this story all happens one day when another student, who we'll just happen to call Ben, walks in the class and is like, you know, kind of freaking out a little bit. And so everyone's kind of like looking at him, kind of confused why he's freaking out. And that's when he exclaims to everyone that, you know, oh my God, like my laptop has been stolen. And the thing was, right, basically what happened was Ben left his bag in the room overnight, so in the classroom overnight, and forgot his backpack, so he just thought, okay, well, when I get to school tomorrow, it's fine. So Ben walked into the classroom that day, sat down at the seat that he normally sits at. His bag was there, but when he opens it up, his laptop is not there. And it wasn't like he took out his laptop and left it somewhere else. No, he left his laptop in his bag as he always does. So the fact that the laptop is no longer in the bag means it's likely that it's been stolen. So yeah, sure enough, everyone in the class is, you know, alerted to this as this is pretty serious. This is a fairly big deal. I mean, a laptop is no inexpensive item. If his like backpack was stolen and there wasn't a laptop in it, or his jacket, or something along the lines of that, I don't think there would have been as much seriousness brought to the situation, even though, you know, a jacket and backpack are not like dollar store expenses. You're not going to pay 50 cents for a jacket. Like, I understand that those are still pretty important things to deal with. However, I think we can all agree that laptops are much more serious because they can range from like a couple hundred to even $1,000+. So yeah, right away, this was kind of made a serious event, and the teacher, Miss Karma, was like, all right, well, Ben, how about you go to the front office, file an official report, and hopefully, like, they'll be able to find your laptop or whatever. So Ben was freaking out a little bit because it was his home personal laptop. At the school, you were forced to get a laptop, so they'd give you like a school borrowed one, or if you had your own, you could bring it in. And Ben happened to have his own, which kind of meant that, you know, there was no kind of protection over it. I think the school would be mad if you lost theirs and maybe charge you a little bit, but it was a much bigger deal because this was his home personal one. It had all of his files on it. It was really expensive. And I bet Ben knew that, like, if he went home to his mom and said, hey, Mom, I lost my backpack, or my computer was stolen, right? I bet the mom would have been like, oh, yeah, right, it was stolen. You probably just lost it. I'm not buying you another one. Or even if she really did believe it was stolen, maybe they just couldn't afford one at that time. I mean, laptops are really expensive. I wouldn't blame her. So Ben was freaking out a lot. And, you know, there's kind of a little bit of a murmur going around the classroom because there's questions of, is this like someone who is kind of like, is this like a chronic thing? Is there a serial laptop stealer? Do we need to worry about this? However, no one would have ever suspected that it was the teacher, right? So here's the thing. There was a bit of a school investigation that went into this. The reason why people knew that, or at least the subscriber, Aaron, knew that, is because there's an email sent out
to all the teachers when they got home when they got back home that day. So anyways, right, there's an email. It basically said something along the lines of, hey guys, like or not hey guys, hey, what's up guys? No, but they were they were like, okay, we want to let everyone know that, there's recently been a laptop theft. We don't know if this is a one-time occurrence or if this is a kind of a case of multiple laptop thefts. Or basically what we're trying to say is that, kind of be really aware of your laptops. Please don't leave anything out of sight. And especially don't leave anything overnight because there's a chance that, it'll be stolen. Once again, we remind you that in your contract or whatever that we told you, whatever you bring on school property is not the responsibility of the school. Kind of stuff along the lines of that, right? So at this point, it kind of seemed like, okay, maybe there's like a serial laptop stealer or whatever. Okay, so let's go to the perspective of Miss Karen. Karma, not Miss Karen, sorry. Obviously, I don't know what her exact POV is, because Aaron does not exist in Miss Karma's head, believe it or not. But Aaron, from future details, can make the assumption that at this point, Miss Karma, just spoiler, right? She stole the laptop. And the reason why she stole the laptop is because she wanted to sell it for money. That will be exposed later on, but wait until then because it's pretty epic. But anyways, right, at this point, I think Miss Karma is starting to realize that, if she doesn't get ahead of this, that there's a chance they'll figure out it's her. Which, in retrospect, I don't personally, from my perspective, from the details I was given, I don't think the school would have ever figured out who it was. I think Miss Karma would have been scot-free unless she did something stupid, which she ends up doing, but whatever, right? So Miss Karma decides that she needs to blame it on someone. So there's a kid in the school, and we're going to call this kid Alex, right? And Alex was not known as being the best kid. Yes, so anyway, sorry, it just deleted all the audio I just recorded. Anyways, so Alex, he was kind of known as having a bit of a history. He was kind of known as being more of a, I don't want to say a troubled kid, but he had been in trouble a lot. At this point, Alex was on really thin ice. And in the last couple months, Alex had been doing better, but he had a really long, extensive history. The reason why Miss Karma knew about this was because basically she was informed by the principal when Alex entered his class. I think the principal was kind of giving every teacher a heads up of this guy's past history, just so they could teach better knowing such, I think. And anyways, Miss Karma had a devious idea. The funny thing is, or the ironic thing is, it was this complex plan to get Alex in trouble as the person who stole it was actually the way that she got in trouble and she got exposed. So what ended up happening was Miss Karma, when she stole Ben's computer, she sold it, and she went on some, I don't know if she used Facebook Marketplace, eBay, or maybe some other third-party service. But what happened, right, was she sold this to someone else, and she's already got the money. But the thing is, right, this was the only transaction she's ever made on this account. So what she ended up doing was she went in and, changed the details on this account from her name, Miss Karma, to Alex's information, and went through everything. Well, here's the thing. She thought she changed everything, but there was one detail that she forgot to change that would end up screwing her up later. Anyways, though, so sure enough, she changes up all those details. And I know at some schools, the Chromebooks or whatever laptop that they give you if it's issued by the school, you're allowed to take it home and it's basically yours for those 4 years. At this school, I think they've had too many instances of kids I don't know, dropping their Chromebooks off the 4th floor of their house, that they're just you know what? We keep it for the weekend. You can have it during the weeknights to do homework, but we're keeping it for the weekend. Kind of a weird rule, but I guess it's the school's laptop, so they get to choose what they want to do with it. Basically, that meant that Miss Karma had access to everyone's Chromebook if they had it, if they left it over the weekend, right? Or because they had to leave it over the weekend. But she only had access to kids who had Chromebooks. However, Alex had one of the Chromebooks. He rented out a computer from the school because he didn't have his own. So what Miss Karma did one weekend, and these details were all revealed after the fact, right? What she ended up doing was she logged into the accounts because these accounts were really kind of the students' computers. I know a lot of schools, they give out Chromebooks or whatever. It's kind of yours, it's your computer, quote unquote, for 4 years, and then the school takes it back or whatever. or you can like buy it at the very end. I don't really know how it works too much, but this school was a little bit different. It was really the school's computer that you were renting out, basically. So for that reason, Miss Karma just like knew everyone's like passwords or whatever. Because I think like her class was the only one that needed the computer for some kids or whatever. So I don't totally know the details. Either way, she got access into the computer and she went into Alex's account, went into his Google, logged into whatever he was using, right? For this, like, logged into the service that you could sell stuff, probably more locally, right? And she entered in the password to her account. And remember, her account just got all of its information changed to, you know, her name, or from her name to Alex's name. So anyways, what she does after this and says basically on Monday, goes up to the principal and is like, you know what? I was just doing a little bit of routine checking to make sure kids aren't looking at, you know, anything too sussy among us in class. Yep, she said that. She said that, not me, guys. She said, now she was like, I don't know, just making sure that kids were using the internet properly. And I happened to stumble upon something very disturbing in Alex's search history. So sure enough, she shows it to the principal, and the principal looks at it and is like, wait, like this is a whatever account, like it's used to buy and sell stuff. And she's like, yeah, and I, you know, maybe I was snooping, maybe I did the wrong thing, but I looked at his history and sure enough, there's a laptop that matches the description of Ben's laptop that was recently sold. So obviously, right, the principal thinks, oh my God, well, here's perfect proof. Real quick comment, proof down below if you made it this far into the video. That'll be the secret word of the day. And while you're checking out the comment section, writing proof, check out the pinned comment as there are 3 links. One to the Spotify page. I upload these stories as podcasts. And also links to 2 other channels that I'm kind of daily posting on now. So subscribe to both of those. Anyways, I totally understand why the principal would have believed that this was, you know, in fact, proof. Because no one would have expected a teacher to go out of their way after stealing a kid's laptop to do this crazy elaborate, like, James Bond evil villain plan, right? It just doesn't make sense. It just, in most cases, guys, the most logical outcome is the true and correct outcome. However, not in all cases. And this just happened to be an outlier case where it's true, not in all cases. So yeah, sure enough, right, the principal's like, okay, this is enough to actually like bring him in. So everyone, let's flash back to Aaron's perspective. So Aaron, the subscriber, walks into class on that Monday morning, not expecting anything. He sits down as well as the rest of his classmates. Ben was there, Alex was there, and the one person who wasn't there was Miss Karma. Miss Karma was never late, and if she was late by 30 seconds and would profusely apologize for being late, right? However, she was late by 5 minutes. So yeah, everyone was just sitting in class, and it was really strange that the teacher wasn't there, because why would the teacher not be there? The teacher's always there. However, that's when the teacher walks in, 6 or 7 minutes late, completely unheard of. She's not alone though, she's also accompanied by the principal. The principal walks in as well as the teacher, and the principal says, you know, kind of like whispers to the teacher, because I don't think the principal no, that didn't happen. The principal knows Alex on a first name basis. So I think the principal must have like whispered over like, hey, can you take Alex, whatever. So the teacher goes up to Alex and kind of like leans above him and is like, Alex, can we talk to you for a second? And Alex looks very confused because Alex has been through this before, right? He's been through the mud when it comes to getting in trouble. Like, bro's been in trouble so many times that he knows the routine. Like, he knows all the people at the front office. Like, he knows them on a first-name personal basis. He probably walks in there and is like, hey, Cheryl, how's your son doing, right? How's the Little League going for him? He probably knows them at that level basis, right? So at this point, Alex knows that he is in trouble, but he doesn't know why. Because this is the routine formula for, like, I'm in trouble, I do X or Y. This is how it goes. The teacher and the principal comes in, but he also knows that the principal only really comes in with the teacher to pull someone out of class when it's a big deal. So Alex is like, oh, shoot. Because I'm sure in the back of Alex's head, there's a lot of things that he did back in his bad era that have not been discovered yet. And it was probably something that, like, he thought, oh, no, they went back and they figured out it was me. I'm screwed. But Alex also just kind of like is like, you know what? I'm not going to incriminate myself. I'm smarter than that. I'm probably not going to say anything. So, yeah, anyways, Alex is pulled out of class, and the class is sitting there. That's another thing. Miss Karma goes up with the principal. They sit there for 25 minutes before Miss Karma comes back and is like, guys, I'm so sorry. There's been a pretty important event. Can you guys pull out today's reading and just read it quietly? And obviously, the second Miss Karma leaves after that, the whole class is like, yo, what's going on right now? And no one reads it, obviously. Come on now. So obviously people are talking. There's a big like murmur. I don't think people necessarily put it two and two together that Alex was being framed for, taking Ben's stuff. However, people knew that Alex had a little bit of a quote unquote history, and people also knew the procedure because the whole like the principal and teacher comes in and whispers to a kid to come with them. That's never a good sign. I mean, I think they're trying to do that to be a little bit more discreet than like going on the loudspeaker and being like, yo, Alex, come to the front office. You're in big trouble. Ha ha ha. Like it's a little bit more discreet, but people just know the signs, right? And the fact that Miss Karma didn't come back made them feel as if Miss Karma was necessary in the investigation, if that makes sense. Like, if it was just Alex and nothing to do with her or anything like that, they would have been pulled out. Anyways, let's flip back now to the perspective of Alex, who, Aaron actually spoke to Alex after this whole thing went down to get a little bit more detail. So thanks to Alex being, giving with this type of stuff, right, we're able to get a very interesting perspective from how the House of Cards fell, how Miss Karma was actually exposed. And it's actually quite interesting. So anyways, Alex, now we're in Alex's POV, so not the subscriber, but Alex, the kid who is being framed. From his perspective, he's walking up, and the principal and Miss Karma are all walking up to the front office. Alex in his head is like, what? What did I do now? Like, I don't even know. Like, every other time, Alex, when he was caught, he was like, ah, crap. Like, he knew what he did, bro. He was like, all right, fine, you got me. Fair enough. I was an idiot, I know. But this time, Alex genuinely was just really confused. So Alex is walking up to the front office, and they get there, and they sit down. And the principal and Miss Karma are both sitting on the same side of the desk. The principal is like, Alex, we want to speak to you about Ben's missing computer. And Alex immediately realizes this is not about the thing he was thinking of that he did like 6 months ago that he had not been caught for yet. So he's like, okay, it's not that, phew. And then he starts to realize, missing computer, like, I have nothing to do with that. So he says, like, oh, yeah, like, Ben came to class and says computer was stolen. I have nothing to do with that. I don't know anything. So that's when Miss Karma was like, well, we disagree. And Ben was like, not Ben. Alex was like, what? What do you mean you disagree? Like, that's not like a I agree or disagree type statement. And that's when the principal takes Alex's Chromebook and flips it around. And sure enough, there is a tab open that is logged into some site, Facebook Marketplace, eBay, or maybe some third-party site. There's a billion to buy and sell stuff, right? Sure enough, it's logged into an account that says Alex's name, and there's one purchase on it, and there's one sell on it, and and it is very clearly the laptop that was missing. So Alex immediately starts to, like, his heart starts racing because he's like, this isn't mine. This is my computer, but this isn't mine. So immediately Alex is like, this is not my account. Like, I know it doesn't look like that, but this seriously isn't mine. So the principal's like, look, bro. I don't know if he says bro, but he's like, look, Alex, this is your computer. This is a recent search, and we log in, and you're logged into this account that has your name on it, and there's one transaction, and it happens to be the computer that was stolen a couple days ago. You need to understand my perspective on this and how I cannot believe you if you just say it's not me. So Alex realizes this. He knows it's not him. It looks fishy and suspicious, but he just can't realize, right? He can't, like, he's just like, this is so good. Like, whoever did this to me, and he's like half thinking that he must have been in some sleep trance or whatever doing this, or half he was going insane. But also, if he was being set up, that someone had done a perfect job. Well, here's the thing. It was a near perfect job because there was a slight error. I don't know what site this was used. I actually don't think this was eBay or Facebook Marketplace because there was some section on the account that had a recent revision history, like a recent changes tab, almost like in Google Docs how you can see your recent changes. because Alex was going around just trying to figure out if there was something wrong. Because he's like, this is not my account. Like, what is this? So he goes through, the name says Alex, and it's like there's an order, and it's all this, all the information looks like him, right? There's not a lot of slots for information, but that's when he went into like revision history for like information or something. I don't really know what site has this, but like, yeah. So that's when Alex is like, wait a minute. And the principal's like, what? He's like, and he clicks into revision history. And Miss Karma is watching the whole thing. And Alex was not looking at Miss Karma's face because he was focused on looking frantically for some type of proof to show that it wasn't him. But he can only imagine the look on Miss Karma's face, right? Basically the look of, I'm about to get exposed. And when he opens up revision history, it shows the original account name. The original account name was Miss Frickin' Karma, baby. It was her the whole time. So yeah, sure enough, he shows this to the principal. The principal is like, and he kind of looks at it, and he like is in complete disbelief because he sees what's in the revision history, and he looks at Miss Karma, and Miss Karma refuses to make eye contact with him. Yeah, so shortly after Alex was dismissed, he didn't have to be there anymore. And a couple days later, Miss Karma was no longer their teacher, and they got a new teacher. Alex and the subscriber Aaron spoke about this afterwards, and they shared both their perspectives, and that's how we got today's complete story. Do me a favor, and if you're not doing anything, click on the video on screen right now. It'll help me out a lot. What's up, guys? Today we got a story of a teacher that claims that the subscriber is quote-unquote fat-phobic because his girlfriend is not fat. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy one, so strap in, buckle in, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing. Those are going away fast, so do it quick. And let's just jump right into the story. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted today's story Oliver. So anyways, Oliver was in class, and there's a girl in this class who he really liked, and we're going to call this girl Ava, right? So Oliver and Ava had kind of been like talking with each other for a while at this point. You know how there's like that like one kind of like unofficial couple in your class that like they're always flirting with each other, they're always like kind of like, you know, doing a lot of flirtatious activities, yet it isn't official, but like if you're gonna make a bet, like you would bet the whole farm that within a week they'd probably get together, or if not in a week, they're gonna get together at least eventually. So that was kind of like Oliver and Ava. It was kind of a cool, like, I don't know, it was a cool situation for the subscriber because, you know, he was, you know, I don't know, it's a girl he liked, and all the signs were looking pretty good. That doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna last, but anyways, maybe I'm just being salty. But sure enough, right, things were looking pretty good. And so the teacher, here's one thing I'll say, guys, is your teacher knows a lot more about you than you actually think, probably a lot more than you want them to know. Like back in middle school for me, I once had a conversation with one of the teachers, and she just kind of like admitted that she literally knew all the drama, all the information, bro. Like she just went on and rattled down a list of information. Some of it I didn't even know, and I went ahead and verified it. Dude, the teachers know everything. They know the class crush, they know the bully, they know the quiet kid, they know the kid who's going through something, they know everything. So the teacher was well aware of all of this. However, as you can probably tell by the title of this video, this was no ordinary teacher. Yeah, so basically, you know, this guy, the subscriber Oliver and Ava, they were like, they were going to become official pretty soon. But throughout the next couple weeks, the teacher kind of went above and beyond to make sure that they wouldn't be together. Like they would basically like making sure that they wouldn't be in any groups together. The teacher, like very strangely about like, cause this is like, let's say pretty close to Valentine's Day. This is probably like late January. So just randomly, like all the way, like more than like about halfway through the school year, right? She just starts like randomly doing assigned seating. And she only started doing assigned seating when Oliver started sitting next to Ava. Like literally before that, she wouldn't care. She said, sit wherever, who cares? But then all of a sudden, when she noticed that like Oliver and Ava were like talking together or whatever, it's like, oh, now we got to start doing assigned seating. And Oliver in the back of his head and would like would joke with the boys like, oh my God, I don't know, the teacher's trying to like make it difficult for me. Little did Oliver know that he was actually spot on and the teacher was actually trying to make it difficult for him. Like, bro, like he was actually straight up correct on this one. I mean, little did he know it was for an insane reason. I mean, you guys will see as the story progresses, it becomes more and more apparent until the teacher just straight up says it and is like revealed to be absolutely crazy, bro. But yeah, so anyways, Oliver's kind of like getting a little bit annoyed by this because basically what happens is the teacher says, all right, guys, pick someone to have like a group project with. So the thing is, right, one would assume that if you could pick anyone to have a group project with, that meant you could pick anyone to have a group project with. So since like Oliver and this girl Ava were kind of like, I don't know, vibing a lot, they were like, oh, why don't we do a project together? So you basically at the end of the class period had to come up to the teacher with your partner and then also like a brief summary slash outline of what you wanted to do, just because it was like a week-long project and you had a bit of freedom. So whenever the teacher gives you freedom in a project, a lot of times, at least in my experience, they want to check in with you with what you're doing so that you don't like spend the entire time doing something and then it doesn't fit the assignment. Normally, if the assignment's more kind of tailored, like it's like you can only do X or Y, they just assume you're going to do it correctly. But anyways, right, so, Ava and, Oliver, they get together and they're sitting together at a table, talking, discussing, whatever. And Oliver catches like a weird glance from the teacher. Like the teacher is almost like looking at them strange, bro. So Oliver thinks, okay, I'm overreacting. I'm being weird, like whatever, it's nothing. Oliver then doesn't think anything of it. He only thinks something of it after class, because right before class ends, all the partners go up. They go up to the teacher, or last 10 minutes or whatever. They go up to the teacher, they say, hey, this is my partner, this is what we're doing. The teacher literally just says, cool, cool, cool. Like the teacher gives everyone a thumbs up within like 1 second. Like she's just like, cool, whatever, nice, bet, cool. Just like again and again and again and again like that. However, when Oliver and Ava get up there, the teacher almost like sighs. Like she's like, Oliver's like, all right, that better be like an accidental sigh. That better be some random sigh that came out of nowhere. Cause like, I don't know, I do sometimes randomly sigh, just breathing and all. And my mom will be like, are you okay? I'm like, yes, I'm just breathing. What? Relax. Yeah, so anyways, Oliver and Ava go up there and the teacher kind of gives them a look. And Oliver's like, wait, like, what is wrong? Like, what could possibly be not, like, correct here? So, right, the teacher's just kind of looking at Oliver and Ava, and it's kind of like an awkward situation because Oliver doesn't totally understand why the teacher is holding them out for as long as she is. It just genuinely doesn't make a lot of sense because remember, the teacher, whenever anyone else came up, was like, you go, you're fine, you're fine. And then Oliver and Ava came up, and she kind of had like this weird look. So Oliver kind of looks at her and is like, ahem, like, hello. So Oliver starts presenting what topic they were going to do. I don't remember exactly what they were going to do, but it was like, it was a reasonable topic. It was definitely in bound of like, it was in the range of topics they should cover, right? It's not like they came up with some crazy topic that wasn't going to be allowed. But anyways, right, the teacher's like, oh, and then the teacher looks behind them, kind of looking around frantically. And that's when the teacher makes eye contact with another group. And she's like, oh, you two, come up here. So Oliver and Ava are like super confused right now because like, okay, like, why is she doing this, bro? Like, this is kind of odd if we're being honest. So now 4 people are up there, 2 groups at the same time. Oliver and Ava kind of look at each other because it's pretty odd. It's like she just hasn't given them the okay yet, which is pretty weird. And she's like, so I've selected you guys randomly. Cap, by the way, but I've selected you guys randomly. And, we're switching groups. And Oliver is just kind of like, what? Because, like, she let everyone choose their own group. She let everyone kind of get away with it or whatever. But then the second he comes up with a girl he's interested in, now it's a problem. Now it's like a major issue that like now she needs to choose the groups or whatever. So she's like, yeah, Oliver and Tommy, you guys switch or whatever. So Oliver's like, what? Like, why? She's like, oh, it's just, I wanted to mix some of the groups up, you know? And Oliver just kind of looks at her. You know when someone says, you know, but you don't know, like what they're saying doesn't make a lot of sense, but since they follow it up with you know, then therefore what they're saying is super logical. Yeah, that's basically what happened here. So Oliver's kind of annoyed because he's like, well, what are we going to do now? We spent like the whole class preparing or whatever. And the teacher kind of looks at Oliver and is like, you guys did not spend the whole class repairing. You guys were like flirting the whole time. What? Like Oliver and Ava, they got plenty of flirting out of class, bro. He's like, you don't need to worry about me, Miss Teacher. They actually, okay, they spent a little time talking to each other, but who doesn't? If you're spending the whole class period on the group project, you're probably gonna, I don't know, add a little extra conversation just to keep it cool. But they actually spent a lot of time coming up with a good idea. Yeah, so yeah, Oliver was a little bit upset and tried to reason with the teacher that, actually him and Ava had spent a lot of time together, putting together like a lot of ideas, planning, all that kind of stuff. Because it was kind of a big project and they did only have a week to do it. But the teacher's like, now you're just being disrespectful to, I don't know, Sam or whoever she was trying to like put him with, right? And looks over, like Oliver turns around, looks over at Sam and is like, dude, like, that's my boy. Like, I don't care. I'm just saying, like, I put in a lot of work. And, like, Sam speaks up, too. And he's like, yeah, actually, like, I would kind of prefer to stick with my partner. Like, Oliver and I are close, but I don't know. Like, we already put in a lot of work together. And that's when the teacher gets, like, visibly angry and frustrated. She's like, I'm calling the rules here. You guys should stop back talking to your teacher. It's a bad look. All this kind of stuff. And they were kind of taken aback. They're like, all right, relax, relax. Didn't realize that we struck a nerve here, but okay, whatever, buddy. Like, sure, cool. We'll leave you alone. So, yeah, Oliver and Sam kind of go off and they're like, all right, well, what do you want to do? Because they had to, like, in the next, like, 30 seconds of class, figure out what they were going to do. So that was kind of like one of the bigger examples of the teacher obviously trying to get between Oliver and Ava. But it only gets worse from here, and then the true intentions of the teacher became even more and more clear. Yeah, so anyways, a couple weeks later, so the teacher's continuing to do little things that's just obviously like being really weird about like Oliver and Ava or whatever, like trying to keep them apart. But here's the thing, some teachers just aren't really comfortable with that. It's weird, but some people aren't, like some teachers aren't that comfortable with like students flirting with each other. Like I had this teacher that I really loved back in the day, but she hated any talking about any physical interaction or anything, like even like holding hands or flirting or whatever. She hated that stuff. I think she was like aromantic or whatever because she just like lived with the dog and she like is like, oh, hugs, that's the worst, which is like, I know some people are like that. So this teacher was not like that though. As you guys can probably tell by the title, she had a different reasoning for disliking Oliver and Ava being together. So this all became more and more apparent one day when this teacher kind of went like just had a really out of left field conversation. Like she was like, I don't know, if you check the syllabus, it was like very standard, whatever. Like it was a very normal day. But the teacher decided to just completely go off the rails, ignore the syllabus, and give a very special presentation instead. So, okay, right. Let me set the scene. Oliver and Ava walk into class together, immediately getting the side eye from the teacher. Everyone else walks in, they sit down. Remember, they're no longer allowed to sit where they want. They're in assigned seats for one reason and one reason only. But anyways, they're in their assigned seats, whatever. And sure enough, the teacher, instead of doing what she was normally going to do for that day, completely goes off the deep end and starts saying some really like crazy interesting, well, some really, here, okay, let me just tell you what she says. So they're sitting down, right? And that's when the teacher says, hello class, like I know we have a whatever lecture planned today, but I thought it'd be more important that we speak about a much more pressing matter. So she's like, all right guys, I wanted to tell you a little bit about, choosing people or making choices based off like things they can't control. Which at first it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, if you, discriminate against anyone for any reason, like that's a pretty bad thing. Well, when it's like things they can't control. If someone's a bad person, so you decide to not hang out with them, I don't mean like that. I mean because like, I don't know, someone's like, sexual orientation, you're a bad person to them, or that's a bad thing to do. I think that's pretty obvious though, and I hope we can all agree. Yeah, but anyways, the teacher doesn't go in that direction. She immediately goes super specific and super targeted. She's like, today we are going to talk about fat phobia, which like, okay, I know I meme on the term a little bit in the like the titles and thumbnails and the More Pegasus videos or whatever. By the way, I have a channel with Pegasus, like we do reaction stuff daily, if not double daily. So that's in the description, make sure to check that out. But anyways, yeah, one thing I will say is there are definitely situations where people will be, discriminated against because of their size. And while I think it's worse to be discriminated against for something you can't control, it's also not good to do that in general. Like, you should really be accepting to basically all people. I mean, but here's the thing. The teacher went on not to say, not to give a really reasonable, you really shouldn't judge people by the way they look, which, dude, I totally, agree with that. The teacher immediately goes to, quote unquote, fat phobia in dating preferences, which, here's the thing. That's just so out of left field. When it comes to dating preferences or, who you're interested in, a lot of times you can't kind of control that. It's just kind of like a gut feeling. And I don't think you should be forced to fall in love with everyone. I feel like everyone watching this video, there's just certain people that they're just immediately attracted to, and some certain people they're just immediately not attracted to. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I mean, you shouldn't, discriminate against people for that reason, but dating preferences, if you don't want to date someone who's 10,000 pounds, I don't know, man. I don't really see the issue with that. You shouldn't be a jerk to someone because they weigh a lot, but you don't have to fall in love with them. You know what I mean? And maybe you're missing a really good person. I will say that. Looks are not everything. I mean, after I heard after the honeymoon phase, after a while, you're just biologically, it's hard to even be attracted to your spouse. So you're really looking for a lifelong friend at the end of the day. But I do think attraction's important in the beginning. I think there's some evolutionary smart people who talk about that. I'm getting off topic though. But here's the thing. The teacher literally says it is extremely fat phobic to date someone just because they're skinny and avoid people who are large. Here's the thing. At this very moment, Oliver doesn't realize that this comment is tailored towards him and Ava. Yeah, I'm not even kidding you, bro. The teacher decided to stop class and talk about how Oliver was fat phobic, but he didn't even realize yet, because she's about to make herself a lot more clear. Yeah, so basically Oliver has no reaction at this point. He's like, oh, okay. Oliver doesn't even realize this is about him. In retrospect, he started to realize all these small details leading up to this final thing, but up until now, he has no idea what's coming for him. So basically, the teacher keeps going on about oh, you can't date people just because their size or whatever, or not dating a large person or whatever is fat phobic, which here's the thing, just saying you're not dating someone skinny is fat phobic, bro, wait a minute. First of all, even if we're going with the logic of you should be forced to date everyone of every size, wait a minute. Just because you're not dating someone of a super large size, does that mean you wouldn't? Bro, are you saying you should have 1,000 partners in his relationship? I actually heard some people do that, and best of luck, bro. That would be too stressful for me. I don't think I can handle that, but you do you, my friend. Anyways, though, so that's when she goes on to say, and guys, the reason why I'm bringing this topic up is because I've noticed that there's been more romance at the school. As you guys get older, you're more likely to have romantic partners and be interested in girls and boys and all that. And she's like, but let me just say that one thing I will not allow is any fat phobia in the classroom. And Oliver's like, this is becoming a little sus. Yeah, so that's when she goes on to be like, yeah, and I want to let you know, while I'm totally fine with relationships and dating, fat phobia will not be accepted. And she's like, if you're dating someone skinny, that means that you're not dating someone large. Which, first of all, is such backwards, L logic right there. It makes no sense. I already spoke at length about why that's stupid, so I'm not going to go over that again. But she's like, from this point on, I will not encourage any fat phobic relationships. And at this point, Oliver's starting to realize, wait a minute. And then he starts to think back. He's like, wait a minute. 2 weeks ago, she was being super weird with me being in a group with Ava. And a couple weeks ago, she starts giving assigned seats. The second one I start sitting next to her. And Oliver's like, wait a minute. Is she talking about me? And that's when the teacher goes on to say, yes, I've needed to start assigned seats. I've needed to separate partners in their groups because of the fat phobic relationships that have been going on. And Oliver's like, wait a minute, it is about me. Wait a minute. And the thing is, too, this wasn't a super large class, and Oliver was fairly popular, at least in the sense that he was friends with like basically everyone in the class. So dude, when she's saying this part, like half the kids in the class like turn around in their seats to look at Oliver and Ava, and they're just kind of sitting there like, yo, dude, like I know this is crazy. Like I don't know what's going on either right now. So yeah, Oliver is starting to realize that, oh, word, this is actually about me. Oh, okay. And like everyone in the class realizes this too, and it's just super awkward, weird, and uncomfortable. So after class, Oliver goes up to Ava and is like, yo, like, did you hear the teacher? And she's like, yeah, like I heard the teacher. I was there in class, dude. And you know, Oliver's like, look, that like honestly, I'm gonna be honest, like that's weird. Like I felt kind of uncomfortable, like by the whole thing. So what they decide to do is they kind of talk it over and they're like, look, like I don't want the teacher to like keep interfering with like what we're doing, so maybe we should have a meeting with the teacher. So what they decide to do is they kind of like Oliver sends the teacher an email saying, hey, can we meet after class? And the teacher responded, yes, we totally can, exclamation point. Almost like she was expecting a meeting, and unfortunately Oliver was about to enter into a trap. If you guys watch Star Wars, you guys, or at least the last, well, number 6. I don't really count the Disney ones in canon, but I'm not gonna be a nerd for you guys. Don't worry. But when Admiral Akbar screams, "It's a trap," bro, he wasn't screaming about the Empire. He was screaming about this teacher about to have Oliver and Ava into her trap. Dun dun dun. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment Star Wars down below, because I just made the Admiral Akbar reference. That'll be the secret word of the day. And while you're in the comment section down below, make sure to check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to the Spotify in which I upload these stories as podcasts, as well as a link to all 3 channels I upload daily on, and I actually uploaded more channels. But subscribe to all the ones linked down below, please. It helps me out because they're just kind of new, and every subscription helps out. Anyways, let's get back to it. I'm not going to waste any more of your time. So anyways, yeah, so eventually Oliver and Ava, they go to meet with the teacher after class. So they're just waiting, and most of the people file out, and she has this kind of smile, but it's almost like that kind of forced smile I think you know that the teachers sometimes have. So they kind of knew that something was up. So after all the kids leave, she kind of turns to them and is like, so, I think I know what this meeting is about. And Oliver's like, oh, you do? And she's like, yes. I think you realized that the comments I made last class were about you guys. And they were both pretty uncomfortable. They're like, we kind of felt like after you added the whole, I had to break up, some people that were sitting together and in a group together. And I think we were the only group that you had to break up. So it seemed pretty clear to us that you were talking about us. We don't totally understand how we fit under the thing you were talking about, though. Like, we just are kind of confused, and we want to make sure that there isn't any confusion and that we're on bad terms. And the teacher responds, oh, there's no confusion. You already know this is about to go down bad, bro. You already know this is about to be not a good situation for any of them. So Oliver kind of looks at her like, okay, what do you mean by that, dude? Like, and she's like, you guys, I just want to let you know that, I can't really accept any fat phobia in the classroom like this. And Oliver's just kind of like, well, I mean, I don't know what you're saying. She's like, yeah, Oliver, let's not kid ourselves. There are other people you could have chosen from, and you decided to choose the skinniest girl in class. Okay, here's the thing. Ava was definitely on the skinnier side, but some people, bro, are just born on the skinnier side. Like myself. I'm born like a freaking mind. I was spawned into existence like a freaking Minecraft skeleton. I need to intentionally eat like 4 times a day just to look normal, bro. Like I swear, and there's people that are born in much skinnier than me. And some people are born in bigger, and some people eat, and that changes the way they look. Look, here's the thing. It's not good to discriminate against people for being bigger, but one thing that's sometimes really overlooked is people being made fun of for being super skinny. Like, I just don't really see the huge difference. I think I can understand how society, quote unquote, just said society ironically, society may or may not like discriminate against, larger people more than like really skinny people. But that doesn't mean that it's okay to be to discriminate against one and not the other. Like, bro, relax. Come on now. Yeah, so, Oliver's just so confused, and, Ava looks all embarrassed, and Oliver's like, I just don't understand. Like, I mean, I just like talking with Ava. We have a good connection. And the teacher's like, well, you might, but I'm sure you'd have a good connection with some of your other classmates, even the larger ones. But you would not want to be with them because they disgust you. And Oliver's like, yo, relax, relax. Like, you're putting words in my mouth. Come on, like, bro, what? I didn't say any of this. And the teacher's like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to get through to you, so this is not going to be a productive conversation. I said my part. Goodbye, guys. So, yeah, Oliver and Ava get up and they walk out of there. And Oliver's like, turns to Ava as soon as they're out of the classroom and the door's shut. He's like, what was that? Like, seriously, what was that? And she's like, I don't know. Like, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so uncomfortable. So Oliver's like, no. This is not how this ends. We're not ending with the teacher being super unfair. We're going to the principal's office. Look, Oliver didn't want to bring this to the principal. Oliver didn't want it to go to this level. But this is clearly ridiculous. So yeah, Oliver and Ava, they go up to the principal's office. They go up to the front office and they say, hey, can we get an appointment with the principal? And the secretary's like, oh, actually, he's kind of got I think he's got a free period now. He was supposed to meet with someone, but they did that last minute. Let me call in. Secretary walks in, walks out a couple seconds later. Is like, all right, yeah, you guys are good to go in. So Oliver and Ava walk into the principal's office. They sit down, and the principal's like, so, what are we talking about today? And so Oliver explains the situation. Oliver goes over every single detail, starting from the very beginning. He basically tells you the story, but hopefully not in like 20 minutes, because the principal might have spaced out by then. But yeah, so Oliver's like done, and looks at the principal, and the principal looks at him like, are you sure that's how these events went down? Because it just seems so unrealistic. Like, are you sure a teacher here was like, I don't like you because you chose this girl who isn't in a mobility scooter? Like, I really don't think that's how it went down. So Oliver's like, look, I'm telling you the truth. Maybe I had a miscommunication. Maybe I misheard something. But, needless of that, like, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Ava and I feel uncomfortable. We just aren't comfortable in this situation right here. So the principal's like, all right, well, I'll go down and talk to your teacher about it, and hopefully that'll make things better. So Oliver really didn't know if that was going to make things better. So all three of them walk down, and they walk down to the classroom. And I think the teacher must have had a free period because she was just sitting in the classroom. And the principal's like, hey, Janet, let's say that's her name. Hey, Janet, do you mind if we speak for a second? And so he kind of looks at the two kids and is like, kind of gives them a motion to wait out here. And the principal goes into the classroom, and the door is closed. And, I mean, okay, look, obviously Oliver and Ava immediately go right up to the door and press their ears against it to try and hear what's going on. But the seal around the door must have been actually pretty good because they could kind of make out certain things, but it was very muffled. So unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly how the conversation between the principal and the teacher went down, but I can make some assumptions, such as, one, the principal confronting the teacher on this to see if this is true, because it's so ridiculous. Two, the teacher basically confirming, based on what you guys are about to hear. And the principal, three, kind of startled, stumbling around for words, because he wasn't actually expecting the teacher to straight up admit that, yeah, I'm discriminating against this student because he didn't choose the largest kid in class. Like, what? So yeah, the principal steps out of the room and looks at the two kids and is like, hey, kids, can you, we'll talk later. And so Oliver and Ava are watching as the teacher walks out of the classroom and has such a sullen and stern look on her face. And as they walk by, she gives both of them like the biggest death stare of all time. Like Oliver kind of peed his pants for a second, bro. He was not expecting to actually have his life threatened by such a stare. So here's what happened afterwards. The teacher was put on suspension with paid leave, so very standard, like cushy teacher suspension type thing, and no longer taught for the second half of the semester, or the second half of the year. She was brought back the next year, by the way, but she was forced to kind of go to like take a lot of like education type classes of like not to like discriminate against kids. Kind of ironic that she was making such a stand of, oh, you can't be mean to other people, whatever. And then she ends up kind of having to take a lot of work to deal with that because she got exposed for doing that or whatever. So yeah, word spread super quickly of this because it's a small-ish school, and the fact that the teacher was exposed for basically discriminating against the subscriber because he decided to date a girl who wasn't like overweight, which like he should be fine. He should be allowed to pick whoever he wants. He should pick anyone who speaks to him, dude. Not anyone who speaks to him, but like a person who speaks to them in a sense of like I like them, not oh my god, you spoke to me, therefore we're in love. But yeah, it was one of the craziest stories that ever went down at his school. Click on the video on screen right now to help me out, and I hope you have a good day. How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of an insane teacher who claims all men are worthless. This is another one of those teachers that is definitely the all men are trash type, like slay queen, yes boss, whatever type Twitter users. And thankfully, though, the teacher eventually gets owned in the end, which you love to see. So subscribe to the channel if you're new. And with that all being said, let's jump right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted today's story James. So anyways, James is in a freshman in high school, and he's in a class. And in this class, they have to do a presentation. And the presentation, like, I don't exactly know the parameters of it, but what I do know is the parameters are a little bit open-ended. So you have kind of like, you can kind of cover a range of topics, whatever you really want to do, within certain bounds. So this story all starts, and this all becomes a thing one day, because they have to do presentations, and most of the presentations are super not controversial. I mean, it's a school presentation. Like, honestly, how controversial can that really be? Probably you're doing something wrong if it is controversial. But anyways, the thing is, though, James and his friends, the subscriber, sitting in class, he already went up and did his presentation, and that's when a girl walks up to the front of class and kind of goes, you know, attaches her screen to AirPlay, projects her screen in front of the entire class, and she has a bunch of slides. On the first slide, it says, "Why men are trash." All right, so obviously James is like, oh, okay, they're off to a hot start. Okay, so obviously that's a pretty controversial way to start. I don't know, just saying all X are bad is probably a pretty bad way to go about it. Unless you come, I don't know, there might be some, like, all super serious criminals are probably not great. Yeah, fair. But saying all of, like, oh, someone, an intrinsic value you can't really change about yourself is bad, I don't know, man. That just kind of seems like a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. But anyways, right, so there's a little bit of murmurs in the class because this is a pretty controversial slide. The other slides were literally, like, history of, like, I don't know, ancient Egypt. Like, it was really, like, I don't know if it's exactly that, but it was really just basic stuff that for no reason would cause, like, no one's gonna like murmur. In fact, probably people aren't even paying attention at that point. But people are definitely paying attention to this because, I mean, pretty bold of a claim, if I do say so myself. Yeah, so anyways, you know, the girl who's going up there doing the presentation goes on to the next slide, and basically the next slide is like more or less like, oh, you know, like you know, men are like so like not great to women, and like all men are literally the same. You know, I've had like, and then she goes to the next slide of like her personal experiences, and this girl is like actually like outing individuals. So she didn't out any individual in this class specifically. Like, she didn't say Tommy and like points back to Tommy in the back of the class, be like, dude, remember when you aired me? Frick you, bro. No, she wasn't like that, but kind of just like, she actually did like say very specific situations that happened to her. So she didn't say exact names, but she gave such excruciating detail that it was incredibly clear who she was talking about, because this is a fairly small school and people kind of just knew stuff that got around, right? And she was talking about like bad experiences with men, bad experience with guys. Nothing like too serious, by the way. Like, oh, someone aired me. We're supposed to go on a date. And he aired me, right? All this kind of stuff. So nothing too serious, but also kind of like that very standard Twitter brain rot kind of like, all men are trash. Let's use fake fetus or like fake wombs and only have women. It's like, bruh. Anyways, though, so yeah, sure enough, she keeps going on about this. And during the entire time, like, there's a lot of murmur in class because people are kind of like looking at each other like, is this a serious presentation? Because, like, definitely people were pretty confused by all this. They were just like, is this really like the type of presentation that, you know, is appropriate for the class? So almost immediately, or pretty soon after, like, James and probably most other people in the class were looking at the teacher to kind of gauge, you know, her comfort level with this. Because I feel like if I was the teacher here for any kind of situation, even if someone went up there and said like, all women bad, all men bad, all X type person bad, look, I'm going to shut that thing down real quick. Unless the next slide is like, if you agreed with the previous slide, we have issues, let me explain why. Like, unless it's some kind of bait and switch to something positive or something productive, other than that, like, I'm shutting down that. Look, this is my class. I'm shutting down that presentation really fast, and I'm making them do a public apology for that kind of nonsense. But, James looks over at the teacher, and the teacher is completely unfazed. In fact, like, at one point, like, one of the girls was like, you know what? We don't even need men. We can just have synthetic wombs and breed only women. And the teacher sitting there, and she started clapping her hands, like, that little quiet, polite clap to be like, yay, whatever. And James is like, huh? Wait, she's applauding this? James like, all right, I'm definitely having some kind of like mental hallucination right now, because I did not just see my teacher applaud when these girls said, let's breed men out of existence with synthetic wombs. Huh? What? Yeah, so by the end of the presentation, as the presentation was wrapping up, there's like, okay, so some people in class, like, there were definitely a few, like, Twitter girls that were like, yeah, like, this is so true, you're so right, bestie, man, kind of stuff like that, right? But a lot of people in class were like, hey, this kind of weird, bro. This is kind of strange. Like, what's going on here? And, yeah, like, definitely, like, the guys were not super pleased with it, because I don't know about you, but if there's a presentation saying, hey, yeah, Connor, like, you're the worst person ever. Here's why. It's like, you suck because you suck, lol. I'm not going to be happy about a presentation like that. So a presentation is like, oh, all guys, like, you're the worst, lol. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I can understand where they're not super happy about this. So anyways, when the presentation ends, the teacher stands up and starts clapping. So she doesn't, look, here's the thing. The teacher, at the end of everyone else's presentation on kind of more normal, less controversial topics, was, I don't know, she was like she was polite, she was nice, she was like, thank you, like, Jimmy, that was really good, who's next, right? And but this one, she gave a standing ovation. Bro got up and was like, encore, baby, this is so good. And that was probably one of the most shocking things for the class to see. The class is watching as their own teacher is standing up applauding a presentation that said literally every man is just like a bad person. Like, how do you get to this point in life, dude? How do you get here? Yeah, so a lot of people found it very controversial. Obviously, this was a controversial presentation. But the thing that would be even crazier that people don't know is that the girl who did this, while she was very happy to do it, did not do it on her own. She was not the one who came up with the idea. And you guys will see exactly the truth behind that in just a second. So anyways, the girl who did the presentation sits down, and the teacher's like, wow, Jamie, let's call this girl Jamie. Jamie, that was so good. Everyone, please give a round of applause for Jamie, right? So, like, some people gave the awkward clap, like, my teacher just told me to clap, so I guess I'm gonna kind of have to clap. A lot of guys, like, sat there with, like, their arms folded, because, like, they're not gonna applaud a presentation calling them all garbage just because they got a little thing between their legs, bro. Like, I don't know. That's a little much. And I get it. Guys are not the greatest all the time. But to generalize like that, like, I don't know about that, man. I don't really know about that. I don't know. That seems a little much. So anyways, the guys kind of have an issue with this. Or at least James turns to his friend, because class is dismissed, they go off to lunch. James is sitting down with his friends at lunch, and he's like, dude, what was that? Like, literally, what was that, bro? Like, what did I just witness today? And their friends are like, yeah, man, like, that was really weird. I don't know, like, why that was, one, so acceptable. Like, the teacher was literally applauding, this girl saying every guy is bad because they are. Yeah, so this was a little strange, right? So James and his friends decide that they know exactly what they got to do. So James sends an email to the teacher and says, hey, like, I was wondering if me and my friends could have a presentation in the very beginning of class tomorrow. And the principal or the teacher was like, yeah, like, sure, I'll give you guys the first 5 minutes. I can kind of rearrange the schedule a little bit. So yeah, James and his friends, they came up with this idea. They very much believe in, like, if one thing's acceptable, the other thing must be too. Kind of like, I don't know, if you can do it, I can do it. They don't really like hypocrisy. So James and his friends came together and decided that they were going to do a joint presentation. And what was that presentation going to be? It was going to be a mirroring. It was going to be exactly like the presentation, that was shown in class, except they basically just swapped out every word of man with woman. Right. So look, I gotta say a little disclaimer. I do not suggest doing this. I think the best way to go about this would be to have a conversation with your teacher about why you had difficulties with this and why you think it's not totally a cool thing to say or do. And if the teacher is stubborn, maybe go to a higher up, because it was genuinely a pretty offensive thing that, it's kind of a problematic, right? Maybe also go to Jamie, the girl who did it, and try and sit down and explain why you feel like this wasn't a great presentation. So with that disclaimer out of the way, let me tell you exactly how they went about this. So James and his friends, they all got, when they went back home, this was the first time they've ever been like super motivated to get ready for a class presentation or to do their homework, basically. Even though it wasn't assigned, this was like the most intense they've ever gone. So they immediately get on Discord, or they get on like a group FaceTime call or something. They're all working in one Google slide document, whatever, right? And they're just like, they're beefing this thing out. So they go to basically everyone had to submit their presentations on Canvas, which is like a site that you can, teachers use to kind of collaborate, whatever. But it was public. Like, I think the teacher just left it as like public, and like the thing you submitted was available for everyone to see. So they basically just downloaded Jamie's, the presentation on like why all men are big trash, right? And just downloads that presentation, and then just like literally copy and paste a lot of stuff. So for there was a section about like personal experiences with like guys. They made that unique. They made it their personal experiences with girls, like either ghosting them, rejecting them, being super mean, talking about to their friends about how like weird and ugly they are. Kind of stuff that, like, look, guys and girls will be very petty, especially high school, even college, depends on where you go. But especially high school, especially middle school, they're gonna say stuff that is of their age. It's not a justification, it's just the reality. They'll say immature stuff of their age, right? So they have plenty of cannon fodder, right? They had plenty of stuff to say, and they filled out those slides, and they were feeling pretty good about themselves. So anyways, let's jump forward to the next day. So the next day in class, the teacher says, "Oh, hey class, I just want to let you know that James and says the other couple guys' names. Well, we're just like super inspired by some of the presentations yesterday that they wanted to do their own presentation. I gave them the first 5 minutes of class. I hope you're all okay with that." Class is obviously fine with it. They're not going to be like, "No, I want to learn." Look, they're freshmen in high school. They're not going to say that. They want to see what James is cooking up, So anyways, James and his friends go up to the front of class like they're presenting like they were yesterday. So one of them has their computer, and they AirPlay. The first screen mimics Jamie's presentation exactly the same. And it says, "Why all women are trash," right? And once again, I'm saying I don't suggest doing this. Fighting fire with fire is not a good idea. You got to fight it with water, obviously. You don't see firefighters going over to a house on fire with a flame gun. You know what I mean? There's much better ways to go about this, but this is an interesting story, so I'm telling it nonetheless. So yeah, after the first slide, the teacher's like, whoa, guys, this is not okay. Do you understand, like, how irresponsible it is and how just, disrespectful it is to, like, categorize an entire group and say that they're all bad? Like, this is ridiculous. Like, not only are you not allowed to continue this presentation, but you guys need to like pack up and go to the principal's office so that they can punish you accordingly. So it's not like James and his friends weren't not expecting a bit of retaliation. Like, they weren't necessarily expecting the teacher to stand up and go, "Yes," and like do a big clapping whatever type thing after their presentation. They realized that they were probably going to be treated differently. But they were almost surprised by how abrupt and how strong of a response they actually got. So they were like, James was looking at the teacher and was like, "Well, is this not okay? Because this is literally just, the male perspective on, Jamie's presentation yesterday. Like, we found it was very interesting, so we wanted to give our perspective on it." And she's like, "No. You guys don't understand even the first of it. Like, this is not the same at all. Like, you have to understand, like, I'm not letting you continue with this. You need to go to the principal's office immediately." And, James is like, "I don't understand how this is a problem, but the presentation about all guys being terrible is not bad." Like, and James was even like, "I don't even really believe in this. Like, obviously not all girls are, like, terrible, right? But also, obviously, not all guys are terrible like that." And the teacher's like, No. You don't understand anything. Go to the principal's office now." So they're like, "All right, relax, all right." So anyways, they pack up their stuff, and James and his friends, as they're walking to the principal's office, were just like, "Wow,
You know, we kind of expected that to have a bit of a stir, but that went worse than expected. And we didn't necessarily expect it to go good.
So all I can really say is thank God for a sensible principal. But real quick, before we get to that part of the story, which is pretty satisfying and I know you'll enjoy it, if you made it this far into the video, comment teacher down below. Yeah, comment teacher. That'll be the secret word of the day. And while you're commenting teacher down below in the comment section, make sure to check out the pinned comment on this video, as there's a link to the Spotify page in which I upload all these stories as podcasts. And I'd really appreciate it if you also watched on there if you're a Spotify user. Then also a link to a bunch of other channels I run. Please make sure you're subscribed to all of those. And if you could watch those videos, I would appreciate it. You know, they're smaller channels and your support really does help. Anyways, though, so James and his friends were going over to the principal. And, you know, they are kind of worried because they think that their logic makes sense, that like, okay, well, if one side was allowed to say, why is the opposite side that is basically an identical argument, because they almost identically copied the slide from, you know, Jamie's presentation from the day before. We just don't understand like why this is such a big deal, but hers is like not even just acceptable, but applauded with a standing ovation. So they sit down in the principal's office. The principal's like, all right, boys, like, why are you here? What happened? So they sit down and they tell the principal everything. They tell the principal what happened the day before. Principal didn't look that happy. They tell the principal what they did. Principal wasn't looking, you know, super enthusiastic by the fact that they made a presentation calling all women bad, because that's a pretty stupid thing. Don't fight stupid with stupid, boys. That's the one piece of advice. If you're gonna take something away from this video, don't fight stupid with stupid. Apply that to everything. Anyways, though, so the principal says, oh, well, okay, I think maybe this will be better if we get your teacher involved so that she can give her perspective and I can understand the story a bit fuller. I think that the teacher was, or the principal was expecting that, you know, these kids came in with kind of a warped perception of reality, and that the teacher was going to set some things straight, and it was going to be much clearer that James and his friends were clearly in the wrong, and the teacher and the other girl were actually doing okay. And they just kind of warped the perception. So anyways, about 5 minutes later, the teacher comes in. She's like, hello, Mr. Principal. Like, how can I help today? These boys have been very bad, and I will help you in any way you need. And the principal's like, all right, well, I just love to hear, your perspective and your thoughts on these events. So anyways, right, the teacher kind of recounts the events, and to the principal's surprise, the teacher more or less just says exactly what the kid said. So the principal's like, I guess I don't understand, Jamie, this girl who made a presentation calling all guys to be, inherently bad. I understand that these boys should be punished. And, the teacher's all smiley, and Jamie's like, what? Or James is like, what? But then he's like, what exactly, I think it'd be good if we made the punishments equal, crime equal, punishment equal. So what did the girl get punished for that presentation? And the teacher's like, whoa, wait, what do you mean? Like, why would she be punished? And the principal's like, well, I mean, if I get this straight, she went up in front of the class and did a presentation on how all men are inherently, evil individuals, and they should all be punished, and the world would be better without them. Like, that's pretty bad. And the teacher's like, well, actually, pulls a book out of Reddit, bro. Yeah, stop using Reddit, baby. I promise your life will improve. Anyways, she's like, well, actually, it actually was a good present. And after, giving the most nonsense BS response, the principal's kind of like, well, look, here's the thing. I can't punish these guys if, the girl isn't going to be punished, as I think myself and most people would see these as the same crime. Well, not the same crime, but the same, punishable activity. I can't go ahead and punish these guys if, this girl is going to be punished too. And the teacher's like, no, I refuse for you to punish that girl. Like, she did nothing wrong. And so the principal's like, well, then I can't punish these guys either. So then the teacher's like, well, fine. If you can't handle this properly, I guess I will. And that's when the principal's like, well, actually, pulls out the well, actually card on her. He's like, well, if you do issue a punishment against these guys for this reason, and you don't to the girl for the same reason, if they do report that to me, I will have to come in and correct the record. And the teacher's like, you can't do that. And the principal's like, well, I am the principal of the school, and I am directly over you. And I can overrule anything you do. So I can do that. I physically can. So he's like, you know what? let's just like pretend this never happened. Let's just go back to how things are. And yeah, I think that's a good idea. The teacher, at this point, I think she really wanted to punish James and all those other guys, but she was like, fine, whatever. So James and the other guys, for the next couple weeks, I'm not gonna lie, they definitely got worse grades than they probably should have. They definitely got yelled at a lot more, but it's not like they put in a lot of work and they failed a class. The grades weren't that much, they weren't that good, but they could have been chalked up to them just not doing a good job. I think it's kind of like the difference between when your teacher grades you favorably versus not favorably. Like, it's not as if you're gonna get a 60 on something you deserved 100 on, but you might get an 85 on something you deserved a 92. However, the most interesting part of the story is what I'm about to tell you, so stick around. So a couple weeks later, somehow James, his friends, and Jamie, the girl who did the whole presentation on like men are bad, right? They somehow got together. Like, I think they just kind of like decided that since they were on both sides of this kind of weird thing that happened, that they were just gonna like, I don't know, just come together and make peace or whatever and just kind of explain the perspectives. And they ended up being pretty cool. And they both kind of were like, well, the thing is, James and his friends were like, well, we kind of only did it in kind of retaliation to what you did. And that's when Jamie said the most interesting thing that makes the story really interesting. Jamie told them that she kind of wanted to do it. She was mad because a guy just ghosted her like a day before the presentation. But she told the teacher, because she felt like she had a fairly good relationship with the teacher, and she's like, oh man, this guy just ghosted me. And the teacher goes off about like how all guys are trash and says, look, like, Jamie, you need to do a presentation on this. Like, here you go. And the teacher basically hands her a pre-made presentation where she would just plug and chug her own experiences into it. Most of those slides were, in fact, made by the teacher herself. Crazy, right? So that's why the teacher loved the presentation so much, because it was literally her own thoughts. If you made it this far into the video and you want to help me out, watch another video. There's 2 videos on screen. Click on either of them. It'll help me out a lot. Thank you. Bye.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today we have a story time of the worst teacher ever. You guys might think that you had a really bad teacher, but this teacher is genuinely probably one of the worst teachers to ever exist. As you guys will see in today's story, I know you'll enjoy it, so sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new, leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's jump right into it. Anyways, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Mike. So anyways, this all happened in an 8th grade class. So on the first day of school, that's kind of when you tell, like, I don't know, you try and get a sense of, like, what your teachers are like. You're trying to figure out if you got the hardo teacher, if you got the chill teacher, if you got the teacher who's so old that they don't even know what's going on, so you can kind of coast in class. Well, you're trying to figure out what kind of teacher you got. So anyways, who are we going to call the teacher? We're going to call the teacher Mr. Pugs. So don't confuse that with me. Yeah, so we're going to call the teacher Mr. Pugs, because, like, why not? Anyways, Mike walks into class. He has one of his boys in the class, which is always really cool. For some reason, I usually don't know anyone in any of my classes. I don't know how. It just always happens, and all my friends have all their friends, and I'm like, come on, dude. Anyways, Mike walks in with one of his boys to Mr. Pug's class, and he sits down, and immediately, like, Mr. Pugs just seems super chill. Like, he's like, yes, I scored. I got a great teacher. The reason was, like, this guy, he seemed kind of fresh out of college. Obviously, he's a bit older than just fresh out of college. I don't even know you can just, I think you got to go to grad school to become a teacher or something. But anyways, right, this dude seemed pretty chill. He was, like, very much, like, I don't know, he, like, spoke with a little bit of, like, college bro slang, just, like, a little bit. Not so much that he sounded necessarily unprofessional, but just enough that he sounded like, he got you, man. He was just in college, so he gets what, like, a really, like, annoying teacher versus really cool teacher is. Kind of like that type of vibes. So Mike was, like, really hyped because he's like, all right, finally, I got a cool teacher, whatever. Another kind of important piece of information is Mike went to a private school. The reason why he went to a private school, well, a lot of the kids in Mike's class, they just, like, their parents just had, like, a lot of extra money and they wanted to put their kids through a better school. Mike just happened to live in the area, and there was, like, a special kind of, like, thing at that private school. If you lived in the area, you could go basically for free, but it was a fairly, like, expensive school to go to. You might be thinking this is kind of like a really weird extraneous detail. It is super important for later on in the video, trust me. Anyways, right, so Mike is, like, gets in there, he's like, all right, so I got a pretty cool teacher. on the very first day, the teacher's like, go around, tell me like something about yourself. And like, I think some kid like I don't know exactly what the joke was, but he cracked some like relatively inappropriate joke. And Mike started to like cringe because like basically every teacher at the school would be like, you can't say that, go to the principal's office, or they just very awkwardly reprimand them. But basically what the teacher did was he basically cracked like an equally inappropriate joke back. Super risky move because if you get the wrong student who like really doesn't like that type of stuff, they could have easily reported this teacher, Mr. Pugs, to the front office, and you would have gotten, I don't know if the teacher would have been fired, but we would have been in hot water, right? So right off the bat, Mike's like, all right, this guy's definitely a chiller. Like, this is great. You love to see it. However, this over time would slowly become more and more apparent that this was simply just not the case. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, just let's go a couple weeks into school. So the actual day-to-day in Mr. Pugs' class is pretty chill at first, or it actually is always chill, and the reason why he's the worst teacher ever is a little bit more interesting, as you'll see. But the day-to-day is pretty chill. So it's an English class. They have an assigned reading, and up until this point, all they had to do was read, quote-unquote read, which I think a lot of you guys know. Reading in an English class basically means, okay, discussion time, you wait for the tryhard, which, like, shout out to the tryhard. You guys always do well and go to good college or whatever. But for the average person like me, the person who actually applies themselves, which shout out to them, I'm not going to say try hard because that has a negative implication. I was a try hard towards the end of my high school. I was actually kind of a try hard. But the people who apply themselves, right, and actually did the reading, you wait for them to go first, and then you say, yeah, to piggyback off of so-and-so, and then you just reword the whole thing. And some teachers will kind of get on you and be like, oh, what did you actually think? What about the specific details? And they try and fish information out of you to catch you if you didn't actually read it. But I think Mr. Pugs kind of knew what was going on, but was also just kind of a chill dude. Or he seemed like one. Yeah, so Mr. Pugs was like running a pretty cool class, or at least Mike really liked it. So that's until they had their first assignment, right? Their first paper, their first graded essay. So they were given a reading, and this time Mike actually did it because they had to write a paper on it. And so basically what happened was, Mike had to write a paper on Mike had to write a paper on this reading. And so Mike did a pretty good job. Mike's like a relatively good writer. He definitely has more of if you had to say, what are you good at? Like foreign language, math, English, writing, something like that, science, like what are you good at? Mike would definitely say he's good at writing. So he has a proclivity for writing, like a tendency to have really good writing, right? Anyways, so he submits it and he feels pretty good about himself. Anyways, grades come out the next day and Mike receives a 75. So you might be thinking, okay, got a C, whatever, cool, okay. I just want to say, at this high school, it just, socially, no one got Cs. Cs were super rare. You might get a C or something like that on a math test. I just feel like in math and science, it's a lot easier to get super low grades because a lot of times the grading is really subjective it's really subjective or objective, I should say, sorry. And it's like, did you get the math problem right or wrong? So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, just kind of you can't really be like, oh, well, I had good intentions with my math problem. Oh, okay, then you get an A. Or it's also like, oh, I, showed my work and got the perfect answer. Well, I didn't like the way you thought about it. Even though you got the right answer, you're getting an F. You can't really do that in STEM in rare cases. But overall, the grades are kind of based on what you do. But I've always found, in English classes, definitely at least for me, that, the grades were always in a very tight range. They were always, A's or B's, no C's, no, really high A's or anything. And for some reason, I feel like you could, I had one English class, or history class, but you had a lot of essays in high school my freshman year. The thing was, I talked to a bunch of other people, and this was true for me too. The first grade you got on your essay, you literally never went up or down. If you got an 87 on your first paper, you get an 87 across the board. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that getting a 75 at this school in an English class is unheard of. So after so Mike comes in, he's a little worried, right? He comes into class and he sits down, talks to his friend. He's like, dude, how'd the paper go? And his friend's like, dude, I got a 74. Mike's like, dude, I got a 75. And he's like, dude, what, this English, Mr. Pug seems so cool. What happened? Yeah, so anyways, right, Mr. Pugs kind of just is like, all right, guys, settle down. I know you guys all received your grades, and probably not all of you are super happy with it, which was a fair assumption. The whole class was pretty much freaking out at this point. And Mr. Pugs went on to say, hey, sometimes, the grades are just what the grades are. I have pretty high standards for you guys, but I want to let you know
that there's an opportunity for you guys to improve your grades. Like you'd assume it's extra credit, right? I don't know. Redo the assignment, maybe do a write-up of what you would have done differently, maybe make all the edits and submit it again for like a 10% boost. I don't know, right? These are very standard like things teachers would do. Sometimes teachers just straight up give curves. Like they know that, they're really supposed to be given an average of a B, and if they gave an average of a C, maybe they just graded too harshly. That happens too. But Mr. Pugs had a different idea in mind. He said, if you guys want extra credit, see me after class. So about half the class showed up, because I think some of them got like low Bs and were like, whatever. I think some got Cs and were like, meh, don't care. But a lot of kids showed up for the extra credit opportunity. So anyways, Mr. Pugs is like, all right, guys, well, I just thought I'd be straight up with you guys. Yeah, so I actually am going to give you an opportunity that you can take whatever grade you have now and receive a 92. So immediately Brett's like, sorry, not Brett, this is the last guy. Mike's like, yeah, of course I'm going to do this, right? A guaranteed 92? Like, yeah, all right, I'll hear you out, man. And this is where Mr. Pugs really goes off the rails. And this is where he kind of really does truly expose himself for being a not so great guy. So Mr. Pugs says, all right, well, just want to let you guys know, if you come into class tomorrow and you come in, and when you're at home, you take $20, you put it in an envelope, you write your name on the envelope so I know whose envelope it is, and put it on my desk, and by the end of class, I will check who's done that. Whoever's done that, their whatever grade you have in the books will be changed to a 90, a 91, or a 92. It's got to be a little random so things don't look suspicious. You got me, guys? So everyone was standing there like, at first, like some kids were like, haha, whatever, right? This got to be a joke. But they all looked at Mr. Pug's face, and he was like dead serious. Like he had that look of like, I'm not messing around, bro. I just want you to know, I'm not screwing around. I'm dead serious with this. So slowly but surely, people were starting to realize that Mr. Pugs was dead serious with this. And some kids were like, all right, cool. Like, we'll keep it a secret if you do. Because like, here's the thing. I said a detail earlier on that like a lot of these kids, it was like private school. So a lot of the kids went there, had a lot of disposable money. Their parents would just give them whatever. And especially if they said, hey, like, I got to do this for school. I don't know. These are probably the parents of the people who like paid money for fake SAT scores. So who even knows at this point? Yeah, but anyways, so some of the kids were like super quiet because they're like, what is like this got to be a joke. Like he's definitely trolling. But I think some of the other kids were starting to realize that no, like Mr. Pugs was not trolling. But some of the kids were totally fine with it. They're like, oh yeah, I don't have to work and I just have to pay $20 for a free A. Sure. So yeah, here's the thing though. Mike barely has like $30 in his bank account. So Mike's family's pretty middle class. Like they're very kind of like, they get by, but he can't really have much more. So he can't ask his mom for like, oh, can I have $50? Like that's just not a thing, right? So Mike is in a position where he just simply can't pay this amount. Because yeah, sure, totally. Some of Mike's friends, maybe they could do it. Mike's friends could just go to their parents and be like, yo, I need $50. Like, I mean, if Mike's friends' parents were probably gonna try and like cheat him, like them through like SAT stuff that like cost $50,000, $50 for an A per paper, like that's nothing to them. Mike was not in this situation. Remember, the only reason he is able to go to the school is like the tuition he has to pay is like 1% of what the tuition normally is because he lives so close. So now Mike's in a situation where he's going to get screwed over because it seems like this teacher, like, just will, I don't know, it seems like he's going to discriminate against Mike for not paying, right? Or for not being able to pay. So Mike kind of waits till all the other kids leave. And Mike goes up to the teacher, he's like, hey, look, I totally would do this, but you got to know that, like, I just don't got the money like these classmates do. And the teacher is Mr. Pugs. Everyone thought he was cool, but he was super candid. And he looked at Mike. He's like, well, can you just ask your parents for that? Like, you're going to the school. I know the school isn't cheap. So now it's very clear Mr. Pugs had a plan the whole time that he was going to run a racket and make a ton of money going to one of these private kids, like private schools with all the rich kids, whatever, and just basically squeeze them dry. Honestly, Mr. Pugs probably just saw like the college admission scandal or whatever on TV and thought, oh, that's actually a great idea. Let me be like that guy who's being arrested right now. And also it's pretty, I mean, you guys could, I mean, at least Mike's kind of had a feeling that Mr. Pugs was a lot more risky. Because remember, I told you guys a little earlier on the very first day of school, Mr. Pugs responded to a very kind of questionable joke with an even more questionable joke. Like I said, if one kid in that class didn't like the questionable joke that Mr. Pugs made, it would have been over for Mr. Pugs, you know? So he's obviously more of a risk taker type of guy. So anyways, Mike explains to him, like, look, haha, look, I live in the area. I'm one of the few kids who gets here basically for free. And Mr. Pugs is looking at him. And Mike was really hoping that, like, okay, Mr. Pugs just wants to get the bag. I can respect that. But hopefully deep down, he's still a chill guy. Mr. Pugs looks at Mike and says, hey, man, I can't help you here. I can help you, though, if you give me an envelope with $50 in it to buy tomorrow. And Mike's like, what? Anyways, right, so when Mike gets home, he calls one of his friends who's in the class but wasn't there that day because he was sick or something. Mike explains everything that happened. The friend is like, oh my God, this teacher's actually insane. Like, this is terrible, right? And Mike goes on to say, like, look, I don't know what to do. I just don't got the resources for this, and I'm not going to, like, fail a class because I can't pay off the teacher. So here's the thing. Mike realizes that, Mr. Pugs is being very blatant about it, and that probably the best route of action for Mike to take is to go to the principal and basically tell him Mr. Pugs, right? The first thing, Mr. Pug or Mike wants to do is, like, first of all, let me collect some evidence, let me build up a case so that, I'll basically pressure Mr. Pugs. And this was the plan. So this one friend, Mike was talking to this one friend. He said, look, say that you want to go meet with Mr. Pugs and ask about the offer. Have a recording device so you can get proof of it. Maybe take some photos, whatever, when he's gone, of, like, the envelopes or whatever to kind of back up the story. And then if you could send that over to me, and then I'll go up to Mr. Pugs and basically say, hey, I want the same treatment, but I can't be paid. And I'll use that as a bargaining chip. And if Mr. Pugs refuses, then I'll go to the principal. Okay. Should Mike have just gone to the principal in the first place? Should Mike maybe have just gone there and maybe Mike should have just gone to the principal, because this is a pretty unethical thing Mr. Pugs is doing. But I can't blame the guy for being like, you know what, let me see if I can get an easy A without having to pay. Like, Mike isn't, like, the villain of the story. He might not be a perfect hero. It's a complicated hero, you know what I mean? Yeah, but anyways, right, so Mike's friend the next day, goes up to Mr. Pugs and says, hey, man, like, I heard a little bit about, like, you're doing some extra credit stuff. Can we talk about it? Mr. Pugs is like, yeah, just wait 5 minutes after class. So sure enough, right, Mike, has, like, kind of, like, explained or instructed to his friend, like, okay, you have your iPhone on you, you put it in your pocket, or no, you hold it in your hand, because, like, holding an iPhone in your hand isn't sus at all, right? People just will have their phones out. Have voice memos on and record the conversation. I'll get the photos of, like, the envelopes with the names and the money on them, so then we can match video proof with photographic proof and physical evidence, and then I'll get a pretty good case. Anyways, though, so yeah, Mike's friend goes up to Mr. Pugs. They have a little meeting, and afterwards he meets up with Mike. And Mike is like, dude, did you get it? Did you get it? And, his friend's like, I don't know. Like, let me check my phone. So Mike's friend pulls out his phone, and they check the audio recording. It's not perfect, but it is very clearly Mr. Pugs speaking. And it's basically Mr. Pugs says the same thing that he said to all Mike and all of his friends in the class. He's very straight up. He's very much like, look, I'll change your grade if you give me $50 in an envelope with your name on it by tomorrow morning. Like, he is very straight up. That's one thing about Mr. Pugs, is he is strangely confident. So here's the thing. He is very confident and he's very bold, not because necessarily, he probably is a little bit of a risk taker, irrational, whatever. Mr. Pugs has something that Mike does not know. Because even at this point, Mike is like, why is he being so straight up about it? Why is he just saying it? Like, why is he so bold? Here's the thing. As you guys will hear in just a second, there is a reason why Mr. Pugs feels as if he can be as bold as he truly is. So anyways, right, Mike has already gotten photos of, like, I don't know, like the $50 in the envelopes with the names. Now he has the audio recording. He backs that stuff up on some Google Drive. So he's got it, right? So Mike goes up, he says, like, sends an email, maybe talks to Mr. Pugs. I don't know. Somehow he gets in contact with his teacher. It's like, look, we got to talk for a little bit after class. So after class, Mr. Pugs is sitting at his desk. I was like, hey, Mike, like, well, what's up? And it's it's a super weird dynamic because Mr. Pugs is actually still very chill in class. He feels like one of the boys until he's basically forcing you to pay him to get a good grade, which is ridiculous. But, Mike's like, hey, man, like, I just want to say, I really think you should reconsider, like, the whole $50 thing when it comes to me. Like, I promise we won't have any, like, issues, but, like, I just can't, I don't have the same access to these as these other kids do. And Mr. Pugs is like, hey, man, like, I'm just trying to make like some money here. You know how it is. I'm sure you know how it is. So Mike's like, all right, well, since we're on the same page, you can't really take this too personally. Yeah, so then Mike goes on to basically say, hey, look, I don't want to do any of this, but this is pretty unfair for me. So I guess I just like, he says, look, I got some proof of what you're doing. And he says, look, yeah, I get it. Like, you're kind of a newer teacher here, and I'd want you to stay here. And Mike's starting to say this with a bit of confidence, because Mike feels as if that he has the upper hand. But the thing is, he doesn't know what Mr. Pugs has up his sleeve. And Mr. Pugs has quite the Uno reverse card up his sleeve, as you'll see. So Mike basically goes on to say, look, I have evidence of what you're doing. It's a pretty solid case. It's pretty sealed. And he said, look, I am going to go to the principal if we can't work something out, right? He says, I can't pay you. Like, I'll still do the work. I'll still do the project. I'm just being asked to be graded fairly. And, Mr. Pug looks at him and says, so Mike, are you threatening me right now? And Mike's like, well, I mean, that's a harsh way to put it. Like, maybe relax a little bit. I don't know if I'm threatening you. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just encouraging you to make a good choice here. And Mr. Pugs is like, all right, go to the principal. And Mike's like, what? Mike's like, no, you don't understand. I have a solid case against you. I have audio evidence. I have physical evidence. And Mr. Pugs is like, I can go to the principal with you, and I can tell him what I'm doing. Won't matter. And Mike's like, no, this has to be against the rules of the school. And Mr. Pugs is like, oh, yeah, totally. This is like super illegal. And at this point, Mike is just so confused. He is so taken off guard right now. Real quick, comment school down below if you made it this far into the video. That'll be the secret word of the day. And while you're in the comment section, commenting school, make sure to check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to the Spotify page in which I upload all these videos on Spotify. Please follow me on there and watch some podcast style whatever on Spotify from my account. If you use Spotify, I'm trying to build that up. And then also a link to my Storytime animated channel. I only post once a week, and I really do appreciate the support. Anyways, though, Mike's just so confused. He's like, why is Mr. Pugs so confident? And Mr. Pugs looks at him and says, Mike, you look confused. And Mike in his head is like, yeah, I'm confused. He's like, did you not just say that what you're doing is like super illegal? Mr. Pugs is like, yeah, man, it is. He's like, did you not just say that this is damning evidence that could totally get you? And he's like, yeah, I did. And he's like, and do you just think I'm not going to go to the principal with it? Do you just think that I don't have the guts? Because I will, like, I will do it. And Mr. Pugs is like, yeah, of course, I'll go with you. I'll tell him everything I'm doing. He already knows. And, at this point, Mike is just so confused. And, and Mr. Pugs is like, well, Mike, you're probably not the first guy to go to him. Like, you're definitely not the first guy to say, hey, I'm going to tell someone. But it really doesn't matter. Because, Mike, I want to let you know something. Human beings are complicated individuals, We have a lot of good, we have a lot of, questionable motives. Look, I'm a school teacher. I think I'm a pretty chill guy. I came to the profession, I want people to learn. I think you guys learn a lot in my class. I really do. But the other thing is, school teachers, we don't get compensated that well. And I know I'm getting paid a bit more than a public school teacher, but still not enough for, the sacrifice I'm making. So I'm just trying to make a little more money, man. I know this is not the most ethical way, but I just want to let you know, if you know enough about someone, and you know someone for a long enough time, and in the principal, I've known him for quite a long time, man. I've known him for a long time. And when you know someone for long enough, you start to realize that they are just like everyone else. They have their upsides, they have their positives, but man, they also have their drawbacks. They also have the skeletons. And let's just say that the principal probably wants to keep those in the closet. Those skeletons, they're not going to be unearthed. We have a little relationship. We have a little bit of a deal going on that he lets me do my thing and I let him do his. So go ahead, Mike. Go tell him. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll go with you, man. I'll go say that I did it too. I'll tell him everything. I'll say, Mike got me. Look at that. And I guarantee you, Mike, you will not get the result that you wanted. So Mike and Mr. Pugs, after Mr. Pugs finishes his freaking villain speech, right? They just kind of stare at each other for a second. Because remember, Mike went into this interaction with the upper hand in his mind. Mike went in thinking, okay, I got the edge in this convo. I basically got him by the nuts at this point. He's got to do what I say. Or, suffer the consequences. I win either way. Because in Mike's mind,
He would either be able to turn in work or not turn in work at all and get a good grade for free, or Mr. Pugs would be fired and he'd get a new teacher who's actually fair, right? So win-win. But what ended up happening was he realized that Mr. Pugs, right, Mike was playing checkers, but Mr. Pugs was playing freaking 3D chess. He was 10 moves ahead at all time. This was Emperor Palpatine level of planning. And Mike just stands there. He's a little bit like in awe. He's kind of like, this guy's low-key my hero, bro. But he's my villain. He's my enemy right now. But I'm kind of looking up to him a little bit. But mostly Mike was just, he got. Mike was God. And Mr. Pugs knew this. Mr. Pugs wasn't gloating. He wasn't smiling too heavily or anything. He wasn't like dancing, doing a little Fortnite default dance or something. But Mr. Pugs kind of just stood there with the same air of confidence as he's always had. And now that confidence made sense to Mike. Now Mike understands why Mr. Pugs is so confident. Because Mr. Pugs realized that he's good. Mr. Pugs could hit a teacher hit a student over the head with a textbook, being like, wrong answer. Let me beat it into you. Wouldn't matter, right? And Mike was like, all right, I see. Mike gets up and leaves. Mike goes back home, feeling absolutely defeated. I mean, understandably so. I mean, Mike went into this, putting in all this effort to try and get himself a good position. Mike did not see a scenario where he did not walk away winning. He was either going to get a free A's in the class or get a new teacher and be treated fairly. Now Mike's walking away feeling as if he can do nothing. So he goes back home, and immediately he gets a call from his friend on Discord. So he's in his chair, goes over, picks up the call, and this is a friend who got him the information and everything. And the friend's like, dude, did it work? Like, what's up? And Mike just goes on to just tell him everything that happened. By the end, so the friend entered the Discord call with all this excitement, giddy, joy, whatever. By the end of the call, the friend was dead silent. You could tell that this story knocked the wind out of his friend. And Mike's just like, and man, I just don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. So in a dire situation like this is why, like, look, sometimes you just don't have good relationships with your parents, and that's out of your control. But if there's any amount of control you have over that, I'm talking to you guys right now. Sometimes it's way too hard. It's way too complicated. I'm sorry for you guys who are in that position. But if you're in a position where your parent really wants to have a good relationship with you, you're not putting in the effort, please put in the effort. And this is an example of why. Mike had a good relationship with his dad. Very wise guy. People who live along, a lot of wisdom is through life experience, and it compounds over time. Your parents have had a lot of life experience for the good and the bad. And so Mike goes down to his dad, who's always kind of like his trusty navigator in times of crisis. And Mike sits down, he explains everything to his dad. And his dad kind of like thinks about it for a second and is like, oh, wow, you know, this is a situation you're in, Mike. This really is. And Mike's dad is like, well, Mike, we're playing the leverage game here. And it seemed that like the circle that you went to apply leverage was just too small. Mr. Pugs, your teacher, had already gotten that covered. But Mike, the world is a lot bigger than your school. And Mike is kind of looking at his dad with a very confused look. Like, what are you trying to say? And Mike's dad is like, well, Mike, I don't think you're out of the game. I think you could still win very easily. And Mike's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Mike, did you ever think beyond your school? And Mike's like, what do you mean? Like, what? And Mike's dad is like, you know the local paper. You know that, like, the guy who writes most of those stories or approves most of the stories, I'm actually close friends with. I used to go to school with him. You know, we were fraternity brothers together, and we just ended up in the same time. The same neighborhood. And I get coffee with him once a month. We catch up. Actually, I was going to see him in a couple days. I think you should let your principal know that, you know, you have a pretty good relationship to the local press here. And that a story like this is a story that they're looking for. They're looking for something like this. In the era of click-through rate and you need really exciting news stories, well, this is pretty exciting. And that's when Mike realized, instead of applying pressure against the Mr. Pugs, he now has to apply pressure against the principal. So anyways, the next day, Mike sends an email to the principal, asks to get a meeting. Principal's very like, yeah, of course. Like, come on in. Mike sits down. He's like, hello, realizing he's about to go to like one of the most high stakes
stressful, like something that you never expect when you're in 8th grade, man. So Mike explains to the principal, look, I'm in a situation. All I want is to not have to, and by the end, like he basically explains what Mr. Pugs does, and the principal is looking at him very like, kind of like a very awkward, like, I can't do anything about that. And he explains like, look, I know you can't necessarily do anything about that because you want to be on good terms with the teacher. And the principal's like, yes, fair enough. And, Mike's like, I just really want to go about just not having to pay for my grades. The principal's like, that is fair. Principal's like thinking about it. It's taking the principal like 30 seconds to respond to each prompt, even if the principal just says yes. He has to think about his words very carefully. And Mike's like, look, here's the deal. I need you to talk to, your teacher friend about changing his mind about me specifically. And the principal's like, well, I don't know. Like, Mr. Pugs is, he's very, very stuck in his ways. He's got a lot of personality, as I'm sure you know. And Mike's like, all right, I'll cut to the chase. My family knows the publications around here really well. He's got a really close personal connection with the head editor, whatever it's called, right? I have extensive and damning evidence against Mr. Pugs. It will be the top headline on Friday if you do not figure this out. And when Mike said that, the face in the print, like the face of the principal, all the color in it drains away slowly. The principal now realizes that this is dire. So yeah, let me just say that the rest of the story goes something along the lines of, nothing was ever aired in the newspaper, nothing was ever run, right? The principal kept his job, Mr. Pugs kept his job, and Mike, well, let me just say that he got an A in that class. This was an absolutely crazy story. I appreciate you guys for submitting the most insane stuff that has ever happened to you. Submit stuff to my Instagram in the description. Click on one of the videos on screen right now if you want to support the channel, and peace. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today we got a story time of a teacher destroying a spoiled rich kid who's acting super entitled and super obnoxious. Shout out teacher, W teacher. The spoiled rich kid tries to get his grandfather, who the school is literally named after, to get the teacher to be fired. But thankfully the story ends pretty well. I'm not going to reveal it, but yeah, I know you'll enjoy it today. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing. And with that all being said, let's jump right into it. So we're going to call a subscriber who submitted this story Brandon. So anyways, right, Brandon went to school with this kid. We're going to call him the spoiled kid. And this kid was extremely spoiled, and he was extremely entitled. And one of the main driving factors was this kid knew that the school basically was at the whim of his grandfather. So his grandfather founded some crazy empire, whatever, right? He was like the #1 steel manufacturer in this state or something. I don't know, something like that. And so, yeah, sure enough, the school is actually named after his grandfather because his grandfather, donated all this stuff to make the school really cool or whatever. And his grandfather still has a somewhat active role. I know in these situations, sometimes it's like someone donates a ton of money and then all of a sudden then they just kind of let it go and they don't even show up to the school anymore. That was not the situation here. The grandfather was still pretty active. I think he was a member of the board. He would come and inspect the school. He would take visits, whatever. He was always planning on giving a little bit more money, whatever. So yeah, the spoiled kid's grandfather is still a pretty active member. And yeah, so for that reason, the spoiled kid kind of thought he could do whatever he wanted because unfortunately, it was kind of true. Well, it was at least kind of true in the sense that a lot of teachers were basically scared of the spoiled kid because they realized, or at least if they didn't realize right away, they learned pretty soon from other teachers talking about it, that the spoiled kid's last name was not a coincidence. It was not a coincidence that the school, every building at the school, had the last name of the spoiled kid. So yeah, the spoiled kid for that reason and a lot of other reasons kind of just became a massive bully, jerk, entitled kid who, there was literally situations, the subscriber was telling me that there were situations where, this kid would legitimately just request a better grade and the teacher would be like, oh yeah, you know what? Let me check my grades again. Oh, actually you did better.
Like these teachers were genuinely super scared of this kid because, in all fairness, this kid's grandfather, as I was explaining, was a pretty active member, and they were really afraid that that he would have the ability to get them fired. Which, in all reality, the way that the school kind of depended on this guy, they probably would take the L and fire a teacher if it meant to keep this guy happy, which is a very questionable power dynamic in my opinion, but we're not going to get into that. So the subscriber comes from a slightly lower income demographic. So like instead of like so not like very super broke, but definitely living a lot closer to paycheck. Not exactly paycheck to paycheck, but essentially. So basically, everything's paid is what the subscriber put it like this. He's never he's never gone hungry. He's always had like lights, he's always had a roof over his head. He's always had heating in the winter. So he's always had the necessities, but literally nothing beyond that. Like that is the bare minimum. So yeah, a lot of times the subscriber will sometimes have to wear the same clothes a couple days in a row, right? Sometimes these things will happen. Sometimes he will have kind of outdated stuff, right? So yeah, this all happens one day when the subscriber's in class. So the subscriber had worn the same, sweatshirt 3 days in a row. He doesn't have a lot of sweatshirts, man. He might just have one. And it was cold, so he wore the sweatshirt. And he had a computer because a lot of kids brought computers into class. It made life a little easier, and you could also kind of go on it. And the subscriber had a real old computer, right? It was really old, right? It was pretty ancient, but at the subscriber's income level, like that was literally all he could have. So the spoiled kid one day, and remember, this kid is super entitled and also feels like he can say or do whatever he wants. So one day, the spoiled kid is sitting next to the subscriber, and I think the spoiled kid was bored or just wanted to feel better. Like he just wanted to feel better about himself. And guys, let me just say something. Whenever you make fun of someone and you temporarily feel better about yourself, long term, you're going to feel worse about yourself. You will be more at peace if you don't do that. It's a really hard thing to not do. I struggle with it all the time, but it's something I've been consciously trying to change. In my videos recently, I've been trying to give a little piece of wisdom that I picked up from other people just to make my videos a little more valuable to you guys. Anyways, right? So sure enough, the spoiled kid one day is sitting down next to the subscriber, and he looks over at the subscriber. He's like, dude, like, and they're both, okay, also, they're both sitting in the front row so the teacher can hear all this. He's like, dude, like, kind of wearing the same thing, like, a lot. Like, what's the problem? Do you not have anything else? And, like, that was legitimately the problem. He just didn't have anything else. So the subscriber was like, nah, man, I just like the sweatshirt. Like, what's it to you, bro? Like, I just like the sweatshirt. Like, it's not a big deal. And the spoiled kid's like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm also looking at that computer right now. Dang, I think my grandmother has a newer computer. I think that might have been the first computer ever made by the looks of it. Like, dang, man, you're real broke. And just like, I don't know, like, I've definitely heard like spoiled kids say like offhand comments about like stuff and either not be intentional, just like be in such their own bubble, such their own world that they don't realize, oh, what do you mean you can't afford a 7,000 vacation to the Bahamas with all the best resorts? What? Like, huh? Your father doesn't give you $20 billion a week? Like, I've heard stuff like that. That's like unintentional, but like, just like, bro, like, what world do you live in? But I've also heard kind of like intentional snide remarks, but I've never, ever heard someone be super blatant, be like, oh, lol, you're poor, lol, lol. Like, I've never heard it be that blatant. People have definitely basically said that. Like, they've basically said that, but I've never heard them say that exactly. So yeah, the subscriber is pretty shocked. He's pretty taken aback. He just didn't see that coming. Like, he definitely like felt like, okay, this kid's gonna say some snide remarks about the fact that I don't have the newest X or the newest Y. Like, the subscriber knew that the spoiled kid was gonna be super like a jerk about it, but he just did not see that coming, right? And like the teacher was like filing some paperwork or whatever at their desk before starting the lecture. And like the subscriber noticed in his peripheral that after the spoiled kid said, lol, you're poor type thing, right? That he literally stopped his paperwork. I think the teacher was like kind of listening into the conversation, right? I think he heard the other kind of snide remarks the spoiled kid made. And I bet the teacher would have let those slide. Definitely not like, I don't know, like approving of those comments, but it's just like, they could have been unintentional. They could have meant something else. Sure, they were very obviously a jerk comment to make. But the teacher really stopped doing what they were doing when the spoiled kid was like, oh, you're so poor, lol. Like, just something just so stupid like that. So the teacher stops what they're doing. And this, the subscriber's like, all right, man, like, what's it to you? And the spoiled kid's like, oh, I'm just making a little small talk right now. Like, bro is really just saying, I'm making small talk. And by small talk, I mean, I'm calling you poor. Like, damn, bro. I don't know what your definition of small talk is, but I know for a fact my definition is a little bit different. Yeah, I don't know about you, but when I'm trying to, like, talk to people, I might say something about the weather. I might ask what their major is. I might talk about, like, oh, what classes are you taking? I might ask about their passions. I'm not going to be like, looking real poor today. It's just it's just so out of pocket, bro. So, yeah, the subscriber, he just doesn't want to start anything. He's got so much to worry about already. He's got so much on his plate. The subscriber's like, all right, man, like, whatever. It's like, okay, I'm looking poor today. Cool. Like, okay. And that's when the teacher kind of like pipes up and was like, did I hear you right, spoiled kid? Like, I don't mean to pry, but did you just call this like your fellow classmate poor? And the spoiled kid's like, well, I mean, he is looking kind of poor today. You can't say that's not true, man. So the spoiled kid basically doubles down on calling this kid poor. Yeah, so yeah, sure enough, the spoiled kid, he doubles down on it, bro. And the teacher is just kind of shocked, and I think the subscriber's a little shocked too. Like, wow, the spoiled kid actually just doubled down on calling me poor AF today. Like, I mean, it's not like I'm that surprised, but at the same time, like, damn, bro, I didn't know you're gonna be that out of pot. I didn't know you're gonna be that mask off. Like, I realized like you're a jerk, but you just have no shame. It's like this boy, the subscriber's like, I low key kind of respect the honesty, but still. So yeah, the teacher was not having it though. The teacher's like, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to apologize to your classmate, and we move on from here. I don't think the teacher wanted anything to start from this, but at the same time, I don't think the teacher was going to allow the spoiled kid to do this, right? And the spoiled kid's like, what? Apologize for what, bro? I'm just making an observation, like, free speech, bro.
So yeah, sure enough, right, the spoiled kid is just basically telling the teacher, apologize for what? Like, what are you gonna do about it, bro? Like, look, the thing is, while the spoiled kid at this point hasn't blatantly said, my grandfather, like, owns the school, basically, so are you really about to, like, come after me? But the spoiled kid is basically implying it with what he's saying, and I think the teacher knows that the spoiled kid is basically implying it. So yeah, sure enough, the subscriber's just very awkwardly sitting there because I think the subscriber would have just preferred I think the subscriber's like thinks it's cool the teacher's coming at like standing up for him, but it's just so awkward right now. So yeah, sure enough, he's just kind of just sitting there, and the teacher like has said like I'm giving you one shot, like I'm giving you a chance to apologize. Like the teacher's being straight up, just like, look, I'm giving you the opportunity to come out of this, like you apologize. We both go our different directions, and life's good, man. Like, it's that easy. But you got to remember, this is the spoiled kid, and he's not going to let, an opportunity to be a jerk get away from him. So while the teacher's giving him an opportunity to just kind of like say, I'm sorry and move on, which kind of sounds like, the good idea, kind of sounds like kind of the, I don't know, honorable thing to do. But don't forget, this is the spoiled kid. That is not in his nature. So yeah, sure enough, right, the spoiled kid is like, I'm not apologizing for anything, man. And the teacher's like, well, we're going to have a problem then. The teacher says, I don't know. I mean, I think the teacher has known about this kid for a while. I think the teacher definitely knows, like, the teacher definitely knows the position this kid's in, right? And I think the teacher's just kind of upset. So the spoiled kid's like, you know what? If I say something, it goes. And you know why? I don't even need to say why. You already know. And the spoiled kid has this nice old smug look on his face. And the teacher's just looking at him. And the spoiled kid's like, you know what? The subscriber does look poor today. I'm going to say it again. I mean, look, he's worn the same sweatshirt for 3 days in a row. He does look quite poor. And look at that computer. I think my grandmother was born the day that computer came out. Yeah. And at this point, the teacher's like, just like, I don't know, starting to get like more and more upset. And at this point, most of the class is filed in, and a lot of them are starting to listen to this conversation. A lot of them are starting to like listen in to what's being said. And the spoiled kid, I think, is noticing this. I think the spoiled kid at this point realizes that he has the crowd.
Or he doesn't have the crowd in the sense that he has the crowd advantage, like people are rooting for him. I don't think a single person does. But he at least has the crowd's attention. He's like, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Like, I just called your student poor, because he is. What are you going to do? Like, you can't. And we both know why. And he has this, like, big old smug look on his face, right? And the teacher's, like, very obviously, like, calculating in their head, okay, do I blow up on this kid? It's probably going to have negative consequences, but let's see. So at this point, the teacher realizes that everyone's watching. It would have been a totally different situation if, like, not everyone was paying attention, but everyone was paying attention. So the teacher basically had to more or less, it would have been different if it was just the subscriber and just the spoiled kid and the teacher, but now, you know, the spoiled kid basically was calling the teacher's bluff. Because he's like, I know my grandfather runs the school, right? Like, good luck, bro. Yeah, so sure enough, the teacher is like spoiled kid, why would you say that about, you know, your classmate? And the subscriber's like, dude, stop dragging this out in his head. And then sure enough, the teacher's like, why would you say that? The spoiled kid's like, well, I was just making an observation, bro. Am I not allowed to make observations? And the teacher's like, no, of course you can make observations. But I'm gonna make an observation about you. And this is where things start to get real interesting. So yeah, real quick though, before we go into the teacher absolutely roasting the spoiled kid, if you made it this far into the video, go ahead and comment teacher down below. Comment W teacher. That will be the secret word of the day, or I guess the secret phrase if we're doing W teacher. If you're on Spotify, do the same in the Spotify comment section. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to check out the pinned comment on this video, as there's a link to the Spotify, which I would love if you guys could follow me on there. And if you use Spotify, go ahead to listen to me on Spotify as well. And also, I'm trying something out. If you guys could all, if you want to try this out and help me, just try a little experiment. Go ahead and click add to watch later on this video. Put in the watch later playlist. I think that actually boosts it long term. So yeah, we'll see if that works. And anyways, let's get back to the story and see exactly how the teacher's about to roast the spoiled kid. Oh yeah. So the teacher's like, if you can make an observation about your classmate, then I can make an observation about you. And the whole class is like paying attention. And the teacher's like, spoiled kid, like, you do not deserve anything that you have. The arrogance you have about you is about the success of someone who is not you. I've never seen anyone work less hard, have less integrity, hold them, and this goes on and on and on. The teacher probably goes a little too far with some of these things, but the teacher is just ripping into this kid, bro. Just going in and in and in and just talking about how, like, you know, he's spineless, how he, like, you know, like all this type of stuff, right? And by the end of it, the spoiled kid was completely shocked. The whole class was dead silent too, because the whole class kind of was aware of the situation of, like, spoiled kid's grandfather runs the show. Like, if you speak out against him, he is going to get you fired. But also the spoiled kid was so shocked, not just because, like, the teacher pulled his bluff, right? Not just because the teacher actually went through with it, which was, like, shocking enough in the first place, but also because he never had anything like that before. No one had ever confronted him on anything, basically. So this was like a first time for the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid was just taken aback. And so, yeah, the teacher just, after that, pivoted immediately just to being like, all right, well, in class today, we're going to, right. So he just goes immediately to the lecture. And the spoiled kid is silent for the rest of the class. However, this does not end here, right? The spoiled kid, not done yet. So, yeah, basically, right, the spoiled kid is dead silent for all of class. But here's the thing. It's not over yet. Because the spoiled kid is, like, wasn't silent in class because he was having a long reflection of how, like, I don't know, how, like, oh, well, it's a long reflection of maybe I should change my ways. Maybe, maybe I should be a better person. Maybe I should do something with my life. Maybe I shouldn't just ride on the coattails of someone else and, not actually do it. No. The spoiled kid was legitimately just plotting his revenge on the teacher right now. Just plotting his revenge, like, legitimately just, like, sitting there cooking, bro. He was cooking in the worst way possible. So yeah, immediately when the spoiled kid gets home, he like tells his parents about what happened. They're all mad and they call the grandfather. So the rest of the story is a little bit like through the grapevine in a sense that the subscriber wasn't literally in the room when this happened, but it became such a crazy story that like so many people heard about it and all this type of stuff. So take this for a grain of salt for a little bit, but overall the rest of the story is true, but a few details might be a little off. But at the end of the day, the conclusion is true. So basically what ends up happening is the spoiled kid goes to his grandfather, tells him like, "Oh, the teacher was super mean to me. I need you to get them fired." And the grandfather, who's very active at the school and basically funds the entire school, is like, "Okay, like, I'll look into it." Grandfather was going in probably like thinking, maybe I'm going to get this teacher fired. I think the grandfather had a bit more honor and respect than everyone else in his family. But so basically what happens is he goes in and like the teacher who had the whole blow up on the kid was called into the office. I think at this point the teacher was basically packing up, preparing to be like shipped out of there, being like, "Yeah, I went against the son or the grandson of the guy who basically funds the school. I'm done. I'm just done for. Like, there's just no point in even staying here anymore because I just know I'm done, bro. I just know it's time for me to pack up, maybe get a new job, maybe choose a new profession at this point. I don't know. The guy might be able to curse me wherever I go. Like, dude, I don't know this guy's power. He might have that ability. Who knows, man? So yeah, sure enough, right? The teacher is brought into the principal's office or the administrator's office, whatever, and the grandfather was there. I think this is like the first time the teacher's ever met the grandfather like face to face. However, you kind of figure out who it is just by like some random grandpa's in there. Nah, it's the guy funding the school, bro. So they go in there, and the teacher basically explains everything that happened and is very straight up and is very candid about all the things that they said. And so the teacher was just expecting that the grandfather was going to come in and basically just be like, "Oh, you can't say that to my son," all that kind of stuff, which, like, I can kind of understand. It's like, dang, you really called out my son like that, or my grandson like that in class. I can understand that to an extent. However, though, the grandfather, while listening to this, kind of realized who his grandson became. And while he didn't necessarily agree with the fact that the teacher said all of that in class, the grandfather cared a lot more about, the integrity of his son, or his grandson, sorry, than, the teacher really abiding by the rules. So the teacher is dismissed, and the grandfather has a discussion with the staff. Yeah, so anyways, the grandfather, is in the room having the teacher with the administration. And here's where I can't say exactly what happened, but based on the results, which is public knowledge, this is more or less what happened. The grandfather probably agreed that the teacher went a little bit too far, but requested that the teacher not get any punishment at all. Because he realized his grandson had developed an inflated ego, kind of because of him. I mean, it's not like the grandfather went in there and was like, "Oh, develop an inflated ego, believe you're better than other people." Obviously not. However, what I will say is that the grandfather is aware that because of his, his influence, his money, his status, and basically because he runs the school, that his grandson had developed a sense of entitlement and was really abusing it. It's not like his grandson knew, okay, well, my grandfather has a lot of sway. I'm not going to do anything about it, though. No, his grandson was literally like, "I'm going to call people poor and then flex on the teacher that I can do whatever I want and not expect any retaliation." And so when his grandfather was growing up, he had nothing, right? And he learned lessons about the world. He learned lessons about, natural law, what you sow, you will reap, right? If your actions will have, equal and opposite reactions. And the grandfather kind of saw that his influence, at the school was kind of almost negating the natural law, and he didn't want his grandson to lose out on such a great lesson, right? So the grandfather requested that, in fact, the teacher not get any punishment at all and have free reign to do or say whatever to his grandson. So yeah, sure enough, the teacher is instructed to tell the grandson, the spoiled kid, that he must apologize in front of the entire class. Yes, he must write something up and apologize in front of the entire class, or he fails the class. Sincerely, his grandfather. Yes, the spoiled kid does not take this well, is kind of calling bluff at first, but learns that, once he learns that his grandfather's behind it, realizes that no, the teacher not only will actually fail him if he doesn't do this, but his grandfather, that the bluff he was playing of like, oh, my grandfather will help me. His grandfather's now against him, bro. So yeah, he like the subscriber a couple days later watches as the spoiled kid goes in front of the entire class and apologizes to the subscriber for being disrespectful, apologizes to the teacher for being disrespectful, and apologizes to the entire class for wasting their time. And it's super forced and it doesn't feel genuine, but just the fact the spoiled kid is doing it at all just really shows a lot. If you enjoyed today's story, watch one of the videos on screen right now. It really does help out. Listen on Spotify too, and peace.
Do you guys all know that one bratty, spoiled rich kid? Well, imagine him for a second or her, and then make them 10 times worse. And that is the spoiled kid we have in today's story time. Let's just jump right into it. So we're gonna call the subscriber who submitted today's story Jake. So Jake has a cousin, a younger cousin to be specific, who is a spoiled rich kid. Jake saw his cousin 1 year ago last summer, and he was absolutely the worst. This kid, like a year ago, was in his hype beast flexing era, and since he comes from a rich family and his parents give him literally an unlimited credit card spending, when Jake saw his cousin last year, he was literally just spending the entire time flexing his super cool new Supreme brick or whatever he had, dude. Like, this kid was more focused on flexing his new Supreme Louis Vuitton t-shirt than actually trying to speak with Jake. And when he actually did speak with Jake, it would just be like, oh, Jake, let's look at your shirt. Oh, that's a poor person's shirt. Look at my shirt. It's super expensive. And I'm super rich, lol. Like it was like not a fun time. So Jake told his parents, he's like, or told his mom, because it's on his mom's side, and his dad is like, I'm not going to see your sister and her little bratty like brother or son or whatever. And no, so it was just Jake and his mom who went. And Jake explained to his mom, look, Mom, this kid's the worst. I don't want to hang out with him. And his mom kind of understood. But the next summer comes around, and apparently, like, Jake's mom and, her sister, or because that was, his cousin's mom, right, his sister, his aunt, they kind of, like, had a whole chat or whatever, and she was apparently not doing so well. The marriage was kind of getting a little iffy. So, Jake's mom was like, we'll be there for you. Don't worry about it. We'll get your mind off of it. And so the plan was not to see Jake's bratty, spoiled cousin, right? However, Jake's mom pulled him aside one day and said, look, I get it. He's the worst, but here's the thing. He's going through a lot, your aunt is going through a lot, and we're gonna be there for them. It's only 2 nights, 3 days, it's not a big deal, and we're doing it, end of question, you just need to get over it. And Jake's like, but Mom, and she's like, no. Sometimes you need to do stuff for family, even if you don't want to. So Jake wanted to protest, but he also kind of agreed with his mom. And he did feel bad for his spoiled cousin because at the end of the day, a little disclaimer, while I might make a little fun of what the spoiled kid does here, at the end of the day, it's a product of the circumstance of a lack of good parenting. If a rich parent gives their kid an unlimited credit card instead of actual love and attention, that kid is gonna be messed up. But at the same time, this video will be a good demonstration of what not to do if you do have money. So let's jump to the next summer, which was when this story took place. So Jake's in the car with his mom, and they're driving down. It's about a 2-hour drive from where they live, and Jake is just dreading it the entire drive up. He's just having flashbacks from last summer of being flexed on because the kid had this super expensive new shirt who was super cool, and he had all the Fortnite skins, but Jake was too poor to have the Fortnite skins. So Jake was like, Mom, like, can I just hang out with you the whole time? Like, I don't think it'd be that bad if it was just all 4 of us together. But whenever it's just me and my little cousin, and Jake's mom's like, Jake, you and your little cousin need to spend quality time together. I can't repeat this anymore. Like, I've already said it. And Jake's like, oh, Mom, please, he's the worst. And Jake's mom's like, he's going through a lot right now. You need to deal with it. And Jake's like, God damn it, okay, fine, whatever. So eventually, they get there. And they pull up, and it's a massive house. It's not like, I don't know, an entire country is like their own, right? But it's a pretty massive house. It has a big old driveway, big lush, foreground. And they get there, and, Jake's, aunt walks out, and she's like, oh, guys, so excited for you guys to be here. Goes up, gives Jake's mom a big old hug or whatever. And she looks down at Jake and says, Jake, you've grown so much, gives him a big hug. Your little cousin, he's just upstairs. And they look upstairs, and the window is open, right? So the window is open, and you hear, God, you're so trash. You're a bot. I'm gonna come and I'm gonna come and I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna do your mom. Basically, Jake's little cousin was raging, playing Fortnite super, super loud, and like they could all hear it. And Jake's aunt is like, your cousin's just having a little fun playing his little video games. Let's head inside, guys. So anyways, they go inside. Jake's little cousin eventually comes down. He's like not even paying attention to Jake, not even paying attention to anyone. He's on his phone and he's literally just going through TikTok. And Jake's aunt is like, come on, like spoiled kid, like TikTok. And he's like, he looks up for 1 second after Jake's aunt like forces him to, and he's like, hi. And then goes back on TikTok, right? And Jake's like, oh boy, this is gonna be a lot of fun. This is gonna be great. I'm so excited right now. Oh, yeah. And anyways, that first night, they go out to dinner. And it's a really, really nice restaurant. They go out, it's like one of the nicest restaurants in the area that they're in. It's really cool. They get there and they have reservations. So someone brings them to their table. And Jake is passing by all these people. And they were told to dress up. And so Jake had a, collared shirt or whatever. It wasn't like a $10,000 Louis Vuitton colored shirt or something like that. But bro, he had a collared shirt. He dressed up. He looked nice, whatever. He actually combed his hair for once. And, Jake and his friends, they're walking, or not Jake and his friends, sorry. Jake and his aunt and his mom and his little brother are walking over. Not his little brother, his cousin. You know what? We're just going to call the cousin the spoiled kid Ben, just so I don't have to keep being like Jake's aunt's son or all this kind of stuff. So we're going to call him Ben. That's his cousin for future reference. But Ben refused to dress up. So he came in his Fortnite t-shirt, which is like has stained, it's ripped and it's baggy, and then his super baggy sweatpants with his like Yeezy shoes. Before Yeezy shoes were controversial, back when it was like Fortnite hype beast would love Yeezy shoes, right? So he just came in like the most interesting outfit ever. So they sit down and they're handed menus, and the spoiled kid Ben is looking through the menus, and that's when he's like, Mom, why are we in such a crap hole right now? And his mom's like, language, Ben. And Ben's like, but Mom, I don't see any cheeseburgers on here. And Jake is just like thinking to himself, this is like a 4-star restaurant. I'm sorry they don't have chicken fingers and cheeseburgers, my bro. Like, what are you saying right now? So Jake's aunt like very calmly explains to Ben, hey, sweetie, so they don't have any cheeseburgers here, but there's a lot of stuff that I think you would like. And I'm sure even if there's nothing you see, I'm sure they can just go in the back and make you some buttered pasta or something I think you would like. And Ben starts getting big mad. He's like, they don't have cheeseburgers here? Want a crappy establishment. And Jake's Jake's aunt is like, Ben, enough with that language. Stop it. He's like, no, I want them to make me I'm going to request a cheeseburger whether they have it or not. So eventually the waiter comes over. And Jake is thinking to himself, okay, is my little brother just going to like order a normal person thing, or is he going to demand a cheeseburger immediately? I don't know. We'll see. So the waiter's like going around, asks Jake what he wants. Jake says something actually on the menu, because when you go to a restaurant, most of the time you tend to order stuff that's actually on the menu, which I know is completely ridiculous, but you tend to order stuff on the menu. Shocking concept, right? And eventually it comes around to Ben, the spoiled kid, and he is like, I will have 1 cheeseburger, please. And the waiter kind of looks at him and is like, sir, I'm sorry. That's not on the menu. We don't serve cheeseburgers, but I can give you recommendations based on your request. Basically meaning he'll give you the most unsophisticated meal possible to match up with your cheeseburger. But the spoiled kid, Ben, is like, no, I will not take no for an answer. I will have 1 cheeseburger. And the waiter's like, kind of turns to, Ben's mom and kind of looks at him, which is Jake's aunt, is like, can you help me here? Kind of like looks at her for a little like, can you help? And the funny thing is too, Jake's mom, instead of turning to Ben and being like, hey, Ben, can we choose something else? Because it's pretty clear that this establishment doesn't have cheeseburgers. She instead kind of looks at the waiter with this kind of look that almost implies, did you not hear my son? He demands a cheeseburger, so he shall receive a cheeseburger. So yeah, now the waiter's in a really awkward spot because he received no help from, Ben's aunt, or sorry, Jake's aunt, Ben's mom, right? And he's like, well, I don't know if I can get you exactly a cheeseburger, but I can try. And the spoiled kid is like, oh, that's fine, I guess. Off with you now, peasant. Goodbye. And like everyone at the table's like, did this kid just call this guy a peasant? And like the waiter, look, this waiter's taking this job because he needs money, and he really does not want to take any crap from some little kid, right? But what can he actually do about it? So yeah, sure enough, the waiter kind of just bites his tongue and is like, okay. Yeah, so the waiter eventually comes out with 2 slices of bread that are grilled and a slab of like ground meat that is in a patty and then a cheese on top. Basically a cheeseburger, especially when you don't have any of the ingredients for a cheeseburger and you just have to like scrap stuff together. And the spoiled kid, Ben, is like, this will do, I guess. If this is the best this establishment, and he's like doing air quotes, can possibly do, then I guess it shall do. And everyone at the table is just so embarrassed because, dude, this waiter in the establishment went above and beyond to try and like meet this kid's ridiculous needs of, I want something that's not on your menu and I demand it now. Like, bro, that's actually so freaking ridiculous, but whatever, right? So sure enough, guys, the next day comes around and the spoiled kid is still up to no good. So they decide that they're going to go shopping in town, and they're told, the spoiled kid and Jake are told that they should go shopping or whatever. And Jake's aunt is like, oh, Jake, Ben knows all the best places around here. He'll bring you somewhere really good. And Jake's mind, he's like, okay, great, that's awesome. That means I'll be brought to a store that has items that I cannot afford, and I will be mocked for how I can't afford them, and then the spoiled kid will buy everything in the store. That sounds like a lot of fun. I am so excited. Yay. Yeah, so the spoiled kid, right, brings Jake to a store. A very special store that sells hypebeast stuff. Something you might find a supreme brick at. Brick. Brick is the secret word of the day. So if you made it this far into the video, comment brick down below. And while you're down there, check out the pinned comment because I have a link to the Spotify, which you can listen to these stories to on there, and also a link to my second channel in which I have daily meme content. So make sure to subscribe to that with notifications on. And by the way, if you're a Spotify listener, make sure to rate 5 stars right now if you can. Thank you. And let's get back right to it. So anyways, sure enough, Jake is led around into these stores. You know, it's kind of like one of those, it's a place where a lot of these stores are. So like Louis Vuitton, Gucci, all the like the high-end stores are all in like one strip. And the spoiled kid is like, do you see this t-shirt? And Jake's like, yeah, dude, I see the t-shirt. He's like, this is $400. And Jake's like, okay. And the spoiled kid's like, and I will be purchasing it right now. Could you purchase this t-shirt, Jake? And Jake's like, no. And spoiled kid's like, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, maybe he didn't have like a butchered Peter Griffin laugh, but I don't know. Jake is just like trying to keep himself together. He's like, okay, this kid's going through a lot. Just hold your cool, man. And the spoiled kid's like, oh, Jake, what do you think about this t-shirt I have? And he picks up another t-shirt. Do you know how much this one is? And Jake's like, I don't know, like $300. He's like, wrong. That's a poor person t-shirt cost. This one is $600. And Jake's like, did this kid just literally say that a poor person t-shirt costs $300? Dude, t-shirts shouldn't cost more than $5. What are you saying right now? And Jake's like, okay, let's hold it together. And Jake's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. So he literally sits in the bathroom for like 20 minutes. And when he comes out, the spoiled kid's like, where have you been? I wanted to show you all the stuff I was gonna buy, but I got too bored and bought it anyways. And Jake's like, okay, dude, what? And you guys might be thinking, this spoiled kid is pretty bad. Let me just say that he is nothing compared to what he's about to do. So let's skip ahead till dinner. So once again, they were going out to a really nice restaurant. And remember, this was the last night. They were going to be in town for 2 nights and 3 days. So anyways, right, the spoiled kid, him and Jake had not had the greatest time during the day, or I think the spoiled kid had fun tormenting Jake, but Jake did not have the greatest time with the spoiled kid. However, Jake's mom and Jake's aunt, Ben's mom, they had a pretty good time bonding together. As I said in the very beginning, Jake's aunt was going through a little bit of a rough patch in her relationship with, her husband, and that was tough. It's always that type of stuff is always very difficult. And it was just really good to have some quality time with her sister. And so while Jake really didn't have a great time up to this point, he at least was able to appreciate the fact that his mom was it was super important that his mom was there, and it was probably fairly important that he was there, because even though Jake felt like he was being consistently ridiculed by his younger cousin Ben, he did kind of think a little bit that maybe he was kind of a role model, and up to this point, he had really kept his cool. So he was like, you know what, we're going to have one more great dinner at a great restaurant. Maybe Ben is going to call everyone poor and flip the tables, definitely not foreshadowing or something like that. He may or may not do something crazy, but I'm just going to enjoy the food I get. I'm going to enjoy the food I get. I'm going to have a good time. And then we're going to leave tomorrow at 10. Who cares? So they get to the restaurant. And let me just say that this is where the spoiled kid goes off the deep end. So they get to the restaurant. It's a really fancy restaurant, but not as fancy as the one before. So the one before, literally every single person in there had crazy nice suits on. Even Jake felt underdressed in the restaurant they went to before. And remember, that's the restaurant that the spoiled kid showed up in a Fortnite t-shirt and baggy pants, right? He really cannot be calling out anyone for looking underdressed, right? However, he's about to say something absolutely crazy. So basically, they walk into the restaurant, and the spoiled kid sees a family that is sitting there that is, I don't know, not wearing the nicest clothes. I don't know if they're middle class. I don't know if they're rich. I don't know if they're poor. I really don't know. I don't think that they're poor because it's a fairly expensive restaurant, but maybe they're middle class. Oh, good heavens! They're in the middle percentile brackets for U.S. family income. Oh my God, they're near the median. That's the worst thing ever, according to the spoiled kid. Because the spoiled kid sees a family minding their own business, right? Minding their own business, doing what they're doing, eating dinner. But the thing is, what the spoiled kid sees is they are not wearing super expensive Gucci shirts or whatever, right? So the spoiled kid immediately is imposter alert, the poors have entered the building, bro. Oh my God. So sure enough, the spoiled kid is excuse me for a second, guys. And Jake and his aunt and his mom are like, what? And they watch as the spoiled kid starts stomping towards this table. And they're waiting there because they're waiting to be seated. They weren't seated immediately like they were at the other place because this time they got there 5 minutes early to the reservation. The table just wasn't ready for them, which sometimes if you show up early, it's ready, sometimes it's not. But the spoiled kid starts marching towards this family. And while he's kind of far away, everyone can hear what he says. And the spoiled kid stops at this family and says, hello, poors. What are you doing at a rich person establishment? And the family stops eating and looks at the spoiled kid. And at this point, Jake is like, oh my God, this kid's, and Jake's aunt looks mortified. Jake's mom is like, oh no. And he's like, I am asking you politely to leave the rich person establishment, as it is very clear that you are not in the upper echelon income earners. You must be a rich person to dine here, and I refuse to dine with the lower classes. I refuse. And in the middle of saying that, Jake notices that his aunt sprints towards him. Ben's mom, Jake's aunt, runs up, picks up Ben, grabs him in the middle of the air, middle of the sentence, right, and drags him back. And Jake's aunt is like, we're going home. And, Ben's like, no, I saw they had a really nice sundae. I wanted to get the sundae, Mom. And she's like, you've lost that privilege. So Jake kind of turns to his mom, and Jake's mom kind of gives him a look of go with the flow, Jake. Go with the flow. We're not eating here, and that's okay.
Yeah, so they go home and this kid is grounded immediately. And this kid is sent upstairs with like a little something to eat. But instead, they all sit down at the dinner table, all three of them, as the spoiled kid has to sit in timeout for what he said. And yeah, the next day comes around and Jake and his mom go back home and they have a crazy story to tell.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story that my friend told me about where basically his little brother was telling him about this time where basically this kid came into his class and tried to convince everyone that he was Dream. Believe it or not, he wasn't Dream, but it actually turned out to be pretty funny because, you know, the kid really did believe that he could pull it off, but at the end of the day, man, no one was buying it, and it was a pretty good story, so I thought I'd tell it on here. Real quick, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. If you don't turn on the notifications, you won't see my story time videos that I try and upload every single day. And also, if you leave a like in the video right now for a limited time, I will give you literally nothing in return, just because I'm feeling extra generous. And with that being said, let's get right into the story. Alright, so this story was told to me by my friend, and so basically my friend has a little brother, and his little brother is in the 5th grade. Let's call his little brother Ryan, right? So Ryan is, you know, he's going to school, and this story took place last year, so it was pretty recent, right? So Dream was pretty popular at this time. Dream is still very popular now, but last year was kind of like the rise of Dream and his popularity. It was also kind of a very high point for Minecraft as well, so it was very popular, and obviously there's like a younger demographic that does tend towards those videos. Obviously, a lot of people watch them of all ages, but, you know, a lot of people in Ryan's class were a big fan of, you know, Dream and Minecraft and all those kind of good things on YouTube, man. And like, you know, I totally get it. When I was in 5th grade, I was a big fan of Minecraft and, you know, all the people that were doing it then. There was no like real centralized figure like Dream right now, or like when I was watching it, but still, I totally get it, and like that's cool and all. So Ryan is relatively into it as well, and a lot of his classmates are, and you'll normally notice like that every single day. Someone will be talking about it, it'll be some part of the discussion. So one day, Ryan is sitting in class, and him and his friends are talking about Dream. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but you know, maybe the new Minecraft manhunt video or something. Honestly, dude, if I was in 5th grade, I would probably be, you know, as hyped as they are about the Minecraft manhunts. I mean, to be fair, man, you know, whatever you think about Dream, those videos are entertaining. There's a reason why they get so many views. But anyways, Ryan and his friends were sitting in class talking about Dream's new video, whatever that was at the time. And then he noticed that one of his friends was kind of like looking at them and kind of like smirking a little bit and was trying to be super obvious about like smirking and like kind of like doing this big old smile. And this friend, let's give this friend a name. Let's call this friend Sam, right? So Ryan and his friends are talking about this Dream video, and Sam is just there smirking the whole time, looking at them. And eventually he walks over and he joins the conversation. He's like, so you guys really like this Dream guy on YouTube? And then he has this big old smile. And obviously, right, Ryan and his friends just have no idea what's going on, and they're just pretty confused, bro. They're just like, yeah, he's cool. I like his videos, right? Like, that's cool. Like, do you know who he is? And then Sam looks at them and has this big old smile. It's like, do I know who that is? And then like has like this big like look, right? And they're kind of looking at him. They're like, does he know who that is, right? Like they're not catching on, bro. And Sam is like starting to get like a little bit frustrated because he's trying to put on this big act and have them be all like mystified, but they're really just confused, which I would be too if I was in that situation. Ryan and his friends are kind of looking at Sam like, okay, bro, I don't know what your angle is. And then Sam looks at them and says, well, you know, I might know a thing or two about this Dream guy. And he gives him this big old smile, right? And then Sam says, have you guys ever seen Dream? And they're like, no, he's not done a face reveal. And then Sam looks at Ryan and his friends and he's like, so you guys don't know what this Dream guy looks like. So he could look like anyone. He could be anyone. And they're kind of looking at him like, okay, bro, like, sure, I guess. Like, we don't totally get the connection here. Like, we're not totally sure what's going on. We're not catching your drift, bro. And then Sam looks Ryan dead in the eyes and is like, what if I was to tell you that I know this Dream guy really, really well? Like, I know this Dream guy better than anyone else knows him. And at this point,
Ryan was really confused, and Ryan's friends were also really confused because they were starting to realize that he was trying to like imply something, and now he's making a claim that like he knows this dream guy, which they're like, okay, this dude obviously does not know this dream guy, but they're starting to realize that he's trying to imply that he is Dream, right? Because he just prefaced it with, there's no way you actually know what he looks like, so he might as well be me. So Ryan and his friends are like, they decide to play a little bit dumb because they really want a confession. Like, they want Sam to say point blank that he claims that he is Dream. Like, they don't want like to make an assumption, then like then have Sam be like, oh, like I didn't mean that. Like, you guys are crazy, right? Sam and Ryan and his friends wanted Sam to say. So they're like, we don't actually know what you mean, bro. Like, what are you trying to say? And Sam is like, come over here. And he kind of like has them come over. He's like, all right, quiet down. Don't make a noise when I tell you this. Don't be shocked. I don't want to draw attention. And Ryan and his friends are just like, oh boy. And Sam is like, Ryan, and then he says the names of the other friends there. I just don't know, and also just don't care. They're not important for the story, man. I'm sure that they're good people. But he's like, Ryan and friends, insert names, right? I have a confession. And he has this big old smile. And they're all just like, okay, let's see where this goes, bro. Because like they're just lost. And Sam is like, Ryan, you know that dream guy on YouTube? And then Ryan's like, yes, I know that dream guy on YouTube. We were literally just talking to you about him for like 5 minutes and you were being all weird. We also talk about him every day. Yes, I know that dream guy on YouTube. Yes. And then basically Sam says, that dream guy? Well, don't tell anyone, right? You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone, but that dream guy is me. And they just look at him like, bro? So they're kind of just looking at him, and I'm going to be honest, none of them believed him, even in the slightest. So they're like, okay, Sam, like, why should we believe you? We've never seen Dream before. You don't really sound like him. We don't think it's you, right? We don't really have any reason to believe that he's actually you, besides the fact that you just told us that you're him. Which we kind of just think that you're saying that because you've been noticing how everyone's been talking about him and really likes his videos recently. And then Sam is like, looks a little offended. He's like, you guys don't believe me? And they're like, hey bro, we really like you, but no, we honestly don't believe you. So then Ryan and his friends were like, okay, right, we can't really believe you right off the bat, but if there's any way you can prove to us that you're actually Dream, like, we would love to see that, because obviously, like, we don't totally believe you, which I hope you can understand. But if you're actually Dream, like, obviously that would be awesome. We love his videos. And look, Ryan's in 5th grade, bro. Like, Ryan didn't believe him, but he kind of wanted to. It would be really cool if one of his friends was actually, like, his YouTube hero, right? Like, that'd be pretty cool. So Ryan and his friends were like, okay, just come back with proof the next day. And then the next day rolls around, and Ryan and his friends are waiting, and they see Sam walk in with a big smile on his face. Sorry to interrupt the video real quick, but if you made it this far into the video, which you obviously did because you're listening to this right now, I would like you to go into the comment section of this video and comment door down below, like D-O-O-R, the thing you enter a room or a building with, right? Just comment door down below. It's kind of like a fun community thing we do just to see who actually watches the videos. And I've been trying to heart as many of those comments as possible. So if you want the top commenter achievement next to your name, go ahead and comment it down below. There's a good shot you'll get a heart this time, if not next time. And you can always comment it on old videos. I just comment heart whatever I see. Anyways, with that being said, let's hop right into the story. Right, so Ryan and his friends kind of get together because they see Sam walk in, Sam looks at them, and Sam has this big smile on his face. So Ryan and his friends were like, oh, wait, is he smiling because he actually has proof? And then for a second, they're like, and if he actually has proof, does that mean he's actually... Because look, let's be fair, bro. In 5th grade, I believed a lot of dumb stuff. Like, I was super gullible in 5th grade, right? So Ryan still didn't really believe it, but... he really wanted to, bro. So he was kind of excited to see what, the proof was going to be, because while he didn't believe it, he really wanted to. So Ryan basically goes up to Sam and is like, hey man, like, how are you doing? Like, do you have any proof? And he's like, by the way, if you were just saying that yesterday, like, we really don't care. Like, it's all good, bro. Like, it's fine. If you don't have any proof, like, don't worry about it. And Sam's like, no, I got proof. And he has a little smile on his face and he walks away. So all of a sudden, right, Ryan is like, oh my God, wait, he actually has proof? Like, he has to be, Ryan kind of jumped to conclusions. So what Ryan ended up doing is he told his friends this, and his friends were just super excited because, you know, they, in the back of their minds, they really thought it'd be super cool if they were to know Dream in real life or something. So they ended up telling, like, the entire class that Sam was Dream and he had proof. Right, so when Sam eventually finds Ryan and his friends again, basically the entire class comes over and more or less crowds around them. And all of a sudden, Sam's face, which used to be kind of like smug and like, ha ha ha, like I got proof, he seems to be evidently a little bit nervous because all of a sudden, it's not just Ryan and his few couple friends, it's basically like 70% of the class is just waiting for this proof. So all of a sudden, like, Ryan is like, okay, Sam, like, I got some other people here that are big fans of Dream. Like, it would be really cool if it's actually you. We're super excited to see the proof. And Ryan's like, Sam is like, yeah, no, of course. I mean, I'm planning on, yeah, I got you. Yeah, and then Ryan's kind of like, Sam, everything okay? Because Sam was, like, really wavering at this point. Sam's like, yeah, no, I got the proof. Let me just go get it. Let me get the proof. At this point, Ryan kind of realized that something was up because Sam was being very, very evasive and he obviously was not confident at all. And he kind of thought that he just kind of like ran away to like recollect his thoughts or whatever. And obviously, if you're actually Dream and you're just trying to show someone that you aren't going to be super nervous about it because you're you, right? But anyways, right, so he's kind of like, okay, this is probably nothing. But he still wants to see it through. He's still kind of interested to see what Sam had in the first place. So eventually, right, Sam comes back. And I would say, I was told that, like, I'd say like a third of the group was still there. So still more than Ryan and his initial friends, but a lot less of the classmates. So all of a sudden, right off the bat, Sam is a bit more confident to show his proof. So he goes up to them, he says, hey guys, sorry about that, I just lost the proof for a second. Here's the proof that I'm actually Dream. So he pulls out his phone and he shows a text message conversation. And the text message conversation is basically reads like, oh, when do you want to play Minecraft next? I want to record a Minecraft manhunt video. And if you look at the contact name says George Not Found, which if you don't know, that's the guy that Dream, the Minecraft guy, normally plays with. But right off the bat, everyone was like, whoa, 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 whoa. If you're actually right, if this is actually George Not Found, Dream wouldn't have his contact labeled as his Minecraft username, right? So all of a sudden, they click into, like, they say, hey, can I see that for a second? And Sam's like, but he was too late. And one of the friends actually grabbed the phone, right? And when they grabbed the phone, they clicked into the contact to see what the number was. So they click into the number, and obviously it's a number that, you know, they didn't necessarily recognize off the bat. But then Ryan realized that the area code was the same area code of, like, people and his classmates. They all didn't live exactly in the same place, but it was a familiar area code. So all of a sudden, obviously, there's a ton of red flags at this point. First of all, his proof is a text conversation, like, come on, man. Second of all, the contact is George Not Found. That's like if my mom had my contact as Connor Pugs, like, bro, that's just not how it's gonna work, right? So then Ryan decides to just call the number. He's like, hey, I'm just gonna call this number. And at this point, Sam was sweating. He's like, oh no, George is asleep, he's in England or whatever, right? Which obviously is not the case because it wasn't even like a British area code. It was literally the area code of like 20 minutes away from the school, bro. But anyways, they call the number and then they hear a phone buzz in class. And then they look around and they see that one of the guys standing on the other side of the room, his phone is ringing. And the guy probably wasn't paying attention to what was happening because he picked it up. I guess he was like spacing out or he's far enough away that he didn't totally realize what was going on. And he picks it up and he was like, "Hey Sam, what's up?" And it was just over at that point, man. So after that, Sam basically explains that, yeah, no, he wasn't actually Dream. And Ryan was like, okay, I kind of knew that the whole time. Like, it would have been cool if you were, but I didn't really expect that. And Sam was basically just like, he saw how much, like, you guys liked the Dream, the Minecraft guy, and how he really just thought it would be fun to, like, if he could pretend it was him, and how you guys would, like, be so excited and whatever. And they all just kind of agreed that it wasn't a big deal. But I just thought that was kind of funny how the whole thing went down. And obviously it's not that big of a deal, but it was just a pretty funny story. And my friend's brother Ryan, right? He had a good story to bring back home, which was eventually brought to me and was brought to you on the channel. If you enjoyed today's video and want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my videos. I'm going to have some old story time videos up on screen right now, or if you don't see them on screen, just go ahead and click on my channel. Or you can watch the Storytime playlist, which will be on screen, or it'll be linked in the description. And it was, guys, thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, and yeah, see you in the next one. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story time for you that was told to me by one of my subscribers, where basically the subscriber went to a summer camp and he met this guy, and this guy claimed that Dream went to his school, right? So it turns out that this guy that claimed that did not live too far away from my subscriber. So my subscriber actually decided to fact check his claim and showed up at his school one day, and it was absolutely hilarious, and I had to tell the story. If you enjoy storytime videos, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. You need to turn on notifications to make sure you do see all the new videos. And also leave a like on the video, as I'll give you nothing, which is pretty cool. Anyways, let's get right into the story. So this subscriber went to a summer camp, and the summer camp was towards the end of the summer, and he had to go back to school in about 2 weeks after the camp ended. And this camp was a sleepaway camp that was located about like 20-30 minutes away from his house, so not too far away. And anyways, he gets to the camp, and he's a little nervous because he doesn't really know anyone there. And his mom drops him off. He's like, hey, and she's like, hey, you're gonna be totally fine. Like, I'm sure you'll meet people, all that good stuff. This subscriber was a pretty big fan of Dream. This was about like a year ago or a year and a half ago, when Dream kind of like was really like popular for his Minecraft manhunts. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't really watch Minecraft content anymore, but back when Dream's Minecraft manhunts were like super popular, like he just came out with them, they were pretty entertaining. I'm gonna be honest. Like, feel free to hate on me, bro. Like, those things were entertaining back in the day. Anyways, he was a pretty big fan of Dream, so he gets to the camp, right? And that detail is more important later on. So he gets to the camp, and they basically say, okay, well, we're gonna have a little meet and greet thing before we head off into groups or your cabins, so you'll have an opportunity to meet people. And also you'll have an opportunity to meet people at your cabin. And when they said that, the subscriber is feeling much better. He's like, okay, you know what, I'll definitely be able to meet people here, right? So the subscriber goes to this area where all these other kids are, and he's kind of standing by himself, but he also notices that everyone else at this camp is more or less standing by themselves, because no one really came here with friends except for a couple guys, right? But basically what they do is when the camp counselors come out, and they're like, okay guys, right, let's break up into smaller groups. So they counted off like into 9 different groups. So they went around going like, you're a 1, you're a 2, you're a 3, if you guys have had that happen before. So this guy gets a 4, a pretty unnecessary detail. I just remember it from being told it, right? So this guy gets a 4, he's in group 4. He goes over and he starts talking to some of the other people. And they start off with like the hey, like, where are you from? What grade are you in? How old are you? What sports do you play? And then you kind of move on to what do you do in your spare time? And some people were like, oh, I play whatever sport. Some people are like, yeah, I play some games, right? Kind of standard stuff. And then someone brought up how they watch a lot of YouTube. And then some people were kind of talking about like, oh, I also watch a lot of YouTube. And they're like, oh, what YouTubers do you like? And some people said that they liked, I don't know, Logan Paul. Some people said that they liked like some kind of makeup YouTuber guru, because it was a pretty diverse mix of people. But there was a couple people that were like, oh, like I really watching Minecraft videos. And then another guy says like, oh, which ones? And then like the subscriber actually pipes up and says, hey, I also like watching Minecraft videos. I like watching Dream's Minecraft manhunt videos. I'm a pretty big fan. And then this kid kind of speaks up. And by the way, this kid lives near the subscriber, because earlier they said where they're from, and the subscriber and this kid live basically in the same area. However, they're in like different area codes or districts, so they go to different schools, right? But they live in more or less the same area. So this kid kind of pipes up, and I don't think he totally realized how like close the subscriber lived, or he heard it and kind of just forgot. I'm not 100% sure how, but anyways, he says, "Oh, you like Dream? I know something very special about Dream." And then like the few people, including my subscriber who knew Dream, you know, their ears kind of perked up because they're like, you know, I like this guy. I watch him on YouTube. That's pretty cool. Like, you know, I like this guy. What's the interesting thing? Like, I'm curious. And the guy said, you know, Dream actually goes to my school. And they just kind of looked at him like, no, he doesn't. And he says, no, he really does. And he's being very firm about it. Like, he's being very matter of fact. And then they're just like, they're not 100% sure why he would lie. I mean, maybe because like he just heard that they like Dream and like he's trying to like impress them or something. But then he says, no, here's a photo. And he takes out a photo and he shows them some blonde guy. And you know, you have to remember that at this time, and even at this time, Dream has never done a face reveal. I think he's maybe blonde or brown hair, but no one really knows what he looks like. So they're all like, okay, dude, we don't actually know what Dream looks like, but that could be him. The subscriber was thinking to himself, well, that could be him, I guess. Like, I don't see why it would be, but I also don't see why it wouldn't be. So if he's being so like, if he really thinks so. Anyway, so the breakout group ends, and then they're asked to go to their sections, which they were told in the beginning. Basically, that's where their like sleepaway camp area is. And they break up into groups, and the subscriber notices that the guy who claimed that Dream went to his school happened to be in his camp group. So he went up to him, he's like, hey, I'm from the group earlier. And the guy was like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then they kick it off, right? He's a decent guy, like they have some good conversations, and he's kind of the friend that the subscriber has while he's at this camp. Well, he doesn't like press him right away because the subscriber thinks, okay, if Dream actually goes to his school, like I know he offered up that information, but he probably doesn't want me talking about it all the time to him. Like I'm sure that if it's actually true and he tells people that like people bug him all the time about it, and it's only going to get worse as he gets more popular. So maybe I'll just like let him chill out. Like I just won't, like, you know, I just won't ask him for a second. Like that seems fair enough. But after about a day or two of them just hanging out, they're at lunch together, and the subscribers is like, okay, it's been enough time. I gotta know. Like, I gotta ask some questions. This is just way too interesting. So the subscriber asks this guy, like, okay, well, how do you know that it's actually Dream? And so this guy goes on to say, like, Dream goes to my school, and I knew him for a long time. I was never super close with him, but, you know, he was just telling people, like, that he had this channel and that he was posting videos about PewDiePie's seed back in the day before those videos blew up in popularity. So, like, he told people to subscribe and such, and then I did. But then his videos started getting really popular, and I just knew about it before. And while he didn't really go around telling people this afterwards, I was just one of those guys that he told before, because I totally had a class with him, and yeah. So that's just how it happened. So this dude was not sounding confident at all, but the story honestly wasn't that bad. The story somewhat made sense, and you know, if I'm thinking about it now, that story would more or less make sense. Like probably Dream would tell his friends or people even he didn't know that well to give some of his initial videos a little bit of a boost, because if you don't know, the hardest thing about YouTube is starting, honestly. Like once you have an audience, it's not easy because like YouTube is hard no matter what, but it is so much easier to get your videos surfaced. So in the very beginning, even a small push from just a few people could be the make or break to get you a YouTube career. So the story actually would make sense that like if you were to know Dream before he was famous, it wouldn't like completely be not plausible that he went around asking people to watch the videos, and then when he got really popular, he didn't want to talk about it. So while the guy was not really confident and it somewhat sounded like he was making it up off the top of his head, the story kind of checked out. Real quick, I'm going to interrupt the video and ask you guys comment Christmas tree down below if you made it this far. Basically, around halfway or further through the video, I just have people comment to see who actually makes it this far into the video, because I do appreciate that. We're kind of going on a Christmas theme, so yeah, comment Christmas tree down below. And also heart as many of those as I can. I don't get to them all, but I do my best. So if you want to farm hearts and try and get top commenter on the channel, that's the best way you can go about it. And also, if you want to DM me a story and appear on the channel, my Instagram is linked in the description, or I give the handle, and just send me stuff there. That being said, let's get back to the story. Anyway, so the subscriber at this point was not convinced, but he also was not convinced that it was fake. He was kind of torn. The story made sense. The guy had a lot of conviction, and he did show a photo of some random blonde guy, which maybe was Dream. Like, he was very confident about it. The story made sense, but he also wasn't sure because, one, it could totally be something you could fake, and also, two, when asked more questions, he was not confident about it. He felt very shaky, and the story sounded a little weird. So anyways, the subscriber is kind of confused, but he goes on just being friends with this guy and hanging out because while he's a little, suspect about this claim, the dude's actually not a bad guy, and he enjoys talking to him. They also have a lot of similar interests. They play Minecraft. They also both play baseball. Like, this dude's not bad. They have, like, genuine connection or whatever. And then the guy, the camp kind of comes to an end, right? It's about a week, and they're about to go home. And my subscriber says, hey, you go to such and such school, right? And because he knew that he lived close. The subscriber lived close to this guy, and there were a couple high schools in his area. He went to one of them, but there were also a couple others. And he was able to choose, he randomly chose one of two, and he knew that if the guy said no, then it was the other one, and he knew that if the guy said yes, well then, he said yes, he went to that one. And the guy who claimed that Dream went to his high school was looking at the subscriber and was like, yeah, how did you know? And he said, oh, you don't remember, we both said we lived in the same area. And the guy kind of gets not shifty, but like is like gets a little kind of like, not like, he's obviously not geeking, right? He's not geeking out, but he obviously is like, oh, you know where my school is and we live close to each other? And the guy's like, yeah, maybe I should, the subscriber says, oh yeah, maybe I should stop by sometime. Like, you were a cool dude. Cause they're kind of packing up, they're getting ready to go. And the guy's like, yeah, no, 100% totally. Like, we should 100% do that. We should 100%. Like, the guy was really trying to just like dodge the question. He was trying to get out of there. And the subscriber was like, that was definitely a red flag because like this guy was pretty reciprocal in their friendship. Like, the dude was not just like hanging out with them, like, and like trying to like avoid him, the subscriber. This guy was like actually friends with the subscriber. They related a lot. They had a lot of good times. So normally like you would be kind of like, yeah, 100%. Like, actually, let's plan a time to hang out. The dude was just 100% avoiding the question. His like answers were kind of shaky in response. Like, it was a big red flag. So the subscriber actually had an idea because he really wanted to test the claim if Dream actually went to his school, because one, he's genuinely curious, and two, he didn't really believe the guy, right? And he was interested enough that he wanted to go through with something. So the subscriber tells the guy who said that Dream went to his school, he basically tells this dude that, hey, I'm not too far away from your school, I'll stop by one day. And you don't have to tell me, like, you don't have to introduce me to the Dream guy, but I'd love for you to point him out. And the guy's like, haha, yeah, that's totally cool. Like, my school has kind of a weird schedule, so if I'm not there, like, it's just because, like, I got a weird schedule. I got a lot of things I'm doing, like a lot of random travel and stuff. But if I'm there, dude, 100%. So kind of a red flag of an answer, right? The subscriber says, oh, yeah, by the way, what's your Instagram? And the guy's like, oh, kind of like happy that that the subscriber's changing subjects. The guy's like, oh, yeah, no, okay, here it is. So they exchange Instagrams. And then eventually the subscriber's mom comes, picks him up. They say goodbye, and the subscriber basically has 2 weeks before he goes back to school. So he's kind of sitting there. He doesn't really have anything planned for those 2 weeks. It's kind of like an awkward period of time because he has to prepare to get back to school, and it's also like not really enough time for them to like plan to do anything big. So he kind of is just like chilling for the last 2 weeks. So the subscriber decides to look up the school schedule for the friend he met at camp that claimed Dream went to his school. He wanted to look up the schedule for the school, and it turns out that that school was actually starting 2 days earlier than his. He wasn't 100% sure why, but for some reason they just were, and he's like, okay, I'll accept that. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. That means when they're in session, I won't be in school, and I can easily go over. So he looks at the school, and he looks it up on maps, and he's like, okay, this is actually like a 25-minute walk away. Yeah, it's a bit of a hike for sure, but I'm kind of too invested in this not to go through with this, man. Like, I'm a little bit too invested at this point. So while the subscriber is planning to go, like kind of planning this out, figuring out what day, figuring out like if he's gonna eat lunch before, after, trying to like figure out when's the best time to leave, he has the idea and just like casually looks on this guy's Instagram that he met at camp. And he's looking on the Instagram of this guy and he's kind of just scrolling through. He's seeing photos of him with like his parents, with his cousins, photo of him like doing baseball, right? And then he sees a photo of him with some of his friends. And then something very interesting happens. He sees the guy who he met at camp with some friends. And one of the friends is a blonde dude. And this, okay, no, it doesn't mean he's instantly dream, right? But this blonde dude happened to be the guy that the friend at camp showed as like, this is Dream, guys. Like, guys, I'm telling you, Dream goes to my school. Look, here's proof. The guy that he showed as proof was one of his friends, which was interesting because when the guy was telling about like the story with Dream, he said that he didn't know Dream that well, and the only reason he knew that like he was the YouTuber is because he happened to be like in a class or something with him. So he was just like close enough that Dream asked him to like watch his earlier videos, but not close enough to really like hang out with him. So that was like red flag number like 900. So at this point, the subscriber kind of knew that he caught this friend in a lie, but he really wanted to follow through with it. He said, I put too much work into this, and I really just kind of want to catch him in the act. He thought, he doesn't like dislike the guy, but like obviously if you're going around like lying about stuff and you get caught, maybe you'll stop lying. So he's like, you know what, maybe this is for the greater good before someone who actually gets upset, because the subscriber said, I don't really care, but maybe someone else will. So let's put an end to this. So the day comes, right? The guy's school is open. The subscriber is off from school for another day. And he eats lunch. He eats a big lunch where it's basically a brunch, so he can kind of have the whole day to, you know, scout out the school, try and find him, right? And so he makes the walkover. And while making the walkover, he actually sends this guy a DM, the guy he met from camp. And he said, hey, I actually don't have school today. I see that you're in. I happen to be really close. I'm just gonna stop by in like 10 minutes. Like, just let me know if you're there. I love to like catch up, right? And the guy responds within like 10 minutes. He says, oh, dude, like, I'm so sorry. I'm still in one of my trips. I'm actually still in Europe right now. Flights got weird, man. They got delayed. I don't know what happened, but I just won't be there today. Like, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, maybe you can come later. I don't know if you can even get in right now because I'm not there. They're going to be so weirded out. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'll see you soon. Like, guy was acting weird. Little spoiler, he was not in Europe. So the subscriber gets to the school, and he's actually kind of curious about something. So he sees the guy, and he seems to be about the age of the guy he met at camp. So he asks him, he said, hey, like, sorry, like, I'm looking for a friend here. Do you happen to know this guy? He pulls out his phone, and he doesn't show the guy the photo of the friend he met at camp. He shows the photo of the so-called Dream guy. And the guy looks at him, and he kind of just gives him this look. And for a second, the subscriber thought that, like, oh my God, what if this is actually Dream, and that's one of his friends, like, trying to protect him? Like, wait a minute, was this guy telling the truth the whole time? No. This guy says, look, that's like one of my best friends, and I think I know why you're here. So did so-and-so, and he lists the name of the guy. Let's just call him John. Let's say that the guy who said the Dream went to his school at the camp, let's call him John. So the guy that like the subscriber meets, he said, hey, did John say that this guy is Dream? And the subscriber says, yeah, he did. And the guy kind of lets out a sigh. He's like, oh boy, another one of these. So the guy says, look, this is one of my best friends. He doesn't even play Minecraft. We just play Call of Duty together. There's no reason for him really to be Dream besides the fact that he's blonde. So basically, John just goes around and tells people that at places where he doesn't think it'll get back to him, like an idiot, man. Like, you're not the first person to come here. This has happened before. And my friend was actually confronted by another guy who thought he was Dream. And we told John to stop this, and John said that he won't do it anymore. But he told other people at camp this, so maybe he should expect it. And the subscriber was like, oh, wow, so I'm not the only one who came to the school to see if this guy was actually Dream or not? And the guy's like, no, John told like a bunch of people at camp. It's super annoying. My friend's really annoyed, and honestly, since there was this one guy, we really let him off. Like, we let him off. But since there's like multiple guys and you're the second guy, and maybe there's going to be more people coming, you know what? I think we're going to tell on John to the principal. And then my subscriber is like, bro, like, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Like, John's a decent guy. I don't know why he'd lie about this. And the guy says, you know what? It's really been causing a lot of trouble, but maybe we won't tell on John. We won't tell on John. But maybe you should talk to John. And John's in class right now. And the subscriber says, he said he was in Europe. And the guy laughs. He said, Europe, bro? If he means Europe by over there, then maybe he's in Europe, but he's right there, bro. And he points to like a classroom. And he said, hey, they're out in like 5 minutes. Just stand outside. So the subscriber's like, okay, I got nothing better to do. And if it's really 5 minutes, might as well do that. He's like, sorry, man, for like bothering you. I probably shouldn't have actually come. Even if it was Dream, like that's not cool for me to invade the privacy. And the guy's like, no, man, you're honestly fine. It's just not cool what John has been doing. So he says, like, all right, man, I'll see you around. Like, John should be out any minute now. So the subscriber goes over and walks outside and stands outside the door of John. And the classroom, you know, the bell goes, kids start filing out. John is walking out all casually, and then he just makes contact with the subscriber and just goes pale. And the subscriber's like, so you're not in Europe? And then John doesn't even try. He's not anything like, oh, my flight actually didn't get canceled. No, he's like, hey, like, I'm sorry. I lied to you about the Dream thing. I just wanted to make friends, and I thought you guys would want to be friends with me. Like, if I had something cool about me, I just don't feel like I'm that cool or have anything interesting, and why would someone want to be friends with me, right? So I thought it'd be a cool thing to say. And like, when I realized that you could actually come and see, like, I realized that, you know, my lie would not be able to stick, and I didn't want you to come for that reason, and I'm sorry. And the subscriber was taken aback by how honest John was all of a sudden. And he's like, dude, I'm kind of hurt that, you know, that you lied to me consistently and didn't eventually just tell me, like, right away. Like, but I do think you're cool, and you don't need to lie about these things, man. Like, I genuinely enjoy being friends with you. Yeah, I'm a little shaken because you lied to me, even though I kind of suspected that. But everything else was kind of cool. And he said, genuinely, if you want to hang out, like, I'm down. Like, you know, maybe give me a sec to, like, get over this, but you're kind of cool, bro. Like, I would enjoy hanging out with you. And the guy, John, was like so taken aback by that he's like, yeah, man, I'm so sorry about that. We should really hang out. And that was the end of the story. So kind of a wholesome, good ending, but kind of a crazy sequence of events. And I thought you guys would really enjoy that. If you have a little bit of time and want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my story videos. Watching old story videos really helps promote the channel, and you can do that by watching any of the videos on screen right now, or even more easy, you can just click on the Storytime playlist that has all my Storytime videos together in one place. If you don't see it on screen, it's also first link in the description, so go ahead and watch that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Leave a like, subscribe, and yeah, see you in the next one. Peace. Minecraft kid of, well, I mean, you can read the title. Normally I tell you guys to grab something to eat, but dear God, please do not grab anything to eat while you listen to this story. Anyways, let's call the subscriber Nico, and subscribe if you like stories anyways. The subscriber who sent in today's story, which you can send it to my Instagram, we're going to call him Nico, right? So this all happened one day when, you know, Nico was in class, and he was kind of just chilling, thought it would be a normal day, but his teacher comes in and announces that today is going to be a really special day, and it's not even going to be a special day, it's going to be a special fun day. So not like, ooh, it's special because we have a massive final exam, but ooh, it's special because we're going to be doing only fun activities today. And it was kind of a surprise that the teachers of the 5th grade, by the way, Nico was in 5th grade when this happened, the 2 5th grade teachers decided that they wanted to collaborate and give their students a break and also make it kind of a surprise. So the teacher announces that the other class, the other 5th grade class, as there were 2 5th grade classes for his 5th grade, the other 5th grade class was going to come into their room, they were going to randomly partner up, and then they were going to do a lot of fun activities today. The entire class was really stoked, and so was Nico, because, like, dude, he didn't want to be doing any homework, he didn't want to be doing any math, you know how it is, and to be surprised with, like, a really fun day, it's just a good day, man. Things are going to be good. So anyways, right, almost on cue, within, like, as, like, the teacher said the other class will be coming in, they hear a knock on the door, and the other 5th grade teacher opens it up and says, hi guys, like, I hope you guys are ready for your surprise today. Everyone is like, yeah, it seems like it's going to be a good day. Well, it's not. At least not for Nicholas, or Nico as we're going to call him. Because
I mean, everyone else is going to have a great day, but you already saw the title. You already know how bad this is about to get. Anyways, right, so they were assigned with random people from the other class. And there was this kid in the other class who every single day wore the same creeper hoodie, like every single day without like a doubt. Like he wore the same creeper hoodie. I think you guys know them. It's like, you know, the hoodie that you can buy that has like the creeper head on it and then the creeper design. I mean, look, if you wore that, that's totally fine. As long as you don't wear it every single day without washing it, you're fine in my book. But the thing is, right, this kid either had 7 identical creeper hoodies or he just wore the same thing every day without washing it. And by the smell of it, not by the look of it, you could definitely tell that he was not washing it. And this was the 101 copy. Anyways, right, so being randomly assigned someone, Nico gets gets the short straw, you know how it is, and he gets assigned with the Minecraft kid. We're just gonna call him the Minecraft kid because he's always wearing that hoodie. And so the Minecraft kid walks over to Nico's desk, sit down, says, "Hey man, how's it going?" And Nico's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And immediately as the kid sat down, Nico had to like prepare. He had to make sure he didn't like gag, just like gag on reflex, because there was like an aura of stench. Like the odor probably had a mass that was heavier than the air around it. In fact, it was probably heavier than water. It would be sinking. The water would be floating. Like it was that crazy, right? So he sits down and he goes like, "Ooh, how's it going, man?" And the thing is, right, sometimes kids don't smell that good. I don't know, maybe you just didn't take a shower, maybe you forgot the deodorant. That's totally okay, but normally there's not an aura of stench, you know? Normally they're not so stinky that if you were like 5 feet away, you would smell them. Like, it's normally not that bad. And Nico wouldn't have really cared if the kid wasn't like the best smelling kid ever. He wouldn't really care if, like, I don't know, he lifted up his his underarms and oof, that kind of smelled kind of bad, right? But the fact was, the Minecraft kid literally had like an aura of stench around him. So Nico was like, "All right, I'm just gonna power through today, right? It's fine." And the teacher at the front of the class said, "Guys, like we have some like, you know, this is like we have like a really fun activity. And the first activity planned for you guys, it's gonna be an outdoor activity and it's gonna be a fun game." And the whole class is like super excited. And the thing is, right, Nico's actually kind of excited too, because he's thinking, all right, outdoors. The stench will probably dissipate or at least be less strong if it's outdoors. So this is a massive win for me. It was a massive win until the teacher announced that this special outdoor activity would be hide and seek in teams. And Nico's just thinking to himself, oh no, oh no, because he realizes, right, hide and seek means that like him and the Minecraft kid with his stench aura, or they're gonna have to hide together. Like they're probably gonna have to hide together in very compact, close places. And the stench aura, Nico assumes, is only gonna get more and more intense and terrible the closer you get to the origin. Which, like, he was 5 feet away from the Minecraft kid and he was barely making it. So, like, imagine being, like, directly there. Nico was like, "Man, I gotta practice not breathing for, like, an hour at a time because that's the only way I'm surviving this." But anyways, they all head outside. And real quick, the secret word of the day, it's Minecraft. I know, it's nothing that creative, but it is what it is. So comment Minecraft down below. I'll try and heart your comment as a way to say thank you for making it this far into the video. When you guys watch my videos for a long time, it really does help out the channel. And also, if you want to binge watch these videos, make sure to let me know in the comments and I'll try and say thank you back, as it really, really does help the channel. But anyways, right, they head outside and they're preparing for their hide and seek adventure type thing. And so they go out there and the teacher's like, "All right, so we're gonna choose who is gonna be the, you know, the one who's gonna seek, and we're gonna figure out like everyone else is gonna go hide." Nico was praying to God that he was going to be the one, or his team of him and the Minecraft kid were going to be the seekers. Because if they were the seekers, dude, they didn't have, like, Nico didn't have to worry about being in a tight, cramped space. He just had to, like, he could be literally, like, 20 feet away trying to, like, he'd be like, "Oh, let's split up so we can divide and conquer," which, AKA, like, I mean, it is a more effective strategy, but the real goal, the real intention is to get away from the stench aura, because you already know what it is. But no, a different team was picked, and he was like, "Okay, great." And the Minecraft kid is like, "Dude, I am so good at hide and seek. I know the best hiding spots." And, you know, Nico's like, "Let's just hope that these hiding spots are not really kind of like cramped." And sure enough, the Minecraft kid is leading him. He's like, "Dude, let's go." So they got 60 seconds, or the hiding, or the seekers had to count till 60, and they were counting pretty loud. And the Minecraft kid's like, come on, quickly, quickly."
And sure enough, right, the Minecraft kid leads both Nico and him to this spot, and the spot was like, yeah, unfortunately, it was super cramped. So the spot was like behind the building and was behind this bush. And the thing was, right, the little spot behind the bush that like someone could hide in, it was really only a good hiding spot for one person, and it would have been incredibly cramped for two. The Minecraft kid's like, don't worry, man, like I can squeeze in. We totally got this. No one has ever found me in this hiding spot. And Zach is thinking to himself, wow, this is actually a really good hiding spot, because it was. However, the problem is the better the hiding spot, right, the longer the duration that he's going to have to stay in that hiding spot, and also the longer the duration that, you know, he's going to be in that hiding spot with the Minecraft kid with his like literally like life-threatening stench aura. And he's like, okay, this is going to be the hardest challenge of my life. And the Minecraft kid hops in there. He's like, dude, come on, come on. And Zach is like, I don't know. And the Minecraft kid grabs him by the hand and drags him in. He's like, don't worry, bro. I know this place is good. And Zach is like, whoa. And legitimately, Zach has to wait there for 15 minutes. And Zach is, he's not trying to be rude, but he's like breathing. He like pulls up his like sweatshirt and breathes into it. And that makes the air a little bit less toxic, but it's still really, really bad. And Zach is, not Zach, sorry, that was the guy in the last video. I stole my notes up from that one. Nico is struggling right now. He's just like, he's breathing in air, he's coughing it out, and the Minecraft kid's like, shh, 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 stop coughing. You're gonna get our hiding spot. They're gonna figure it out because you're being so loud. And Nico's just thinking to himself, man, I'm just trying to survive this. I'm not asking for much, man. I'm just trying to survive. That's literally it, bro. I just want to see my parents, dude. So Nico and the Minecraft kid are just sitting there, and they sit there for legitimately like 20 minutes. And then eventually the Seekers come around, and they're around in the bush. And Nico's just like, all right, I'm going to have to sabotage this because this hiding spot is just too good. So Nico like forces out a fake sneeze, and the Minecraft kid is like, no! And the Seekers eventually come over and find them. The Minecraft kid's like, bro, couldn't you hold it in? And Nico's like, sorry, man, I had to sneeze. Like, I couldn't hold it in, right? So then Nico and the Minecraft kid also become Seekers, because it was kind of like the zombie tag, where if like one person got tagged by the zombie, they would also become like someone who is it as well. It was like a massive swarm of zombies like that. It was the same thing with this game, where if you got tagged, you also became a Seeker as well. And the Minecraft kid was just ruthlessly just going around just like finding people, is like, got you, got you, got you. Which, I mean, that's how you play the game. I can't really complain like that. But eventually everyone gets found, and the teachers are like, all right, guys, I hope you had fun with that. We're going to head inside for one last activity before the day is over. And so they head inside and they head back to the tables, and the teachers are like, all right, we're just going to have a nice little like kind of like arts and craft type thing. And they show these big bins with all these art supplies and whatever, right? They're like, all right, man, come up and make whatever you want to make, and just have a good time talking to your new partner, or not your new partner, but your new friend. It's not a new partner. Nico would have been so happy if he got a new partner at this time. And but no, it's the same guy. So, you know, the Minecraft kid and Nico, they go up, they grab some supplies, they sit back at the table, and Nico's getting more and more used to the smell, and he's like, you know what, man, I'm gonna make it through the next couple hours. And while they're sitting there making whatever they're making, the Minecraft kid is like, all right, man, let's get to know each other a little bit better. Tell me some fun facts about you. So Nico's like, okay, I don't really know, but I guess like I got a dog. I like to go on hikes. I walk my dog every morning. And when I do that, I listen to music. That's what I do personally. But back to the story. I don't know. I really, I enjoy playing Fortnite with my friends. What about you, man? And the Minecraft kid was like, well, I obviously am kind of a fan of Minecraft, as you can tell by my hoodie. By the way, nothing's wrong with liking Minecraft, bro. I love Minecraft. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time. It's the background gameplay I use for almost every video, and it has a lot of nostalgia. When I say Minecraft kid, I think you know what I mean. I don't mean someone who just plays Minecraft. But anyways, right, and he goes on to say, I also have these beliefs. And I don't know, people get really mad at me, and they hate me for my beliefs, and it really makes me sad. And Nico, not really knowing what this guy was talking about, probably thinking that, I don't know, maybe maybe he was religious and people were hating on him for that, which isn't okay. You know, Nico was like, oh man, like, what's the problem? Like, what's these beliefs? I promise you, like, as long as they don't hurt anyone else, I'm all for you. I'll support you no matter what. Like, what are people hating on you for? And the Minecraft kid is like, well, I really believe in being natural. I think that we should kind of return, like, you know, there's a lot in our modern day society that, you know, we're straying too far away from like what we were supposed to be. He said, you know, may that be from processed foods or stuff like that. And that's like kind of legit. Like there is a lot of the food we eat is actually kind of poisonous because it is so far away from what we're supposed to be eating. That's pretty legit. But then he goes on to say, and like, my mom is such a hater because the truth is, I want to hear some facts. And, Nico was like, sure, I want to hear some facts, whatever. He's like, caveman, when they went to the bathroom, man, they weren't using these like really high chemical toilet paper. And Nico was like, bro, what? And the Minecraft kid is like, yeah, it's so crazy. My mom is such a hater about this. But you know what? I want to return to the good old natural days. And so I don't even wipe when I go to the bathroom. And when I take showers, I only let water pour on me, and I never use any of the chemicals and the soap or whatever. All these man-made inventions like soap and toilet paper, it's really just bringing us farther away from where we should be. And Nico was like, well, I can't say I'm necessarily shocked, but oh my god, what? And then the Minecraft kid turns to Nico. He's like, Nico, what do you think about this? Returning to the natural element. And Nico is just still stuck on the fact that the Minecraft kid is basically bragging about not wiping. And he's like, I mean, like, yeah, man. I mean, I think that, like, specifically with, like, a lot of, like, fast food and junk food and, like, trans fats and, like, dyes and whatever, like, that's definitely something we should remove from the diet. I don't know if I'm 100% with you on not wiping and, like, not using soap. But, I definitely am with you with the whole, like, I don't know, artificial stuff in the food. And the Minecraft kid is like, well, I don't really care about the food as much. I mean, whatever. I bet the caveman ate dirt or whatever, and that can't be good for you either. I'm just more concerned with all the chemicals and artificial stuff in toilet paper and soap. And Nico's not trying to be rude, but he's like, man, I don't know how bad toilet paper is for you. I mean, I really don't think that there's like that harmful of chemicals in it. And maybe like it's going to be more harmful in the long run if you don't use it. And the Minecraft kid is like, no, you don't understand. I wouldn't really expect you to understand, as I've done a lot of research myself. Bro, just a little note from me. Whenever someone says they've done their own research, no, just stop listening to them. Just stop listening to them. But he's like, I've done some research myself, and I really think what I'm doing is going to be the healthiest for me. And that ended the day. But Nico was just so startled by what he heard that he actually contacted one of his friends who was in the other 5th grade class. Nico really was wishing that he was going to be partnered with his other friend in the 5th grade class, but it didn't work for him like that. And he said, hey, man, that kid with the creeper hoodie? And the dude's like, yes, I saw you got partnered with them. You smelt it too. And Nico's like, yeah, do you know why? And the kid's like, yeah, because he doesn't wipe, lol. And Nico's like, bro, what? He tells everyone that? The other kid in, like, Nico's friend in the other class is like, yeah, bro, he's bragged to everyone about it. Like, legit, everyone here knows. I should have given you a heads up. I just wasn't able to. I'm sorry about that. And Nico's like, wow, like, I spent a day with them. You got to spend, like, the entire year with them. You're a trooper. And he's like, dude, I know. I once got partnered with them. I had to go to the bathroom to, the insides of his stomach came out on the outsides is what I'm trying to say from the smell. And anyways, Nico was like, you know what? I'm so excited to go back tomorrow because we're going to have a normal day of school. And Nico never thought he'd ever utter those words.
Click
in
on the
his
video
life.
on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
We get a story of these anime kids that go completely insane and try and like fight the subscriber with these really weird things. I don't want to spoil the story. I know you'll enjoy it. Subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call him Clarence. And right off the bat, I just gotta let you know that like if you like anime, literally nothing wrong with that. In fact, I enjoy a little bit of anime myself. I mean, you got yourself some Death Note, some Attack on Titan. No spoilers, I've not finished the last couple episodes. I will ban you from my comments forever. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, this all happened one day when Clarence was just chilling in class. And there was a group of 3 kids who always sat in the back of the room, and they always wore like anime t-shirts or sweatshirts or whatever, and they were kind of known as like the anime kids. They were known for this not just because they would always wear like anime t-shirts and sweatshirts or whatever, but they would literally only communicate to each other with anime references. And one of them sat like L from Death Note, just little, which I don't know, that's just funny to me, man. I've tried sitting like that. It hurts, bro. I was like, oh, dude, I guess, is this gonna give me 50% more brain power like L? No, it just makes my feet hurt. But anyways, right, Clarence didn't really interact with them that much. They kind of stuck to themselves. However, on one fateful day, when Clarence was walking in the halls and he accidentally bumps into one of them, and then the other 2, all 3 of them, the one he bumped into and the other 2 that were walking with him, right, they all turn and look at Clarence, and they give him this look. And Clarence is like, oh, my fault, like I wasn't looking where I was going. They don't say anything. They just stare at him intensely. And he's like, like, my fault, guys, like, I'm sorry, that's on me, like, my bad, like, why are you staring at me? This is making me uncomfortable. And the anime kids didn't say a word. They just kept walking. And Clarence legitimately thought nothing of it because dude just bumped into someone and then said, my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going. And yes, they were a little weird, not responding at all. It was a little creepy, it was a little uncomfortable, but Clarence legitimately, within 5 seconds, completely forgot about what just happened until the next day rolled around. So the next day, right, it's recess, and Clarence is just outside, and his friends, I don't know, they're doing something else right now. Or Clarence does have friends, but for some reason, he's just alone at that very moment. And the 3 anime kids come up to Clarence. And remember, Clarence isn't like enemies with these people, or at least he didn't think he was, but he also never spoke to them. So it was kind of weird for them to kind of like just come up to him out of the blue and start talking to him. He was caught off a little bit off guard. And remember, he's completely forgotten about bumping into them until like they start talking to him, right? And they say, like, they come up to him and they're like, so, you chose to fight us. You chose to start the battle, and we're gonna finish it. And Clarence is like, I think you have me mixed up for someone else, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who started this battle that you're talking about. I legitimately have no idea what you're saying. And they're like, no, it was 100% you. You bumped into us, which is a understandable battle cry. And yes, you're a fool for this, though, because we will absolutely smite you in battle. And Clarence is like, oh, no, that was like a mistake. Like, I didn't mean to bump into you. That was an accident. Like, I'm sorry, my fault. And they're like, no, you can't take back your declaration of battle. This battle was started by you, but will be finished by us. And one of the kids, the one who sits like L from Death Note, like kind of like reaches out of his backpack, and Clarence is like, hey, yo. And what he reaches out of his backpack was a black notebook. And on the front of the notebook says Death Note on it. If you don't know, there's like an anime Death Note where basically, I'm not going to spoil anything too important, but the main thing is there's a book, and if you write someone's name in it and like what they died from, like the person will die within like 40 seconds or something. I might have butchered that a little bit. It's been a second since I've watched it. Great show, by the way. But anyways, he whips out like a replica Death Note. And the other 2 anime kids are like, you don't want him to write your name in this book. And Clarence has never seen Death Note before. He was explained the premise by his friend afterward when he told his friend about this story. But basically, right, one of the anime kids whips out a fake Death Note. And, he's just like, you don't want me to do this, bro. You don't want me to do this. And Clarence is like, do what? He's like, write your name in the Death Note. And Clarence is like, bro, what? I don't know what that is. This is like a book or something. He's like, no, it's not just a book, you idiot. You fool. You simpleton. You moron. If I write your name in the Death Note, you will perish. And Clarence is like, what?
And Clarence is just like, all right, bro, write my name in that silly book. He's like, haha, you fool. And so the anime kid writes Clarence's name in the book, and he waits 40 seconds, and he's grinning the whole time, and then 40 seconds passes, and nothing happens. And he's like, Ryuk must have just nerfed this one. The other anime kids kind of look at him, and then they look back at Clarence, and they're like, you might have won this battle, but this is not simply a battle. This is a war, and we're coming back tomorrow with even more weapons and powerful. You will lose. And then they all kind of like Naruto dash away, and Clarence is like, man, why is this my life? Like, why am I here? Just to suffer? Real quick, comment anime down below if you want to heart in your comment. The secret word of the day is anime. And if you binge watch my videos, please let me know in the comment section. That's the best way to help me, to grow the channel is by watching a ton of videos. Playlists are in the description to help you watch the videos easier. And yeah, back to the story. But anyways, right, Clarence is kind of just like, oh, so this is going to be like a thing. Because Clarence is this, he's hanging on to the words where the anime kids were like, oh, we're coming back tomorrow with even more. And Clarence in his head is like, bro, I don't want to have to deal with you guys tomorrow as well. Like, isn't today enough? Like, isn't like you writing my name in that book and then nothing happening? Isn't that enough for all this nonsense? But no, the days just get stranger and stranger because the next day rolls around. Once again, it is recess, and this time Clarence is with one of his friends. And he notices out of the corner of his eye, the anime kids are rolling up, and he's just thinking to himself, like, bro, I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm hanging out with my friend. I'm having a good time. This is recess. This is supposed to be my break from the nonsense. This is not supposed to be the nonsense, ×2 extended edition. Like, I'm not trying to do this. And the anime kids come up to him, and they're like, ha ha ha. You might have won yesterday's battle, but you will never win the war. And then all three of them whip out these fake plastic Pokeballs. And at this point, Clarence is like, bro, you cannot be serious. And they're like, oh, so you know what we're about to attack you with. And one of them yells, Charizard attack! And they just chuck the plastic Pokeball at Clarence, and it hits him. And look, it's not like actually like, okay, ooh, yeah, duh, Connor, it's not a real Pokeball, shut up, right? But it's like, it's plastic, it's hard, and it kind of hurt a little bit, and Clarence is like, ow. By the way, a massive real-life Charizard did not come out of the Pokeball they threw. It just kind of bounced off Clarence, and it hurt a little bit, so Clarence is like, bro, don't do that, that kind of hurts. And then the other one's like, Bulbasaur, attack! And just chucks the Pokeball again, and Clarence is like, dude, stop, that hurts. It's gonna leave a bruise. The final one's like, Pikachu, I choose you, and just chucks the Pokeball. Once again, bounces off of Clarence, and he's just like, bro, can you not? And then another one takes out another Pokeball, actually it's the first one, and he's like, Blastoise, and he chucks it and just completely misses Clarence. He's like, bro, I'm going somewhere else. Like, screw you guys, I'm going home. So him and, Clarence and his friend, like, they just walk away, and his friend's like, bro, what? So Clarence explains the story as I've explained it to you guys so far, and his friend is like, bro, that's so weird, like, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. That must be pretty annoying. So the next day rolls around, and this is like the craziest day yet. So once again, Clarence is at recess, and he's with a pretty big group of people. He doesn't know all of them super well, but, he knows enough of them well enough that, I don't know, they're doing some big activity or whatever. And once again, the anime kids come over. And Clarence is like, guys, I'm sorry, I have to deal with something. So he walks over preemptively, goes over to the anime kids and is like, what is it today? What's the massive battle? And this time, right, the last 2 days, there was a teacher, like, monitoring everyone at recess, but they were kind of busy looking at other things or something. But this time, the teacher happened to be looking at the anime kids and Clarence. And one of the anime kids is like, today, we will have our final battle. And he whips out this big, long sash, right? And Clarence is like, dude, what? And he unsheaths a katana from it. And Clarence is like, yo, you can't have that here. And the anime kid starts swinging his sword around, all like, he's like, you cannot control my power. My power level is over 25,000 right now. He's like, takes out his like katana, starts, and the teacher runs up, and the teacher, like, sees this,
sees a kid with a massive sword, and the teacher's like, no, oh my God, like this is actually insane. So the teacher calls the freaking police, bro, because I mean, look, you can't bring something like that to school. The teacher both calls the police, tells the security guard, and the school goes on lockdown. So basically, after that happens, like there's something on the loudspeaker saying, students report to like your classrooms, this is a lockdown. And like all the students start like running to the classrooms. And Clarence has a sneaking suspicion that the lockdown is due to the katana anime kid, because you can't bring a freaking katana. By the way, that's a massive long like sword used in combat in like the 1600s. You can't bring one, even if it's like a replica, right? You can't bring that to school. So sure enough, right, all the kids, they're like rushing to their classes, and yeah, Clarence and the anime kid, they do have one class together, and it happens to be like their next class is after recess. So yeah, they all go to the same classroom to lock down. And dude, the anime kid who has the katana is legitimately sitting in class with his katana, like it's in his like container or whatever. But it's very obvious, right? So they're all like in lockdown. They're all sitting in their classrooms. They're kind of all like sitting in the corner of the room with the shades drawn. I'm sure you guys have at least had like a lockdown drill before. Or maybe if you're not in the States, you haven't. But basically, right, you have to go in your classroom, lock the doors, and just keep everything like very still and as if no one is in there, right? So eventually, you know, there's a police officer that comes around unlocking each of the doors and going in and assessing the situation. And the police officer eventually comes to their door, knocks on it, opens it up, and sees, right, the kid with the katana. And the police officer points at the anime kid and says, hey, I'm gonna need you to come with me. And the anime kid stands up and he doesn't grab his katana because he's obviously not going to walk over to the police officer with a katana, right? And the police officer's like, points to the other officer, like, go grab that. So the officer kind of like walks over, grabs the katana, and the anime kid is like, no, that is my weapon of choice. And the police officer's like, yeah, that's also the reason why we're doing this. And I don't think the anime kid knew that that was the reason why they were having a lockdown until then. Even Clarence was pretty sure it wasn't because of the anime kid, but he had a sneaking suspicion. So Clarence is like, oh, uh-oh, look at who won the war, bro. Nah, he wasn't like default dancing yet. Just give him a second though. So eventually, right, you know, the kid walks out and the police officer has a talk with him outside. And Clarence like presses his ear against the wall, and the walls of the school are pretty thin, so we can more or less hear what the police officer is saying. So the police officer is explaining to the katana anime kid that, dude, you cannot bring an actual weapon to school. That's insane. Like, look, it's like, yeah, I get it. It might be a replica, but it's still very sharp, and it could really be used like super dangerously. And that, like, bro, it's super, okay, the officer didn't say bro, but like the officer was saying, it's super clear that this is a rule, that you can't be bringing this to school. Why would you think that this is necessary? And the anime kid starts to say, we were about to enter an anime battle or something like that. And the officer said, what, you were gonna like use this in combat against another student? And the anime kid was like, well, now that you put it that way, I mean, the anime kid was slowly understanding that he messed up big time. The officer's like, I thought you were just bringing this in just to show it around. You were gonna use it in combat against another student? Like, this thing might be a replica. It's still very sharp. You could definitely actually do some damage with this. Do you understand? Do you understand why everyone had to lock down? And the anime kid is like, well, I don't understand why everyone had to lock down. It's not like I was gonna use it. And the officer's like, you just said you were gonna use it. And the anime kid was like, yeah, but just on one student. And he's like, so you're gonna use it on a student? And the anime kid's like, well, everyone doesn't need to lock down if I'm not gonna like enter anime combat with them too. And the officer is just completely speechless. So the officer's like, all right, come with me, and kind of motions to the security guard to come with them. And they walk him over to the, you know, the principal's office, or it's some kind of official place. At this point, Clarence was obviously not in earshot to hear what went down, but TLDR, because he did hear from other people and just kind of like figured it out. The anime kid got suspended for 2 weeks, and he was now, after this point, on extremely thin ice. If he even sneezed in the wrong direction, right, you know, he was going to get in big trouble. For some reason, right, the anime kid never said that it was Clarence when he was being like interrogated. He refused to say the name of the student that he was fighting to keep the anonymity, and oh my god, you know what I'm trying to say. He's trying to keep like I don't want to reveal my fellow soldiers and also my opponent in battle. I have respect for him or whatever. So Clarence never was a part of this. He never was asked in, and he also was kind of lazy, so he didn't feel like getting involved, and the kid was going to get in trouble one way or another. But after the fact, the other two anime kids that didn't get in trouble came up to Clarence and they're like, "You think this is over? You think you can vanquish one of our allies and get away with it?" And Clarence is like, "Bro, I literally did nothing. I just stood there and he just self-reported. That's not on me." And they said, "No, no, no. This is on you. You better watch your back because we will strike again. Vengeance will be ours." And to this day, the subscriber was telling me over on Instagram, which is in the description, that's where you can send in some stories to be featured on the channel. He was telling me that to this day, the anime kids have not, given their revenge yet. So maybe one day they'll have their master plan unfold and Clarence will figure out what the revenge is. But until this day, they are yet to strike. So yeah, you might be seeing a part 2, maybe. I don't know.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today we got a story of probably the cringiest emo kid on planet Earth. This is probably one of the craziest stories I've received in a long time. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in this story, let's call him Logan. So Logan was in the 7th grade when this all went down, and in Logan's class there was an emo guy and an emo girl. Yes, I'm in love with an emo girl type emo girl. And yeah, I'm just gonna call them emo girl and emo guy because you guys know if I have like a billion names for people, I swap them. And even if I have one name, I've even messed that up once before. My brain is very small. But this all happened one day when the emo girl and the emo guy were at recess together, and basically like Logan had recess for a very long time. I know a lot of people don't have recess past like 5th grade, but Logan had it all the way through 9th grade, which is pretty cool. So basically, right, the emo guy and the emo girl every single day at recess would sit at this bench, which kind of was like close enough to everyone else, but also far enough that they weren't gonna like get, I don't know, hit by someone on the swing or have to like interact with people. And basically what they would do is they would sit on the bench together and they would be in each other's arms and they would be like, "Society, no, but they would be like randomly cussing out kids, and like literally some kid would walk by, let's call the kid Ben, little Ben over here, little Benny boy would walk by the emo girl and emo guy, right? I'm just gonna call them the emo couple. And the emo couple would be like, "Oh, look at that Ben. He's such like a conformer to society. He's such a sheeple. He's the sheep and sheeple, bro. Like, he doesn't understand our suffering. He doesn't understand how society treats us, because society hates the emo kids." And Ben would walk by and like he'd be able to hear all this nonsense. He'd be like, "Bro, I can hear you." And they'd be like, "Oh, what is that, sheepo?" And sometimes they would just like get really like aggro and cuss people out. They'd be like, "Hey, Ben." And he's like, "Yeah, you suck, bro." And Ben's like, "All right, no one likes you guys." And they're like, "Society keeps hating on us." Bro, why do you think society hates you so much? If you're sending hate out, you're getting hate back at the end of the day. But this all happened one day when Logan made the mistake of getting too close to the emo guy and the emo girl. So the emo couple was sitting on their little bench, right? And they were just like, "Society," as always. And sure enough, Logan, he sees his friends at the tetherball. I don't know if you guys ever played tetherball back in middle school, but that was the most fun game ever. I would legit play it if I had it in my backyard right now. But his friends were over at the tetherball, and Logan was walking over. And Logan could either take the long route, having to go around the basketball court to the tetherball, or he could pass by on the short route. He'd have to pass by the emo bench, as I'm gonna call it, because that's where the emo guy and the emo girl would always sit every single recess and complain about society or whatever. And so sure enough, right, Logan just, he doesn't know like the real deal with the emo kid and the emo girl, and he doesn't want to take the long route. So he decides that he's gonna pass by the emo bench. And he passes by the emo bench, and the emo kid is like, because he gets kind of close to them, because I don't know, he's paying attention, he's just walking, and the emo kid, or the emo guy I should specify, is like, hey man, wait a second,
And Logan turns around and is like, oh, it's that weird emo looking guy, like, whatever. By the way, if you dress emo, I really don't care. Like, you can do whatever you want, man. You're good in my book. Just don't act like these kids, and we're chilling, bro. But anyways, Logan's like, oh, it's these kids. Like, I know they're kind of weird or whatever. And the emo guy's like, dude, I saw that you were looking at my girl. And Logan's like, bro, what are you talking about? And the emo kid's like, bruh, it's obvious. You're in love with my girlfriend. And Logan's like, dude, what? Seriously, what are you even talking about? He's like, don't try and deny it, bro. You're only gonna get into more trouble from me. And like the emo kid looks over at his girlfriend, and the emo girl's like, oh, you're my big defender against this guy in society. Dude, I'm sorry, I can't do the story with a straight face. So Logan politely explains to the emo guy that he has no interest in his girlfriend. And he's not saying, oh, she's ugly, lol. He's just like, dude, I was literally just passing by. Why would you think that, like, I have any interest in her? Like, why would that give off the impression that I want to, like, get with your girl? Like, why on earth would that give off that impression? And so the emo guy is starting to realize that he was overreacting and that, Logan was literally just passing by. But the emo guy starts to come up with a different theory in his head. And he's like, man, wait a minute. Are you calling my girlfriend ugly? And Logan's like, bro, no, like, she's totally fine looking. Like, so, and then he's like, so you're in love with my girlfriend? And Logan's like, no, bro, I'm not. I'm trying to go play tetherball with my friends. And the emo kid is like, so you disrespected my girl? Turns over to his girl, gets a little wink. You're hot, beautiful. She's like, oh, so shiny. And he turns back around. And he's like, that's it. I don't stand for this type of disrespect and slander against my emo girlfriend, because I'm in love with an emo girl. You and we're gonna fight tomorrow for her honor and respect. And Logan's like, what? And the emo kid's like, yeah, bro, we're gonna fight. You and me at recess at this time, it's you versus me. I don't want to see you chicken out because I'll find you either way. And Logan's like, all right, bro, whatever. I'm gonna go play some tetherball. Logan thought that was it. Logan thought the emo kid was just being like, I don't know, overreacting just to like impress his girlfriend. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Real quick, comment emo down below if you want a heart on your comment. I'll try and heart as many comments that say emo as possible, as that is the secret word of the day. And by the way, if you really do want to support the channel, binge watch a bunch of my videos. I got playlists, or just watch videos in the recommended from me. It really helps the channel, and please leave a comment telling me that you're doing it so I can personally thank you. Recently, I've also been getting a lot of comments of people saying that they put on my videos to go to sleep, which I don't know if that's an insult or a good thing, but either way, like, here's the thing, man. Watch time is watch time, and it supports the channel, so look, I'm not saying to put on a playlist of my videos, turn the volume down to 1% while you're sleeping to boost the channel, but I'm also not saying to not do that. Wink. Anyways, back to the story. So anyways, right, the next day rolls around and Logan doesn't think anything of it. Yes, in the back of his mind, he's thinking about the crazy experience of when he passed the emo kid bench, but he doesn't really think anything of it, and he really doesn't think that the emo guy is going to, I don't know, oh my god, I got hiccups. But he doesn't think the emo kid is actually gonna do anything, man. Like, he's just like, okay, whatever. He's just trying to impress his emo girl. So, like, whatever, bro. Like, it really doesn't matter. And anyways, the next day rolls around, and it's recess. And sure enough, Logan goes out once again to go to the tetherball, because that's where the boys were at. And he had a great day at tetherball the day before. That is a really fun game. I don't know why I keep bringing it up. I just really enjoyed it as a kid. But anyways, Logan goes over, and he's just planning on walking to the tetherball, having a good time with his friends. But you know who's standing there blocking his way? Yeah, it's the emo guy. And the emo girl is sitting on the bench, and she's looking at her emo boyfriend, right? But the emo boyfriend is standing there. He's like, yo, do you remember when you disrespected my emo girl? And Logan's like, what? And the boyfriend takes out Like, you know, there's like at the Halloween decoration stores, those big like foam fake skull swords. It's like the big gray swords that are made of foam and super bendy, but have like the skulls on them or whatever. So the emo kid must have bought one of those or had one of those already, because he whips one of those out and he's just like, "It is time to battle, man." And Logan's just like, "Bruh, like what? Man, I'm just trying to play some tetherball, bro. Like, I don't know about you, but..." And he's like, "No, you disrespected my emo girl." Like, so sure enough, right, the emo kid, or the emo guy, I should be specific, is like, "And you will pay the price." And he runs in against Logan, and he takes the foam sword. He starts like going whap, 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 whap. Just starts like beating him with the foam sword. But bro, it's a foam sword. It literally bends on impact. So when he hits him, right, the sword just bends in half, right? It just kind of whaps around. However, he's kind of whapping it pretty hard. He's like pop, 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 pop. So it's like almost like slapping him. And sure enough, Logan's getting kind of little red marks. It's like if someone was like, you know, they're slapping you. I slapped my knee, by the way. Don't be weird. If someone's like slapping you, they might leave like some red marks. They're not going to do any actual damage, though, unless you're in a professional slapping contest and your head explodes or something. But yeah, sure enough, the teacher saw that and is like, "Hey, hey, you there, stop that." And, you know, the emo kid's like, "Dude, this guy started it first." The teacher's like, "No, no, no, I saw the whole thing. You just came up to this kid and you were just slapping him. Go to the principal's office. You have detention for the rest of recess." And the emo kid looks at Logan and is like, "This is not over, man. This is not over." A week goes by and nothing happens to Logan. Logan kind of purposely avoids the emo bench, and he does look over and he sees the emo boyfriend and the emo girlfriend all cuddled up, cursing out society, as always, right? And sure enough, right, he just thinks he's done. Logan thinks he's in the clear, that the emo kid has stopped his nonsense, but no, wrong. The emo kid has not stopped his nonsense. It's about to get much worse, believe it or not. So sure enough, a week goes by, and during that week, nothing happens. So Logan literally forgets entirely about the whole emo kid, whatever, disrespecting his emo girl type thing. He just doesn't even, like, think about it. Like, at the end of the day, he's just like, all right, whatever, man. I'm gonna go play some tetherball, go hang out with my friends, play some, like, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't even know, whatever they do at recess. But one day, a week later, you know, Logan walks into school, and Logan has a couple classes before recess. And Logan is just in the hallway, and this big, like, emo-looking kid who he has never seen before walks up to him. Is like, "Hey, I'm the emo kid's cousin, and I'm gonna beat you up." And Logan's like, "Oh my God." Because this kid was massive. The emo kid was kind of built like me, like a spooky, scary skeleton. But this emo kid, bro, he was like, I don't know, he was like a linebacker for, like, I don't know, the Patriots, dude. He was a big guy. He was big guy for sure. And Logan was pretty medium-sized, but he was about to get obliterated by this guy if he actually did do anything. So Logan's like, "What?" And the emo kid's cousin, who is also emo, he's like the emo, I'm just gonna call him the emo cousin, right? The emo cousin, who is super big, comes up to him and is like, "You, me, boxing." Logan's like, "Bro, am I supposed to be Logan Paul? Like, boxing? Huh?" But sure enough, the emo kid's cousin is like, "Yeah, you, me, recess, boxing. This is for disrespecting my cousin's girlfriend." And he gives him a little shove, and Logan, like, feels the vibrations through his body as he kind of stumbles back a little bit, kind of sizes it up and realizes, oh my God, this is not gonna end well. So Logan is kind of struggling to pay attention in class because he's kind of thinking about, you know, what's gonna happen at recess. This big guy, the big emo cousin guy, said he wanted to box him, whatever that even meant. But he was a little scared. I mean, he didn't think he was going to do that well if he actually did end up boxing this guy. Just because this guy was big and he was kind of medium big, or he was kind of medium small, to be honest. So he was like, all right, man, I'm not going to do so hot. And Logan really knew that he was in trouble when he walked out, because he walks out of the building to go to recess, as he's trying to avoid the whole thing and maybe hang out with his friends instead. And normally people are kind of like, I don't know,
dispersed around. Some are at the swing, some are playing basketball, some are at the tetherball, some are at the emo bench, whatever, right? But at this point, they were all huddled around. And when Logan walked out, they all turned to look at him. And Logan just knew at that point on that things were about to be, they were about to be pretty bad, if he's being honest. So Logan kind of just walks out there, and the crowd that's kind of circled around that was looking at him kind of steps to the side to show the emo girl, the emo guy, and the emo guy's big emo cousin all standing there. Apparently word got out that there was going to be a big boxing match or whatever. And here's the thing, right? Stuff like this never happens at Logan's school. So when people heard that this was potentially going to happen, everyone was like, all right, man, the basketball, the tetherball, the swinging, that can all be on hold because that can happen any day. But a boxing match between this kid and this big, emo guy who's, doesn't even go here, this is not something that happens every single day. So sure enough, right, they were tuning in. They wanted to see what happened. And the emo kid is or the emo guy's like, oh my God, Logan, are you ready to get for disrespecting my girlfriend, my emo girl? And Logan's like, bro, I didn't even say anything. And the cousin's like, yeah, you're just saying that because you're scared. Everyone's like, okay, not everyone was laughing. It was literally just the emo kids. But at the end of the day, right, everyone was still watching. And so the, the emo guy, takes out his backpack, because normally you didn't bring your backpack to recess, but for some reason the emo guy brought his backpack to recess. So, that was a little confusing. And yeah, so sure enough, he opens up his backpack and he takes out 2 pairs of boxing gloves. And Logan's just like, oh, so we're actually doing this. Oh, okay. So this is actually something that's okay. So Logan starts to put on the boxing gloves and is kind of in his head, what am I doing? If I go along with this, I'm gonna get destroyed. So Logan, midway through putting on the boxing gloves, is like, wait, I didn't agree to do this. He starts taking out the boxing gloves, and the emo cousin is like, well, then I'm gonna fight you either way. If we do this officially, it'll be a fair fight. If you try and run away like a little weasel rat boy, then I'm just gonna come after you either way. So you got no choice. And at this point, Logan, is actually really concerned. The whole thing was kind of a joke, and it was becoming less and less of a joke up to this point. But at that moment, he realized kind of how serious the situation is. Just a little word of advice for me. Don't get into any, fights at school. Just, please, for the love of God, avoid all that stuff like the plague. If it's happening, just report it. Just get away from that stuff. But anyways, Logan's like, oh, God, this is really bad. And he was starting to get pretty nervous. And that's when his guardian angel came, in a sense, because the school principal, 2 teachers, and 6 security guards, the entire security guard force at the school came in. People started dispersing. They started running away. The teachers pointed at all 3 of the emo kids. They also pointed at Logan, and the security guards kind of didn't apprehend them. They didn't tase them and tackle them to the ground or anything, but they're kind of like, you 4, you gotta come with me. And the emo kid's cousin's like, I don't even go here. And the security guard's like, yeah, you still gotta come with us. And he's like, no, I don't. They're like, we'll legit call the police on you if you try and leave. Don't even try. He's like, okay, whatever, man. So sure enough, all 4 of them, they were sent to the principal's office. And the principal and all the security guards were sitting around, kind of sat them down, and kind of just wanted an explanation of what happened. So the emo kids explained from their perspective, and then Logan explained from his perspective, and obviously his perspective is the perspective I just told, and apparently the emo kids' perspective was the same thing, but a little bit more dramatic of Logan disrespecting the girlfriend or whatever. But honestly, the stories were practically the same, which is a little weird. Why would the emo kids say exactly what was happening when obviously they were in the wrong? Apparently they didn't realize how dumb they were being. But yeah, sure enough, the principal's like, wow, that's insane. So you might be thinking to yourself, how on earth did they get an entire security task force and all the teachers and the principals together when they were only out there for 5 minutes? Well, apparently, since word spread of this quote-unquote boxing match, that word spread, like it spread to the principal, and they took it very seriously. So they had an entire team ready, and they were monitoring the situation very closely to see if anything was going to happen. And obviously, if some kid comes from out of school to like try and attack another student, of course they're going to have an issue with that. So what happened was, Logan, since he was totally like in the right, you know, he was set free. He was totally fine. But and so was the emo girl, because she was kind of just a bystander, even if she did cheer it on. You could say the same for Logan for not standing up earlier. So those two were totally fine. But the emo guy, he was suspended for an entire week since he kind of orchestrated the whole thing. And the emo cousin, couldn't be suspended or expelled because he didn't go to the school. But basically what happens is they ended up actually calling the legitimate police about this whole thing, explaining what happened, and the police ordered kind of like a semi-restraining order. I don't know if it was super official, but basically it said if this big emo cousin ever stepped foot on the school again, he would be like trespassing, and the police would have their rights to come and arrest him or whatever. So yeah, what even happened? That's what I'm asking myself.
Click on the video
right
on
now.
screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today we get a story of a Minecraft kid that gets angry at his teacher, so decides that, you know, his revenge will be farting in the teacher's face and then going completely insane. This is probably one of the weirdest stories I have ever received, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber Noah. So this all happens one day when Noah is just chilling in his class, and there's another guy in his class, and we're gonna call this guy the Minecraft kid, because he's obsessed with Minecraft. He's always wearing the creeper hoodie. You already know how it goes. And obviously, right, if you like Minecraft, this video is not against you, because bro, I love Minecraft. Look at the background gameplay. But anyways, right, so Noah was just chilling in class, and he looks to like his left, and directly like to the next of him, directly adjacent to him, is the Minecraft kid. And him and the Minecraft kid weren't like best friends or anything, but he had nothing necessarily against the Minecraft kid. And the teacher was beginning the lecture on whatever it was, and he sees the Minecraft kid, you know, he had his computer out because everyone had their computers out. It was like 6th grade, and that was like the first time that, like, you know, they were given school computers or whatever, or Chromebooks, or I don't even know. He had his computer out though. And like, you could have your school given Chromebook or school issued Chromebook, or you could bring your own computer. So the Minecraft kid, you know, brought his gaming computer. And the difference with today and any other day is Noah looked over and saw the Minecraft kid reach into his backpack, pull out a mouse pad and a gaming mouse. You know, one of those like gaming mice that like all light up and glow and all that stuff? Yeah, he whipped out one of those. And at first Noah's like, oh, he just wants to use a mouse instead of the trackpad. Like, that's totally understandable. Trackpad sucks. I 100% agree. And anyways, right, you know, Noah doesn't even really pay that much attention. And that is until he hears the Minecraft soundtrack. Super, super, super loud. Minecraft soundtrack is beautiful. I've actually like gone to sleep to it a couple times on Spotify. But that's beyond the point, right? Anyways, right, so Noah is like, he realizes that the Minecraft kid next to him is not only like not really caring that, you know, he has his entire gaming setup out, he also just doesn't care that Minecraft music is blasting away. And sure enough, right, you know, you hear the Minecraft soundtrack, you hear the walking footsteps in Minecraft, you hear him beating up some chicken and the chicken making like squeaking noises or whatever. And so Noah's just like, oh my God, like this kid's gonna get in a ton of trouble. But sure enough, right, the music was just so loud that the teacher like turns around and like looks at like the Minecraft kid and is like, Minecraft kid, like turn down that music. Like you can't be playing music in class. So the teacher didn't realize that this was just like music to a video game. The teacher just thought that the Minecraft kid was playing like music in class, which, you know, sometimes kids have like tried to like listen to music, but normally they'd use headphones or whatever. And the teacher says, hey, no listening to music in class, you gotta be paying attention. So the teacher kind of doesn't think anything more of it and goes back to their work. And so the Minecraft kid, sure enough, just turns off the volume, but keeps on playing Minecraft. And it's super obvious because he's like whipping his like mouse around and like clicking really fast and doing all this stuff. And obviously if the teacher paid like really close attention, he would realize that the Minecraft kid was not just listening to music, but was not listening to music at all, but instead was playing a video game with music in the background. So anyways, right, Noah's like, dude, this kid's gonna get caught. And sure enough, right, the Minecraft kid, I think in the beginning was playing like normal Minecraft, but then he goes on to one of those servers. I think he's playing Bed Wars or something, and this kid is like really good at Bed Wars. And when you're really good at Bed Wars, a lot of times you'll be clicking super fast so that you can place more blocks, or maybe when you're fighting someone, you take less knockback and you might get more hits. So this kid starts butterfly clicking, which is when you take 2 fingers and rapidly slam your mouse with it. And sure enough, right, the kid in the middle of class starts spamming his mouse like, and Noah was just like, dude, that's so loud. And sure enough, the teacher turns around and is like, hey, Minecraft kid, are you playing video games in class? And the Minecraft kid legitimately keeps on clicking because apparently he's in the middle of like a fight or something, like a PvP fight, and keeps on clicking, ignores the teacher for a good 10 seconds. The teacher looks at him in disbelief, and the Minecraft kid looks up and is like, huh? The teacher's like, shut off your computer. You're not allowed to be playing video games in class. First you're listening to music, now you're playing video games. Like, that's super disrespectful and distracting. You're not just distracting yourself, you're distracting everyone else in the class, and that is totally not fair for them. And he said, and then the teacher followed up by saying, Minecraft kid, you're on super thin ice. Turn off like your video game. So the Minecraft kid is like, whatever, man. And closes the computer, closes the computer screen, whatever, and kind of slumps back in his chair with his arms crossed because, man, he just, he wanted to play Minecraft. He didn't want to pay attention to whatever was going on in class, right? So at this point, Noah thinks that the Minecraft kid is done being stupid in class, but Noah was very, very wrong to say the least. Because anyways, right, Noah kind of goes back to paying attention to the class, trying to take some notes. He's trying to do well in this class. And then Noah, to his surprise, hears clicking noises. And he's like, all right, there's no chance that the Minecraft kid is back to playing his video games. But sure enough, the Minecraft kid had taken out his computer again and went back to playing Bed Wars. And once again, he's on his mouse going, clicking it literally as fast as he possibly could. And that he's not being slick. He's not being he's not being clever or anything like that, because the teacher immediately turns around and is like, Minecraft kid, I told you, you can't be playing video games in class. I already told you you were on super thin ice. That's it. If you can't pay attention and you're going to be distracting everyone else, then you can't be in this class. Go to the principal's and principal's office and she'll deal with you. And the Minecraft kid just looks at him and says, what did you say to me? And the teacher's like, no back talk. Go to the principal's office now. And from here on, things were about to get much, much worse. But real quick, comment Minecraft down below if you want to harden your comment, as Minecraft is the secret word of the day. And by the way, if you've been binge watching my videos, please leave a comment like this down below so I can heart it, maybe reply, just so I can know that you're doing it and say thank you. Because when you watch a bunch of my videos in a row, it really does help out the channel more than you can even imagine. And I mean, also, if you want to be like this guy, I'm not saying to leave a playlist of my videos on overnight when you go to sleep with the volume on 1%, but I'm also not saying not to do that. Wink, 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 nod, smile. Anyways, back to the story. This is where it gets crazy. So at this point, the teacher has told the Minecraft kid that, he needs to go to the principal's office right now. And the Minecraft kid is not happy about this at all. And so sure enough, the teacher, let me just paint the picture for you guys. The teacher is sitting down at their desk, at their chair, whatever, right? And the Minecraft kid walks up to go to the door to leave the class, presumably, right? Because he has to go to the principal's and whatever, right? So he walks up to the front of the class. At this point, everyone has kind of been paying attention. Noah's like, wow, this kid, whatever. I mean, the punishment fits the crime if you're being an idiot, play stupid games, expect stupid consequences or expect stupid prizes. That's the actual phrase, my fault. But anyways, right, the Minecraft kid does something absolutely crazy because he walks up to the front of the class and he slows down as soon as he gets to his teacher. And the teacher's like, keep moving, principal's office is that way. And as soon as the teacher says, keep moving, the principal office is that way, the Minecraft kid runs over to the teacher. And the teacher, remember, is sitting down at a pretty low desk / chair. And the Minecraft kid stands, whips out a chair, puts it down in front of the teacher, and the teacher is in the middle saying, hey, and the Minecraft kid steps on the chair, turns around, and rips the biggest fart you've ever heard in the teacher's face. Like, this is the most ridiculous thing Noah has ever seen in his life. And in Noah's head, he was like, huh? What? Huh? And the teacher was just as shocked. The teacher's just like in a state of disbelief, also a state of like stink, because like, man, the Minecraft kid was eating like mega like I don't know, he was eating like premium beans for the last 7 months before doing this fart, bro. I swear to God. Like, Noah said he could like legit like smell it from being like 20 feet away. And then the teacher's like, oh God. And then the Minecraft kid's like, yeah, 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 and then runs away. So the teacher is now steaming mad because he's got this big old fart that was just like landed in his face. This kid is destroying his entire class. So now the Minecraft kid is like, catch me if you can, and starts running around the class. And the teacher is so mad right now. Like, the teacher is so angry. So the teacher starts sprinting after the kid. And the Minecraft kid is like, it just starts like running around the class, pushing over chairs to make it harder for the teacher to get. And the teacher's like, that's it. You're gonna be suspended for so long. You'll be lucky if you don't get expelled. I'm calling up your parents and I'm writing a full report. And Noah and everyone else in that class was just sitting there with their mouths dropped their mouths dropped open to the floor. They were just like, what is going on? Like, oh my God. Like, I knew this kid was a little weird, but seriously, what is going on right now? So the Minecraft kid is sprinting around the class, kind of doing like, so, you know, like in football where you kind of like psych them out and then you go the other way. And the teacher is kind of lumbering around like, every second that you're running, everything that you're pushing over, every like millisecond that you're not like obeying me and going to the principal's office, your punishment is increasing by 100%, which really doesn't make a lot of sense because there's a cap. Like, you can't really punish someone beyond expelling them. So what's like 300,000% beyond expelled? I don't really know. You tell me. So anyways, right, the Minecraft kid's like, yeah, and then eventually, right, the Minecraft kid accidentally like trips on something. The Minecraft kid falls, and at this point, the teacher has made up enough ground to grab the Minecraft kid by the by the scruff of his creeper hoodie, and it's like, you are coming with me. And the entire class is so silent, as this is the most ridiculous thing they have ever seen in their life. And Noah is just like, oh my God, do I have a story to tell my mom? So anyways, the Minecraft kid is being dragged out by his creeper hoodie, and all 4 legs are flailing. He's like, no, no, no. And then like the teacher goes out the door, slams it shut. The entire class is silent. No one's mumbling. You would have thought that people would have been like, wow, that was crazy, guys. I wonder what's... No. Nope. It was dead silent. Nobody uttered a word. And because of this silence, they were able to hear very clearly the teacher yell, hey, get back here. And within about 20 seconds of them hearing the teacher yell that, they once again see the class door slam open, and the Minecraft kid, with his hair all messed up and his clothes all kind of like ripped up a little bit, runs into the classroom, slams the door shut, and then locks it. Because for some reason, this door locks from the inside, which actually, I guess that does make sense, but he locks it from the inside. You didn't need a key, you just need to press something. And the Minecraft kid goes over to the teacher's desk after locking the door, literally takes his foot and kicks off everything, including like a $500 Chromebook, right? And that kind of breaks on the floor. All the books fall over. The teacher's coffee mug flies off the desk and like smashes on the floor. And the Minecraft kid steps on the teacher's chair and then steps on the desk and is like, attention! I mean, dude, he didn't really need to say attention to get their attention because literally everyone was paying attention to this guy at this point. The Minecraft kid goes on to declare himself as the ruler of the class and that he is now the dictator and they must do what he says. And everyone in the class is just like completely silent because they're just so shocked by the chain of events that just happened. And the Minecraft kid says, now, as ruler of the class, you must refer to me as Lord. You will not call me by my name. Let's call him Joseph. You will not call me by my name, Joseph. you will only call me by Lord. And everyone in the class is just like, huh? This has been like, they're just like, what happened in the last 7 minutes of this class? How did we get from learning about the quadratic equation to this, to having a kid like fart in the teacher's face, run away from them, close the door, slam all their stuff off the desk, and declare himself ruler of the class? How did we get here? So anyways, right, they're basically held hostage by the Minecraft kid because, sure enough, like people come to the door, they're slamming on it. They're like, hey, let us in. And Minecraft kid's like, nobody go to that door. Like, nobody dare do it. And one kid is like, hey, like, I got to go to the bathroom. Because at this point, they were kind of like accepting that the Minecraft kid was the de facto ruler, at least for the next like 10 minutes or so. And, the Minecraft kid's like, no, that's treacherous. You just want to let them in. And the kid's like, dude, no, like, I really got to pee. And the Minecraft kid's like, that's too bad. You should have thought of that before I took over. And the kid's like, bro, like, how would I have known that any of this nonsense was going to happen? The Minecraft kid is like, too bad, so sad. So at this point, Joseph was sitting in, or Noah, not Joseph, sorry, that's the name I gave the Minecraft kid. At this point, Noah was sitting in class, and he was getting he was getting pretty upset. He just didn't want to deal with, the Minecraft kid anymore. He was like, this kid is a menace. He's totally insane. The thing is, Noah's actually trying to pay attention in class. Like, Noah is trying to, get his grade back because he was struggling on the first couple tests, so he was really committing to learning the material. And he was getting kind of angry that he was kind of being robbed of this experience. As funny as he thought it was, he really didn't want to have to deal with this much longer. So Noah was thinking to himself, all right, there are most likely security guards at the door, if not some kind of adult that can help us in this situation. Because for the last couple of minutes or so, people have been slamming on the door, let us in, Minecraft kid, or Joseph, let us in, Joseph. Like, you gotta let us in, man. Your punishment will be worse, or it will be your punishment will be worse the longer this is. And so, at this point, Noah is like, all right, I think I'm just going to make a dash for it, but I got to cover it up so this crazy kid doesn't fart attack me or something. Like, I don't know what he's going to do. I don't want freaking pink eye, bro. Like, that's disgusting. So Noah's like, hey, do you mind if I sharpen my pencil? And the Minecraft kid's not the brightest man ever, so he's like, sure, peasant, go ahead. And he's like, wait, no. And then Noah's like, dude, what? He's like, ask me again, but you must refer to me as Lord. And Noah in his head is like, all right, this kid freaking sucks, but I'm about to ruin him. So yeah, whatever he wants for his next 30 seconds of rulership. So he's like, my lord, do you mind if I sharpen my pencil? And the Minecraft kid is like, fine, peasants, go ahead. And the Minecraft kid is sitting on the desk, and he's kind of made it like a king, like a king throne in a sense. And everyone is kind of whispering to each other, going on their phones, trying to contact people. But sure enough, right, Noah kind of walks up and is very calmly walking towards the pencil sharpener, which was on the other side of the room as the door. It was towards the front of the room, which means he didn't have to do a massive sprint, but it was kind of on the other side. So he's walking very slowly to the pencil sharpener, and that's when he's able to look out the door, and sure enough, there are he sees the outlines of two pretty big guys, and he's like, all right, these are the security officers. And as the Minecraft kid is disciplining someone, being like, no, you must refer to me as Lord, because they asked a question or something, that no one realized that was his moment, that was his opportunity. So he changes direction incredibly quickly, sprints towards the door, and the Minecraft kid is like, peasant, what are you doing? And at that point, Noah goes to the door, quickly unlocks it, opens it up, steps aside, and two big security guards run into the room, and they just grab the Minecraft kid. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, my peasants, fight for me. I have been a great ruler. I've been a great king. No. And he's dragged out. And at this point, right, the teacher returns to the classroom, completely out of breath. Her hair is all frizzed up, and she's just like, class, I don't think I have it in me to finish the class today. I will allow you guys to have recess or break period. I will have to monitor you guys, but please don't ask me to do anything. I don't have the energy or willpower right now. And the entire class was very understanding, as This, when you go to teacher school, when you take the final exam for being a teacher, there's no final trick question of what do you do if a Minecraft kid farts in your face and then literally starts a coup and takes control of your classroom. That's not on the final exam. That's not in the job description. So everyone was they're pretty forgiving. What ends up happening, however, is the teacher doesn't monitor them. The teacher just gets another person to watch after them, because the teacher's actually going to the hospital because her eyes and her entire face were feeling weird. What ended up happening was both the teacher ended up getting had to go to the hospital and got pink eye, a very severe case, and got an eye infection. She's totally fine now apparently, but when the Minecraft kid farted in her face, all these gross, disgusting germs got in there, and it could have been really bad. And because of all the nonsense that the Minecraft kid was doing, he was suspended for 2 entire weeks. Honestly, he's lucky that he didn't get expelled, but he was also afterwards, after those 2 weeks were up, he was invited back to the classroom, and he had to also, during those 2 weeks, write a paper saying why what he did was wrong and apologize to everyone. And he was forced to read that in front of the entire class. And Noah tells me that it was probably the most awkward experience.
Click on the video
of
on
his life.
screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today I got a story, probably one of the craziest emo kids of all time, and I've told a lot of crazy stories, so strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call her Luna. So Luna was a tennis player and was pretty good at tennis, and over the summer, her mom sent Luna to a tennis camp, and this story starts pretty far through the tennis camp. So the tennis camp lasted about 1 week long, and on the last day, which was Friday, all the parents would come and they would watch kind of a tennis tournament of all the kids who were playing and learning how to play and getting better during the week. There would be a big tournament. They would have I don't know, a fake little trophy thing. But the main important thing was that there was a big tournament at the end of the week and all the parents came to watch. So this story starts on that Thursday. So this is the day before the last day, which is the big event. And this tennis camp took place at a college, so they had access to a college dining hall. And Luna and her 2 friends were walking, to go try and find a table. And Luna's 2 friends said, oh, look over there. Or one of Luna's friends said, oh, look over there. There's a table. So Luna's 2 other friends, went over and sat down at the table. Luna said, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get something. So Luna walks over to the dining hall, grabs something to eat, and is walking back. And while Luna's walking back, she's not really paying attention. She's kind of I don't know, spacing out or looking on her phone, or for some reason, she's not paying full attention to her surroundings. So unfortunately, she bumps into this guy, and the guy had a tray of food, and the food, honestly, it wasn't even that bad. The food, sure, a little bit got on his shirt, but it wasn't the entire tray exploded all over his shirt, and his clothes were soiled and ruined beyond repair. Yeah, dude, you got sprayed a little bit, that sucks, but it's time to move on. And Luna was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, that's so embarrassing. And she's I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention. And this kid, Luna's looking at this kid, and this kid is very clearly an emo kid. And by the way, there's nothing wrong if you dress goth or emo or whatever. It's a style, and I think a lot of my viewers have the style, and I don't personally do it myself. That isn't my style, but I rock with you if you do that. No hard feelings. However, if you're this emo kid, bro, you gotta change some things in your life. That's all I'm saying. Because this emo kid looks at Luna, looks her dead in the eyes, and then takes out a book. And Luna's like, what? And the emo kid, so he has this book in his hand, and Luna notices that there's ancient hieroglyphics. Dude, my brain is not working right now. There's ancient letters and all these symbols on the book. Basically, it looks like a wizard or witch book or something. And Luna's thinking to herself, all right, there's no shot that that's actually a wizard book or something. And the emo kid reaches into his back pocket and takes out a wand. So he opens up the spell book, and he's waving his wand around. He's like, you have made a great enemy. You've made a great mistake bumping into me on purpose. And Luna's like, it wasn't on purpose, man. I swear to you, I wasn't paying attention, and I apologize for that. I should have been paying attention. You're right. That's on me. However, come on now. It was an accident. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what kind of nonsense doobly-doop you're doing right now, but he's like, silence, mortal. And he's waving his wand around. He's like, hibbity-bibbity-bobbity-boo. I put a something super goofy, but supposedly I don't know, wizard tongue or something. He's like, beepity boop, boppity bee. I'm like, okay, bro, like, let's calm down now. He's like, there, you've been cursed. And he slams the book shut with one hand, puts the wand back in his pocket, puts the book back into his backpack, which he was carrying around. Or I guess not a backpack, I guess it was like a tennis bag with a racket in it. And the emo kid walks off. And Luna is just standing there, just kind of like, what? What just happened? Like, can we just have like a little pause and a rewind of what just happened here? Because I don't think that like I really understood what was going on, because there's not a shot that that actually just happened. So Luna goes back to the table with her two friends, and her two friends are like, what took you so long? And Luna's like, well, I actually have a very interesting answer that I bet you guys were not expecting. So Luna tells them the story, and they're like, one of them was just like, oh my God, that's crazy. The other one was like, dude, like, I know that kid. Like, I was in a tennis group earlier this morning. We're practicing forehands. I know that kid. He was so weird, bro. He was all like, okay, he wasn't like the other emo kid, bro. I'm just playing around. But he was like all like in the corner, hushed away. And when the coach like said to him it was his turn, he kind of like looked up at him and flicked his long dark hair back, kind of sighed, and then like, you know, hit a forehand or something. They're like, that kid was super weird, but I had no idea that he was like that weird. Because there's a difference between being kind of weird and putting spells on people randomly. Like, that's just two different ballparks, bro. Quick comment emo down below if you want to heart in your comment. That is the secret word of the day, and I will do my best to heart as many comments as possible. I'm still getting over some complications with the wisdom teeth, and that might take a couple days, so please don't take it personally if I don't heart your comment. Do know I still really appreciate it. And also, shout out to all the people who've been binge watching my videos, like going through and watching a ton of them either via the playlist or just through the recommended. Please let me know in the comment section when you're doing this so I can heart it and say thank you, and just know that you're supporting the channel more than you can even imagine at this point. I really appreciate it. Back to the story. It gets crazy. Anyways, right, so the next day rolls around, and remember that, you know, Luna was at a tennis camp, and on the last day, which was the next day, because this whole spell incident happened on a Thursday, and the last day was on a Friday. So it was Friday, it was the last day, and it was only like a half day, because the parents would come and pick you up by the end of it. But anyways, right, there was a big tennis tournament, and all the parents came to watch. So it was a pretty big deal. And so everyone was sitting around on the tennis court, and like the coach was standing at the very front. Everyone was sitting on the tennis court, and he was reading off his list of like, all right, guys, like, thank you for all your hard work this week, and finally, it pays off. Just know that, you know, win or lose, like, you know, we just want to make sure you have a fun time, and that, you know, I mean, there can only be one winner, so you can't take it that personally if you don't win. The most important thing is to, like, good sportsmanship, and have a fun time. And anyways, let me read off the pairings. So the pairings were read off, and Luna had a first round match where she played against some random guy or something, and she was better. She was probably one of the top 10 people at the camp. She didn't expect to win the tournament. I mean, the other people, were some people that were much better than her, and maybe they're having a bad day or whatever, but Luna just wanted to go out there, have some fun. So Luna's first round match went down really well. She won 6-2, 6-3, which is pretty solid win. If you guys know tennis, I used to play tennis a lot back in the day. That's why I can tell this story so well, at least the tennis parts. But anyways, things get really interesting when Luna goes into her second round match. The second round match is against a familiar character that you guys may or may not remember from earlier in the story. Yes, Luna is playing the emo kid, and let me just say that Luna did not forget the emo kid, but very well the converse is true too, because the emo kid had not forgotten about Luna either. Which means, yes, Luna versus the emo kid are about to play after the emo kid put a spell on her. And Luna's just looking at her opponent like, there's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way. So anyways, right, you know, Luna, so when you play tennis, you normally, like, you will warm up with your partner and then you'll get into playing. But basically, you both stand on two sides of a net, just very quickly for people who don't know. And so Luna was standing on one side of the net, and the emo kid was, like, sulking over and kind of, like, was all hunched over and kind of, like, wandered over to the other side of the net. And so Luna walks up to kind of, like, the net in between, and the emo kid walks up as well. And Luna's like, all right, like, do you want to warm up? And the emo kid is like, Insert maniacal laugh. I can't do a maniacal laugh right now. I just can't do it. So insert like the most evil maniacal laugh from like TV shows and movies you can think of. And dude, out of all the responses Luna was expecting, okay, Luna was either expecting like yes or no. It was a yes or no question. But out of all the responses that Luna was expecting, let me just say that a maniacal laugh was not on the list, dude. Like, it just was not on the list. And so Luna's kind of just thinking, like, okay. And then the emo kid goes on to say, like, finishes up his maniacal laugh and is like, why would I need to warm up when I have the curse on my side? And Luna was just like, oh, so we're still going with that. We're not just gonna like, because Luna was kind of thinking, all right, well, let's just put yesterday behind us because that was very weird. You know what? Luna gave this guy, the privilege of allowing, just to put that behind them. Because normally that's not a thing you just put behind, right? The fact that, like, you got a spell put on you, normally you don't just forget about that. But Luna was like, oh, okay, so no warm-up? And the emo kid said, yeah. Well, I mean, I have the curse on my side, so why would I need to warm up anyways? And Luna was like, all right, fine, I really gotta smack this kid. So Luna and the emo kid kind of go immediately into playing the match, and so Luna spins the racket, and sure enough, it is the emo kid's choice. So basically, in the beginning of tennis, you spin like heads or tails, and if you get it right, you can choose to serve or have the other person serve. And the emo kid starts maniacally laughing. So once again, insert the like maniacal evil villain laugh after the racket is spun. And, Luna's is kind of looking at him like, dude, what? And the emo kid is like, looks like my curse is already working. Insert again another maniacal laugh. And Luna's just thinking to herself, all right, bro, like, let's not jump to conclusions. There's a 50-50 chance that you were going to get that. Like, come on now. In the back of Luna's mind, she was like, well, I wonder if the curse is real. But her rational mind was able to take control and be like, all right, let's just smack this kid. I know I'm better than him. So sure enough, right, the emo kid starts serving. Basically, that's the way you start a tennis point. So the emo kid throws it up, bops it in, and the serve is not that good. Serve is the hardest part of tennis, in my opinion. But the serve is not that good. And Luna, really wanting to have a good impression to kind of quote-unquote break the curse, winds up a massive forehand, completely crunches it, and obliterates the emo kid in the first point. Like, this ball is blazing off of Luna's racket and just smack right past the emo kid. The emo kid wasn't even, like, the emo kid plus the curse were not good enough to give him the reaction time to be able to deal with it. That's how bad this whole thing was, dude. So Luna looks up at the emo kid, giving her the dirtiest look ever, because I don't think the emo kid realized that Luna was one of the top players at the tennis camp, but he now realized that, he was probably not going to win this. I think he walked in with a lot of confidence, also trying to scare her off because of, like, he remembered, oh, this is the girl I put the curse on. Odds are he would have, like, if this was a different person, he would have put a curse on them beforehand. Like, he would have walked up to the tennis net, whipped out his magic wand, and been like, blah, you're now cursed or something, just to mess with their head. But since he's already done that, right, he was trying to use that as leverage. But anyways, the match continues, and the emo kid is getting destroyed. So at this point, the emo kid is down about 3-0, and they're only playing one set. Basically, in tennis, you play to 6 games. Whoever gets to 6 games first win by 2 wins, and if you get to 6-6, you play a tiebreaker. But anyways, right, Luna's up 3-0, so absolutely smoking the emo kid. And it's Luna's serve, and she serves it in, and it is very clearly a winning shot. However, it was close, right? It wasn't like, it was clearly in, but it wasn't like in by so far that, like, you'd have to be like crazy to say that it was out, right? And the emo kid was like, out. Because if you don't know, you make your own calls when you play tennis. There's no umpire unless you're really good. And this was a lower level. I think of the final match, like the final match of their big tournament, they might have like someone like officiating it. But the emo kid was like, out. And Luna kind of looked at him like, no, dude, that wasn't. But like, she can't really do anything. So they keep playing, right? And Luna continues to crush this kid. Continues to crush this fool, bro. Like, and the emo kid continues to cheat. However, the emo kid is really only cheating when it's like, I don't know, kind of close. So if like Luna hits a really good shot, but it's kind of close, the emo kid will just call it out. And this is super frustrating to Luna because she's losing a lot more points than she needs to, but she's still winning. It's currently 5-1. So if Luna wins one more game, then it's over, right? She wins the match and like it's done with the emo kid. And at this point, right, I think other matches were kind of like getting on with, and like there were like more people were finishing. So parents were kind of like coming over and they were watching, and like more of the staff officials decided to watch this game just because less matches were being played because more people were winning and losing and kind of less matches were going on. So at this point, right, it was like 5-1 Luna, and there were a bunch of people watching at this point. And so Luna hits a shot that is very clearly a forehand winner. She hits it, smacks it. It's not even like the other ones that is kind of close. This one was so clearly in, it was in by like 2 or 3 feet. And the emo kid is like, that was out, by the way. And Luna's like, dude, like, I've been letting you have some really close calls recently, but that was so clearly in, I don't know how else to say it. Like, I give you the benefit of the doubt of all the other stuff, but that one was so clearly in, I can't let it stand. Luna basically slips, and she's like, nah, I'm done, bro. And the emo kid starts getting mad, and he's like, hey, like, you must respect my authority for point calling. And I guess technically you do, but then again, like, one of the camp people was watching the whole thing go down, and he started to pay more attention. So he's watching the emo kid, and the emo kid is getting so angry. So once again, they start another point. The emo kid takes that point, even though he's obviously losing, right? And Luna hits another shot, and the emo kid, it's not even that Luna's shot was good. The emo kid just shanks it into the net, like he completely misses it. And the emo kid was like, oh, by the way, your shot was so out, and it was so clearly in. And Luna's like, dude, you can't just call everything out when you lose. And at this point, the emo kid said, like, I'm going to do what I want because it's my authority and you have to deal with it. And at this point, right, the camp counselor had kind of noticed what was going on and was like, I got to come in here. I got to put a stop to this. So the camp counselor, starts to walk on the court and is like, what's going on, guys? And the emo kid is so angry at this point because he's losing and he's just mad. And oh my God, this is where the emo kid snaps. So the camp counselor is walking over to the emo kid and is like, all right, can you explain what's going on here? Like, it looked like that point was very clearly in. Why did you call it out? And when the camp counselor says to the emo kid that it was clearly in and asked him, kind of questioned his call, the emo kid, already super salty and already molding super hard, being super angry already, just completely loses it, and he takes his racket and he goes, rah, and he whips around and he smashes it into the camp counselor. And like the camp counselor stumbles back and it's like, oh my God. Because like the racket had hit his arm, it had like broken the skin a little bit, so it was a little bloody, and it wasn't that bad. He didn't break anything. He didn't like hit a major artery or something, but the racket smashed into the camp counselor and like kind of like broke into his skin. So the camp counselor starts yelling like, are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? I was literally asking about a call and you attacked me. And there was another camp counselor watching the whole thing, and he starts walking in. But before they could do anything, you see this woman with kind of like a side part, like it kind of like the Karen haircut. Maybe she was a nice woman, but I'm just describing what I was told. By the way, the story was sent into my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me there. It's in the description. Even if you don't want to send in the story, just follow me there. It makes me feel good. But anyways, this woman walks on the court who kind of looks like a Karen. Maybe she's super nice. I'm just saying it how it is, right? Walks on, grabs the emo kid by the back of by like the scruff of his shirt and drags him away. And he's like, ma'am. He's like, ma'am, I was winning. The emo kid literally had the audacity, as he was being dragged off court for attacking one of the camp counselors, to say that he was winning. What? Yeah, so the other camp counselor, I mean, the one that got hit with the rackets, like, I got to get this checked up. Like, I think I'm fine, but, like, I just want to make sure that, like, it didn't break anything farther because his skin was kind of bloodied up. And the other camp counselor, the one that was not attacked by the emo kid, walked up and said, hey, Luna, like, sorry you had to deal with that. We're giving you the win, obviously. And so sure enough, Luna went on. Luna didn't win the tournament, but, did pretty well. And the emo kid was nowhere to be seen after he's dragged off by his mom. Presumably, his mom was like, all right, like, we're done. grabbed him and just dragged him off.
Click on the video
dude.
on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today we got a story of this kid who thinks that he's a wizard and tries to put spells on the subscriber, bro. It's pretty funny, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in the story, let's call him Jacob. So Jacob's in middle school, I don't know exactly what grade, but there's this kid in his class that was always kind of known as like this strange kid, and he was kind of known as the strange kid because he was known as the kid who ran in, like last year, ran into the girls' bathroom and said, "Hi ladies, how's it going?" And then obviously got escorted out by the security guard, sent to the principal's office where they were like, "Bro, what are you even doing? Like, that's super weird, yada yada." And from that day forward, he was kind of just known as the weird kid. So fast forward a year later, and this happened at PE. So Jacob still had PE class, aka physical education, for any of you guys who don't call it PE. And today, what they kind of did was they mixed it up every single day. They play a different sport or some different activity that was kind of like physical exercise or whatever, right? And today was dodgeball. And so basically, the class was split in two, and half the kids went on one side, one of the teams, and the other half of the kids went on the other team. And Jacob just happened to be on the weird kid's team. And we're no longer going to call him the weird kid. We're going to call him the wizard kid, as you will see quite soon why he's called the wizard kid. So anyways, right, they're playing dodgeball, and Jacob and the wizard kid are on the same team, and it's pretty close. Like, it was divided up randomly, however, it just happened to be like a super even, like, division. So anyways, right, Jacob's team, which is also the wizard kid's team, was starting to, like, fall behind a little bit. It was like, I don't know, 5-4, and there was a lot of pressure being put on the team. And if you don't know, in dodgeball, at least the rules that they played by, you were allowed to deflect dodgeballs with your own dodgeball and you wouldn't get in trouble. But if a stray dodgeball hit you in any part of your body before rolling on the ground, you were basically it, or you were tagged out. So anyways, this all went down when Jacob and, the wizard kid and the other two people on his team were kind of like prepping and preparing for the other team to start throwing dodgeballs at them. And one of the team members on the other side threw a dodgeball really hard at Jacob. But Jacob was pretty good at deflecting the dodgeballs with his ball, so he kind of like outstretches his hand and he deflects the dodgeball. And you would be probably thinking, oh, this is a good thing, right? But no, because the dodgeball, yes, the one coming at Jacob, deflects off of Jacob's dodgeball. So Jacob is not it. However, the dodgeball deflects off of Jacob's dodgeball and hits the wizard kid. And unfortunately, by the rules that they played by, that was considered a point for the other team. So the wizard kid basically got tapped out. And Jacob felt really bad because, one, that's harming his own chances for his own team. But also, he's like, dang, I just got my own teammate out. So he looks at the wizard kid, he's like, bro, that was an accident, my fault. The wizard kid doesn't really respond, but Jacob just assumes that he was busy walking to the, where all the other team members were that were tagged out. But anyways, right, Jacob and the three remaining teammates actually end up winning. It's super close, and it's like Jacob has a 1v2 at the very end. But Jacob's probably one of the most skilled dodgeball players there. Will those skills transfer to other places in his life? Who knows, man. But at the end of the day, he was pretty good at dodgeball. So, his whole team rejoices except the wizard kid, who is apparently still pretty mad. Jacob doesn't blame him, like the wizard kid wanted his glory too. The wizard kid was pretty good at dodgeball too, so maybe he would have been the one to do the miraculous 1v2. Who knows, man? But anyways, right, so PE is over and they're walking back to class. And Jacob is kind of walking by himself for a second, and the wizard kid runs up behind him and taps him on the shoulder, and Jacob turns around. And the wizard kid looks at him and says, bro, you just messed with a wizard. That was the worst decision of your life. Jacob at first is like, bro, what? Because he knew that this kid was weird, but he didn't know that this kid was pretended to be a wizard and put spells on people, right? So he was like, bro, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. Why would I want to get my own teammate out? And the wizard kid's like, because you wanted all the glory, right? You wanted all the glory for yourself, and you got it. And you will pay the price. You just didn't know that you were messing with an actual wizard. And once again, Jacob kind of just assumed that he misspoke the first time when he said, oh, I'm a wizard, bro. But then when the weird kid, aka the wizard kid, said it again, Jacob started to realize that no, this kid was not joking. He actually thought that he was a wizard. So Jacob's like, man, seriously, I didn't mean to do it. I wanted my team to win. I didn't like care if I was to get out for my team to win, I would have done it. Like, I seriously don't care. And Jacob wasn't even lying. Sure, the glory of being the one who came back for a 1v2 to win for the team. Yeah, he's not gonna lie. It was pretty sweet. However, still wasn't worth, it still wasn't worth, it wouldn't be worth like losing, right? The glory, he would much rather win than like have the glory like taken away. But anyways, right, the next day rolls around, and this is when Jacob starts to understand why the wizard kid calls himself the wizard kid. Because he's sitting in class, and Jacob was kind of sitting towards the back of the class, and he happened to have a seat next to him open. And sure enough, right, he had one class with the weird wizard kid, right? And the wizard kid normally sat at the very, very, very front of the classroom, right? But this time, he walked all the way back and sat right next to Jacob. So Jacob right away kind of realized that this was not a coincidence. And the wizard kid is like, hey, do you want to see something? And Jacob's like, bro, what? Like, school, like, class is starting. Because the teacher had already started to, like, be like, all right, class, turn a page, whatever. And Jacob's like, bro, we got to pay attention. Like, sure, maybe after class, but not now. And the wizard kid's like, all right, too bad then. And Jacob's like, okay. So Jacob takes out his textbook and is starting to open to the page that he's supposed to be. And then, sure enough, right, the wizard kid says, hey, Jacob, turn, like, look at me. And Jacob's like, dude, what? And he's turning, as he turns his face, the wizard kid blows a pile of glitter into his face. And Jacob starts coughing. He's like, bro, what did you do that for? And then the wizard kid starts going, oobily doobily, oobily doobily, just like some real nonsense, pretending it's like wizard speak or whatever. He's like, you just got a curse put on you. And sure enough, right, the teacher looks over, and I think the teacher was just having a bad day, because the teacher's like, you two, go to the principal's office. You're being a distraction. And I mean, Jacob is kind of looking at the teacher like, I was just here, I was just sitting here, and the teacher's like, did you not hear me? Both of you go to the principal's office. Kind of just because I think the teacher was having a bad day and just assumed that they were both being distracting and disrespectful and not paying attention. And the wizard kid is like, look, the curse is already working. And Jacob turns to the wizard kid and is like, bro, if the curse is working, why are you sent to the principal's office as well? And the wizard kid really didn't have a reply besides, the curse is working, bro. I'm sorry that you're so mad and can't accept it. Real quick, comment wizard down below if you want to heart in your comment. I'm going to be out most of the day, so I don't know how many comments I'll be able to heart, so please don't take it personally if you don't get a heart. But I will be looking for comments that say wizard to go ahead and heart them. And also, if you want to support the channel in the best way you possibly can, binge watch some videos either via playlists or in the recommended. And if you're doing so, please comment that you're doing so like these people so that I can heart your comment, reply and say thank you, and let me know what you're doing when you're binge watching the videos. It's always cool to know. Anyways, back to the story. So anyways, Jacob and the wizard kid are walking down the halls to the principal's office, and Jacob is just like, bro, like, I'm not trying to like mess with any of this. Like, I'm just trying to learn in class. I'm trying to like get my hours in. Why are you doing all this to me? And the wizard kid is like, because you decided to disrespect me in dodgeball. And I told you you'd suffer the consequences. It looks like one of my spells is working. Maybe if you're nice enough to me, I will issue a counter spell. And Jacob does not believe it. And it's like, bro, you're obviously not a wizard. Like, a counter spell would do as much good as like an actual spell. And the wizard kid gets really butthurt at this. And it's like, I am a wizard. Can you not tell that, like, the curse I put on you sent us both to the principal's office? And Jacob goes on to say, as they're walking to the principal's office, bro, I don't believe it actually worked, because if the curse was actually effective, it would just be me going to the principal's office, not both of us. Sure enough, they eventually get to the principal's office, and the principal is kind of just like, all right, guys, I got a note from your teacher, or an email, I guess not a note, that you were like being distracting in class and distracting others and distracting yourself. Like, can you just tell me what was going on? And the wizard kid is like, I put a spell on him. And the principal's like, okay. And then turns to Jacob, like, why are you here? And Jacob's like, I don't know why I'm here. Like, I was just sitting here, and this kid decides to like, quote unquote, put a spell on me, which basically just means blows like, I don't know, not fairy dust, but like sparkles and stuff into my face and say a bunch of nonsense. And then for some reason, I got in trouble too. And when like Jacob said for some reason, the wizard kid turns and says, not for some reason, because of the curse. And Jacob's like, you're not a wizard, bro. Like, there's no curse. And the principal's like, guys,
I don't know what's going on. I think it's just like both you guys just go to detention later today and we'll be done with this. And Jacob's like, what? And the wizard kid is like, heh heh heh. The curse continues to work. And Jacob once again says, I will reiterate this, but if it was actually a curse, why are you receiving the same punishment as me? And the wizard kid is like, you're just mad because you're realizing the curse is real. And Jacob's just so mad at this point. He's like, bro, this is so stupid. So sure enough, Jacob and, the wizard kid, they go back to class, and, Jacob he's just not paying attention because he's just so mad that he has to go in and, he has to go to detention later that day. He's not trying to do that. And sure enough, time eventually comes around, and it's time for them to go to detention. And Jacob and the wizard kid, they get up and, they walk over and they go into detention, and there's like a few other kids there or whatever. And sure enough, right, Jacob sits on the back, and the wizard kid sits right next to him, and Jacob's like, bro, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to sit next to you. Can you please just leave me alone? And the wizard kid's like, well, if you don't believe in my spells, I'm going to keep putting spells on you till you believe it. And Jacob's like, fine, put as many spells as you want on me. Like, trust me, anything that's happened today is just bad luck on my part. And the fact that you're getting the punishment too kind of proves to me that these spells aren't real. So the wizard kid's like, fine, well, I'm going to, how we're getting, so basically, they had a pretty big test that they were getting back. They did it about a week ago, but they were receiving their grades back the next day. So the wizard kid's like, fine, well, I'm going to put a spell on you, and because of the spell, you're going to fail the major test we're getting back. And Jacob's like, well, I know I did pretty well on it because I knew the answers to basically every question, and the teacher's already graded them, so it's not like the grade will be changed, so sure, let's, put a spell on it, right? And Jacob's like, well, how about you also put a spell on your test to make you do well, so that I'll fail and you get an A. And if that actually happens, both of those things happening, right? I'll believe that you're a wizard, I'll bow down, I'll accept your glory as a ruler or whatever, right? The wizard kid's like, fine, like, fair enough. And the wizard kid, like, takes out a little stick and starts waving it around as like, biddly boodly, goodly billy. It just says something like nonsense or whatever. And so at this point, Jacob was like, all right, well, this is going to prove to this kid that, like, his wizard powers are fake because I know for certain that, I did well. However, Jacob is starting to feel like, wait, because remember, dude's in middle school, don't make fun of him, but he's like, wait, what if this kid actually does have wizard powers? What if this kid can actually put a spell on me, right? And he's like, no, that's ridiculous, Jacob, come on now. But Jacob's like, wait, did I just give myself an F? But then he realizes, wait, no, like, come on now, like, okay, obviously, I did well on this test. And the kid's gonna realize tomorrow that he's a fraud. Sure enough, eventually, detention or, I don't know, whatever they were in, it ends, and the next day rolls around, and they go back to the class where they both had a major assessment being passed back. And this time, right, Jacob makes sure that the wizard kid sits right next to him. He's like, all right, well, we're gonna see if your spell actually works. And the wizard kid is like super, I don't know, he's like, super full of himself. He's like, I don't know why you'd want to fail an assignment you work so hard on, like, just because, like, you wanted to testify as actually a wizard, like, that's so ridiculous. You just played yourself, bro, stuff like that. But sure enough, right, the teacher eventually goes around and starts handing back the tests. The first test that was handed out was Jacob's, and Jacob got an A on the assessment. So he takes the paper, flips it around, and shows it to the wizard kid. He's like, oh, looks like your spell didn't work. And he's like, and Jacob's like, all right, just admit it, checkmate, I got you. And he's like, the problem is actually that, I just didn't do the spell properly. And Jacob's like, all right, well, did you do the spell properly for your test? And the wizard kid's like, oh, yes, 100%, I'm getting an A on this. And to be fair, Jacob was definitely kind of like, he was kind of being a little risky here because the wizard kid maybe was also like really smart or cheated or something, but for some reason, maybe the wizard kid actually did get an A. But Jacob was kind of like assuming that the kid was going to be too busy doing spells to actually study. So sure enough, the teacher hands back the wizard kid's paper, and you could already tell that the kid did not do well because the teacher handed back every single test face up except for the wizard kid's test, handed that one face down.
And yeah, sure enough, the wizard kid flips over the paper, and Jacob is watching, and there's a big F in a red circle. And the wizard kid, after seeing the F, quickly flips over his paper again and is like, huh, look at that. I actually got an A. Looks like my spells are right. And Jacob's like, bro, I saw the F. Like, I know you failed this. You're probably too busy doing the spells to actually study. The wizard kid's like, no, bro, I got an A. And, like, I think Jacob did this quick enough that the wizard kid was just not able to react. Because sure enough, right, Jacob reaches over and quickly flips over the wizard kid's paper, and there's a big, massive F and a circle on it, being like, oh, so you got an A now? The wizard kid's like, that's just a typo. You can ask the teacher. And the wizard kid kind of just said that because, like, obviously Jacob's not allowed to say, hey, what did this random classmate get on this major assignment? Like, the teacher's gonna be like, mind your own beeswax, bro. Like, obviously. So Jacob's like, all right, wizard kid, you prove to me that you are not a wizard. He's like, no, I'm gonna keep putting spells on you till, like, you realize. And yeah, so for the rest of the week, the wizard kid would come in and blow, like, bubbles on him, or, like, I don't know, fairy dust, or all this kind of stuff, and, like, say a bunch of random stuff. But yeah, Jacob did not have any other negative side effects that happened that week. And the wizard kid eventually realized that, yeah, he was not a wizard, and that he was not able to convince Jacob that he was a wizard. So eventually, the dude stopped, and yeah, Jacob was able to get back to his normal life and would not be sent to the principal's office because someone put a spell on him
Click on the video
anymore.
on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. Okay. How do I introduce a story like this, man? I mean, you guys can read. You've read the title. All I can say is strap in, buckle up, because this is going to be quite the ride. Subscribe if you're new and you enjoy stories. And let's call today's subscriber who submitted this. Let's call this guy Mason. So this all happened one day when Mason was in class. And Mason was in 4th grade when this whole thing went down. And there's a kid who, once again, kind of like wore the same creeper shirt every single day. And it was like the creeper hoodie. And really, that's not a big deal. They're like, if you want to wear the creeper hoodie, I don't really care. However, we're just going to call him the Minecraft kid, right? Because of the creeper hoodie. He wore it every single day. And maybe, right? Maybe he has a closet full of like 18 different varieties of the creeper hoodie. Or maybe his mom does a load of laundry every single day. Or maybe he's just wearing the same creeper hoodie every single day. I mean, you guys can believe whatever you want, but I think one of those three are a little bit more likely than the other. But anyways, right, so there's this kid called the Minecraft kid because he wore the creeper hoodie every single day. And he was a little bit strange. And there's nothing wrong with you being a little bit strange. Like, I'm a little bit strange. I mean, I run a YouTube channel, man. I mean, that's already putting me in the strange category, unfortunately. But hey, man, I love the YouTube too much to like drop it or anything like that. But sure enough, this all happened one day when the Minecraft kid was in class with Mason. And the Minecraft kid raised his hand. And another thing you need to know about the Minecraft kid is he would take bathroom breaks like 6 times per class. And I don't know about you, but back in the day, I definitely used to go to the bathroom to like go on my phone or just take a break from the class. However, I would be very like strategic with it. I wouldn't do it every single day. I'd do it like every other day. I would make sure that I wasn't away for too long, like maybe 5 minutes max. This kid, bro, would just abuse the bathroom break button. He was like spamming it, just try to, like, I don't know, man. But every single day, you can go to the bathroom, minimum 2 times, maximum like 6 times. That's what I'm told at least. And sure enough, once again, one day, the Minecraft kid raises his hand for the 3rd time in class. And this has been going on for months. And I just think at this point, the teacher kind of just snapped. And he looks at the Minecraft kid, he's like, yes. And the Minecraft kid says, hey, can I go to the bathroom? And here's the thing, right? The teacher should not have reacted in the way that he reacted, because maybe this kid has like IBS or something. Maybe he has to go to the bathroom like a ton per day. However, if he did, it was not registered with the nurse, or even if it was, the nurse did not communicate that properly to the teacher, which she probably should have, or he probably should have, just because, I don't know, if a kid's going to the bathroom 7 times per day, that might be a little suspicious to the teacher. However, the teacher was kind of just assuming that the kid was just going in to like go on his phone or whatever. And that was probably the case, but I mean, you really don't know. But after the Minecraft kid says like, hey, can I go to the bathroom for like the 3rd time? The teacher's like, you know what? No, you can't go to the bathroom. And the whole class kind of turns around and is like, wait, whoa, pause. Like, hold up now. Like, this kid's been asking you to go to the bathroom like 7 times a day for the last 6 months, and now you're saying no? Like, what changed, man? And the teacher's like,
you're gonna have to wait till the end of class. You've been going way too much, way too often. I think you're missing too much of classwork, right? And the Minecraft kid was not happy to hear this. For all we know, maybe he actually did have to go to the bathroom, but Mason, to be fair, right, Mason has gone to the bathroom. He's the subscriber who submitted this story. He's gone to the bathroom at times when the Minecraft kid has been in there, and Mason can hear the volume from his iPhone up all the way. The Minecraft kid is in there playing like Flappy Bird or watching TikToks or whatever, man. He's just going on his phone. Maybe he also has to go to the bathroom, but the Minecraft kid obviously definitely was kind of like, most likely was abusing it just to go to the bathroom. But sure enough, the Minecraft kid raises his hand again. He's like, I gotta go. And the teacher says, like, Minecraft kid, you've gone like 6 times during class every single day for the last 6 months. You're missing out on class time. Please try and like conserve your like bathroom breaks. I will let you go, but just give it a second. I just can't let you go and disrupt the class like 1,000 times every single day. And the Minecraft kid was getting kind of angry. And he didn't say anything. He wasn't like, no, I really gotta go. And the Minecraft kid also didn't just stand up. Unfortunately, I think the Minecraft kid watched a little bit too much South Park. If you guys know what I'm talking about, there's an episode of South Park, which is a TV show, kind of aimed for adults, so I wouldn't go search this up if you're too young, but there's this kid named Cartman. And one time Cartman needed to basically go to the principal's office, so he decided to do number 2 on the desk of a teacher. And I think the Minecraft kid got a little bit too inspired by Cartman, because the Minecraft kid is like, you're gonna want, like, I need to go to the bathroom, and you're gonna regret it if you don't let me. And the teacher kind of turns around kind of sharply and looks at him and says, like, you shouldn't be threatening people. Like, that's a very bad thing to do. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. He said, you know what? Just because you're threatening me and said in such a threatening voice, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom for the rest of the class. And this only made the Minecraft kid even more upset. And Mason is just sitting here watching this back and forth. And Mason kind of feels a little bit for the Minecraft kid because maybe he really needs to go. Maybe the first 2 times, yeah, I mean, it is kind of karma if you were just going to the bathroom 6 times per day just to go on your phone. However, right, I mean, maybe he really has to go, man. It's kind of cruel to, like, not let someone go to the bathroom when they really need to. But he did just go, like, 5 minutes ago and 10 minutes before that, so I don't know. Anyways, right, you know, Mason was sitting there, and the Minecraft kid raises his hand for a final time and says, you're gonna let me go, or you're gonna regret this. And once again, the teacher's like, if you threaten me again, you're not gonna be allowed to go to the bathroom ever again when you're in my class. And at this point, the whole class is like, oh, I don't know if they're actually like hyping up like that, but things were getting legit and they could feel it for sure. They're like, oh, dang, dude, like stuff's getting real, right? And sure enough, the Minecraft kid says, very well, have it your way. The teacher kind of like has a little bit of a smile, but quickly brushes it off, probably because he felt like he won that discussion. Like, all right, well, this kid who's been abusing the bathroom system has lost, and I won as a teacher and I asserted my dominance. However, right, dominance was not asserted. In fact, I don't even know how to explain what's about to happen, so I'm going to do my best. Bear with me. Because the Minecraft kid, he kind of like stands up. And the teacher is currently facing the board, so the teacher doesn't notice the Minecraft kid stand up. However, Mason, the subscriber who submitted this story, as well as a bunch of other people, by the way, Mason submitted this to my Instagram. It's in the description. You should go follow it, even if you're not going to go submit stories. Give me a big number and make me feel good. Anyways, Mason is watching this whole thing go down, and he sees that the Minecraft kid stands up from his desk. And then the Minecraft kid stands on his chair. And then the Minecraft kid stands on his desk. And at this point, almost half the class is turned around watching the Minecraft kid because he's making enough of a commotion. In the next, YouTube, please be nice. YouTube, man. I'm going to describe the next thing without making you mad. So the Minecraft kid, well, he drops his pants. He drops his pants. He says, teacher, and the teacher turns around and is about to be like Minecraft kid for the last time. And he turns around and is like, what? What? Huh? And the Minecraft kid is like, teacher, I told you you would regret not letting me go to the bathroom. And just to put it very, just to be point blank, just to be straight up, just getting right to the point. Yeah, he just number 2 on the desk, man. It wasn't like anything crazy, right? It was pretty, just a little bit, but
yeah, and everyone in the class starts like screaming. Like some of the girls are like, ah, some of the guys are like, yo, what? That's disgusting, dude. And the teacher's like, Minecraft kid, what on earth are you doing? And the Minecraft kid's like, I told you should let me go to the bathroom, dude. Now you're just paying the consequences. The Minecraft kid was like feeling all full of himself. And the teacher was like, go to the principal's office now. And I don't think the Minecraft kid totally realized what was going on. And the Minecraft kid starts to panic. And the Minecraft kid looks to his left and looks to his right. And when the Minecraft kid looks to his right, you know who he sees? He sees the subscriber. He sees Mason. And he makes eye contact with Mason. And Mason is looking directly at the Minecraft kid and is thinking to himself, oh my God, what, wow. But then he's like, wait, why is this kid making eye contact with me? And he's like, Mason made me do it. He dared me. And the teacher's like, Mason. Mason's just like, dude, I swear I was just sitting here. What do you mean? And the teacher's like, you know what? Minecraft kid, Mason, and anyone else involved, go to the principal's office right now. And Mason is just like, why? So he gets up, and because he's not going to fight with his teacher when the teacher's literally going through a massive rage moment. And, he starts walking up, and he walks up to the Minecraft kid. He's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. And the Minecraft kid's like, just doesn't say anything. So he walks up to the principal's office, and he sits down, and the principal's like, what happened? And Mason explains the side of the story, that he was just a bystander sitting there. And then, eventually the Minecraft kid walks in, because he had to, it wasn't like he could, okay, I'm not going to explain why it took him longer, but he got there, right? And sure enough, the principal's like, Minecraft kid, why would you do that? And the Minecraft kid's like, explains the side, and then she's like, and why is Mason here? And the Minecraft kid, who kind of panic blamed him to kind of lesser the punishment on him, is like, Mason dared me to do it. And Mason's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. You're just in my class. And the principal's like, I don't know, Mason, why would he lie about this? There's literally nothing for him to gain. And Mason's like, dude, I don't know. Real quick, comment Minecraft down below if you want to harden your comment. That will be the secret word of the day. And I'll try and heart as many of those comments as possible. And also, if you want to help us get to 600,000 faster, binge watch the videos. YouTube really likes promoting my channels when you guys binge watch a bunch of my videos. So after this video, or when you have the time to sit down and watch a bunch of videos, I've made playlists. You can just go to my channel page and let me know in the comments when you do this, so I can heart it and say thank you and just give a little bit of appreciation for you guys really helping me out, and I really do appreciate it. Anyways, the story gets even more insane, so stay tuned. So anyways, right, back to the story. Mason is in a position where he was just dragged into this. Honestly, Mason to this day doesn't totally understand why the Minecraft kid even singled him out. Mason and the Minecraft kid weren't close friends. They didn't even really know each other. And Mason just assumes that he randomly looked around and picked someone who he just happened to remember the name of and blamed them just to kind of lesser the punishment on him. In his mind, or I guess in his panic, the idea was oh, if I blame someone else and say that they forced me to do it, my punishment will be lesser, right? Which is bro, why? Why would you do that? But anyways, sure enough, the principal, unfortunately, is not believing Mason, because Mason is explaining that he doesn't even know this kid and he has no idea why he would lie. And the principal's kind of doesn't believe him, because he's like, Mason, why would the Minecraft kid lie about this, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And the principal's like, well, I guess I just have to make a judgment call in this situation. And Mason, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give you a punishment too, because I don't believe you. And Mason is just like, what? Are you serious? And then Mason said, even if I did dare him to do something ridiculous, it's still up to him. I didn't, for the record, and I stand by that because I don't even know this kid. But if someone was to, why would that even matter? And the principal's like, so you're admitting it? And Mason's like, no, I'm just saying it'd be stupid even if I did. But it's double stupid because I didn't even do it. And the principal's like, don't say stupid to me. Mason's like, I'm in 4th grade. And also this is double stupid. What can I say? So eventually, right, the principal's like, all right, well, I'm going to have to call both your mothers and explain what happened. And Mason's just like, dude, this is the most ridiculous day of my life. So sure enough, the principal calls up both their mothers saying, hey, both your sons got in trouble.
if you're not busy, can you please come in? The Minecraft kid's mom was busy at the time, but Mason's mom kind of either had the day off or for some reason wasn't really needing to like be wherever she was, and she said, yeah, I'll come in right away. Maybe she was busy and she thought that this was a good idea to go see like what happened to her son. So Mason's mom comes in and she's like, looks at Mason with this look of like, what have you done? And Mason looks at her with these like eyes of like, bro, I don't know what's going on, confusion, whatever, right? The principal's like, all right, hi, Miss Mason's mom, or, you know, whatever. Well, I'm so glad you could come. And the principal explains what happens. And then she kind of explains how she doesn't believe Mason. And Mason's mom started with a look of concern, and then she almost got a look of like annoyance. And the look of annoyance grew and grew the more the principal told the story. And Mason was looking at this and was like, okay, is my mom on my side, or is the look of annoyance because she's so annoyed with me? Either way, this is just the worst situation ever. So sure enough, right, you know, by the end of the story, Mason's mom's like, why am I here? The principal's like, well, didn't you hear, like, your son, supposedly dared him to do it? Mason's mom, like, first of all, my son disagrees with that statement. You don't really have any proof, but let's say he even did. Why would that matter? And the principal kind of was a little shocked. And Mason's mom's like, you know, isn't it like a cliche saying for parents to be like, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you as well? Like, are you really just supposed to do whatever the popular kid does? And then Mason's mom's like, even if my son did, which I'm not convinced he did, dared him to do what he did on the desk, right? Why is that my son's fault? Is this kid not like able to function by himself? What, you know, like, is the blame 100% not on, you know, the Minecraft kid anymore? Is any of the blame really supposed to be on my son? And the principal's like, well, I'm sorry you feel this way, but I've made up my mind. Like, your son's gonna be suspended for the day. He can come back tomorrow, but he can't come back today. And the Mason's mom is like, are you serious? Like, really? And she's like, yeah. And then Mason's mom's like, all right, what punishment did the Minecraft kid get? And the principal said, well, we're doing equal punishment. And Mason's mom's like, you can't be serious, man. You can't be serious. And the principal's like, I'm sorry you disagree, but this is the punishment. So Mason's mom's like, Mason, come with me. And Mason's like, oh, I can't tell if my mom's mad or not. So Mason gets up, kind of all scared or whatever, and he sits in the car. And Mason's mom's like, well, this was unexpected, but Mason, today you got a day off. It is your vacation day, because that punishment is ridiculous. And then Mason's like, okay, she's on my side. And Mason's mom is like, Mason, please be honest. Did you dare him to do it? And Mason's like, Mom, I promise. Since look, it looks like you're not angry at me either way. Why would I lie about this? Because I didn't do it. I don't even know who this kid is. Why would I dare him to do something so ridiculous? Mason's mom's like, yeah, that's what I thought. But even if you did, like, who cares? And this punishment's ridiculous. So you and I, we're gonna get ice cream. Because today, you learned a very good lesson. Sometimes there are rules that are ridiculous, and you'll be punished. But stay true to your convictions, man. Stay true to your convictions. So Mason and his mom went and got ice cream. And I don't think the Minecraft kid's mom was as excited or as pleased with her son, but
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today I get a story time of another one of these Minecraft kids deciding to fight back against his babysitter in a quite unconventional way, you might say. I mean, I bet you can read the title right now. So yeah, with that being said, sit back, relax, subscribe if you haven't already, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted this story to me, let's call him Ryan. So Ryan was friends with this kid who really liked Minecraft. So we're calling him the Minecraft Kid because that always works in the title, and you guys like the Minecraft Kid stories, and I like telling them. But anyways, right, Ryan was invited over to this kid who he didn't know that well, and we're just gonna call him the Minecraft Kid. So anyways, right, Ryan was invited over to the Minecraft Kid's house to, well, you know, play Minecraft with him. The idea was he was gonna go over on a Friday night and play some Bed Wars with this kid. Honestly, sounds like a pretty sick Friday night, if you know what I mean. However, he didn't really know much about this kid, and he only kind of just started to know him because Ryan's mom and the Minecraft Kid's mom became friends like a couple months ago when they were both volunteering for something, or maybe they just met. I don't know why, but Ryan's mom and the Minecraft Kid's mom became friends, and for that reason, you know, Ryan's mom's like, oh, I have a son about your son's age, they should totally hang out. And since Ryan knew nothing about the Minecraft Kid, at their first like interaction, which wasn't like a sleepover playdate type thing, he was like, so what do you like to do? And he's like, I like to play Minecraft. He's like, cool, do you like to play Bed Wars? And he's like, yeah, it's my favorite game. So they bonded over it. So anyways, Ryan was heading over to the Minecraft kid's house, and Ryan's mom told him, hey, just so you know, the Minecraft kid's mom is not going to be there. She's going to be out for something. However, they hired a babysitter, and the Minecraft kid's mom should be back by like 10 or 11. And Ryan was like, all right, that's totally fine. I don't really care. It's not like we would have been hanging out with the Minecraft kid's mom and having her play in our Bed Wars trios or something, man. So it's fine. So Ryan gets over to the Minecraft kid's house, and when he gets there, no one greets him at the door. He kind of stands there for a second, and he knocks on it, and he stands there for like a little more time, and he hears noises coming from upstairs. And it's a 2-story house, and there's a window right above him, and the window is open, and he can hear noises. And you know what noises he hears? He hears block placing noises. He hears golden apple eating noises. He hears bed break noises. He's like, wait a minute, bro, the Minecraft kid is playing Bed Wars right now. And, Ryan was thinking that he would have yelled up to the Minecraft kid, but the door eventually opened, and presumably the babysitter, or who we thought the babysitter was, which, no, was the babysitter. That isn't, like, the big secret of the story, but the babysitter comes and, opens the door and says, hey, so sorry, Minecraft kid's upstairs. I'm, making dinner right now for you guys. It'll be ready in, like, 30 minutes, so make sure you're not in the middle of the game in, like, half an hour. And Ryan's like, all right, that sounds pretty cool. So he goes up the stairs, he opens the door, and the Minecraft kid's like, what's good, bro? I'm in the middle of a game. Get your, like, laptop out and set your stuff up, and we'll go into, like, doubles in just a second. And so sure enough, and by the way, guys, Bed Wars it's a Minecraft game where you can, like, it's fun. You should go look it up and play it maybe. But just for context, it's a video game on Minecraft. But anyways, right, so he sets up his gaming setup or whatever, he gets that all ready, and yeah, sure enough, the Minecraft kid eventually wins his game. Great work, Minecraft kid. Not so great work at later the night, as you can tell by the title, but yeah, anyways, Ryan and the Minecraft kid, they start playing some Bed Wars duos. Life's pretty good, and that's until they're in the middle of a game, and it's really, really intense, right? It's getting really down to the wire. If you know a thing or two about Bed Wars, all the beds have been broken, and they're really just both of them. Ryan and the Minecraft kid are super stacked. They have their golden apples. They have their diamond armor. Yes, they sweated to diamond armor. And the two people that were remaining were about as good as they were. And they were playing for all the marbles at this point, man. This was pretty intense. And that's when the babysitter yells, all right, guys, time for dinner. And the Minecraft kid's like, well, 1 second, yells down that, and, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are like, all right, how are we going to do this? Do we go in? Do we wait? And the Minecraft kid is a big fan of, like, camping, which in a video game, when you're camping, that basically just means that, like, you're staying on defensive ground and you're waiting for the opponent to come to you, which in Bed Wars, if you're super, super stacked, that can kind of give you the advantage, because you can always drop golems. You got hometown advantage if you have the regen thing. Camping is an okay strategy, super late game, but that also means that the game's going to be a long time. And Ryan says to the Minecraft kid, hey man, do you think we should, like, be aggressive and we should be the one attacking them because, like, our food is, like, dinner is ready. Do you think we should just go do that for the sake of doing that, just so we can, and we'll play another game when we come back? And the Minecraft kid's like, no, like, I know that we'll win. Like, we have prot 4 diamond, they don't. But if we go to them, there's a chance that they knock us off, we fall while going, they fireball us over. It's just a lot more dangerous to go over. He said, we're staying here. And Ryan, who doesn't really care, he's like, all right, man, sure, we'll stay here. And then, a minute later, the babysitter says, guys, you don't want dinner to get cold? The Minecraft kid's like, 1 second, which it wasn't going to be a second. Like, it was going to be probably like 5-10 minutes on average remaining of the game. And Ryan and the Minecraft kid were waiting it out. And the thing was, the other team was camping too, which basically means that they were both just collecting gear and such, and they weren't attacking each other. So then the babysitter was, yelled up again, like, guys, like, come on, like, I made you something. Like, I told you not to be in the middle of a game. And he's like, once again, the Minecraft kid, instead of saying, hey, I'm so sorry, can we be down there in 5 to 10 minutes? Like, I apologize. He's like, 1 second. He just keeps yelling down 1 second. And the babysitter kind of did something that she probably shouldn't have. Like, it just wasn't that deep, but I think the babysitter was kind of getting mad that, you know, they just were refusing to come down when, you know, she was sweating out some good food or whatever. So the babysitter, what she does is she goes to the Wi-Fi router, and yes, you can probably already guess, unplugs it and replugs it, which basically, if your Wi-Fi, at least in my case, whenever my Wi-Fi is super slow or just kind of sucks, I go to the Wi-Fi modem or router or whatever. I go modem. What am I saying? I go to the Wi-Fi router, and I think I combined router and modem. My fault. I go to my Wi-Fi router or box, unplug it, replug it. Wi-Fi's down for like 5 minutes, but then it comes back nice and fresh and clean. However, the Wi-Fi goes down. So basically, right, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are in the middle of a match, and like they start to go to like buy something from the store, and Ryan's clicking on it, but it's not registering it. And Ryan's like, dude, I think I'm disconnecting. And at this point, right, if you disconnect, you lose. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, it's not working. Why can't I place blocks? Why are things not registering? And then both at the same time, they get a message like, not kicked, but like it disconnects from Hypixel, like no connection. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, starts slamming his fist. And Ryan, who doesn't really care, and looks at the Minecraft kid, and the Minecraft kid was like, I was on a 99 win streak. I won 99 games in a row. I was gonna go to 100. I've been recording the whole thing. I was gonna clip it and post it on YouTube, man. I was about to get 100. Basically, he was pretty upset. So Ryan and the Minecraft kid, Ryan just looks at the Minecraft kid and be like, all right, man, I'm so sorry. Like, we'll grind it out tonight. We'll get you back to at least halfway, which was a lie. They were not going to play, nevertheless, win 50 games in a row. But, you know, Ryan's just trying to calm the air. And he's like, yeah, man, don't worry. We'll get back to it. So they walk down, and the babysitter is waiting there. And she's like, guys, like, I asked you to come down. If you weren't going to come down, you should have at least told me. I would have put it back in the stove. Now the food is cold. It really took me, you know, turning off the Wi-Fi to get you guys to come down. Teenagers these days. Or not teen, I guess. She's a teenager. She's the babysitter. I guess preteens these days. And that's when Ryan is like, oh my God, she turned off the Wi-Fi. That's why we frozen the game. And Ryan looks over at the Minecraft kid, whose face, he just stood there. Like he's been frozen by like a spell that turns you to stone. He's just frozen there, looking at her. His like jaw starts to slack a little bit, like, oh my God, it was you who got in between me and the 100 Bed Wars win streak. Real quick comment, Minecraft, if you made it this far into the video, as that will be the secret word of the day. And if you want to support the channel, as always, just go ahead and binge watch several videos or a bunch of videos whenever you have the time, and let me know in the comments if you do this, because it really does support me more than you can probably even imagine. It boosts the channel. YouTube likes watch time anyways. So right now, remember, Ryan and the Minecraft kid just lost in a very important game for the Minecraft kid. He almost got a 100 win streak, which is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. But unfortunately, the babysitter, who kind of like overreacted a little bit, got mad and unplugged the Wi-Fi, and that made them lose the game that they probably were actually going to win. And so when they walk down, they have no idea that the babysitter was the reason why they lost the game, until the babysitter is like, oh, guys, like, I really had to pull the Wi-Fi plug to get you guys down here, like crazy like preteens are these days, or kids on their phones too much, like on that like old man behavior type thing, even though this girl was like 17 or something. And the Minecraft kid is just so angry. He's like, you're the reason I lost my Minecraft game. And she's like, sorry, like, should have come down faster, or should have at least told me. And she goes to sit down, and Ryan is also like, all right, well, this is gonna be a little awkward, but whatever. I'm still going down to sit down, like, whatever. Like, he's not gonna react that ridiculously. How do I say this? Yeah, no, he acted ridiculously. The Minecraft kid waits until the girl sits, or the babysitter, she's 17. I guess she's still like a girl, I guess. She is, I don't know. She waits till the babysitter, right, sits down. And when the babysitter sits down, the Minecraft kid runs up to her, grabs a chair. This is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Grabs a chair, turns around, pulls down his pants, and rips up. Dude,
I'm 19 years old, and I'm telling you about Minecraft Kid revenge farting in someone's face. I'm doing it. I'm going through with it. I'm too far in the story to turn around. The Minecraft Kid, after getting on the chair, ripping down his pants, farts in the babysitter's face, directly her eye while it was open. If you don't know, the reason why the fart smells bad, because there's a lot of gross particles in it. And when the gross particles get into your eye can get infected, and it can be really bad. So the babysitter legitimately falls out of her chair and starts, like, screaming. Because, like, because apparently he really ripped one. He really ripped one, man. And her eye was open, and it was really close. And Ryan was like, well, so this kid and I have one thing in common. We like Bed Wars. And we have nothing else in common. And this will probably be the last time I ever hang out with him. And yeah, so the babysitter's like, what did you do? Why would you do that? Like, that's so ridiculous and disgusting. Like, my eye, it burns. Oh my God. Oh, my eye, it burns. Like, why would you do that? Like, And Ryan looks at the Minecraft Kid, and the Minecraft Kid is literally laughing. He's like, and Ryan's like, oh my God, this kid's because the thing was, Ryan's thinking to himself, dude, this kid must do this all the time. Because, like, you're not just going to think to yourself, wow, I'm so angry at this person. Let me wait until they sit down, grab a chair, stand on it, turn around, pull down my pants, and fart directly point blank into their face. That's just not something that comes to you in the heat of the moment. That I mean, maybe I'm just built different from all you guys. I really don't know, but that definitely doesn't come to me. But sure enough, right, the babysitter eventually gets up, and Ryan and the Minecraft Kid look at her face, and her left eye is red and swollen. And Ryan's like, oh my God, that is definitely not a coincidence. And the babysitter is like, move out of my way. And she moves past both of them, goes and finds the home phone, because I guess her phone wasn't on or something, and legitimately calls 911, an ambulance. Which, okay, that was maybe a little excessive, but maybe I wouldn't drive if my eyes were impaired and I thought that they were going to be infected and it would have been bad. And she walks back in the room, and she's, like, angry, but also very clearly in pain, right? And she's like, her hand is over her eye, and she's like, you, like, why would you do that? The Minecraft Kid's like, well, I was actually on a 99 win streak, and you pulled the plug, and I lost my 99 win. She's like, and you projectiled all your stuff out of your butt. Oh, God. How can I have a straight face and tell the story? Anyway, she's like, and you probably gave me a raging infection. My eye burns. Like, if I lose sight, I'm suing your She was getting mad. And eventually, right, the ambulance does come. She explains the ridiculousness of the situation. The guy, she sits in the ambulance, drives to the hospital. They check her out or whatever. But remember, this is from Ryan's perspective, so we don't exactly know what the doctor says. Ryan's mom, who got really invested in the situation afterwards, said that, like, the doctor's, like, her eye is fine now, but the doctor said that, like, it really could have gone south if she didn't go there, like, immediately, which is insane. So anyways, right, Ryan and the Minecraft Kid are legitimately just in this house alone, and that's when the Minecraft Kid's mom comes back early, super angry and upset, because the babysitter sent a message to, you know, his mom explaining everything and why that she had to leave the premises immediately. So the Minecraft Kid's mom had to leave whatever she was doing to come back, and she was like, walks in, she's like, you, turns to the Minecraft Kid, like, you did it, you pulled a face fart on someone again. We've already talked about this. And Ryan, who is still there, he's already texted his mom to come pick him up, is just like, again? I mean, he had a sneaking suspicion that this was not a first-time thing, as I said. In the heat of the moment, you don't think to, you know, use your butt as a weapon. But he's like, again? This is a thing? And the Minecraft Kid's like, but Mom, I was on a 99 Bed Wars win streak. And she's like, that's enough. No more Bed Wars for you forever. And the Minecraft Kid's like, no, Mom, I promise I won't fart in anyone else's face again.
What am I doing with my life? Anyways, right, so Ryan's mom comes, and Ryan's mom's like, hey, so sorry, things were weird today. Like, I'm just gonna pick Ryan up. Thank you so much for having him over. Ryan, come with me now. And, Ryan walks over and goes in the back seat of the car, and Ryan's mom is like, so, do you want to elaborate on, I need to pick you up right now. My friend farted in the babysitter's eye, and now she's at the hospital. And Ryan did elaborate, and it really didn't add any clarity to the situation. In fact, Ryan's mom just became more
Click on the
confused.
video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. How's it going, everyone? Hope you're having a good day, because today we have a pretty crazy story of this Minecraft kid who believes that after playing Minecraft that he needs to go back to his caveman roots. And going back to his caveman roots literally just meant not showering, I guess, and he thinks that this will get him all the ladies. Let me just say that that may or may not be the case, but you'll have to wait and see. So anyways, sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and let's just jump right into this. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Alex. And by the way, my Instagram is in the description. It's also Connor Pugs. Go follow me there, and you can submit stories like this to me on there. I'll get to them when I get to them. And anyways, so Alex was in 8th grade. And he had this kid in his class who we're going to call Ben. Yes, we're bringing back the name Ben for random secondary characters. And anyways, right, Ben was like, he wasn't like super into Minecraft. Actually, he knew nothing of Minecraft until like a couple weeks before the story. And that's when he was introduced to the game by one of Alex's friends. We don't need a name, right? And anyways, right, Ben got super, super into it. Alex doesn't really know how Ben didn't know what Minecraft was. Like, it wasn't like Alex wasn't, or it wasn't like Ben wasn't on the internet. Like, I think Ben might have heard of it, but he'd never, like, he didn't know what it was. So when one of Alex's friends introduced Minecraft to him, Ben basically disappeared for like 2 weeks. Like, he went to school and everything, but he stopped being on social media, disappeared as soon as he could, like, didn't show up to anything. He was just in his room for as long as he could, playing Minecraft. And I don't mean like, I don't know, like parkour servers like this or player versus player servers. I mean, he was playing like vanilla, straight up, your traditional Minecraft. That's all he was doing, and he was in love with it. And 3 weeks later, he came into school one day, and he's like, Alex, buddy, I need to tell you something, a revelation I've come to. And Alex is like, yeah, what's good, dude? And Ben's like, brother, we need to return to the caveman days. I was playing Minecraft a couple days ago, and I came to a realization that we need to return to our caveman roots. And I have started that already. Alex is like, what do you mean by that? And at this time, Alex was noticing quite a pungent aroma coming from Ben, right? He didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to be mean. He didn't want to be, cruel or anything. But let's just say that, Benny old boy was not smelling the greatest. He was kind of, he had this essence, this odor, this aroma, some might call it, that wasn't the greatest, to put it lightly, right? So anyways, Alex or Ben goes on to say, yeah, so I've been playing Minecraft, and it just feels so good. It feels so natural. I mean, yeah, playing a block game feels natural, but whatever. I like Minecraft. I'm not saying it's not, but he goes on to say, and I realized that, my failures in the lady department, the reason why women don't love me is because I'm not like the natural man. And when they see me as the natural caveman, they will instinctively fall in love with me. And Alex just looks at Ben. It's like, Ben, I don't know where you're going with this, but I really don't have a good feeling about this. And Ben's like, Alex, I'm here to convert you to my ways. And Alex is like, what? And he's like, are you trying to like sell me an MLM or something? Like, where are we going with this? And Ben is like, no, Alex, return to the caveman. Return to the caveman, Alex. This is what Steve has taught me. And Alex is like, Ben, are you okay? Like, if you need help, like, I can help you get. He's like, no, you need help, man. You don't understand. He said, look, I've returned to my caveman roots, but by not doing any of the showering that is in our modern day societies. You really think putting chemicals in our hair and rinsing it with fake water? Alex is like, fake water? What do you? He's like, these are details. These are details, Alex. Don't question it. It's whatever. You don't understand. The natural aroma that comes from the human body
has been programmed for trillions of years. And Alex is like, I don't think humans have been around for trillions of years. And Ben's like, that's not the point. The point is the aroma, the natural musk. Sure, you can buy cheap garbage from, like, I don't know, Armani or Gucci. Their fragrance is terrible. They'll destroy the brain cells. But the true caveman odor is what Steve has taught me. And Alex is like, so are you gonna, like, I don't know, spend more time outside, get more sunlight, exercise, eat, like, not processed stuff like the caveman too? And Alex is like, whoa, or Ben is like, whoa, Alex, chill out. Let's not go crazy. Let's not go cuckoo banana mode on me, okay, man? Okay, man? Is that good? Like, let's not go crazy. I'm not dropping everything for this caveman thing, but I am embracing the natural musk. And Alex just looks at him and says, so Ben, you're not really changing anything about what you do besides not showering. That's the only difference. And Ben's like, well, no. It's not just not showering. It's embracing my natural musk, my natural odor. It will instinctively make women love me. And Alex is like, Ben, as your friend, I guess, I strongly suggest you don't do this. And Ben is like, you know what, Alex? I understand that you're a hater, and that's okay. Alex is like, I don't think I'm a hater, and Ben's like, silence. Look, you know that girl over there, Ava? You know how, the prettiest girl in our class? I've always had a crush on her, and I never had a chance. And Alex is like, well, that's also something that has not changed. And Ben's like, look, I'm going to go up to her, and you're going to see. I'm going to go up to her. I'm going to lift up my arms so my armpits are bare. Let her embrace my natural aroma, my natural odor, and you will see that she will just fall in love with me. I'm going to ask her out, and she's going to say yes. It's not even going to be her saying yes. It's going to be her subconscious breaking through to the surface and convincing her that I am the true man for her. Alex is just looking at Ben. He's like, dude, did playing Minecraft make you think this or something? And Ben's like, no, it encouraged me to remember my true caveman days. And, Alex is like, okay, that's cool, man. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, you're cool. That's good. Okay, actually, Ben, yes. Let's see it. I will, too, embrace the caveman if Ava goes out with you because you smell bad. And Ben's like, I don't smell bad. I smell natural. If that is bad to your nose, then you have a bad nose. And Ben's like, or Alex is like, all right, I got bad nose. That's not great. Ben's like, you'll see. Anyways, next day comes around, and Alex is sitting with his friends, and he explains, like, yeah, so you know Ben, right? And they're like, yeah, we know Ben. Alex is like, yeah, so he's doing something crazy. And they're like, well, I don't know what he's been doing, but he's been smelling like garbage recently. And Alex is like, it's related. You're not going to believe this. He played Minecraft, and then he believed he had to go back to the caveman era, like he had to be a man again. And that doesn't mean working out or, reading. It just means not showering for some reason. It's kind of ridiculous. And they're like, yeah, I mean, Ben has been smelling a little bit more musty, and it kind of smells like spoiled milk at this point. But I guess I guess that makes sense now. And Alex goes on to say, yeah, and Ava? And they're like, yeah, of course we know Ava. Hottest girl in our class, beauty, right? 10 out of 10. They're like, Alex is like, yeah, so Ben is going to ask her out later today. They're like, he's going to do what? He's going to do, and Alex is like, yeah, so Ben thinks that because he smells like he does, she's going to instinctively say yes. They're like, dude, why did you say yes? Why did you allow him to go on with this? At this point, Alex's friends are like, bro, you're kind of being a bad friend of Ben. And Alex is like, dude, he was so confident. He was being so cocky. And they're like, dude, he's going to get rejected. And there's a chance he gets rejected really hard and really embarrassingly in front of everyone. Do you want that for him? And look, Alex was not happy with the way that Ben went about explaining or teaching him, quote unquote, the ways of the caveman, aka no shower, no more, right? But at the end of the day, they were still friends, and Alex knew that Ava was not just going to say no, but, she had developed a bit of an ego because she did know that she was, the most beautiful girl in the class, and she could have any guy she wanted. She was not going to be nice about letting him down. She was going to be cruel, she was going to be mean, and she was going to crush him, dude. She was going to freaking crush him. And Alex is like, all right, I got to find Ben. I need to find him before he asks Ava out. And as
Alex was saying that he hears, or he looks up and he looks at the table across, because they're sitting at lunch. He looks at the table farthest away, and that's where Ava and her friends were sitting, and Ben was walking up to her table. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment Minecraft down below. And if you want to support the channel, one of the best things you can do is binge watch the videos. And please let me know in the comment section what you're doing while watching these videos. And also, final thing, a bit of a new request I have. If you haven't already done so, if you have a TikTok account, go follow my TikTok. It is Connor Pugs. I have about 7,000 followers on there. I'm reposting clips from here. I'm just trying to reach a new audience on TikTok and hopefully bring them to the family over on here. And if you could even just following me in there and occasionally watching my videos, basically no one watches them on there, and I need a little bit of traction from you guys to help them reach new people, and I really would appreciate it. Anyways, let's get back to the story before I bore you guys. And also, if you're gonna buy some gamer subs or any of their stuff, wait about a week. I have a pretty cool surprise coming for you guys. But anyways, enough of teasing that. I can't say too much right now. Anyways, right, so Alex looks over and he notices that Ben is walking to Ava's table. And he's like, oh my God, no, this can't be happening. And he goes, and he starts to like walk over, and you know, the people Alex was sitting with are like, Alex, go, he's gonna do it. Don't let this happen. So Alex is basically sprinting over to the table, but he doesn't get there in time. And he kind of stops. He's like, no, I'm too late. So Ben goes up to Ava and goes, ahem, Ava? And Ava looks up and is like, yes? Oh my, the next part's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Ben goes up to her and literally lifts up both of his arms. You know how like after you run and you're like really exhausted, you'll put your arms above your heads to like make it easier to breathe, right? Or you're told to do that or whatever, right? That's basically what he did. And you could see Ava's face. Like first you saw her nose kind of twitch as she was smelling what was going on. And then you saw her eyes water, her face crunch up, and you could almost hear like the, like it was a bad smell. It was not good. And Alex is like, oh no, oh my God, I'm partially responsible. Oh my God, I'm partially responsible, man. This is on me. Anyways, Ben goes on to say, so, Ava, now that, you know, I've let your senses, you know, acclimate themselves, and if you have any primal urges, wink, wink, that are coming up from, you know, the surface that are breaking through, would you like to go on a date? You know what, let's just skip that. Would you like to be my girlfriend? And Alex is like, in his head, he's like, no, Ben, no, no. And so sure enough, you know, Ava's just looking at him, blinking, not even responding, not laughing or anything. She's just blinking because she's just so dumbfounded by the, did this kid just straight up ask me out? Because remember, Ava and Ben, they're not friends. They're not dating each other. They're not close like that. What? And he also smells terrible. And Ben is like, if you don't know your answer yet, maybe you'll know it in a second. And Ben literally gets closer to her and like pushes his armpit in her face. And she's like, ew, get away from me. And kind of pushes him back. He's like, looks over at Alex. And Ben's like, yells over, don't worry, Alex. Don't worry. Give it a second. You'll see, man. You'll see. It's crazy. You're not going to believe it. She's going to fall in love with me. And Ava looks up. Fall in love with you? I don't know who you are. I just know that you're a guy who came over here and is smelling terrible and is pushing his stinky armpits in my face. No, I will not go out with you. And like at this point, everybody in the cafeteria has turned their heads. Everybody has turned their heads and is looking at this because it's a scene. It's a spectacle. I mean, Ben is standing up there with his greased out armpits, and Ava, known as the prettiest girl in the class, has just demolished him in front of everyone, spectators of the entire class. At this point, there's an awkward silence because people have stopped speaking. Like, they've stopped speaking because they want to hear what's going on. And Ben is like, I see. Let me know if you change your mind. And Ava's like, no, I will never change my mind. As I said, she's a little extra, right? And Ben just walks over to Alex. And Alex looks at him. He's like, dude, I was trying to come over to tell you not to do it. Like, I'm sorry. This is my fault. Ben's like, bro, this is not your fault. She just needs time to realize, like, Ben goes on to say that, you know, This is totally part of the plan. He knew that there's a chance that, her like primal senses would be stopped by her like brain, but it was only a matter of time till like they break through. And now that he's like broken through to the senses through like essencing out the stink or whatever, that like eventually within like the next 24 hours, she will come to her senses, maybe privately, maybe not publicly, but they will be dating. And Alex is like, dude, you can't seriously think that. And Ben is like, it's my theory. Like, I know it's to be true. You have your opinions, and I have my facts. I'm sorry, I stole that from Baskets. Greatest show ever. Rip Christine Baskets, bro. Brings a tear to my eye. Anyways, and so sure enough, next day rolls around. It has been 24 hours. And Alex just goes up to Ben. He's like, yo. Ben's like, yeah, what's up?